Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game. A lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth. Clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas. Generations fighting to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Big game day energy is taking over the Bay Area, and the place to gather is Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. Ghostwood Kitchen is your neighborhood brew pub where local sports fans and families come together for the big moments. Expect awesome microbrews on tap paired with great house-made bites made for sharing, cheering, and celebrating every play. From pre-game meetups to post-game victories, Ghostwood Kitchen delivers a welcoming atmosphere, bold flavors, and a true game day vibe. This season, make it local, make it memorable, and make it at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 3226.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee. Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In San Francisco today, some clouds with sunshine and a high of 59.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
That's a pregame speech if I've ever heard one. That's it.
Oh, let's freaking go, baby. The morning roast. We got Brian freaking Baldinger joining Spadoni and Shasky this morning for the next 3 hours, all morning long, live at Radio Row here at Moscone Center. Brought to you by Unlock. Baldy,
yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning,
You're looking
Joe.
fresh, man. I heard you on Willard and Dibs yesterday cheating on us, but that's okay.
That's
we'll
all right.
allow it.
No, I wasn't cheating. What I was doing was promoting.
Oh, okay.
That was a promotion
That's
yesterday.
what it was.
On Willard and Dibs yesterday. Just talking about this event that I would call, this is not a show. This is an event here today. Like we're some of the early risers here at the Media Center here, Moscone Center, right down here in San Francisco. So we're in good shape.
I love it, Baldy. I'm so fired up. I walk in this morning, Lubman, Hegan, everyone up in the arms. We got some Draymond stuff to get into.
Yeah, sure.
Then I see you, and everything gets calm and right with the world.
I appreciate that, Joe. No, I mean, this is like the finish line. You know, for a guy like me, been going like every day hard, you know, since July 22nd, 23rd, something like that. Training camp began and went to 14 training camps. And you think about the summer heat and all the travel and, you know, practices and all that kind of stuff. And here we are at the finish line, man. This is beautiful. I love it. It really is. I love it. If this thing had to go another 3 months, I'd probably start fading a little bit, but I could go 6 months as hard as anybody.
Oh, well, you know, that's I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Baldy, look, we want to get into the NFL.
Yes.
We're going to get into the NFL.
Yes.
You watched the Golden State Warriors.
Of course.
Andre Whitworth was at the game last night. He was sitting sideline.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were a ton of other guys.
Yeah.
What a large human being.
Andrew or
man.
Andre?
Excuse me, what did I say, Andrew?
Whit could still play. Yeah. He could still play.
He's
he played till he
humongous.
was 40. But Whit's an amazing guy, man. Amazing.
Well, you know, he's a guy who, at the end of his career, similar to Aaron Donald, there was kind of like, hey, am I coming back? What am I doing? It's up in the air. I still want to win. I still can play.
Yeah.
You know, what happens? Last night, the Golden State Warriors got completely blown out.
Yeah.
The game is almost legitimately, like, irrelevant.
Right.
If there was ever such a thing. There was a kid, Edgecombe for Philadelphia. He's
Sixers.
better than every young player the Warriors have.
Yeah, right.
But that wasn't the story. The story last night was Draymond Green.
Yep.
All-time Warrior, 13 and a half years with the Warriors. And he had an interview because he's been dangled in trade talks regarding Giannis. He had basically him at the presser last night. And it was the first time I've ever seen him vulnerable. Yeah. And I'm going to play some of the sound, and I want you to walk me through the player's perspective. Okay. And when you hear some of this stuff, you know, I want to have conversations about things that he's saying that I'm not sure I buy 100%.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. Boys, let's just start off the top, and let's play the Draymond Green sound at the press conference last night as he's sitting at the table, and he's being asked about the distractions and him saying it is what it is. Carter, do you got that for me, buddy?
Guys that have been on the move every year, moving their family 2-3 times in a year. So I have so much gratitude for where I am in my career, the run that I've been on here. And like I said, I don't know that it ends or whatnot. I don't. We'll all see. But if it does, it does. You know, all good things must come to an end at some point. And so, yeah, that's kind of my sentiment, and how I feel.
So that was Baldy. That was Draymond after the game yesterday. Take me through it as a player. Just when you start to feel your own mortality in the NBA, like these guys, especially in basketball, like 35. There's unicorns, obviously. Yep. LeBron James, what Stephen Curry's been able to do.
There's outliers.
There's
outliers, but Draymond's starting to feel it. And a guy that has predicated his entire game on toughness, on grit. He was a tweener coming out of Michigan State. He was a second-round pick. This is a guy that's been counted out his whole life, and he's a four-time champion. He's an all-timer. But even he feels it.
Well, Shasky said it with the one word, vulnerable. He sounded vulnerable. He sounded like he's just the realization that it's coming to an end. Whether it's, in the next couple weeks, if he gets traded, if that happens, or if it's the end of the season. Like, it's coming to an end. And he's being realistic about it. He's had an unbelievable run, championships. He's been on the set of the NBA today, during playoff runs. And he's been, that fourth guy in the, in one of the great, pregame, postgame, combinations ever with, with Charles and the whole group. And so, like, he's had an unbelievable run. And he's been doing it. And the big thing was, I've done it in one place. I haven't packed up my family and moved and gone from different places like other guys have, the way Jimmy Butler has, I mean, this is where he's been. This has been his home. And he's like, yep, I could feel it. I could taste it.
You got guys like Tom Brady who leave at the end of their career and go somewhere else. Emmitt Smith was the one in my youth that I remember very vividly.
Yeah, went to Arizona.
Yeah, obviously, Joe Montana. And it always feels like they're begrudgingly leaving. It's never on their own terms.
Yeah, well,
and, I look at this situation and I could sense the sadness, and he's almost asking for your empathy. But then there's another side of me that's like, well, Draymond, you've kind of had double middle fingers at everyone for the last decade plus.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do you stand on that with someone like Draymond? Do you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, no, I do, Joe. But the problem with Draymond is, like, he fed off all that.
Yeah.
Like, that was part of what really juiced him.
He needed an edge.
He needed the edge. And so that was his edge. But he really wants everybody to throw his arms around him and love him on his way out the door.
Yeah.
Like, everybody wants that. Everybody wants to, like, they want their farewell. They want their flowers for the run that they've had. But I felt like all of the, the arguments, the fights, like all of the it's just so much contested, personalities with different people. Like, that's what he fed off of. And that was part of his game.
Absolutely. And this is the latest. I want to just make sure the audience knows this, because obviously, Baldy, we're on Giannis watch here in the Bay Area. So there's been a lot of made. Warriors, it's been known they want to go after Giannis. They're willing to give up all these picks.
Yep.
And now this is the package, because it was reported from Mark Stein of Yahoo Sports back on January 23rd, and our guy Nick Friedel doubled down on it, that Jimmy Butler would not be included in Golden State's Giannis offers. And it has since been confirmed that the Warriors have indeed made Draymond Green part of their pitch to Milwaukee in presumed combination with Jonathan Kuminga and Milwaukee native Brandon Pajemski. So it would be Draymond, Pods, Kuminga in draft capital for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And, Shasky and Bonte was in here yesterday, and we were kind of, pitching around. Obviously, nationally, the big story is Giannis joining Steph, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Joe had a great question. He's like, but locally, the bigger story might be trading away Draymond Green rather than acquiring Giannis, because what Draymond has meant here in Golden State. And Stephen Curry, Steph has died on a hill for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
They've gotten rid of Jordan Poole, basically because of Draymond. Kevin Durant didn't come back here, basically because of Draymond Green. There were some other things, but Draymond was a major force in that. Klay Thompson, the salary, all that.
Yeah.
So Draymond has withstood all of that, and Steph has got to bat for this guy for so damn long. So it seemed almost impossible that Draymond would be part of these conversations, but like we're talking about, you said Tom Brady, Joe. There's a few guys who truly are, Baldy, untradeable in sports.
Yeah.
Steph is probably one of them. LeBron James. Mahomes.
Yep.
It's a short list.
It's
a small list.
No, I mean, you see Joe Montana get traded.
Yeah.
I mean, when he went to Kansas City, like, nobody thought Wayne Gretzky got traded. I mean, these things happen, and so almost nobody is untouchable, in the world of sports, because there's a value and diminishing value. There's a rebuild. There's all these things, like, you can't just completely collapse. So, I think that's a part of it. But I guess would the ultimate win-win be to get Giannis and to keep Draymond?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like that's likely. And so I think we're at a point now, with Draymond where it does feel like for the first time in his entire career, he might be the one out the door. Yeah. And I think that he's realizing that. So he kept bringing up it's not a distraction. I'm not losing sleep. And I don't buy it.
Yeah.
And Baldy, I'm not trying to say that he's a liar. That's things that you say, but in reality, how can you not? You got a family, you live here, kids are going to school, you might be happy, you're comfortable, you've been driving to the same place to work for 13 years. I mean, do you buy that it's not a distraction for an athlete?
Well, let me just say this. We started the show today. You're talking about with all these NFL guys who were at the game last night. The Sixers blow them out last night, and that's not the story. The story is Draymond.
Yeah.
So it is the story. It is. Is that a distraction? No, but everybody's going to put him from here on out until whatever this happens, if it does happen. That's going to be the first question asked. And they're going to put that hot mic in front of Steph. They're going to do it in front of the coach. They're going to do it in front of everybody until something is resolved.
And how draining is that for a player's perspective? Because we see it all the time in football when there's drama or talks of trade, whether it's like Micah Parsons, preseason stuff, whether it's A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown is a good one.
It has to affect a locker room mentally, because they're even talking after the game yesterday where they just felt like Gary Payton II was calling out the team, say, we can't be sulking like the entire game, because it feels like Pajemski, Kuminga hasn't been playing, but when he was, Draymond now, these guys are feeling the weight of, hey, I might not be on this team in a week.
Oh, yeah. No, that stuff is real. And, everybody, no matter what kind of a team guy you are, most guys are just guys.
Yeah.
All right? And they're part of the group, but they're not. The stars win games. Steph wins games. Durant won games. Draymond, has helped do all that kind of stuff. Clay, those guys win you championships. Most guys are just a supporting cast member.
Right.
And so you're always looking out for your own self. I mean, it could be in media, it could be anywhere, where there's all these changes that are taking place. Your self-preservation is what you think about first. And if everybody's talking about something else, you're like, man, this thing is going to change. Am I going to be here? Am I going to be the one that's going to backing up? It wears you out on the inside.
Absolutely. And then you're talking to family members because people are asking you, hey, what's going on? Hey, that's just natural. Think about your own brother's, sister's, mother. I mean, my mom's still, Joe, what are you doing? How's work? What's going on there? That's what they do.
Yeah.
And it's hard to avoid it. Now I want to get back to, what's the harder thing? From an athlete's perspective, looking in the mirror and knowing you're not as good as you once were and the sand is coming out of the hourglass, or maybe knowing that your status within the organization will never be the same?
Well, both of them are pretty equal. But this, when you realize that the organization is ready to move on from you, that's a wake-up call. That's a wake-up call for any athlete. And, we all kind of feel it sometimes unless you're just untouchable. And so everybody feels like I was there when Eric Dickerson got traded to the, from the Rams to the Colts. This is the greatest after the greatest winning season of all time. He got traded. But he heard the rumors and didn't, and wanted out. And, Marshall Faulk got traded. Some of these great players get traded. And, it's one thing to know your own vulnerability and you lie about it, and I can still do this. Everybody lies to a certain degree. I always joke around, tell guys, play as long as you can, and then 2 more years. Get me 2 extra years. I always tell
love that.
Yeah. So, that's kind of, but, when you realize the organization, there's always this upstairs, downstairs mentality. The suits are up there. They make the decisions. They write the checks. They have the control.
Well, and I love that you say that. Give me as much as you can, plus 2 more years. That's how Warriors fans feel about Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
Steph,
give me 12 more.
Please don't leave us. And that's why this Giannis thing is so massive, right? Because you would, it's getting, I always use the analogy, Baldy, if you have an old senior dog or a cat, whatever, you get a puppy, and it extends their life.
Yeah.
It keeps them on their toes, right? It gets them going. It re-energizes them, right?
Yep.
That's kind of how I feel. Not to say that Steph is washed or anything. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the guy's going to be 38 years old. He's going to be an all-star starter. He's incredible still. And that's why Warriors fans are still struggling so much, because he's playing so well, and yet the team around him is not great enough, and they need a guy, a running mate, and a Giannis Antetokounmpo. Not to say that that's going to, all them out, pick them to Oklahoma City and you could beat them in 7 games. I'm not saying that, but it gives Steph a chance.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. And wrapped in all of this, he's never done it without Draymond Green.
Right.
So it's just such a massive change for people in the mindset of a fan. God, I can't picture Stephen Curry on the court without his splash brother and Klay Thompson, who's been gone, and now Draymond.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty insane.
I agree. But at the same time, if you start putting some real wins together and Giannis comes and he plays the way we know he can play and they get that's going to be, we're in the entertainment business, let's face it.
God.
Like, it's going to be entertaining as hell.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. Now, we got Brian Baldwin in all day. We're going to do 3 hours with him.
Oh, yeah.
We're blessed to have him. You are basically like royalty of the NFL.
Yeah.
And Radio Row, this is where you're going to hold court.
Mm-hmm.
And I want people to be able to reach out and touch you. So I want everyone out there, if you have any football questions for Baldy, any questions at all, really. Hey, Baldy, what's your favorite this, that? 888-957-9570.
Cayman Island question.
Yeah, we can definitely roll through. I have a fun game for you today.
Okay.
So I hit up Carter this morning, who's working back at the studio, and I want you to name that rapper. And we are going to play you a handful of songs, that are 20 years or older. Even though I know rap is not your number one.
Definitely.
These are going to be the biggest of the big stars, and you're going to have to name that rapper at some point. But I do have to get into the 49ers.
Yes.
We got to get into this. They made a huge hire right now. Baldy, Raheem Morris, is he the best man available if Jim Schwartz was not available? That's a long pause. That's a long pause, Baldy.
That scared Joe, right?
Because Dante, I have some Dante Whitner sound that I want to play for you.
Oh,
He was blasting the hire.
Wow.
Yeah. They've made bad hires at that position before. Obviously, they've blown some guys out after a year. Vance Joseph. You can just go through some guys that, have come through here that weren't good. I think regardless whether it's Raheem or, there's guys in Seattle that I would be interested in, young guys, I'd like to see. The important thing is they've got to upgrade their talent.
Yes.
And no matter who's calling the defense. Robert Saleh did a magnificent job with what he had last year. But the overall talent of the defense has to improve. If you just compare them right now to what the Rams have in their defensive front to what Seattle has throughout their whole defense, it's not even close. It's not even close, the talent level. When you watch Imanwari and you watch Witherspoon and, you watch whether it's Big Cat Williams, whatever, they have so much more talent. And so many more ways that you can defend, so many more defenses you can run. I just did a breakdown in Iman Worry yesterday. Where is he?
Absolute
Why
monster.
you have to worry about worry? That was the name of the thing. That guy is everywhere. He defends the flat better than anybody else in the entire NFL.
Baldy, we had Jermaine Wiggins, who's a large human being, hasn't played for a long time, but he's sitting next to me, and after he leaves, I turn to these guys and I go, and I'm not trying to knock anyone, I go, do you know how difficult it is at 5'8", and I'm Upton Stout, to take down that tight end?
Yeah.
Now, size matters in this sport. It's not the end-all be-all. That doesn't mean that you can't be a great player. Bob Sanders was a great player, not the tallest guy in the world. This guy, Iwan Mori, is a freak.
Yeah.
A freak, and they have nothing physically that matches up.
No. I watched him just in the Rams game last week. His ability just to defend, the flat, any route. It didn't matter who was running the route. He could just throw a blanket over it. You're trying to get 5 yards on a first down. You're going to run a speed out on somebody from the slot. You're not going to complete it against him.
So I want to dive deeper into. We got a lot. We got the Draymond stuff that's going on right now, and then we got to get into a lot of this Niner stuff. I've got guys that I want to go through on this team who you think will be better or worse, or possibly with Raheem Morris.
And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And Brian Baldinger all morning long live at Radio Row, courtesy of Unlock. Yeah, ask Baldy anything. 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, well, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Strom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. And as an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, scroll down to Windows and Doors, and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch with Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it's always feel good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get in on the football action before the season is over with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple to play. Pick at least 2 players, pick more or less on their stats, and submit your lineup. Prize Pick also has early payouts. If your lineup get off to a high start, you can cash out those winners before the game even finished. So don't miss any of the action this season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code SB50 and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code SB50 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
The wait is over. Tokyo Central Specialty Market is opening at Bay Street, Emeryville. Join the grand opening celebration January 31st and February 1st. Food, culture, and excitement await. Details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events. That's BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry. In theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo.
Spadoni and Shasky live here from Moscone Center, Radio Row. Super Bowl 60 this Sunday. And we got Brian Baldinger with us for the next 3 hours, brought to you by Unlock. Yeah, we got Baldy all day, baby. We're also talking some Golden State Warriors because, hey, the trade deadline's tomorrow. Is Giannis going to be here? Is Draymond going to be here? There's a lot happening right now. And Draymond Green, after the Warriors lost last night, obviously no Stephen Curry, was very somber, very collected and cool and calm, and kind of talked about his mortality. And we're talking about it all. We'll weave in and out. Obviously, it's Radio Row here, so it's all football. But, you know, we asked you, Baldy, about Raheem Morris, and that's the big story here for the 49ers is the defensive coordinator. Last offseason, the biggest acquisition wasn't a player, it was Robert Saleh, and that paid off dividends, and it paid off huge for the team the entire season, making something out of nothing with all these injuries, Bosa, Warner, et cetera, et cetera. Now with Raheem Morris here, what can Niners fans expect, and what do they do really differently, you think, most of all, that they could, because I know X's and O's can be hard to, like, communicate to the average fan, but what should Niner fans be expecting on a Sunday that's going to be different from a Robert Saleh-led defense?
Well, first of all, you know, they drafted 3 defensive linemen last year, okay? Michael Williams obviously got hurt this year, but Alfred Collins, you know, C.J. West, every defensive lineman, if they're going to be a good player, makes a jump between the first and second year. It's just such a departure. Michael, you know, coming out of Georgia, like you just watched, and he was hurt his last year with a high ankle sprain, so he wasn't really that effective. But you're going to see a jump from these 3 guys. I mean, we saw one of the greatest plays made by a 49er this year from Alfred Collins, you know, against Kyron Williams that helped win the game against him. And so, you know, I just think it starts up front. I mean, it's going to start with your front 4, and who is it going to be? And you got to have 8. You can't have 5. You can't have 6. You need 8. You can't have a big drop-off if Nick goes off the field. You need 8 guys up front, and that's where it's got to start. They got to really, to me, regardless of what Raheem wants to do, if you can't affect the quarterback with your front 4, you're going to be limited by what you can do in the back end.
Why were you hesitant on Raheem Morris when I asked you the question originally?
Just because I didn't think it was a good 2 years in Atlanta.
Gotcha.
But you know, he wasn't great in Tampa either. I think Raheem is a better coordinator. He did a good job with the Rams than a head coach. They had a lot of talent there. They played a lot of young guys. But they were very inconsistent, and they broke down on the back end of their defense a lot.
So, like,
but he wasn't running it. Jeff Ulbrich was running it. Yeah. He's still there, and so I don't know how much was Raheem, how much was Ulbrich.
So, okay, like, obviously Jim Schwartz, is still under contract. That's how everyone's phrasing it, and maybe it would have cost draft compensation to get him. You don't necessarily buy that he was the best candidate available, Raheem Morris?
Well, I mean, Jim Schwartz is a very good candidate. He's got a Super Bowl, you know, to his name in Philadelphia. He had a legit difficult defense for everybody to play against the last couple of years. Obviously, Myles Garrett helps. But even infusing the 2 rookies, Schlesinger and Mason Graham this year, they did an unbelievable job of simplifying it. They made a big trade. They lost their slot corner before the season started, and they still played great. And so, Schwartzy is... If you don't believe how good Schwartz is, he'll tell you how good he is.
Could they afford the Niners to have gone? Because now I'm just thinking about the options. Could they have afforded to give an unproven guy an opportunity? Like you keep referencing Seattle. Hey, take someone from Seattle's defense. You know, they went unknown with Sorensen, and it really blew up in their face. Now, I'm not saying Sorensen's good at all. That one came out of left field. Could they have afforded that?
Probably not, because, you know, they're expected to win right now. And, Seattle made a big move with Mike McDonald, and it paid off.
Yeah.
But we've seen that with coordinators before, young guys that, you know, are kind of hot, and it's kind of blown up in their face. Now, it helps that they have an organization structure led by John Schneider, who's as good as there is in his whole business. So, you know, he's gotten a lot of help from the organization.
All right, so I don't want to get too geeky here, but can I rat-a-tat-tat some things that came to my mind when Raheem Morris came? All right, first thing, well, are they going to go to a 3-4? You know, this is a team that talks ad nauseum about wide 9 and getting Bosa as far out to the outside beyond that tackle as possible. I mean, you only go 30% of the time in your base defense. What makes Seattle different is obviously they got that nickel guy out there almost the entire time. Do you expect them to still do the wide 9 or the 3-4, or are we just making too much of that in general?
Yeah, you're making too much of it.
Okay.
Honestly, it's okay. I mean, they're going to be a 4-man front.
Okay,
they're going to be a 4-man front, and so that's what they were with the Rams. That's what they were in Atlanta. There'll be a 4-man front from Raheem.
Is this a good fit for Nick Bosa?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you look at just the young guys that they played in Atlanta last year, you look at James Pierce. I mean, he had 10 or 11 sacks as a rookie.
Yeah.
10 and a half. He had a good rookie season. Jalen Walker, I thought was undersized, but he had a good season. All the young guys, Brandon Dorlus, they all had pretty good seasons up front, getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, and I think when I look at what Robert Saleh did, it felt like they ran a lot of zone to me. And you never got your hands on anyone. I mean, I'm thinking of that 2nd and 20, Renardo Green falling asleep and Kyle Shanahan chewing him up, you know, and is he better? Is Raheem going to run more man? Is this going to be a better fit for some of those players like Renardo Green, who I was ready to kind of throw away this offseason? Do you think you get a second chance with a new guy?
I think you get a second chance. I mean, that Raheem, that was his position, when he was a player, in the league and, at Hofstra or whatever. He came up coaching the defensive backs in Tampa. So I think that he'll give him a second chance. He's a talented guy, but you can't give up on these guys right away. So I think, he's going to evaluate what he's got right there. I think they need more. I think that, everybody's looking for more corners that can play man. If you don't, and really, when you talk about man zone, I just think it's a poorly coached position.
Why?
In this league. Because I think we saw, if you just look at, say, Buffalo against Denver, and you look at the 2 pass interference calls at the end of the game, both Tre'Davious White's been in this game a long time, but he panicked with the ball in the air. Why are they panicking? You got to go back and teach the fundamentals. Bent elbow. You put a bent elbow on a guy, that you can run with them and without pushing off. There's just certain techniques where your eyes are at in man coverage.
I'm glad you bring that up because one of my big frustrations is hey, we paid Diomino Lenore, and I think he's a good player. Mm-hmm. And I felt like he was underutilized with Robert Saleh. And he made different explanations. Hey, when I move him to the slot, then I got to have someone else on the outside. And my thing is, I'm watching JSN just line up, and there's 15 yards of space between him and the corner. And he's just running a route. No one's touching him. Just wide open, pitch and catch. And you just got to make it a little more difficult for these guys. You got to
challenge these guys.
Right?
Yeah. But, that's, Seattle Kubiak does a good job of moving JSN around. He's in the backfield. He's in the slot. He's in McCaffrey's position in that, no man's land.
But why pay Diomino if he's not going to shadow him?
Yeah, well, there's very few guys. He's the best route runner I've seen in the league.
No, Dad. he's a superstar. I'm just saying, a guy like Diomino Lenore was an excellent player. I always
thought, without really breaking it down, outside, inside, I thought he was a good slot defender.
Me too.
That's where he belongs.
Yeah, I do too. So, I don't know. He's a guy I think can actually be significantly better with Raheem Morris. And then I get to Michael, who you referenced. He ran more of the 3-4 at Georgia. Mm-hmm. I think this is a good fit for him. Do you?
Yes. The time that he was in there, I thought first of all, he's got tremendous size, but he played inside at Georgia. He played outside. I do think there's a place if you had maybe a better speed rusher out there, because he's not a speed rusher. He's a power rusher, okay, and using his size. But I do think you want to get your best rushers on the field in passing situations. And so, I've seen Leonard Williams play outside, but he's better inside in where he's at right now. But I think that he can rush from the inside. The way Milton Williams is doing for the New England Patriots right now and push the pocket. But he can play both, I think. I think there's a place, if they get another outside rusher, where he could rush from the inside in those situations.
All right, I want to play this sound from Dante Whitner. He has a podcast out right now.
The Grit Code.
The podcast. Grit Code. Okay. And, he was...
Hitman.
He went after Raheem Morris. And so, Baldy, I want you to listen to the sound, digest it, and give us your thoughts. Yeah. Dante Whitner.
People achieve success without merit. I truly believe that the 49ers will be looking for their next defensive coordinator, mainly because they hired based on friendship and they went with the safe bet here. Now you say, he might have earned it, Whitner. He might have earned it. His track record as a defensive back coach in Washington, 30th ranked pass defense, 26, 28, 24. He goes and get nepotized again in Atlanta with his college coach, Dan Quinn. 250 plus yards given up, 19th ranked. Then Dan Quinn gets fired and you assume the role bottom ranked in defense again that year. 2021 comes McVay makes a call and gives him the responsibility of taking on Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey and the number one defense in 2021. None of it was earned. None of it was merit. Now you're the 15th, 16th, 17th ranked defense in the league with the same players. And the only reason you win the Super Bowl is because you had an all-world offense that year. So then you go to Atlanta, 23rd in points in 2024, 23rd in yards, 22nd in pass defense, 31st in sacks, 2025, 19th in points, 15th in total yards. How does this make the San Francisco 49ers better?
Damn, hey, I want you to chew on that. We're going to respond on the other side. Dante Whitner absolutely eviscerating the hire of Raheem Morris as defensive coordinator. We'll get Brian Ball.
I love me some Dante.
888-957-9570. Niner fans, you just heard that. What say you? 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
It's time for an epic Yosemite road trip, and we've got 3 amazing lodges ready to welcome you for an incredible Yosemite adventure. Like our gorgeous new resort, Firefall Ranch at Yosemite. Unwind with endless amenities or join in daily activities with no hidden resort fees. Or kick it up a notch with one of our guided excursions and discover world-famous waterfalls, putting on their best show of the year. Go to YosemiteHotels.com to book your Yosemite getaway today.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog, football's biggest game right around the corner. Time to get in on this action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, now's the time. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. More on that later. Playing on Underdog, very easy. Get your players, pick if they're going higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and yards. Pair them together, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, plus new promos are dropping daily in the app. You need to check them out. Great opportunities. The games lately, these are good defenses, so I would think in this one as well. I lean lower on a lot of these numbers. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score that $75 in bonus entries. Again, my promo code is Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's better value plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's better value plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of better value plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Let's freaking go. Song's pumping me up, baby. Little dance club music here at Radio Row, Moscone Center. We got Baldy in the building all morning long, courtesy of Unlock. And we're going to do an Ask Baldy Anything segment, so start lining them up now. 888-957. That's right, baby. Ask Baldy Anything. You know, have you ever done that on like Instagram, Baldy? Or like have one of those live streams, like, hey, you guys want to ask me anything?
No, I have done something like that. Reddit, like some of these things, yeah. I've done a couple of those.
How many Reddit rabbit holes have you gone down?
The NFL signed me up for one, like a couple weeks ago. I did it. It was no big deal. I mean, but the questions, they don't come from the fans. It all goes through a third party, and they read you the questions.
Little snippet. What's the biggest conspiracy theory Baldy believes in?
Oh, God. Be careful. Be careful.
Well,
or intrigues you.
You're putting him on the spot.
I guess the moon landing.
Oh.
I mean, is that right up there? Because the farther we get away from it, because we all watched.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you're too young, but I watched in '69. We all watched.
That was a big
deal. We
deal.
all believed it. It was a big deal. And so, did they really fake this whole thing?
They fabricated some of the videos after the original landings. I don't know what I believe.
AI is what you're saying now, back then?
Well, Kubrick is
Stanley Kubrick?
It's like he admitted that he did doctor some of the videos in the 70s.
And
when you watch some of the 70s Apollo landings, like they're all over the place. Like NASA took them off their website.
Oh my God.
All right. So I mean, there we go.
I'm not joking.
Ask Baldy.
Sam's nodding. He knows I'm right.
Well, Sam,
the engineer.
Sam engineer, big Philly guy, by the way. Baldy.
I learned a little about a lot.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. All right, we played this Dante Whitner sound.
Play it again.
From his podcast, obviously former Niner legend, the hitman, Dante Whitner, via the Grit Code podcast. He is not a fan of the Raheem Morris defensive coordinator position now in San Francisco. Let's play it one more time. We'll get Baldy and Shasky's reaction and my own.
People achieve success without merit. I truly believe that the 49ers will be looking for their next defensive coordinator, mainly because they hired based on friendship and they went with the safe bet here. Now you say he might have earned it, Whitner. He might have earned it. His track record as a defensive back coach in Washington, 30th ranked pass defense, 26, 28, 24. He goes and get nepotized again in Atlanta with his college coach, Dan Quinn. 250 plus yards given up, 19th ranked. Then Dan Quinn gets fired and you assume the role bottom ranked in defense again that year. 2021 comes. McVay makes a call and gives him the responsibility of taking on Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey in the number one defense in 2021. None of it was earned. None of it was merit. Now you're the 15th, 16th, 17th ranked defense in the league with the same players. And the only reason you win the Super Bowl is because you had an all-world offense that year. So then you go to Atlanta, 23rd in points in 2024, 23rd in yards, 22nd in pass defense, 31st in sacks, 2025, 19th in points, 15th in total yards. How does this make the San Francisco 49ers better?
I mean, nepotize. He basically just said, Baldy, he thinks it's nepotism is why he got hired. Obviously, Kyle and Raheem go all the way back to their Tampa days with John Gruden. Atlanta. They go way back. John Lynch even obviously was a part of, he was a player when he was a coach back in Tampa. So, nepotism, really? Wow.
Look, I mean, I think that Dante did his homework. Like, he had it all lined up, chapter and verse, right? So he did his homework. And and I think the criticism is fair. But I also think that, as a head coach, I mean, Kyle is all offense. Like, he needs a guy to run the defense that he can trust, that is not going to stab him in the back, that's not looking to climb. Like, he's had his opportunities. I just, sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. And so, I mean, I know that's a cliche, but sometimes it's just that. Like, I trust this guy to be able to put a defense in place, to game plan. We're all there together. You're as good as the assistants around you, how you're teaching, the techniques, the fundamentals, how you communicate with one another. And so I do think that there's something there that Kyle's like, look, I've been around this guy for a long time, and I trust what he can do.
Can I just step back? In the NFL, isn't it like very big networking in general? You hire people that you have familiarity with and who others recommend. Like, again, the nepotism claim to me seems a little unfair because the whole league is littered with people that are cross-pollinated.
But there is, that's true. But if you just take a guy like Vic Fangio, wins the Super Bowl with the Eagles last year, right? Got Kansas City shut out for the first three quarters. The year before, he was in Miami. And by all accounts, they couldn't stand him. They ran him out of there. But here's a proven defensive coordinator.
Niners had him. I love him.
Yeah, I mean, Vic is exactly. He was great. He led the league in takeaways, when he was here. And so, but it didn't work in Miami. And so, is he a bad coordinator because Jalen didn't like him or whatever happened there, was real. Like, Mike McDaniel had to get rid of him. And so Philadelphia gladly took him, and they won a championship with him.
Yeah, so I guess now we get to isn't Gus Bradley worse than Raheem Morris in terms of, all those total team defenses? Because I was looking at all the stats, who he was going to be rumored to be hired if they didn't go after Raheem Morris. And I was like, he inspired zero confidence for me because his statistics were actually significantly worse than all of the categories Raheem Morris was, very mediocre in.
I think, Gus has got a track record of being very predictable about what he does and the way that he runs his defense. Like, I don't think anybody's staying up and burning the midnight oil trying to figure out what this look is and how he's disguising this. And so, I don't think that would have been a great hire.
What's the number one thing that the Niners need on defense? And I'll filibuster while you think about this. I mean, when I think of what Atlanta has done the last couple of years, and I asked one of the guys who covers the team.
David Archer. Color commentator for the Falcons.
Yep, I know.
I go, hey, look, who drafted James Pierce? Who drafted Jalen Walker? Yeah. Was that the GM or was that the coach? I said, hey, it's the coach. And so that gives me some insights into what he likes defensively in terms of personnel. The Niners passed on both those guys and took Michael Williams. Yep. What do the Niners need to help out Raheem Morris, right? I mean, I know they need 4 or 5 guys, but what's the first thing that they need to help him on that side of the ball?
No, they need a pass rusher. They need a real legitimate pass rusher. I don't know if Bryce Huff is going to stay.
Is he a good fit?
He's a good rotational player.
Okay.
He's not a starter. He's a rotational player. But he's got value. Okay. He does have value. Sal had him in New York. He had 10 sacks with Robert up there. But it was strictly third down. Like, just his takeoff is as good as anybody's. It's Nick Benito's type takeoff. He beats people with his takeoff. He's good at it. Raheem Moore, look at Atlanta. Like, they were all in this year. They traded their first-round pick to go get James Pierce after they drafted Jalen Walker. So they were, and all those guys were productive. You look at Xavier Watts. I think he had 5 interceptions. I mean, Raheem got 4 rookies to Billy Bowman from Oklahoma, was slot defender. Like, they got 4 rookies integrated in that defense, and they showed up and played. Jesse Bates is a proven free safety. It'd be great if they could get, Jesse Bates to come here and play safety.
I need a ball hawk so bad.
Yeah.
On the edge, I'll go right to you, Joe, in a second.
You're good.
On the edge rusher, are they looking for a stand-up guy, or are they looking for a hand-in-the-ground guy? Like, if you had to guess, what are they looking for?
Well, Von Miller's out there. Has
he got anything left?
Yeah, he just had 9 sacks.
Okay.
9 sacks.
I trust him, really?
Played 30% of the time.
Jalen Phillips?
That was with Washington.
Jalen Phillips could play.
He's a free agent. Yeah.
I don't know if Philadelphia is going to franchise him.
Okay.
There's some rumors about that. But, he's still, he stayed healthy this year. And that's been, that's really going back to UCLA days. That's been an issue for him, is just his overall health and some major injuries that
Achilles
sustained.
Well, and that brings me to my question. Nick Bosa, like that has been the dude for this team for so long. Mm-hmm. Obviously, tears his ACL. This is his 3rd ACL injury that he's recovering from.
And back to Ohio State.
Going back to his Ohio State, Baldy. Like, Niner fans are a little concerned. Like, I don't know if we can trust that he's going to be that dude anymore. And that's what I come back to. Pass rush. Do you go after his brother? Do you target that in the draft?
Those 2 guys are best friends.
Yeah.
They were. I live in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
I used to go over to Holiday Park and watch those guys work out and BS with them a little bit. They work out every morning together, and so they just,
Would you bring them in if you're the Niners?
He had a good year in Buffalo. Joe played good this year. He's had a series of injuries that wear everybody out. It wore him out. Like, he thought about maybe it was time to hang it up. But he loves the game and he's good at it. He still has a lot of value. But he stayed healthy this year in Buffalo. And so can he do that again when he hasn't? He couldn't do that with the Chargers. Consistently.
So Nick Bosa with Raheem Morris, Shasky asked David Archer, the color commentator for the Falcons, the other day, is like, hey, is Nick Bosa going to work in a Raheem Morris system? I thought David Archer had a great response. He's like, Nick Bosa should work in any system, right? Ideally.
Yeah.
Right? So,
no, that's true.
Yeah. So, what should you expect Nick Bosa with the Raheem Morris defense? Anything different?
I think,
just see ball, get ball?
Nick's job is just go get the quarterback. But, he's great against the run. It always starts there, to get you into passing situations. Nick's just a great football player. And so, yes, any system. He would be good. Look, I don't think you would want him standing up in a 3-4 defense. And when I saw him in past where he's dropping into the curl flat, he used to drive me nuts. I'm like, that's not any. There's no value to that.
None.
Whatever you're bringing from the other side to try to heat the quarterback up, it's not better than that.
No. I'm looking at this team right now, and I know DC. I get it. I think their problem is offensive weapons right now, whether it's protection, whether it's getting more explosive on the offensive side of the ball. You can make an argument, Baldy, as great of a year as Christian had this year, running backs in need, wide receivers clearly in need, tight ends clearly in need, upgrading the offensive line. What's the bigger issue for you? Is it the offensive side of the ball, or is it the defensive side of the ball?
So I went back. I told you this before we started today. I went back and watched Drake May's explosive pass plays last year. He had 78. Which is a very high number. And then I started looking around. The Rams had 90. And the 49ers, between Mac and Brock, they had 57. Like, they're not in the same category. And then you go back and watch it, and it's Butte, it's Pop Douglas, it's Diggs, it's Mac Hollins, it's Austin Hooper, it's Hunter Henry, it's Ramondre Stevenson. Like, they got the ball down the field in chunks. Now, you can say soft schedule, and some of that's true. But the Rams are sitting out there with 90 explosive plays. Like, that's how you win games. Offensively and defensively. You got to have explosive plays on offense, and you got to limit explosives on defense. And then you got to take the ball away. When you could do those things, you're going to win a lot of games.
Is it protection up front, not letting guys get open, or is it playmakers not getting separated, or both?
I think it's a combination.
Yeah.
Combination. I mean, if you watch, like Drake is extremely talented, Drake May that is, at stepping up and avoiding any edge rush that he might be giving up from Morgan Moses on one side or Will Campbell. He's pretty good at stepping up, protecting the ball. He's really good fundamentally, climbing the pocket and then seeing the whole field. And then just his touch on the deep ball. But you don't realize how talented they were until you go back and you just watch a chunk like I just watched last night.
Well, and then you look at the offensive line, and I'm glad you brought that up, Shasky, because I'm watching that NFC Championship game, and everyone's talking about Matt Stafford and Devontae and Puka and all that and all the offensive weapons. I was watching, I was like, damn. He's got protection.
Yeah.
Like, you give a guy like that protection, he's going to pick you apart. The problem in those last 2 games against the Seahawks, Brock Purdy's running for his life.
Yeah.
He just had no shot.
And look, they went through, Havenstein wasn't out there. McClendon's out there. They lost Avila. They lost their left tackle, Alaric, for a little while. It didn't seem to matter. But the way that they design their routes, like they can get rid of the ball pretty quickly, and so Stafford, look, he's got 17 years back there, where he just knows where these guys are going to be. Like his spatial intelligence of where these defensive backs are going to be and where his receivers are going to be. Like it's uncanny, the relationship he has.
You keep bringing up, kind of alluding the quarterback position. Brock Purdy, I think we all agree is good. He's really good. Well, what are we not talking about Brock Purdy? Good, bad, something in between? Like, what's the thing that you think is under-discussed regarding Brock Purdy and maybe how fans and media talk about him?
Look, I think he's a little limited by his size. I think that's always going to be a little factor, just seeing the field as well as a guy that's as tall as Stafford or Drake May is. I do think that makes a little bit of a difference. But he can throw the ball through the trees. His movement is really, really good. Look, if you compare just the weapons of, let's say, Drake May or Sam Darnold and what Brock and Mac had to work with this year, I think it's a little bit of a difference.
Oh,
I would agree.
Well, that's the thing, and we're talking about the offensive weapons on this team. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
Look, Pearsall has not worked out.
No,
we'll get into him.
Yeah, that's the problem. Talking about injuries, the guy can't stay on the field. This is an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors. The Valkyries always live in the free Odyssey app, Coney live from Laughing Monk Studios. And our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Baldy here all show long, presented by Unlock Home Equity Solutions.
All right, I'm not pretending to be you when it comes to film breakdown.
Okay.
We went to training camp this year. You bring up Pearsall, and I was telling to the boys, like, when he is pressed in these one-on-ones, all these different drills, then they go to 11-on-11s, and they're doing 7-on-7s. He struggles to get off that press. Upper body strength is a problem, right? And Ayuk was very, very strong upper body. And I said to these guys, I have a hard time seeing him be a true number one on the line of scrimmage because they got to motion him to get these free releases. He's a good player. He's a useful player, but I don't ever see him being one of those bona fide number ones. Do you get where I'm going?
I do, but I got to see him healthy. Like, you can't work in this stuff unless you stay healthy and you can work at it. Really, receivers should be working on the releases every day, all day. They should be. Now, Devontae Adams is the king, right? Yeah. But, these guys, if you can't really be a receiver in this league. Like, it's just because you're going to get that from the elite corners that are just super strong. Christian Gonzalez, if he wants to get his hands on you and you can't get off press or you don't have a method to beat it, you're not going to get open.
Would you sell him this offseason and swap? Like, Keon Coleman's having trouble in Buffalo. There's a variety of things going on there. Brian Thomas feels like he's on the outs in Jacksonville. Would you rather see what Pearsall has left or try to uncover something from somewhere else and swap something to try out one of those other guys from that draft class?
Look, Brian Thomas is an intriguing guy because he can flat out run routes and he can fly. Like, he's got great football speed. But he had a case of the yips this year. Parker Washington overtook him. Jacoby Myers came in. The ball went to him. Like, it did not go to Brian Thomas. And he's a kind of a quiet guy. It's not a knock. He's kind of a quiet guy, not a big, he doesn't carry himself with a great aura about him.
Bad body language, kind of?
No, not necessarily bad body language.
Debo had aura.
Yeah.
Debo had aura. He had enough aura for the whole room, and he wants the ball. I don't see the craving that you like. There's a fine line between say A.J. Brown.
Yes.
Like if A.J. Brown was available, if he was, and there is talk of that, like I would be highly interested in A.J. Brown.
He's not a horrible teammate. No, I'm not saying you can't have a couple of not everyone can be a choir boy, but I look at that individual and I'm like, God, is he just the worst teammate ever?
Well, and also we're coming off the Ayuk stuff.
Yes.
With him and Kyle Shanahan. There was
I
the
understand,
doghouse.
but here's the thing about
Is he
AJ.
worth it?
I defend AJ and a lot of his antics. Because AJ, honestly, even in the Super Bowl last year that they won, he wasn't happy. Because if he can't take Trent McDuffie and destroy him, he doesn't feel like he did his job. He wants to destroy the guy opposite him. Like this year, they had a big comeback win against the Rams, and he destroyed Emmanuel Forbes, physically destroyed him. And they come back in the third and fourth quarter, and he was like you couldn't get AJ in a better mood. Like that's who he is. Like if he's almost like that. He's almost like Leonard Williams. Like if he just wants to destroy that guard in front of him, that's how he is at playing wide receiver.
So I'm interpreting that you think he's a little misunderstood.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Would his personality type and his style of play fit with what Kyle Shanahan wants from his receivers? And, can they mesh?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Ayuk meshed, for, a couple years there. He was really, really good at what
Absolutely.
he did. It took him a while to get started, and he was in the doghouse at one point, came out of all that, and then became a real difference maker in the whole offense. Like, they need some difference makers. Juwan Jennings is always going to have a role in this team. And I think, and I don't know if they have to pay him this year.
Yeah, he wants upwards of 18, 19, 20 million a year. I can't do that.
He's had a great role.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He's had a great role. But, I mean, if he's overpriced and I don't know who's going to pay him.
Tennessee.
Okay. I don't know. Chim DK, they got some young guys there. They're not bad. But I feel like when I'm building a team, actually the last position I'm the least that I'm interested in is the receiver position. I feel like you can fill that position.
I agree. Well, they were able to do that with Kendrick Bourne, who just was coming off the bat, hasn't played in the system in forever.
Great games.
He comes the SoFi Stadium game he got against the Rams ball on Thursday Night Football. Are you kidding me? It was one of the wins of the season for this team.
Yeah.
With Mac Jones, no one was giving them a shot.
Yeah.
You have a fully healthy Rams team.
Yep.
Pretty insane. We have Brian Baldinger here, courtesy of Unlock, all show long. 888-957-9570 coming up. If you want to start lining them up now, we can. We're going to do Ask Baldy Anything. Plus, we're going to discuss also what Draymond Green had to say last night, because we are a day away from the NBA trade deadline, and Draymond Green may no longer be a Golden State Warrior this time tomorrow. I know, it sounds insane, but it's a possibility. Giannis Antetokounmpo watch is upon us. Could it be the Timberwolves? Could it be the Warriors? Could it be Miami Heat? We are monitoring all of it. Any of that news breaks, we have it for you here, the home of the Golden State Warriors, as they fall to the Philadelphia 76ers last night. George Kittle. He has meant. I just thought of him because as we're talking about Draymond Green, Joe, a guy that's
very similar.
A guy that's just meant so much for the energy of this team. Different but similar in that they're just they're showmen.
No doubt.
Everyone gravitates towards them. They have interesting things to say. Obviously, everyone loves George.
Yeah,
I'm hurting for the guy because he's getting up there in age. It's an Achilles injury, and I get it. Modern medicine, these guys can come back, but I mean, you got to start looking towards the future, right? This offseason.
You do, but I mean, George is. I mean, he's not going anywhere.
I don't want to count him out, is what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, but he's not going to help them next year on the field. You think?
I don't know when these things. How long did Dre Greenlaw take? I mean, it's way too common of an injury right now, which is just weird.
Yeah, why?
Way too many Achilles.
Do you think it's the artificial turf? Because the natural grass is a thing. That's why the World Cup's coming up. I bring that up, Baldy, because they're all the artificial surfaces like Lumen Field. So they're transitioning to grass for all these European athletes that are coming over here, South America.
But it's just that's everywhere. Soccer, you got to tackle, so you got to slide.
Sure.
You need like this type of grass. That's why when people go over and play over in Europe, NFL teams go over there, I tell them that the grass is going to be really slick. You're not going to have great footing. You're going to slip, because it's made to slide.
Gotcha.
All right, because, that's how you tackle in soccer. So it's completely different services for different sports.
Got it. Okay.
And on the Achilles thing, what is your theory on that? Is it overtraining? Is it
I don't know. Dan
specializing
Marino
too
tore
early?
his. Johnny Unitas tore his. Like, you go back. But it just seems like there's too many of them.
Yeah.
Just too many torn Achilles. And so that's and I don't know if it's the shoes, if it's the overtraining. Overtraining for sure. Like, I think leads to a lot of these things. Like, you just...
I think he unplugged.
Oh, my bad. I totally cut
you cut
off
me off.
there,
Okay.
Paul
Yeah,
D.
it's all right.
Because hold on, show behind the show.
Yeah.
We switched our headsets
Yes.
during the break. I
used my call
I forgot. I just told
I'll get us back
I
on the
basically
rails.
just said,
Yeah.
Baldy, be quiet. I need to talk to my boss real
Yeah.
quick. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll get us back on the rails.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I got a question for you because I'm going to set it up. 888-957-9570. Who's the person that you haven't met this week that you're dying to run into? Could be anyone. Could be Matt Hegan, having a heater out on the street.
You were just hanging out with Brock Heward just a second ago.
Brock Heward,
that was
yeah.
a cool.
He's a large human being.
He's a big man.
I think, if there was a player in this game that I would want to meet between these two teams, I've known Drake May since he was in high school.
Really?
I was at a football camp. In fact, it was pretty interesting. I just saw Garrett Nussmeier at the Senior Bowl.
LSU.
But there was a quarterback collective camp that both Kyle and Sean McVay are a part of.
Yes.
With Richmond Flowers. And they brought me in about 5 years ago to Indianapolis, and they had the best high school quarterbacks in the country were there, and they had me set up a film room and take the guys one-on-one into the film room, and I'd show them coverages. How do you attack this coverage? What's your route combination? Where he goes? So we just talked football, but it was Nussmeier, it was Drake May, it was Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels.
Wow.
They were all there.
Wow.
They were all there. And one guy, like, honestly, in fact, I saw Drake May this year, and he came right up to me, and like, he looks like the same little kid that I saw in the film room. To me,
He's got a twang, too.
He's a North Carolina kid. But these kids, it was what shocked me back then was how much they knew.
Really?
They were so sharp. All these kids were sharp.
Well, and his brothers, obviously, Luke May, North Carolina, the Tar Heels, the basketball team, they come from a background of this guy could play everything.
Yeah. Wasn't his mom a basketball player?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
So this guy, he's a baller.
But they were so sharp. But I would say if there's one kid I haven't met that I do breakdowns on, I love Devin Witherspoon.
Really?
I love Devin Witherspoon. I know his agent, but I would love to meet that kid.
He is such a Swiss Army knife. I mean, he can hit like a linebacker, run like a running back. I mean, he is spectacular, and he's confident.
The Seahawks have a couple of those guys, which, again, Niner fans, they knew that up close and personal these last couple games.
His tape at Illinois was like, you thought Ronnie Lott when you watched him, the way he hit.
Is he a corner or a safety or a nickel? What is he?
He's a nickel, and he's an outside corner, depending on your formation.
God, he's
All right,
good.
on the other side, ask Baldy anything. Start lining them up, 888-957-9570. We'll get more thoughts on the 49ers offseason, Raheem Morris's DC, Draymond Green, the comments he had to make last night after the Warriors' loss against the Philadelphia 76ers. Sounds like the mortality is real for Draymond in Golden State, and he's starting to feel it. We'll get into that. Plus, Baldy, I want to get your thoughts on the new 49ers doc, the rise of the 49ers on AMC+. Maybe go down memory lane with you once upon a time, because obviously
I didn't know about this.
You played against all these guys. You were just telling me stories about the old Oakland Coliseum.
I wanted to, let's talk about the stick.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to be sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Extra Meaty Pork Loin Back Ribs, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles. Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Hey, it's Spadoni here, talking about the NFL's Immersive Football Festival. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40. You hear that, Carter? Just $40. So you can bring your whole family and kids 12 and under at 10 for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today, paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
Sound familiar?
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 mpg Corolla Hybrid and 51 mpg Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now, back to Spadoni and Shasky.
I love bicycles.
Live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo.
Bicycles, too. Big cyclists. We got Brian Baldinger joining us here live at Radio Row, Moscone Center, courtesy of Unlock Home Equity Solutions. Ask Baldy anything, 888-957-9570. We're talking about Raheem Morris being the DC. We're talking about all the injuries sustained. Where do they go from here after a pretty remarkable season, all things considered, with all the injuries. Like, I don't want that to get lost. We were having the conversation yesterday, Baldy, Shasky, and I, talking about, the journey not being appreciated because you didn't win the big one.
Mm-hmm.
But looking back on this season, what they were able to accomplish with all those injuries, he's probably not going to win it, but I do think Kyle Shanahan deserves massive consideration for Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get it, but I mean, it was a great coaching job all the way around. You can't look at the finish in Seattle as a disappointment. I mean, Week 18, it was disappointing, but to get to where they got to, what you're trying to do as a coach in an organization is stack winning seasons. They stacked another good winning season, a playoff win in Philadelphia against a good football team. I mean, it was an impressive season.
Don't you think, now that they had some time, you take a deep breath, they maximized who was out there for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, look, to see DeMarcus Robinson go have the game he had against Philadelphia, we mentioned Kenrick Bourne in the game that he had. Like, we saw guys just flourish in big spots in games where they really needed them.
Jake Tonjes, who saw that come nowhere?
I guess the biggest just the question I have with the Niners, where are all the young guys? Where are the young impact players? And I know you brought up Michael, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, Upton Stout. On the defensive side, they've got some promising guys who time will tell. They need a collection of young guys that they can hang their hat on. And when you compare and contrast Rams, Seahawks, just in the division, go Bears, Packers, Lions, all those teams seem to have a collection of guys under 25 ready to roll.
Yeah. I mean, Seattle has Witherspoon, Imamwari, Woolen. I mean, those are young guys.
Walker.
But, all those teams, the Rams and Seattle, they went out and got middle linebackers, Landman and Ernest Jones, and they Julian Love, and they went out and got guys to kind of fill in. But around that is some really good young talent. But, the Rams have had issues in their secondary as well, and just because of the number one offense football, they were able to overcome a lot of it.
Obviously, a huge storyline this Sunday is going to be Sam Darnold. What he's been able to do, is his fifth team. It's pretty incredible, the story. It's pretty incredible that he's also the first USC quarterback to start in his Super Bowl. Thinking of all the legends that have gone through there.
True.
But, I think about him and the success. Like, how big of a loss is it going to be, now it hasn't been finalized yet, of Clint Kubiak becoming the Raiders head coach and leaving that situation and what they were able to accomplish? Is that going to be a big loss for them?
Yes, huge. I mean, Clint's been a big part of it. Obviously they made a change last year at offensive coordinator. It was the right change, and he got the right guy in when Seattle blew up. But Clint is, it really going back to his father and going back to Mike Shanahan. I mean, when it works and the way that it works, it's a symphony. And you need a quarterback to engineer it, and Sam has been able to do it. And Sam got rehabilitated by his year in San Francisco, and he got a chance to see what real practice is supposed to be like, what real game planning is supposed to be like, what a very demanding coach gets out of you by how hard you have to practice and what you have to put into it. I think it really helped Sam when he went to Minnesota. And look, they just blew out the general manager of Minnesota. This thing has fallen apart there because they didn't hold on to Sam. And and JJ wasn't ready to be Sam Darnold, what he did. The one thing about Sam, and I've known him for a long, long time, is the person and the talent has never changed. The circumstances have changed. It was a disaster in New York and in Carolina and all those kind of things. But he really got stabilized in San Francisco when he was around an organization that knew how to support a quarterback, that knew what like a talented coach can do. They're going to miss Clint Kubiak up there in Seattle.
Is there something to be said, staying on that quarterback? Baker this year wasn't the greatest, but he's had a resurgence. Daniel Jones, before the torn Achilles, having a resurgence. The bouncing around. Do we just dismiss these quarterbacks too quickly?
Sometimes. Not always.
Not always?
No, I mean, Zach Wilson, you can dismiss. You can. I mean, he's not going to see a resurgence of Zach Wilson. Like, he just wasn't made for this.
Yeah.
So he'll be out. But, he was the second pick in the draft. But the talent that Sam has and hadn't changed. Baker's talent was supreme. He was the first pick in the draft. But the organizations that they went to really didn't know how to build around a quarterback.
Is the college game preparing guys for the league better or worse than 10, 15 years ago? Because the bouncing around, it feels like The offenses are more simplified. The passing concepts are more simplified. I don't know.
But that's true. But at the same time, but if you take Bo Nix, he played 60 games. They're playing more games.
Yeah.
Now, I think the pandemic helped a lot of these guys. They stayed in college longer. They played longer. They learned different systems. They played more football. Mitch Trubisky comes out. He played 12 games. That's not enough games.
Trey Lance, 19.
19 games, but really one season.
Yeah.
One season at North Dakota State. Like, he didn't play enough. And, but Brock did. Brock played 40-plus games, And so when you get to that 35, 40, and beyond starts, that's a good sample size to learn from.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking league-wide, the way that Seattle built their team, they had a number for Geno. They didn't go over it. Geno goes to the Raiders, and then they bring in Sam, and he's on more of a mid-tier contract in terms of guaranteed money. I just wonder if more teams aren't going to go that avenue, try to build the team around and then plug in a quarterback.
No, look, if there is a guy, yes. But if you're a team that can't pick at the top of the draft and get, I don't know if Fernando is going to be a great player or not. Nobody really knows yet. But if it's not going to be a great draft for quarterbacks, you're better off building your team.
Yes.
And maybe taking a guy in the fourth round, and maybe you strike on Kirk Cousins or Brock Purdy or somebody like that. But, build your team up to prepare for the opportunity to maybe get one of these guys.
And then another follow-up I have, because you were just talking about McVay and Kubiak and Shanahan. I think we all, as fans, lump them all together. How are they different? How is McVay different offensively from Shanahan over a 10-year period? How are the Kubiaks, or I guess Kubiak up in Seattle, how is he different? And how is Kevin O'Connell? Because the layman kind of lumps them all together, and I don't think that's fair.
No, it's not fair, but at the same time, the strength of all those guys you just talked about is they take what they have and they maximize it. When they lost Devontae Adams this year to the hamstring, they went to a heavy 3 tight end personnel team. All right, but they played 4 tight ends. Terrence Ferguson was a big part of what they did. But, they had Higbee and they had Devin Allen, and they had Parkinson. And so they went to different types of packages. And so they were able to, and Kyle did the same thing this year when he lost players. And so I think what they have in common is they know how to adjust to the personnel that they have. And that's ultimately what a great coach does.
We got the phone calls going.
Let's go.
888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. Brian Baldinger joining us here for the entire show. Spadoni, Shasky, Moscone Center, Radio Row. Let's start off with, I got my phone up right here. I promise I do. It's called Great Radio, folks. Eric in Brentwood wants to ask Baldy about a rule change. What's up, Eric?
What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Baldy, congrats on the career post-playing, and, Baldy breakdowns. They're fabulous, especially the ones on the Niners. Hey, Baldy, question for you. So why is it that, cats like Marshawn Lynch, Derrick Henry, they can launch these George Foreman-esque straight right telephone pole stiff arm while, a lineman cannot go to the head? I mean, they literally do. They're literally the same thing. They're blows to the head, and they impact the other player's ability to, either rush or make the tackle. Why can they get away with the straight arm and the lineman can't do it?
Violent stiff arms too, Eric.
Great question.
It is kind of an interesting question. I always thought like this, the blows to the head. You touch a quarterback's helmet. That's what the helmet's there for. Why even play without why even play with a helmet if you can't protect the head?
It's the stupidest thing whenever I see something they're squaring up these guys with the helmets on and they do full punches when I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Trying to break your hand? It's just the dumbest thing. I agree with you, Baldy.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts as a fan, or even just a fan of the game when I have no skin in it. They get bailed out, these quarterbacks, because it's just a little smack on that. Come on, dude.
No, but
what is it
it
really
gets to the point where they don't call it.
Yes.
And people go, they missed a call.
I agree.
Yeah.
Come on. I do think, look, I'm all for player safety. We all are.
Yes.
Yeah, reasonable.
But within reason.
Yeah, some of these are ridiculous. When I saw Mahomes a couple years ago against the Niners, pump fake, like he was going to go out of bounds, and then he cuts back upfield. I go, how? It's impossible to play defense near the sidelines.
Yes.
In the modern day.
No, it is. You're not really sure what to do. You're better off just, firing your gun and just taking your shot and just living with the consequences.
100%. Right? I got a question for you, and we're going to line them up, 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. Mac Jones, you said on these airwaves you wouldn't trade him. If they did trade him, what is his value around the league? And, should the Niners just keep him straight up, irregardless of Brock Purdy?
People got upset. They're like, oh, Brock Purdy doesn't have an injury history. He's missed games. He's missed games now. I mean, whether it was an NFC Championship game against Philadelphia, he's missed time. You can't. It's impossible to legislate against injuries.
Yeah.
You need a backup quarterback. You hope like Drake May that you don't need one. You hope like Sam Darnold you don't need one. You hope that they go the distance without coming out of games. But most teams lose their starting quarterback for a period of time. It was great to see Trevor Lawrence line up and play this year. It's great when you don't even know who the backup quarterback is. But that's not really the state of the league right now. And so Justin Herbert has missed times. He's had serious injuries. You better have a guy that can win you games, and you can at least hold serve.
So what is Mac Jones worth? And I'll go to who can replace him in a second.
Well, I mean, first
Definitely
of all,
not Zach Wilson. We learned that.
Yeah, well, that's not. But, he has value, certainly, and it depends on who the team is because there's never enough good quarterbacks to go around. So, is that a second-round pick? Is that a third-round pick? It's not a first-round pick. Nobody's going to give him a first-round pick for Mac. But I do think there could be a second-round pick, but more than likely, it seems like he's a third-round pick at this point.
And then replacements beyond him, ideas in my head. Kirk Cousins could get released. Nice little backup. Does he have anything left? Tua Tagovailoa, if he gets released, I think he'd be a nice fit. He was in on Zach Wilson. I was totally out on it a week ago.
Now I'm out.
Who should they be looking at? I don't like Justin Fields for this offense.
Marcus Mariota?
Yeah, I don't like Marcus Mariota for this offense. Kyle likes a particular kind of guy. Who do you like?
Well, I think Kyle, is always like Kirk Cousins. But I don't think he's going to get released. I mean,
you don't think?
Michael Penix is not going to be ready to start the season. Matt Ryan is there. They need somebody that can line up week 1 for Atlanta right now and Kevin Stefanski and run the offense. And Kirk came back this year and played pretty good when he got a chance. Year before, he did not play well, and that's why he got replaced by Penix. So you don't know, where he's at physically, and can the arm still get the job done? But I don't think they just restructured his contract in Atlanta. I think they did. Maybe I have that wrong. But you got to figure out. There's all kinds of elements here between the contract, the compensation, and what you can afford at this point.
How many other cities? You do hits all across the country. Mm-hmm. How many other talk about the backup quarterback as much as we do?
Well,
in this market.
Yeah, look, people. I guess people still haven't been convinced by Brock Purdy, as a starter. He's won 2/3 of his games, as a starter right now. He's got a great record.
Well, people haven't been convinced since the quarterback post Steve Young, quite frankly. They're still they're waiting for the training wheels always to fall off with all these guys. Kaepernick, obviously Jimmy G, Brock, all these guys. Since then, Jeff Garcia, once upon a time. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. We got Brian Baldinger with us here at Radio Row, Moscone Center. If you want to ask him literally any NFL question, you got some scuba diving questions, quite frankly. Okay. Snorkeling, all that stuff.
Good.
Where were you this weekend?
I was in the Cayman Islands. Yeah. I was diving Grand Cayman. I was snorkeling and scuba in both places. The good thing about Caymans are you can drop in anywhere and there's a reef and the water is crystal clear anywhere around the island. A lot of places you can't do that.
Yeah, we know. Right over here. Do you want to go snorkeling under the Golden Gate
Bridge?
No, you're not going to do
currents.
that.
I'm not a big fan of strong currents and bad visibility.
Well, and also,
if you were, who would be the NFL athlete of years past you would want shifting you out of the ocean? I saw James Harrison walking the Golden Gate Bridge, and I said, he might be on one of my lists of tough guys all time, guys I would never, ever, ever want to cross, or if I was on a quest to save the world, James Harrison would be a part of that.
Yeah, I'd probably take Big Cat Williams.
Ooh,
Leonard Williams, because he's a great snorkeler.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I told this to John Schneider this past year. I'm like this guy is he's got a spear gun in his hand. He's catching his dinner. He's preparing the dinner. That guy's got 10 different hobbies.
We were talking about you do deep dives. I'm on my Instagram reels or whatever, and I'm going through and I follow this guy that is literally out somewhere in Florida, and all he does is spearfish those lionfish, which are an invasive species down there.
I see this one lionfish under this rock where I catch these lobsters.
How big are they?
They're like, it's weird. Like, they're about like this big.
Okay.
Like, maybe they get much bigger. The one I see all the time is like this big.
They're pretty gnarly looking if you don't know. They have like spines on them. It looks like a prehistoric creature.
They're black and white. They've got these, they got these feathers or spines or whatever. It never seemed, but, everybody says they're just a complete menace to the water.
Really?
They eat all these.
Yeah, they kill all like the ecosystem and stuff.
Kill
They're
the
invasive.
ecosystem.
Yeah.
But but evidently they're very tasty. But I really don't have any interest.
You don't have any interest in the lionfish. We're with Baldy here at Radio Row, Spadoni and Shasky. We're continuing to monitor what's going on around the NBA. Trust me, we're here at Radio Row. It's the Super Bowl. I get it. But there is some stuff happening. There's things percolating in the NBA. Jarrett Jackson Jr. yesterday getting traded from Memphis, Baldy, to the Utah Jazz. Danny Ainge doing his thing. Could Draymond Green be going outward? He sounded very dejected and kind of somber last night after the Warriors lost to the Philadelphia 76ers. He's talked to Steve Kerr about the possibility that he does get traded. It is a possibility. Where does Giannis Antetokounmpo go? I promise. Anything breaks, we will break it down right here. But we're talking to Baldy. Anything you want to ask him, 888-957-9570. We're going to go out to the phone lines in just a second, Joe.
No, we're going to go out there. The substation, it's not going away. The conversation for the 49ers near the practice field. Have you heard from any of the players?
I haven't. I have not. But every, like the
I didn't mean to throw you out there like that. I didn't mean that.
No, like I've seen the visual of it.
Yeah.
And I have no idea. I don't.
None of us do. Yeah.
I really don't know if that has any effect at all. But when Fred Warner gets hurt, like it does make you think what else is out there, what is happening, because Fred never got hurt. Never got hurt in high school, never got hurt in college, BYU, never hurt with the 49ers, and then to see him, the ankle go this year, like you think like there's some voodoo doll out there.
Well, Jed York was asked about it, I believe, on Up and Adams, Kay Adams over at FanDuel over in the corner, owner of the 49ers.
Listen to this sound.
You guys have it? You got boys in the back? You guys have it? Go do it if you can. Now, put them on the spot. Let me know when you guys got it. 888-957-9570. In the meantime, let's go out to the phone lines. Do we have Dave in Fremont still? Dave in Fremont has a question for Brian Baldinger.
Okay.
What's up, Davey?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on? How cool is this? You guys are at Radio Row. You're about to see the Super Bowl. You got Brian Baldinger talking football and Warriors. That's what it's all about. One question for Brian Baldinger. As a 49er fan, let's just say you're the GM. Who's the one guy that you would go out there to try to get on the free agent market or trade market?
I love this question.
I'll take my answer off the air. Love y'all. Have a good day.
There he goes.
I don't have the list of free agents out there, like who I would go after. So it's kind of.
I'll ask you a better question.
But look, if Jalen Phillips was available, I'd be interested.
All right, I'll ask you a better question. Let's go right down the list. You're running your own franchise, all right, Brian Baldinger. Jeff Bezos comes to you. He says, "Hey, I just bought Team X. We're starting from scratch."
Should be the Seahawks.
Okay. Who are you hiring to run your team as a GM? You can go anywhere in the league.
I'd probably go Andy Weidel.
Andy Weidel.
Yeah, from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
I've known him since he came out of Villanova as a player.
Okay.
He's from Pittsburgh. I'm from Pittsburgh. But I've seen him go from New Orleans to Baltimore to Philadelphia, win championships in Baltimore, in Philadelphia. He's in Pittsburgh right now. Like, I just trust that guy's knowledge of the game, I saw him at the Senior Bowl this year. I know his work ethic. I know how he can put a staff together. Like, I would be interested in Andy Weidel.
Okay, and then who would you hire as a head coach?
If I could hire a head coach right now.
Kurt Cignetti. No.
I would be interested in Kurt.
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten more looks in the NFL.
I am too.
Yeah.
Like, he was there. He was in New Orleans.
Well,
he was in New Orleans when Andy Weidel was there. Jimmy Hassel was there. Like, they had a good. Mike McCarthy was there. Kurt was right there. Like, he was. He's a Pittsburgh guy. Like, I would be interested in Kurt.
It sounded it's more on his end that he just doesn't have the passion to join the NFL. I think teams would have been interested. I mean, the Raiders on line one, pairing him with Mendoza again. They obviously going with Clint Kubiak. But yeah, I was surprised with that too. I just got some of the list of the free agents right here, Baldy. If you want to hear some of the names, obviously the big ones: Trey Hendrickson, obviously up there in age. George Pickens is an interesting one. I have had Niner fans hit me up and say, why not go get George Pickens? We're talking about guys that have a lot of talent, but, there's a lot that comes with George Pickens, obviously.
It does seem to be that. There's a game where he just went to sleep, but obviously the talent is out. I remember one time I was out at Latrobe one summer, and just a couple years ago, and he made a catch that literally, like, it's training camp, right? So it's just training camp. But he made a catch in training camp. Like, the entire place buzzed for the rest of the day. Like, it just caught everybody's eye how he did it.
All right, so now I'm thinking, because I love the woulda, coulda, shouldas. When I think of Aldon Smith, like, I really thought he could have been a 200-sack guy.
Yep.
Like, that's how good I thought he was. He was amazing. Who's the guy, for whatever reason, you watched him on film and you're like, this might be one of the greatest players I've ever seen, but it didn't materialize for his career? The biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda for Brian Baldinger.
Gosh, that's I was just like Javon Curse came to my mind.
Wow,
he had a career,
but not what it could have been.
Yeah, but he looked like just the ultimate freak.
Yeah,
and he liked to play the game. Like that guy, you would think, okay, like Myles Garrett, like he could break Bruce Smith's record. But he's going to have to play till he's 35 or 36.
Yeah.
But he's closing, 200 sacks. I just don't know if he wants to play that long.
Yeah.
Like I asked him that this summer. But Myles Garrett, he could be that guy to break 200 sacks.
Josh Gordon comes to mind.
Yes.
Guys like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all the ability in the world.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Josh. I remember when he was in Cleveland, and I remember. Philadelphia was playing him in a preseason game, and Sheldon Brown was a corner for the Eagles, and he was telling me, like, this guy is uncoverable. Just size, strength, hands. Like, they didn't have a pair of gloves big enough to fit his hands.
No way.
They were that big.
Oh, my
God.
God.
He couldn't tie the glove at the top because his hands were that big.
Wow.
He has to wear those goalie gloves. Shout out the World Cup as I'm wearing my 1992 World. You like this, Baldy? The 92 World Cup jersey? There you go. The denim. It was back in the day. I wasn't even alive for this last World Cup.
Yeah,
Lexi
I'm a big
Lawless,
World Cup fan.
Are you?
Yeah,
you
I've been to 6 of them.
Here?
I've been to 6 of them.
Really?
I was in France. I was in Germany.
Wow.
I was in Brazil. Yeah,
It's a big deal. Yeah.
No, it's it is the United States. Like I've been to a bunch of World Cups around the world. I remember being on a train from Rome to Marseille
to
see Brazil play Norway in a World Cup game, and being on the train with these. I mean, just like the entire Brazilian band coming up there.
I mean, we're so blessed here in the Bay. We're so freaking excited. Obviously, we got the Super Bowl Levi's Stadium this Sunday, and then we got some Levi's action. We got World Cup coming, and if Team USA wins their group, they're going to be hosting at Levi's Stadium here in Santa Clara. So we can't freaking wait for that.
Yep.
But I do want to ask you, more about the structure of this team, offensive line. It's something that Kyle Shanahan has literally been on record saying he doesn't target offensive linemen early in the draft. Like, that's his philosophy.
No, it's last one, Dominic Pooney. He was a third-round pick. And he's been they hit on him. They struck gold on it. But at some point, Trent Williams is going to go back to Texas for good, and end this thing. I don't know when it's going to happen, but he's adjusted his style of play to be able to handle the elite guys out there right now.
Is that his fatal flaw? I'm talking about Shanahan. Everyone's got strengths and weaknesses.
Achilles heel, maybe?
Yeah, is that the thing that's one of his biggest negatives, is maybe his philosophy regarding the investment on the offensive line? Or do you think it's maybe something else?
I don't know if he has an Achilles heel. I mean, he's gotten there to the right to the dance, with a chance to win in different places. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck to get over the hump.
Sure.
I mean, Andy Reid got to 5 championship games in Philadelphia. He won Super Bowl. And in the Super Bowl, Donovan didn't play great, and they lost. But then, he had the quarterback who was the best player in the league, and he got him over the hump, and he made him Andy Reid these days. So sometimes you need a little bit of luck. You just need that one particular player.
You still think Pat's the best player in the league?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that gives nobody that competes and can make the plays that he makes on a consistent basis like he has over the years.
God, he's so good.
We had Stu Gotts, Fox Sports Radio, on yesterday, and Shasky asked him, he's like, hey, 1 minute, drive for your life. Who do you want? And he's like, Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes. And I was like, yeah, it might be Patrick Mahomes. Because the talent.
They're in the same conversation.
They're in the same, it's insane. And how old is he? Is he 30? Like, he's still got.
He's going to have 2 Hall of Fame careers.
He's going to have 2 of them probably.
Yeah.
Well, that's what everyone's like. Not that we're sleeping on the Kansas City Chiefs, but God, I see these mock drafts, and I know your boy Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, very well, former scout. He had Reuben Bain going to the Chiefs potentially in the top 10. I was like, oh my God, just the rich get rich.
I went down to Cam Ward's pro day this year at Miami.
Yeah.
And, we spent the day with him, and he's really a great guy, and I think Robert's going to have – I think they'll have success.
I like him a lot.
I do. I mean, we need great young quarterbacks, and I think he's going to be that guy.
Miami wins the title if he was the quarterback this year, for sure.
But I did meet Mario Cristobal down there. And he asked me to come to his spring ball practice the next day. I said, I'd love to come. Like, I haven't seen any team at any level practice the way Mario Cristobal practices. But you brought up Reuben Bain.
Yeah.
And he's being coached by Jason Taylor.
I know.
And you think when you watch Jason Taylor coach, you watch him coach, you think he could still play.
Really?
He looks that good. He looks that good, and he's that active. And you watch these guys train, like that's the way Parcells trained, Lawrence Taylor. Like the kid is like, there's no NFL practice that he's going to go to that he hasn't worked harder at Miami.
God, I mean, Jason Taylor was so tall and so strong, and his ability to bend. I mean, I know he had the neck injuries, he had the spleen injury. I mean, he had so many devastating injuries. He was unbelievable for 15 years.
Yeah, but his love and passion for the game and the way that he teaches right now, and the way that they're able to coach him at Miami, they coach him really, really hard. Like, it was the reason why they got all the way to the final game.
God, how does this team, Baldy, like, we keep talking about it, we keep asking the question. Every single guest we've had on this week and all week, Chassie's been asking, it's been 31 years since the Niners have won a Super Bowl. What's the number one reason why they haven't? And depending on the fan base, they might get offended by it. Florio, we had Mike Florio, he's a Vikings fan. He's like, I'm offended by the question. We had Jets fans, Stu Kotz, he's like, we would kill for the success the Niners have had the last 31 years. But ultimately, they just need to get over the hump. And we had this conversation last week, too, and I was just like, sometimes you just run into a team that just is better than you. Sometimes. And those Chiefs teams, they're just better. That Ravens team was just better in those Super Bowls. And it sucks to say that, but that was the reality. They made the playoffs this past year when they probably shouldn't have under normal circumstances, but they did. How do you come back this next season and try to not one-up that, because every season is its own thing. They can win 10 games next year. How do you build off this past season with all the injuries?
Well, you build off the fact that young guys stepped up. Mac Jones stepped up. Guys stepped up. Christian got healthy again. You go in there knowing that you're a winning organization. You're in a tough division, all right? And you always are trying to build your team to win the division. So if you look at Seattle right now, and you look at the Rams, you're looking at great young players in both organizations. But the Rams, they found a backup right tackle. They found a backup left tackle where the quarterback could still thrive. You look at the talent that they have on defense, and you look at all the young guys they've drafted on the defensive line. They've drafted a completely young defensive line. They're all 25 years or younger, and they all could play.
Yeah.
They've struck in all these players.
I'm looking at the Niners, and in my mind, I can make an argument for guard, center guard, tackle. I can make an argument for wide receiver, running back. I mean, I'm in love with Jeremiah Love. Linebacker, as just in general, edge rusher, safety. How would you rank priority in this draft? Obviously, you want to go best player available, but is it edge first for you, for the Niners, in terms of need?
Well, and look, you could go edge, or you could go if Christian Gonzalez was out there in this draft, you have to take the best stud player that is a star in your defense. He's a star player. Like Christian Gonzalez is a star player for the Patriots.
Yeah.
He does everything well. And you think about him out there in the corner at 6'2", the way that he can tackle, the way that he can cover, how smooth and graceful he is at the way that he plays the position, knowing that that's a real issue out there. But, you could look at Seattle, look at Nick Emanwari and what he can do.
What
and
a
how
great
he
second-round pick.
Unbelievable second-round pick.
But I guess, Baldy, I get frustrated because I like Michael. It's a solid pick. You're talking about stars. And when you're at 11, that's what you're looking for. And so, you can make the argument, oh, God, Tyler Warren went right after, and all these other guys. it's going to be really hard for him to live up to that 11th overall billing. And fair or not, you get that draft kind of.
Pearsall's the same way. First round, you get that you're a victim of your draft status almost.
Kinlaw never lived up to it, and it wasn't even close.
No, not even close. Look, these guys have to come back from their injuries, and we'll just see. But when you start off injured, it never really. It's hard to overcome that. But Mikel's going to have a chance here. It's just unfortunate.
I'm not throwing him away. Did it sound like I was?
Absolutely not. No. But I mean, the Rams have drafted these guys, and all they do is play. Kobe Turner, like every one of these guys. Josiah Stewart. Byron Young. They all line up and play every single play.
If you're going to go splashy, and the Niners are going to move all the way up, I mean, would you move up for a running back? Would you move up for a safety? Or are those positions not as dire when you look at their outlook?
I don't think you have to do that. I mean, you just look at the guys here. You look at Kenneth Walker, you look at Ramondre, you look at, Travion. Like, none of these guys are top of the draft guys. No. And you look at what happened last year, the top of the draft and running back position. I mean, was that the right pick? To go Boise State if you're the Raiders. I mean, I know it's the Raiders and you got to give them another year, but I don't think you have to do that at the running back position. I think you can find good guys.
Well, Shanahan's just struggled with it, quite frankly. No, Ty Davis Price, he's whiffed on, and multiple times. Trey Sermon, he just goes on and on and on. He keeps trying to. Hell, the guy that got his first snaps, who was my guy, Jordan James. Yeah. Like, he hadn't played all season, and then you put him in his first ever game. Basically, he's in the playoffs, Baldy. Yeah. Pretty insane.
It was a little bit. Well, I mean, injuries will do that to you, though.
Yeah, but see, to me, like, when you're running a team, you have to have hey, how do we win this game? But also, I'm looking weeks down the line, and I want to incorporate a guy here, a guy there, so that come week 14, if something happens, he's had a couple touches. Yeah. Jordan Watkins got no run. Jordan James got no run. And then, hey, it's emergency break glass. Go give me a carry with the season on the line. I think that's a real tall task for some of these young guys.
But, but I don't know what Kyle's deal is with Christian McCaffrey. Like, he had 450 touches. Like, it's too many.
I agree. It's
just too many. And so at some point in these games, like, take him out of the game and just save him.
You have to be committed to that early in the year, though, right?
I agree. Like, you just like, I'm be interested to see what happens to him next year.
Yeah. What would you do? Like, if you're going into this offseason, like, how are you viewing Christian if you're running the team, Baldy, going into this year?
Well, the last time he did this, he had 50 carries the next year. Like, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Obviously he's a guy that trains year round and loves, like, preparing for the next year. But those Achilles, inflammation of the Achilles, whatever it was, like, it was a real factor, and he was a non-factor. But I think the running backs, unless you're Emmitt Smith, like, these carries add up, and they take away from your career. Like, they lessen it, and it'd be good if you had a little bit of a committee there in some of these games where you've got things in control.
Brian Baldinger here with us, Spadoni and Shasky Morning Roast, live at Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Let's go out to the phones. Richie Rich is in Livermore. What's up, Rich?
My buddy.
What's your question for Baldy?
What's up with my fellas? Good morning, man. This is cool, Baldy. This is pretty great.
All right,
I got
Rich.
this question for you guys. Let me get to it. So, I feel like the dominant Niners that we all know has always had a dominant big receiver, right? Clark, Jerry Rice, T.O. I feel like we've yet to have that. So this is my question. I get with Brock Purdy's injury history, you want to keep Mac Jones for a backup, but I feel like scared money don't make money. Okay. So if you have an opportunity to flip Mac Jones for a big name receiver, do you do it? Because I personally feel like even Ayuk was not a true number one. Under Shanahan's scheme, okay. But we've yet to have that big separating receiver that can run routes and go get the ball. So do you make that trade? If you have opportunity, do you dump Mac Jones and you go get someone, whether it's whether it's Metcalf or Pickens? I get it, the drama receiver. But if you have a chance to make this trade, do you make it happen?
Do you think Pittsburgh would trade Metcalf for Mac Jones? Like, I just don't see. Thanks, if you're talking about those type of players, like, I don't know who you could trade him for. I mean, Mike Evans is you're not going to do that for Mike Evans, and Tampa's not going to trade Mike Evans.
How about Jordan Addison in Minnesota?
Jordan Addison, is Justin Jefferson available?
Okay. You'd want to go up one up.
Yeah, I would go. I mean, if you're going to make a trade for a wide receiver, Justin Jefferson is I'm saying that anybody in Minnesota.
You're going hypothetical.
It's just hypothetical. But, I mean, is that contract choking the Vikings right now to build this team correctly? I don't believe it is. But, Jordan Addison is a very good player. I think he's a great route runner, and maybe he gets smothered a little bit by Justin Jefferson, and so maybe you don't need 2 number ones, and maybe that's but I don't see Minnesota doing that.
I know he's not the sexiest of names, but we saw this guy Monday night in Indianapolis, and I watched him all season, and he's a free agent, is Alec Pierce. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's big, he's got speed. It's not Justin Jefferson. I don't know what he's going to command. Maybe since it's a down kind of wide receiver market, maybe he'll get a lot.
Mm-hmm. They got Pittman.
Is that a name right there that you'd be?
I'd be interested in Alec Pierce.
Okay.
But is that a big upgrade? Like if you lose Jawan Jennings because you can't pay him, can you bring in Alec Pierce? There's a possibility there.
Okay. 888-957-9570. What's up, John?
I know we're going to go injury report. Yeah. On the other side, I want to ask you, have we learned anything from Vrabel in year 1 and Mike McDonald getting here? What has the league as a whole learned, and what have you learned, Baldy, about team building on these? I want to talk about these 2 teams that got here because I know you have a lot of thoughts.
Plus, we're going to play some very interesting sound from last night. Draymond Green, after the Warriors lost against the Philadelphia 76ers, about the possibility of being traded. The NBA trade deadline is tomorrow. We are on Giannis watch. We have been on Giannis watch, quite frankly, for like 5 years, it feels like. But it's officially or unofficially coming to a head potentially tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Plus, on the other side, you got my guy, Rich Gannon, MVP.
Let's go.
Raider legend.
Yes.
On the other side. We got Super Bowl MVP, Terrell Davis on the other side. Oh, my God, I can't wait. We got Baldy. But first, injury report. Oh, the Winter Olympics can't come soon enough for the San Jose Sharks, who placed forward Ryan Reeves on the injured reserve list with an upper body injury. The injury is not considered serious for Reeves, but it does open up a chance for newly acquired Shark Kiefer Sherwood to make his debut against the Colorado Avalanche tonight. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's Baldy, Rich Gannon, Terrell Davis, Draymond Green sound, all of it here, live from Radio Row, Moscone Center on 95.7 The Game.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Now through February 16th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's President's Day sale. Monumental savings on every floor. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
All right, my refrigerator went down, so I had to get all new groceries. So I went to the grocery store yesterday, and guess what? I picked up Daisy Dips. Yep, I went right down the aisle. I got myself some French onion Daisy Dips, and then my little guy wanted me to get the Daisy Dips ranch dip, so I did that as well. Bag of chips, we went home. I got the veggies chopped up, little carrots, little celery. Next thing you know, we are eating Daisy Dips with chips, wings, and veggies at the house, and all was good. And here's why I love it. My wife wasn't too mad at me because it's great tasting, it's delicious, and it's made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. There's nothing better than Daisy Dips. So go to your local grocery store right now. Do what I did. Get yourself ready for this big game this weekend. Get yourself some Daisy Dips. Get the French onion dip, get the Daisy Dip ranch dip, and tell them Shasky sent you. Daisy Dips, baby.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 3226.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. The big game is Sunday, and it's going down at Bay Street, Emeryville. and you already know this is where you want to be. Pre-game kicks off at 2 p.m., TV's on the terrace, a massive plaza screen, and food everywhere. Pizzas, burgers, hand rolls, you name it. The energy will be unreal. The crowd is always hyped. Bay Street knows how to throw a party, and did you know Bay Street is bartable too? Get all the details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center. Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
You're damn right, baby. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We have Brian Baldinger in with us for one more hour, courtesy of Unlock Home Equity Solutions. Plus, we got the NBA trade deadline tomorrow. We're right about to get into what Draymond Green had to say after last night's game, because it's the talk of the Bay right now. Could Draymond Green, Warriors legend, statue guy, four-time champion, DPOY, could his Golden State Warrior career be coming to an end tomorrow? We'll get into that. Plus, former MVP, Rich Gannon, going to be joining us this hour. Super Bowl MVP, Hall of Famer, Terrell Davis, going to be joining us as well. And our own Hall of Famer here. I mean, he should get into the NFL Hall of Fame for what he's done as a contributor. It's Brian freaking Baldinger, baby. What's up, Baldy?
Well, it's great to be with you guys live here, face to face. Radio Row Media Center. It's been every year this is like the rights of the Super Bowl. Like, this is the finish line. It's always great to be here.
No, I just love how relaxed you are. You're just such in your element when it comes to all this stuff. All the radio hits you do. I just look at all these, like, you've been on all these shows. You've been in all the Odyssey stuff. You've been all around. Yeah. You know all these people personally. So I'm sure when you walk around here, you might be the biggest celebrity. Hell, Chesky, you were interviewing Fred Warner yesterday, all-pro, future Hall of Famer, and you were telling me people didn't even recognize him.
People had no idea who he was. My mom kept saying, God, he's so handsome. My mom must have said that about Fred Warner 10 times. She goes, he's so nice, but man, is he so handsome. He's honest to God, and like you talked about Steph Curry earlier in the show. There are certain individuals who really are what they portray themselves to be, and you get a glimpse of seeing them. You're not with them every minute of every day, and you're like, no, they really are that genuine, and they are that good. Fred Warner is legitimately like grade A human being. Forget being a ball player. Just a great dude.
Listen, that commercial that he's doing with Puka right now.
It's so good.
Like, it doesn't even look like there's a script. Like, those guys are just hanging out, just cutting each other up right there. Like, it is so, like, I feel like Fred could be a pitch man. I don't know if he could be Peyton Manning pitch good. I feel like Fred could pitch anything.
I have this game that I've played with the boys where, like, let's say a quest to save the world. Like, if I was going to assemble the Avengers, right? Like, in this one of these, like, Haloti Nadi has to be on there. Nada, excuse me, has to be on there. Is one of the individuals, like, I need him with a spear. I don't know why. I'm just thinking he's got to have a spear. Who else? Like, Fred's got to be on that journey.
No, Fred's amazing.
He's like Captain America.
Yeah, but he's just so without ever trying to be on. Like, his natural personality is always on.
100%. It's a great way of putting it.
Yeah. Like, I remember one time when the San Francisco was opening up in Pittsburgh, like maybe 4 years ago. And I was down in the field. I was kind of doing my thing before the game. And somebody comes running.
Najee.
And it's like he just puts this chokehold on me, and it's Fred. It's before the game. Like, he's just... and I was like, if Fred shows up, like, you don't have any time to warm up. Like, it's Fred, so you just, like, go right into it with them. Like, it's just something about that guy, man, that, you wish athletes just had that persona about them.
100%.
Like, they would be so much better.
So I'm looking at these two teams, and I do want to ask you about the game itself, because obviously this is the marquee moment. What did you learn about the NFL this year with the New England Patriots and Mike Vrabel and a young Drake May making it on one end, and the Seattle Seahawks with Sam Darnold, the Reclamation Project, doing it in another location, and that elite defense and that young defensive coordinator who's now running that team with John Schneider, who's done it now over multiple decades. What did you learn about team building from seeing these two teams represent the AFC and NFC?
Coaching is the most important thing. And then B, the most important thing is coaching. You talk about talent and all that stuff. Coaching is the most important thing. And then organization structure. Elliott Wolf, Vrabel, Robert Kraft at the very top. Hall of Fame, Robert Kraft.
We'll get into that.
That's a little bit nonsense. But, and then if you go to Seattle with John Schneider, just at the very, very top, with Mike McDonald, really, really smart. But then how you fill that team in. Sam Darnold, huge piece. Clint Kubiak, huge piece. Drafting Nick Emenwari, who blew up the combine last year, but you got him. Like, anybody else could have had him for the first 40 picks, whatever it was, could have had him, but they got him. They saw it, and they saw, like, that was going to be their Kyle Hamilton from what Mike had in Baltimore. Like, they just know how to build this thing. They have this vision.
You know, structure and stability in all sports, right? But especially in the NFL. I mean, how Baldy, I'm a Raider fan. Yeah. I know all about the opposite of structure and stability.
Yes,
unfortunately,
yes.
Whether you're moving to a new state, whether it's the ownership, whether it's the head coach, general manager, the quarterback, whiffing on Jamarcus Russell. Like, hell, we're going to have Rich Gannon on at some point. He is the best quarterback of my lifetime in Baldy. That was over 20 years ago.
I know.
20 freaking years ago. So it's so important now more than ever to have the proper structure around all these guys. That's why I look at Sam Darnold, a perfect case study. And I'm bringing it back to the Golden State Warriors here for a second because obviously we got the trade deadline tomorrow. And the Warriors have been one of the model organizations since Joe Lacob, the owner, has taken over as majority owner of the team. You think of Steve Kerr, the hire at the time, was not really out of left field, but he had no head coaching experience. Paid off huge for championships. Thank you. You know, Stephen Curry, all-timer. Klay Thompson, all-timer. And now Draymond Green, we're kind of seeing the last dwindles of this dynasty coming to an end. And last night, Carter, I want you to play this sound. You can think of it as a fan of multiple teams, and for me, if you're a Warriors fan, it's just humbling. Let's start here with Draymond saying it became real, talking about trade talks when he spoke to the head coach, Steve Kerr.
That's when it got real for me. It's like, oh, maybe I should be a little more worried about this than I am. I didn't get worried about it, but I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's interesting. He was like, how you doing? Like, I'm good, coach. You know, I know all these trade rumors and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then he's like, how's Hazel handling it? And that's when it got real to me. I was like, I haven't spoke to her about it. It's not something we've spoke about. That's when it got real to me. So today on the way to the game, I spoke to my son about it. I was like, yo, what if I get traded? It's like, well, why would they trade you? It's like, it's just a business. I've never been traded, but it can happen to anybody. And he was like, oh, I just don't understand why they would do that.
Baldy, what would be your advice if Draymond reached out to you right now?
I would tell him to be prepared for that to happen. Be prepared. Mentally be prepared. As much as you can. Yeah, you don't know how to really prepare yourself. You got your family, you got your son. You know, those are most important things to you. But I would say it's like, it's not a divorce. It's not a divorce like, you know, people want to talk about a divorce. It's not that, because there's no contention on either side.
There's no ill will.
There's no ill will. Like they have they've had moments where it was kind of crazy, but that was kind of the entertainment and some of the fun. The suspensions and kicked out of games and all that kind of stuff was all part of it. But, you know, that was all him just trying to maintain an edge. Yeah. You know, it's a long season. It's about the postseason if you're a Warrior fan. 82 games regular season. Let's get through it. Let's just keep it charged. Let's just keep that phone charger plugged in here. Keep us juiced. That's all that was. But, you know, this is like, he's talking like this is reality.
How many, I mean, you've probably been thousands of games where you walk the field.
Yeah.
How often does, like, hey, I don't know what's going on, and, you know, my future's up in the air, and, like, how often does that come up just in small talk with you, and you're not, like, the best friends of everyone?
Yeah.
I mean, is that common occurrence?
I remember one time I was at a playoff game. It was the New Orleans Saints and the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Eagles lost the game to Sean Payton and the Saints.
Alshon Jeffrey had a chance to make it the game,
exactly. And so there was opportunities. And I remember watching Jason Kelce. And this is people were talking about it, whispering about this might be the end. And I remember I just stayed there because I was doing the post-game stuff, whatever. And I saw Jason Kelce stay on the field, and he was just kind of walking the field. And I was just put my brain inside his, going, does he think this is the last time he's going to play a game? Now, it wasn't. He ended up playing, you know, quite a few more years, 3 more years or so. But, like, players, think about that. I used to do that at the end of the season, last game, playoff, regular season, whatever. Just come out of the locker room and just take a look around and go, if this is where it's at. If this is the end, then I got to make sure I keep this in perspective. Like, this is just a game. It was just a part of my life. It's not all of it. Like, you just try to put it in some level of perspective.
What's the more difficult thing to come to grips with? Your body telling you no, or the team's telling you no, you're done?
No, that's a great question, Joe. I would say you always lie about your own body.
Of course.
Like, you're not the same, okay? Like, you don't recover the same. We're going to have Terrell Davis on, and he had to go through that, that mortality part of it. But I guess the reality is when the team is saying it's time. I guess that's the hardest part.
Gosh, I always say that. You have that thing, you said, play as long as you can, then play 2 more years.
Yeah.
I usually tell all the kids, you want to play till they rip the jersey off your corpse. And the sad part is I think a lot of people think that they can, I've got other things, I've got other interests, and nothing prepares you for the juice like playing ball.
No, nothing. And so, some guys really struggle at the end. I was fortunate. It took me about a year to kind of figure things out, and then I was on a new path, and it was good for me, and it was healthy. But I've known a lot of guys that really struggled because they never found that next thing.
Well, Tom Brady has been talking about that, obviously a broadcaster now, minority owner at the Raiders, but he says, like, it wasn't even the games that he misses at this point. It's the practices. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what he was saying. Is like the games felt like the game is the game, whatever, you do his normal stuff, but it was the camaraderie and every week getting ready with the boys, all that, just tossing the ball around. Yeah. Did you kind of feel the same way?
Yeah, I did. And I see some of the old guys, and we always thought we played in the best era. Like I told you guys before, we used to have an all-season basketball team in Dallas, and we had a barnstorming tour against the Redskins.
No way.
And we 12 Cowboys had Too Tall Jones, Tony Dorsett, and a yellow school bus. We picked up 12 Redskins and his yellow school bus at DFW Airport. And we went out to Lubbock, and we played a game in Lubbock, and then, we played 6 games. We played the warm-up game between the San Antonio Spurs, down in San Antonio. And the people left after our game. Like, the fans all left San Antonio. They wanted to see us. But, like, you can't do that stuff anymore.
No, you can't do it. I didn't even want these guys running around on the field downstairs, for the Pro Bowl, quite frankly. That brings me to something that's a hot topic on this show. I'm old school.
Okay.
I like the old school venues. I just went up to Seattle for that playoff game, and I said, my God, that's a 15 out of 10 stadium. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah.
No, it's an incredible stadium.
It is.
The only negative might be the turf, which I'm sure they have their reasons why. It is an unbelievable experience. It's outdoors. It's in the elements. Mm-hmm. You get the sound. I mean, it's what football was meant to be. You referenced the Washington football team. They're going to build a new stadium. It's going to be a dome. As a football diehard, a lifer, it breaks my heart that they're building these domes in these cold weather cities, because it's taking away the essence of what makes the Bills the Bills. Mm-hmm. The skins, whoever it is. For you, though, Baldy, the diehard lifer, what's your thoughts on this whole domed stadium thing that's going on?
I don't like it. I grew up, being working as a vendor for the Minnesota Vikings at Metropolitan Stadium. Being out there in the elements, playing through the elements.
Get that mic on, Rich Cannon. Let's go.
Get a real Viking in here, man. Understands the history. Yeah. Bill Brown. Yeah, but Tommy Osborne. Fran Tarkenton. I was a vendor, Rich.
Until what year?
So I was a vendor for the Vikings in 75.
And when did you move out of Minnesota?
I moved out of Minnesota in 75 to Long Island.
Wrong way, Marshall.
I lived in Minnesota. I lived in Apple Valley.
The best.
Lived in Apple Valley from 1970 to 75.
Wow.
Think about those teams.
Yeah. I mean, I could tell you, it's funny, Rich. Like, I could tell you, Carl Eller, Alan Page, Gary Larson. Like, I could tell you the whole starting lineup, of both sides. Chuck Foreman, Armin Gilliam. Like, I just remember all of them.
They were the Buffalo Bills of their era. In other words, you think about the Bills going to 4 straight Super Bowls and never winning one. That was the Minnesota Vikings. They were a dominant team. But then, of course, they faced the Steelers and the Raiders.
There you go.
Other dominant teams.
I was on the field, Rich, for the Dallas game for the Hail Mary.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Drew Pearson.
Drew
Baldy,
Pearson.
I never knew that. All these years I've known you, I've never known that.
Oh, yeah. I have a history, Rich.
I'm wondering where your snorkel is.
Well, he was just talking about that.
Just put it away, man.
That's the voice of Rich Gannon.
He's the best.
Joining us now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, former Raiders quarterback, MVP, my favorite quarterback of all time. I'm a huge Raider fan, Rich. This is
You don't know. He's going to lose his mind.
I literally
right now.
just said last week, because we had all these different guests. We had Baldy, we had everyone. And then my guy Steiny, he's like, who are you most excited to talk to? I was like, dude, Rich Gannon. I get to talk to this guy up close and personal. So this is really a dream come true for me.
Thanks for having me.
You're literally my favorite quarterback of all time. And
we got a couple good ones. We got a couple good ones in this game. I'm telling you.
Oh no, absolutely! I thought you were going to say Mendoza coming up here. I hope he's going to be the next Rich Gannon.
I'm going to see him on Friday. I want to try and welcome him to the Raiders.
Let's go, baby! Let's go.
Do you like him, Rich?
I do. In fairness, I have not really taken the time to go back and watch all the. I will do that. But there's a lot to like there. He's got a lot of the qualities and characteristics you like at that position. But, you got to look at the offense. A lot of RPOs, a lot of
nobody calls a play anymore in college. Rich. They look to the sideline.
It's like this.
Yeah.
In fact, Gruden, I was walking back to my hotel yesterday. Gruden got me. He started making me call the cadence.
Yeah.
But it's a different. I think that it's a challenge to get these young quarterbacks up to speed, as you know, with the communication and the terminology and the verbiage. And then for the 5th straight year, think about this for just a second. For the 5th straight year, we've had the first overall pick, a quarterback, get drafted, and either in the middle of the season or after his first season, then fire the head coach.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Cam Ward just happened to this again this year. I mean, it happens to every guy.
I was just telling him, Rich, we had great success with Mike Vrabel, Mike McDonald, right, very early. But I'm like, the structure and the organization and the building, Rich.
John Schneider,
Robert Kraft, right? Just, Elliot Wolf there. Like, like they have, they know what they're doing. And they know how to build it. And so the vision that these coaches have, it gets easier. It's never easy. But to build the vision, the type of player, the accountability, Josh McDaniels in place, Doug Marrone in place, like there's things in place where these guys Drake can thrive.
Hey, you know what's crazy though is when you think about it, there's 32 teams, right? And we have so much dysfunction in our game right now. 10 coaches were either fired or stepped aside.
Crazy.
10. There's been like 45 in 6 seasons. And so you have to ask yourself, why is that happening? And there's a lot of reasons for it. But I think, you talked about the building not being right. You got a young coach that comes in, he gets 6-7 months or a year or year and a half, and they fire him. And you don't have the quarterback room right. I'll tell you, the quickest way to get fired in this business, it's easy. Just don't have your quarterback room right. That's that simple because you'll be out.
Well, I want to get into the quarterback development. I asked Baldy the same question. NIL, guys are leaving all over the place. I see it every week in high school football and in college football. What are we doing wrong at the lower levels to prepare people to be ready for I know the league has its own issues. I'm not denying that. But what are you seeing that maybe is not being done at the youth levels? Because I feel like guys understand X's and O's maybe better now at a high school and college level. It just doesn't feel like it's translating.
I don't know if we have enough time in this segment, but I'll maybe just hit on a couple things. I think the game's changed, right? I think in high school I threw the ball like 14 or 16 times a game. These kids are in the gun now. They throw like 40 times a game.
Passing camps.
They're not under center, right? So when you're not under center, that compromises your footwork. It compromises what you can do in the running game. You talk to any running back, they don't want to be offset, behind the quarterback.
Point of entry back.
Yeah, they want to be able to see it. They want to be at their heels at 7. They want to be able to come downhill, see that backside A-gap cut. So there's a lot of things. And then the training part of it. Like, I talked to a lot of college coaches and say, we don't have the time. I said, what do you mean no time? So it's easier for me just to call the play, look at the front, see the adjustment, and then give them another play, and everybody just to look over, and there's no communication. So then when you get into the NFL, all of a sudden somebody says to you, hey, you got zebra personnel in the game, you got exploded double wing right, zebra left, 2 jet flanker, drive halfback corner, kill the 358X sluggo Z seam. Hey, be alert for 300 jet if you get. Wait, what? So, and I think these kids can't even get out of their mouths.
Yeah.
And so we have a problem with that, and then we have problems with this. We get them in the system, and then we fire the head coach.
Yeah.
And then after the first year, it's like, hey, this is what you learned. It's like going to high school, and we'll have you Spanish in year 1.
Yeah.
And the next year we'll give you German. And then the following year, you can't do it.
Yeah.
No, it's a great point. And I'm glad you brought up Gruden yesterday because there's that famous clip of John Gruden and Chris Sims back in Tampa.
It's the best.
He's trying to do the play. He's like, all right, Chris, this is the play, read it back to me, and he fumbles it 3 or 4 times in a row.
That's hard.
Well, then you got Trent Williams in the huddle. You know what I mean? Just hypothetically, this guy's looking like, oh, this kid he's done.
Baldy will tell you. I remember when I was 21 years old my first year in the league with the Minnesota Vikings.
Wow.
And I'll never forget. It was a mini camp. I was like scared to death. I got in the huddle and I looked up. I'm like, this guy's got a beard. It was Tim Irwin. I was like standing there. I'm like, this guy's got a beard. He's like 32 years old. He's got like 4 kids. And I'm like, I'm 21 years old. I'm like,
was John Randall lined up alongside of you too?
Right, Baldy, right? When you're a rookie, it's like you're looking around. You're like, wait a minute, that quarterback's like 38 years old.
Yeah. Rich Gannon joins us live in this Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Rich, obviously, 17-year NFL quarterback, Vikings, Commanders, Chiefs, but it's the Raiders, baby. All-Pro, MVP, Pro Bowler. You can hear him hosting on Sirius XM NFL Radio weekdays from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. to 2 Central, and 9 to noon Pacific.
Joe, this is your favorite player ever, right, for the Raiders. You got it. He can't stop with the tuck rule.
Well,
he just can't.
I mean,
but go anywhere
you
want.
ever forget that? I mean, come on. It's one of the biggest plays in the history of the NFL.
Everybody looks at it a little bit differently, and I'm sure Baldy would echo these comments. I look at it from our perspective. Like, what could we have done differently? We blocked 14 blasts the wrong way. Like, when the game is over, then we've got an offside run. Charlie Garner takes the wrong steps, and if he just takes the right footwork. I mean, Steve Wisniewski's pulling and kicking out. He may hit his head on the goalpost. I mean, so I look at what we did offense. You can always say like, oh, the rule and all this other stuff. And I talked to Brady at the Pro Bowl right after that happened, and I said to him, he didn't see the blitz, and then he sees at the last second he sees Woodson.
Charles.
And then he realizes, and then he tries to spin to his left to throw the hot route and realize it was a fire zone, a blitz zone. We were dropping that way, so then he pulls it back. And then that's when the whole thing happened. So, hey, it is what it is. Look, at the end of the day, it sent 2 organizations in opposite directions. I go back to Oakland, and John Gruden gets traded to Tampa, right? Which sends our organization in a tailspin, and they go on to win a bunch of Super Bowls. It's just incredible.
No, it's what if.
Yeah.
Right?
It's what if.
It's one of the all-time what if moments.
By the way, this guy right here, I got great respect for his body of work. He's a great player, but he's had a Hall of Fame career. Literally, as a broadcaster, as an analyst, he's one of the guys that I follow and I listen to, and I learn a lot from.
What we always say, like I grew up on Madden, summer on Madden. That helped birth my love of it through my dad and through my grandfather. Baldy is the modern Madden at what he does for the breakdowns.
He does it the right way, and he pays attention. He's out there. He's talking offensive line coaches. He's at training camp. He's talking to tackles. He's talking to defensive linemen. He's talking. I mean, he does the work. That's why I got respect for somebody. There's a lot of guys in our business in these chairs that don't always do the work, right?
Oh yeah.
And but they all have opinions. But I value his opinion.
What do you make, Rich, of Clint Kubiak, who's soon to be potentially the Raiders head coach?
I'm excited for him. I'm concerned for him because it's not the easiest place to go. There's not, they've been in Las Vegas for 6 years as a 6th coach. I mean, that tells you anything about. Got a lot of work to do. Baldy will tell you it was the worst offensive line in football last year. So you say to yourself, and John Spike, I mean, dude, that's the line you put out there with the first round pick at the running back position, Ashton Genty. So that wasn't good. The wide receiver position has to get better. You've got a quarterback you have to develop. I think Clint Kubiak, when you know his background and where he has been, with his dad, and I think he did it. You think about the job he did this year with Sam Darnold, that offense, but some of the calls he made in the championship game, like on second down, you think to yourself, they're going to run it. The Rams are playing a 9-man front. He throws the ball. He's not afraid to take calculated risk, which I like. But he's got a lot of look at the division. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, Bo Nix and Sean Payton. You got a lot of ground to make up in that division.
I remember one time, so most of the guys that follow Rich, they're pretty positive. Geno Smith came after me one day this year. They were playing Denver, and I was very hard. I was very hard on him and the team. And so Geno comes after me, and that doesn't happen often, but I'm not afraid to respond, right? So he comes after me. He's like, you don't know what we were doing. Like, how do you? So I go. So we go back and forth a little bit, right? And it's not contentious, but I'm just telling him where I'm coming from. he didn't finish the game. He was on one leg because his left guard had no idea what to do in some of these protections, Rich, and he's getting killed.
Yeah.
I'm like, if your left guard knew what he was doing, you probably wouldn't be. You probably would have finished the game, Jim. So then he was like, oh, I like your ball. I respect it. They don't change, but it does always start up front.
Yes.
Like Seattle did go get Grace Abel. They did go get Will Campbell and Jared Wilson. Like they went and improved some positions so the quarterbacks had a chance to be successful.
I just don't know how we talk about when you build a roster, you got to be strong down the middle, right? And you got to have a good offense line, good defense line. You look what they do in Philly. You look at all the teams that are having sustained success. And if you got a quarterback, like in fairness to Geno Smith, he didn't play well, but they didn't block well, and they couldn't run the ball, and it's just, and then the Chip Kelly thing, they hire Chip Kelly and they fire him, and just. Look, I like Pete Carroll, but he made some poor decisions, and this is a business that, there's consequences.
We diehard Niner fan. Jerry Rice is my guy.
I like this jacket.
You like that? I know.
Yeah,
I got to wear my city. I got to represent for my town.
I like that.
Jerry Rice, one of my favorite players of all time. Not a Raider fan. I'm a Niner fan. But we were rooting for Jerry. That's what we were. We were rooting for him. I'm going to go there. 274 in a row. Catches with, one game, a catch in every game.
Yeah.
What happened on those sidelines?
So two things. The minute Jerry walked in the building, our building got better.
Yeah.
The minute Jerry walked out to the practice field, I went, whoa.
40 years old.
And real quick story. John Gruden said to me, in a mini camp, he goes, hey, we might get Jerry Rice. And I said, what? He goes, yeah, we might be able to get Jerry Rice. He goes, I got to convince Al. Al doesn't want to do it. I was
my God.
I said, what? I said, he'd be the best player on our team, even at this age.
Yeah.
So we wind up getting him. Of course, everything got better.
Yeah.
But what happened? John wasn't there. It was Mark Trestman was the player.
Oh, yeah, Trestman.
But what happened was, honestly, I knew nothing about it. Like in the third quarter, all somebody had to say was, hey, Jerry hadn't gotten a ball. I would have thrown a hit. Like, it wasn't like, these aren't predetermined, like, hey, on this play, throw it to Jerry. Like, we have a system of football where we got to go. I had no idea. And Jerry's a type of player, a Hall of Famer, that never once came to me and said, hey, throw me the ball. Hey, I'm open. Like, that's just not who he was. Chris Carter, on the other hand, the worst.
Yeah.
But Jerry would never. Tim was. He would go to Fred Blitnikoff and say, hey,
complain a little.
And then Fred would come to me and say, but even Tim was smart. They had a channel. But Jerry never said a word. It wasn't until like a couple minutes left in the game, somebody said, hey, do you know Jerry doesn't have a catch? I'm like, wait, what? Like, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, you get so in the flow of the game. I would have called a timeout.
I remember, Rich, one time I was doing a 49er game, and Jerry was there, Bill Walsh, whatever. And if it was a defensive drill, Jerry had somebody throwing him a football the whole time. But then if there was the guy, it was probably a trainer or somebody, whatever, and he was busy, Jerry just threw the ball to himself.
I know.
He never stopped catching a ball. I'll never forget that. He never stopped catching a ball the entire day.
You know what he would do in between periods? He would run half gassers back and forth.
Yeah.
And what happened was none of the receivers did it. Even Tim Brown, it was like, And so now all of a sudden Tim Brown's like, well, I got to probably do this. But here's the other thing. You got all these young receivers like Jerry Porter and stuff between periods. Well, they all started doing it.
Jerry Porter, what a name.
And here's the other thing. You know this about Roger Craig, Jerry Rice. They'd catch a pass.
And go the whole distance.
Run all the way down the field and back.
Every time.
For conditioning, but also that's who they were. Marcus Allen, same way.
Yeah.
I mean, we all been around great players, but like there's something different about that.
But I always wonder why guys...
player that's ever lived, right? And he's down there doing... I just would have walked down if I was one of those receivers and said, Mr. Rice, can I just stand and watch? Or maybe jump in. Instead, they're sitting there, and you want
that still amazes me.
That's
Rich,
the epitome of greatness, but it also is the epitome of just ignorance. Like, you don't understand. Like, no, you can't block it. That's how smart he was.
Wow. Oh my God.
I mean, who does that?
Nobody.
Do you see any of Sam Darnold in your game right now? A lot of people make the comps like now it's, hey, if this guy has resurgence a couple teams later, a quarterback, hey, he could be our Rich Gannon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I maybe a little bit. Not so much that as much as the story. Like, here's a guy, and I wasn't a first-round pick, but I struggled. I went through adversity. I got kicked to the curb. I had to play on different teams. Like, you think his first 4 years in New York, he plays 21 years old. This is a bad football team. And he got thrown in. He had some bad coaches, bad coordinators, had a bad experience. So they shipped him to Carolina. Matt Rule in his first year, loved Matt, but, he had Joe Brady's the first time. It was a bad spot. He struggles there. Then he goes to San Francisco and gets a chance to watch and listen.
Just learn.
And then he goes to Minnesota and Kevin O'Connell. He wasn't supposed to be the starter.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Connell puts his arm around him. All of a sudden, you start to see a different guy, and he goes to Seattle. I mean, it's that transformation. Very few players at that position can walk into our league and have immediate success. There's not a lot of Dan Marinos out there.
Yeah.
You know, even Peyton Manning. He threw more interceptions and touchdowns his first year and lost 13 games. But Sam went through a lot of adversity. It's great to see him come out the other side.
The training camp we went to when he was with the Niners, he was so broken. Check down. He was afraid to make any mistakes. And to see where he's at now, it's remarkable.
I think the game has slowed down for him. I think his field of vision has expanded.
And the talent is the same.
Oh,
The same talent.
He had the arm talent. He had the
talent.
athleticism. There's no question.
Yep.
Okay, Rich Gannon, it's time for the final question brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food item for the big game party? We got a lot of nacho dip, a lot of cheese dip. Mike Florio wants a plain hot dog.
Those guys were walking around, those bounty guys with the green Lettermans. I'd probably say chicken wings or something.
Let's go.
Wings are fine.
I'm kind of digging though. I was talking to those guys with the green Letterman's bounty jackets. I got to get one. Kind of cool.
Rich, I got to say, as again, not a Raider.
I like Baldy's swag, by the way.
pretty good, right?
Always got the swag.
I'm repping here, Rich.
Your honest criticisms as a broadcaster are so refreshing. From a viewer standpoint, I learn. I feel like I'm getting honest tidbits.
it.
No, you do a great job, and we're all big fans. I mean that. Really, from the bottom of my heart.
As a fan of the team, I didn't mean to cut you off, Joe. Sorry. As a fan of the team, you keep it real. And we're in an era where people don't keep it real when they're getting paid.
Well, you know what? I appreciate somebody's honest opinion who's done the work. That's why I love Baldy so much. But there's people out there that do it. I think Troy Aikman, honestly.
We love Troy.
My point about Troy is he doesn't care in a good way. He's not worried about someone in the truck going, "Hey, Troy, you can't say that." Hey, NFL.
He talked about officials.
Hey, the NFL's just called and they don't. When I was at CBS, they would call the truck and say,
"Oh, for sure."
You got to apologize. You said something about the official. I'm like, well, I was right. They don't care. But Troy has. He's got enough stripes. He's got enough stripes.
NFC Championship game. It's Stafford versus Jimmy. He goes, I'm afraid the ball's going to have to go to Jimmy Garoppolo. And he was right.
Hey, Rich, we really appreciate your time this morning. You're the best.
Thanks,
we
brother.
appreciate it so much. This was a treat. That's Rich Gannon.
The man.
Sirius XM Radio. Appreciate it, Rich. Thank you so much. And from one MVP to a Super Bowl MVP, going to be joining us, Terrell freaking Davis. We go from Rich Gannon to Terrell Davis. Are you kidding me? By the way, we got Baldy joining us all morning long. Baldy Breakdowns presented by Unlock Home Equity Solutions. And Terrell Davis is going to be joining us momentarily. If you miss any interview,
booking himself as we speak.
Oh, the Odyssey app. Dude, we're
doing good.
This is Radio Row.
Good to see you.
Let's go.
Joe.
Terrell Davis.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Joe as well. Nice to meet
fan.
you, man. Yeah, two Joes. Let's
Big
go.
fan.
The Morning Joes. You know Brian Baldinger, of course,
Baldy
right?
block for you back in the day? Yeah.
Baldy and I, we're related.
We're related?
Oh, the pinkies.
Oh, my God. What happened?
Baldy and I, that's what we're brothers.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God! We got everyone. Let's get TD's headset on. Can you help him out, Joe? Yeah, we got that.
Yeah.
Let's get
there we go. Now we're good.
All right, Terrell Davis joining us. Broncos running back, obviously 95, 2001, two-time Super Bowl champ, Super Bowl MVP, Hall of Famer. Joins us now on the River Islands guest line. What's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Let me start right here, man.
Baldy.
Why does Mike Shanahan need to be in the Hall of Fame? That's your guy.
What you mean, why?
Of course. I love Mike.
Mike should be. There's few names where you just stand up and you don't even need your presenter stands up and just says you don't need no stats. Yeah. All you gotta do is say, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Shanahan. That's it, and sit down.
I love it.
That's it. And he should get every single vote to say, okay.
Why? What's taking so long?
Here's what I think. In this day and age, Mike is not visible as much as he used to be, even though his lineage and his sons are
and Kubiak,
the whole thing. They're all coaching, but Mike stands in the background. And this is, I'm not knocking Cowher, but Cowher went on TV. Jimmy Johnson.
You're right, though.
Television personalities, right? And so the Hall of Fame, as I found out, you've got to create some processes if you're a voter because there's so many names that you can put in. So then you start saying, well, who deserves to go in first, right? And then you say, well, who's the top of mind? And so you when you get the ballot, you're selecting.
You're not thinking. It's not on your brain.
Right. So you may not be thinking about that person because you haven't seen them in 20 years. And so now you don't know how they feel. You don't know what moves them. And so you start, sort of eliminating prospects based off. You can't put all of them there. So how are you voting them in?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a personal relationship. I don't know, but maybe it's that, man.
You can't write the history of the game without Mike Shanahan. And
you're preaching to the choir.
I know, because he was the offensive coordinator for the Niners in '94. I watched the Broncos, your team. John Elway was my guy because I'm a big Sanford fan, and so to see him finally and you guys finally push through and win, Mike just never got his just due, and it's bugged me for a long time. We got Kyle now here in San Francisco. Mike's at the games. We see him on the training camp field. He's still involved. And I'm like, this is a man who needs to be recognized while he's alive and cognizant and aware. And it bugs me to not see him get his just due.
I know. I think there needs to be a bigger groundswell from maybe the Broncos, maybe we've got to create more of this, and maybe guys like myself and Shannon who have voices and platforms to advocate more for Mike, because there's no reason why he should not be in the Hall of Fame.
Who's more chiseled, you or Shannon?
Shannon, man, come on, dude. Shannon, man. So
what's he on? I gotta know.
So when I came in as a rookie.
Hard work, baby.
You come in as a rookie and you just look around the locker and you identify guys that you're like. Okay.
Who is that?
Yeah, like guys that you want to try to figure out what the hell are they doing.
Yeah.
He was that guy.
It wasn't Ed McCaffrey.
No. Ed and Rod, man, Rod was the biggest candy junkie in the world.
Yeah.
So I'm like
the opposite.
Exactly.
Rod Smith was?
Oh my gosh.
Really?
Rod have a locker full of just Snickers and M&Ms and Kit Kats, and I would go to his locker when I needed a sugar fix.
That's great.
Little sugar fix.
And you played with Romanowski and Stink. There were some characters on those teams.
We had, man.
Romanowski.
We had a fun team.
Oh, yeah. We love them.
We had a fun team, but guys that worked, and they knew when it was time to play, it was time to play. When it was time to, to be silly, then work. So we knew what time it was. But you can imagine our locker with Big Shannon, Alfred Williams, Neil Smith.
Wow.
Rick.
Smith.
We had so many guys that were just comedians, but really good players.
The John Elway doc. I mean, did you see it? You're in it. You're prominently featured in it.
I saw it.
I thought it was really well done. I needed like 6 more parts on it. I don't think the younger people understand John Elway. At the end, it was different. He was the baddest dude on the planet. Could throw and run and just, man. Right?
And I had front row seats to the show, man. I got a chance to see it
I always
live in
say,
person.
we can see Elway getting helicoptered to the Super Bowl into the end zone, TD. But sometimes, I know, but sometimes when you have a great player, it could be Shannon or yourself, sometimes you see things in practice, TD, that nobody else, we see things in a game on Sunday, but sometimes you see things in practice. It could be Elway just launching a bomb. You're like, oh, that's a different talent. That's a different level of talent.
But that's what it was, Baldy.
Yeah.
Like from day one, and it wasn't like you saw it in the games and you didn't see it in practice.
Yeah.
The dude just had an arm you couldn't teach.
Right.
You can't coach it. You can't teach it. Not only his arm, but then you talk about his mental game. You talk about his athletic, ability. And then you talk about his ability to raise the play of people around him without even saying a word.
Yeah.
So when I got into that damn locker and that huddle, no one had to tell me. I had to earn that dude's respect. I felt it.
Yeah.
That's a dude.
That's great pressure.
That's great
pressure.
Yeah.
Terrell Davis joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And obviously, 2-time Super Bowl champion, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl MVP. But we're not here to talk about touchdowns. We're not here to talk about touchdowns.
Don't stop.
TD.
Yeah, right.
Don't stop. Keep going.
Tardive dyskinesia, which is a chronic movement disorder that can cause repetitive and uncontrollable movements in the face, hands, feet, and torso, and impact a person's ability to eat, talk, and walk. What are you doing with this? And give us more about this disorder.
Yeah, you just talked about it, man.
Yeah.
I just want to raise awareness and use my platform to allow people out there, if you're experiencing any of those symptoms that you just mentioned, man, please go see a healthcare provider or go visit theothertd.com. I'm passionate about health. I'm passionate about, making sure my fellow brothers and people who are out there who are going through something, that they recognize what those symptoms are and then get the help that they need. I battled and struggled with my own mental health and chronic conditions, man, and I know what it feels like to be out there not knowing what the heck is going on. So I've never heard of tardive dyskinesia until a few months ago. Yeah. So I just want to use my platform to be more vocal about this, so that, again, if you are experiencing those symptoms, man, please go get help.
Absolutely. That's very well said, and I'm just glad I pronounced it correctly.
So
there we go.
You did. I butchered it for a long time.
It's all good.
But
Terrell Davis, it is time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. It's an easy one. What's your must-have food item for the big game party?
Oh, man. Well, you're not promoting any food, are you?
No. Whatever you want.
Well, that's for after the food spills on you.
I'm not eating that.
No. What do you
must-have for the big game. Yeah, I'm a wings. I like wings, but I like the dry wings.
Dry rub, okay.
The dry
lemon pepper
wings. Oh, lemon pepper is the bomb. I say lemon pepper, but I don't want the sauce on it. I'll get the sauce. I'll dip it.
I think that was Jermaine Wiggins said lemon pepper specifically from Magic City.
Yeah, he likes
Magic City. No, Magic City. I haven't been there in a long time.
TD, you look good. Have you lost weight though?
I have.
Yeah.
So I am down to. I'm a little lighter than what I played. I played at 208.
Okay.
And that was the magic number. I'm 203, sometimes 200.
The magic number.
Man, but I feel great. My joints, like I have bone on bone.
Oh, damn.
But I've been intentional stretching, losing weight, and now my kids are growing up. We went up to the mountains last week. I'm started snowboarding.
Oh
awesome,
my God!
You're
good.
Snowboarding.
It's pricey.
Hey.
It's pricey.
Terrell, thank you so much for the time, bro. That was awesome.
Yes. So we're up against you, the man.
All right.
Thank
you so much. That was awesome. Terrell Davis, if you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube, Odyssey app, all of that. We just went Rich Gannon to Terrell Davis.
Oh, man.
All that and more. Put a bow on it. It's going to be sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
All right, now that the sun has returned to the Bay Area, I'm looking over at Baldy, and we're both thinking about our spring projects. Like, do I desire a deck in the outdoors? I do. And if you can dream it like I can, then Golden State Lumber and Showroom can help you build it. Golden State partners with TimberTech, offering beautiful composite decking and railings. They got Safer Wood with its fire-retardant treated wood products, and Trex, which I have in the backyard, which just released their Class A flame-resistant Trex Refuge PVC decking. It reaches the highest fire performance levels for exterior decking. No matter where you live, Golden State has options to deliver beauty and durability to help you build with confidence. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on Windows and Doors. Take that virtual tour of the Golden State showroom, and you can explore all the decking options near you. If you click GSTV, you're going to find those useful videos for builders and homeowners to inform and inspire your next project. Building better for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 10th. Brighten your winter with sweet, juicy citrus, perfect for snacking or salads. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Catch the Black Crows on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
The Reds are frauds to me. I even won the damn Super Bowl. They were frauds that year. Damn it.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Oh, we're coming to you live from Radio Row, courtesy of the Laughing Monk Studios. Baldy still with us, coming off the high of Rich Gannon, MVP, Terrell Davis, Super Bowl MVP, Hall of Famer, back-to-back, and Baldy was the life of the party, man. It's just, you are so in your element right now, and I'm loving it.
I was broing out in between you and everybody else.
No, it's good to see you. Me and TD worked for a long time at the NFL Network, you know, so we've gone through, everything from bad fingers to Super Bowl talk to, the one thing I wanted to ask TD, though, was, just for the audience, okay, is what's it like after a full season of running the ball. Like 300 touches, 400 touches. Because we're trying to, like, imagine what it feels like for Christian McCaffrey. You know, and when does the body start to feel good? And is there an accumulation of hits that you feel? Like, he did not have a long career. He had like 7 years, whatever. I mean, it was great. He had multiple 2,000-yard seasons, all that stuff. But what's that feel like? We just think of running backs as, you know, this is their job. But they're getting hit every time they carry the ball. And when does that begin to really take its toll?
Well, especially with Christian McCaffrey, obviously. I'm sure Christian's talked to Terrell Davis in the past, right? Obviously playing with his father. You got to think they have some line of communication. And I hurt for him when he was telling me it's bone on bone. Yeah. I was like, God bless him. He's going out snowboarding, but oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, he can't be that bad if he's snowboarding. I can't imagine snowboarding. What a wreck I would be.
You're more of a skier, though, right, Baldy?
Way back. Way back. Fuck Hill in Minnesota.
Snorkeling. He doesn't want to. Well,
snow plowing.
The rest of the country's in snow, and we're dealing with 60 degrees in San Francisco. It's feeling pretty freaking great.
All right, Baldy, let's have a little fun.
Let's do it.
We're opening the lines back up, 888-957-9570. Ask Baldy anything. We're going to play a quick little game. It's called Name That Rapper.
Oh, boy.
Because you're Mr. Music. You know, you're Bruce Springsteen, correct? The boss.
Billy Joel,
Billy Joel.
Billy Joel. Guys.
These are some top artists from back in the day. Can you name that rapper? Let's start with number one.
Oh. It's a good one.
They haven't sung yet.
No, it's coming.
I know the beat.
Just think, I'm going to give you some clues.
Hold on. Let me hear the voice.
Okay.
Oh, Eminem. Okay.
Let's go. One for one. One for one.
Only because I'm in an Eminem song.
That's right. That's right.
So, like, you know, I know that. So I got Eminem.
That's your boy.
All right, so I'm 1 for 1.
1 for 1. Second one. Let's go to our second one. Can Baldy name that rapper? Number 2. Uh-oh. Ooh. It's your birthday.
Is it LL?
No, not LL. He's a New York rapper.
New Yorker. I love New York.
Public Enemy.
No. Think a little more current. Think of currency.
Vitamin water.
I don't know.
50 Cent.
Oh, that's 50 Cent. Okay.
Yeah, 50.
In a club. Okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
he's got a body.
In the club. You're right. That was the song.
In the club.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
Go shorty. It's your birthday.
Okay.
All right, so we're 1 for 2. Next one. This is Can Baldy name that rapper?
I love this.
Grew up in many areas: Marin County, New York, Baltimore, L.A. Signed with Death Row Records. Bald head, not very tall. No longer with us.
Oh, is this?
There's a number in his name.
Some might say the greatest rapper of all time.
I don't know. He's no longer with. What's the guy that got
in Vegas? Yeah.
Yeah, in Vegas.
Tupac.
This is Tupac.
Yeah, Tupac.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I'm going to give him that one. He knew who it was.
Yeah, we're going to give it to him. We're 2 for 3. All right.
We're
Name
generous
that
here.
rapper, Baldy Edition. 888-957-9570. Get in line. We want to hear from you. We're here at Radio Row. Things are going crazy. Give me the fourth one. 2 more. Same era. New York.
Rivals to Tupac.
Rival to Tupac. He's not small.
No.
Notorious B.I.G.
Let's go,
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Let's
I got
go.
that right.
Going back to Canada. Let's go. Let's go.
I have no idea how
Let's
to pull
go.
that one out.
All right, last one. Name that rapper, Baldy. Let's go. The fifth one. We are 3 for 4. We're on fire.
Right.
Give it to me.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I know this.
Super Bowl a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
is this Snoop?
This is Snoop? Literally.
Snoop.
Yeah.
You gave him the rapper. He says it
4
in the
for 5.
beginning.
I know my stuff.
Baldy, you're on fire.
Dr.
Yeah.
Dre, Snoop
Oh, my
Dogg,
God, I
still.
love it.
Like I'm the travel dog, D-O-double-G. And Snoop copied me, and he's Snoop, D-O-double-G.
Snoop is a fan of every single football team of all time,
Well,
I
is
think.
it just Pittsburgh, or
Well,
is it
no, but he was a
more?
Raider fan back in the 90s.
I don't even know. Have you met Snoop?
So I was on a flight with Snoop going from L.A. to Indianapolis for the combine one year.
No way.
He was sitting. His bodyguard was bigger than the whole plane. I swear. But so this was the only thing funny about Snoop. Like I knew he knew Willie McGinnis. They went to Long Beach Poly, all that stuff, right?
Gotcha. He's a big USC fan. Yeah.
So I knew that. So here's the thing. Like he's trying to be incognito, but this is what he's dressed in. He's got this blanket. Okay, this Pittsburgh Steeler blanket over his head with his headphones over it and his shades. And I'm like everybody knows he's Snoop, but his bodyguard's got him completely protected. But all I said was, I'm friends with Willie. Just want to say hello, Snoop. That as close as I got.
Well, did his bodyguard have good feet? Could he have played tackle in the NFL?
He had no movement. No movement whatsoever. None. He was stiffer than a, yeah, he was stiff.
When you're looking at film, now I got to ask you, like when you're looking at film, I know you do a great job, and I don't want to put down anyone.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, who do you admire when you see other people out there? You know, like I always feel like, who does my favorite artist have as his favorite artist? So if you took yourself off the board, and I know there's many that do it, who are a couple or one individual that you see that break down film, and you just like their style and the way they do it? Not necessarily all the knowledge or whatever, but you think what they're doing is innovative and creative.
Jared DeVries is pretty good. He was a former offensive tackle, played for the Raiders.
Okay.
Like he's pretty good at what he's doing. He's really getting to the techniques.
Okay.
Really individual techniques, and he's really just on the line. He's not really doing other positions or anything like that. But he's pretty good. I don't really watch a lot of other guys, honestly, because I don't want to take anybody else's idea. And I think if you're watching other people, you might go, oh, I could do that. I really don't want to know what a lot of other guys are doing. I know other guys are doing it, and I'm all, like, that's fantastic, especially if they can make a living at it. But honestly, I just want to. Could I make mine a little bit better? I like the old school. You're in the film room.
Yeah.
It's not high tech. Like I got access to all of the graphics to do all the stuff. It just takes too long.
I feel like I'm in the classroom with you, and you're the position coach breaking down the play and getting me excited. You know, I mean, it's not exactly what it is, but that's what I feel like.
I'll tell you a story
user.
about that. So
yeah, where did it start?
Last year when McCaffrey had the bad year, he played 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
So I broke him down in one of those games, and I'm like, this is how I know he's not right. Like, he misses the hole here. And I go, this is what McCaffrey used to, like, he would see this and he'd like blow right through it. So anyways, the next week, San Francisco's playing in Green Bay, and I'm up there in Green Bay doing the game. And McCaffrey's doing what he always does, warm up. And, Brady's doing the game, so Brady's over there talking to him. And he sees me, and he comes over to me, and he goes, like, out of nowhere, he says, "You were right, man. I missed that hole."
Wow.
Like, and I thought, these guys are watching to that degree. Like, It wasn't a rip on McCaffrey.
No.
It wasn't there. I wasn't there to be a negative guy. I'm just like, I've watched enough of his games to know that he's going to, like, that's a hole he should have hit. And he came up to me, he goes, "You were right about that. I agree." I go, "What?" So he had some reason why he didn't see it, but they watched to like that, to that degree.
Well, I want to ask you this: like, how do you think you as a player would have handled today, where all the eyeballs are on you 24/7, 365? You sneeze on someone, it's on Twitter in 2 seconds. How do you think you would have been able to handle that?
It's a good question, Joe, because like everybody just says, "I'll block out the noise."
It's hard.
All right.
Easier said than done.
We're getting destroyed on the YouTube chat on the daily.
One of the reasons why it's hard is we have to be on our device.
Yes,
we have to. Like you can't leave home without it, right? Because your plane tickets, everything is there. So that's number one. Number two, every one of your friends and family members are on the same device, looking at the same thing, and so they're reminding you of what was just said. So I don't know how you can, and so it's there and you hear it. Now, how do you respond to it? Like, I wasn't a big fan. Like, when my coaches criticized me, I would be a little ticked off. But I understand, like, that's their job. But, the criticism, depending on who it came from, generally made me better. Yeah. So there would be some places where I would probably listen to it.
If you were doing a symposium for young players in how to navigate social media, just a bullet point or two that you would want to get across to those guys.
Well, you should never listen to somebody that you wouldn't take advice from.
I like that.
Like, right? You write that down.
I like that.
You should never listen to somebody you wouldn't take advice from. And so I would start with that. You know, if it was a former coach or player that you really respected and he was breaking down your technique, you know, it could be on a pregame show, it could be Howie Long talking about defense line play, whatever it might be. Or if it was, you know, Gronk talking about, you know, tight ends that can't block, like I might probably take that advice.
Right.
You know, but if it was just some guy out there just, you're like, who is this guy, like, ripping me? Like, I would just dismiss it.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, to the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Baldy's been so good to this all morning long, and it's presented by Unlock Home Equity Solutions. We are continuing to monitor, of course, what is taking place in the NBA. We're the home of the Warriors. We know Draymond Green. There's a possibility 24 hours from now he might no longer be a Golden State Warrior, which is insane, but we'll play some of his comments, what he had to say last night after the loss to the Philadelphia 76ers. A very reserved, quiet, reflective Draymond Green on what could possibly be his last game in a Golden State Warriors uniform.
Who's the guy that you look at in the history of the NFL, and there's so many of them, and you're like, that guy should have never wore another jersey, and he did?
Probably Bruce Smith.
Ooh, that's a good one.
He went to Washington.
Oh, I don't even remember. You're right. I don't even remember
it
that.
just popped into
He's
my
a
head.
Bill.
So, like, I like that. And he was a Bill. He was a Bill, and he was the greatest pass rusher we've seen. You know.
Why doesn't he get the love?
I don't know. That's a good question.
And Lawrence Taylor?
Maybe because he didn't win a Super Bowl, you know. They were so close. So many times, that Super Bowl 25, 35 years ago against the Giants, I mean, you know, you missed a field goal at the end, you know, but I was there that night because my brother was playing for the Bills.
Whitney Houston?
Whitney Houston sang the national anthem. Yeah, it was a great night in Tampa. I can't believe it's 35 years ago. But, yeah, I don't know why Bruce doesn't. Like, I remember when I first met Myles Garrett, and I admired Myles because of his athletic ability and just what he could do. But I remember when I would imitate Bruce Smith, nobody could turn a corner like Bruce Smith. Nobody. And see, he was 6'5", too. He wasn't but the way that he could, how low he was when he turned the corner, nobody's ever turned a corner like that. And then in that defense, like Reggie, they could play anywhere. Like I went into a Week 17 game one time. Our center got hurt. I went and played center. Bruce Smith was out over our left tackle the entire day. As soon as I went into center, he lined up on me.
Oh, my goodness.
As soon as, and he lined up right on my snapping hand, and I'm in the shotgun. And I'm like, this son of a, damn you, Bruce. You want to come over and make me look bad? Like, I'm already nervous trying to snap the ball right now.
Oh, my God. He was just telling me, Shasky, off air, too, about his Oakland Coliseum memories going up against Howie Long when you lost.
I remember one time, we lost our center in the first quarter of a game. I was with Indianapolis, and I was the right guard, and our center, Ray Donaldson, who should be in the Hall of Fame, played 15 years, best center I've ever seen. But anyways, he breaks his leg in the first quarter. So they put me at center, then backup right guard in, and that's Howie, like, on the nose. So I got Howie Long literally this far from me.
Big chest.
Like, basically talking the entire game.
The whole game.
The whole game. And so, and it wasn't like all trash talking. It was just, he was just talking, right? So then at the L.A. Coliseum, both teams went up and down the same tunnel. So I'm walking out at halftime, and I'm going up the tunnel, and Howie's in front of me, and his socks are pulled down to his ankle. And I'm looking at his calves. I'm like, it's not fair. I shouldn't have to block anybody that has calves that look like that. Like, it's not a fair fight.
Who's the best talker now? Now I got to know, like, who's the best talker? Because Larry Allen famously, and I'll let you think about it, Larry Allen would go, get off the tracks when the train's coming through, whoop, whoop, and he would literally tell you where the play was going.
You say Howie Long, too. I was thinking Lyle Alzado immediately right next to him.
That's a good one. Alzado. No, but I would say Steve McMichael was really
Steve McMichael, that's a name I haven't heard forever.
Mongo was good, man. Like, that was nonstop. That Bear team was, between Otis Wilson and, Singletary and, Singletary
was a talker.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
But I would play tight end sometimes on short yardage and goal line situations in Indianapolis. And I remember one time they ran me on a pass route against the Bears. And I'm open, and I'm ready to catch the only touchdown pass I'm ever going to catch in my life. And Singletary interfered with me. And I was so pissed at him. like you short little, sawed-off little, and I just cussed him out. Like I had a chance for a touchdown. And, we get the ball at the 1 yard line, and they give it to Dickerson, touchdown. But I'm like, I had a chance for greatness.
Samurai Mike, I think we forget, he wasn't that big.
No, 5'10".
I mean,
that's why Parcells didn't draft him with the Giants, because they had this cutoff.
Yes.
Well, he wanted his linebackers 6'2".
He had a very big chart on every position, had to be a certain height.
And he knew, he kind of all backed up. After he passed on Singletary, and he knew who he was. Bill coached at Texas Tech. He knew who he was. And he passed on him, and he knew that was a mistake. He'll tell you that was a mistake. Nobody has better stories in the history of this game than Parcells.
So we got a couple more minutes, Baldy. We haven't going to talk about the Super Bowl matchup at all, and we could do that the last 5 minutes. Who are you liking this Sunday?
So the last game of the season was Sunday, January 4th, and then the seedings come out that night, that Sunday night. And I looked at the seedings. Obviously, Seattle was the number 1 seed, beating San Francisco. And so I thought Seattle was the best team. Yeah. I thought going through Seattle, home field, they're going to get to the Super Bowl, and whoever they meet, whether it's Denver, New England, whoever, Chargers, I thought they would be that team looked complete to me.
What makes Mike Vrabel so unique as a leader?
Well, if you just watch him, forget about listening to him. You just watch any game. He's so active. He's running down the field to see if it's 4th and an inch or 4th and a yard. He's eyeballing everything. He's in communication with all of his players. You make a stupid mistake, jumping off sides on 4th down, whatever it is. He's in your face just to remind you. His communication skills, game day, right, I think are as good as anybody's. I hate these coaches that sit there with the headset and they never say a word. Who are they communicating with?
When it's up, literally they have the microphone up. Right. So let me ask you this. Do you think with these play callers, McVay, Shanahan, sometimes they're so worried about the sequence of the plays that they're trying to set up as the coordinator, that's their bread and butter. That's why they got hired. That sometimes they miss the big picture of game management.
Yeah, for sure.
And clock management.
Yeah, some of these guys have coaches that handle that for them, and they take a lot off their plate, and so it could be the clock management. Should we take a knee right here, or should we run another play, or should we throw on 3rd down?
McVay calling timeout at the end of that game.
Yep.
So I do think so we're talking about basically 2 CEO coaches for the most part, but Vrabel's a CEO coach. He's got guys, Williams, and he's got Josh. They handle all the calls, and he's handling everything else. And it's so you can't miss these timeouts. And when you call the timeout, and are you giving the team an extra timeout if you miss this throw? We're all sitting there on our couches. We're all doing the exact same thing.
Right.
We're all on top of it, and these teams are constantly screwing these situations
It's so
up.
funny because literally you can get any 8 or 9-year-old that's played Madden for so long. Sometimes the kids even know when to take the timeouts more than the coaches in real time.
In the Niner game, they score that touchdown and they go to kick an extra point. And I go, guys, the extra point is meaningless. You go up 5, it means nothing. If you go up 6, now they have to hit the extra point on theirs. So, little things like that, how do we miss that?
But even I saw Vrabel in the AFC Championship game, the defense has to have a chance to substitute.
Yes.
So Denver doesn't call a timeout in one of these situations in critical time. And Vrabel is running one guy off, one guy on. One guy off, and he's maximizing. The clock's ticking. It's too late to call the timeout. They've already decided not to call it. And Vrabel ran an extra 20 seconds off the clock by late substitutions, and it was all legal. They had to hold the snap.
Really smart.
Very smart.
Really smart.
Yeah.
Harbaugh did something similar regarding the clock against Jim Harbaugh in the Super Bowl, where they ran out of bounds on the punt instead of giving the ball back. And then I love those kinds of I'm 2 steps ahead of you, trying to squeeze every second.
Well, you have to practice a lot of these situations so that it's not unfamiliar to you when it's called. And so I was doing the Hula Bowl, the American Bowl, and Brian Billick was coaching one of the teams. I'm in his team meeting, and they had a play where they wanted to, like everybody has that play where they line up in the line of scrimmage, and they're just trying to get you to jump.
The fake hike.
So the fake hike, right? But they're rehearsing it in the room with the whole team, what it was called, what they want, what they're looking to do, and then we're going to call. And then they had the fake where they were going to let you believe that they were running out, and then they ran the play.
The Marino, the fake spike to the touchdown.
Yes, and so, all these things can be real. So I'm like, all right, I'm just looking how Brian was coaching the play and how emphatic he was about the play in a bowl game, So, yes, these things are reviewed, but we're seeing this. We're seeing these guys. They've got too much going on.
I agree.
What's coming up with the game is going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Baldy, we're going to let you go. I know you're going to be in high demand. We appreciate your time this morning.
I love you.
That was freaking awesome.
Likewise, guys. That was a lot of fun.
He's the best. If you missed any of this interview today, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. And on the other side, let's talk some Draymond Green, Joe.
Yeah, let's do it.
This could be potentially the last time we talk about Draymond in a Golden State Warriors uniform. I'll explain why on the other side. Thank you so much again to Brian Baldinger, courtesy of Unlock. That's our guy. And it's all sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I've been talking about it all week because we got the big game. You know it, Daisy Dips, and they make the best dips for your chips, your wings, and your veggies. I like the French onion, and I like the ranch dip. They're made with ingredients that you can find anywhere in your kitchen, so it's all natural type stuff. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I enjoy eating them. My kid loves them. My wife loves them. Heck, my mom even likes them. I might have her over for the weekend to watch the game. And so you got to go out to your local grocery store and go get yourself some Daisy Dips. Again, the little carrots, dip them in a little ranch Daisy Dip. You guys want to do a little bit of, some ridges, some chips, things like that. Maybe even tortilla. It doesn't even matter. Go straight to the French onion dip. The best on the planet, Daisy Dips. I enjoy eating them. You will too. Daisy Dips.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company.
Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now back to Spadoni and Shasky, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Reds are frauds to me. I even won the damn Super Bowl. They were frauds that year, damn it.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I gotta stay fly.
It's a banger.
Till I die. I love this one.
That's the theme song surrounding Baldy whenever he walks around Radio Row. And he was so gracious with his time this morning. 3+ hours of Brian Baldinger here. And if you missed any of it, obviously, Odyssey app, YouTube, we're streaming. You'll find it. We'll have so much more the rest of the day, too.
Did you see what happened?
Willard and Gibbs. Dude, there's a lot happening. I saw
Michael Irvin was walking by, and all of a sudden I just saw an orange polo sprint after him. Sam Lubman is somewhere right now trying to find Michael Irvin.
You know what? I appreciate that. And if he can get him, we'll take Michael Irvin, the playmaker and Hall of Famer. I saw Joe Flacco walking around. I saw Gronk walking around.
Did you bow down to him because you love him so much?
Well, Flacco, I mean, he's you want him. You want him as a backup quarterback right now. Okay.
Backup, yes.
I think you might want him as a starter. We'll see.
Are you now with me on the Zach Wilson thing?
Now I am. Well, if Baldy says there's no shot that he's ever going to be good, if Baldy says that, then I buy it.
There goes Flacco right there. Turn around. There you go.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Joe.
Elite hair.
Broke my heart in the Super Bowl.
He did. Yeah, I'm sure he can hear you talking about it right now.
Jeez.
Speaking of hearts breaking, how brokenhearted would you be if this time tomorrow, Joe, we're talking about Draymond Green no longer being
Flacco, come sit down. You broke my heart in the Super Bowl.
Joey
You
Light
broke
years.
my heart in the Super Bowl. I'm still pissed. Throwing to Anquan Bolden.
Come on.
Gosh. Come to the Niners. Be the backup. We want you. Joey Flacco walking by. What?
We
are.
always causing trouble.
Exactly, exactly.
That was Joe Flacco walking by with all of his sons as Shasky tried to get him on here. And I don't think
doing Sam's job
pitching,
this week.
I don't think pitching being the backup to Brock Purdy was the move. I don't know. Maybe
his kids were looking at me with disgust.
I don't know if that was the move. But we're talking about the biggest storyline of the base.
If you don't ask, the answer's always no.
Oh, that's true. There you go. The biggest storyline going on right now, and we've been kind of skeeting by it back and forth, but it's Draymond Green. Joe, I mean, did you hear him last night?
I think we should play almost the whole 6 minutes or so, or a portion of it. Break it into chunks. Start from the beginning, because I wrote down a bunch of notes regarding Draymond Green, and I think we got to get into it.
So obviously, trade deadline tomorrow. We're on Giannis watch, and we know that Draymond Green has been a part of these discussions. We know it, and now Draymond Green does as well, because Steve Kerr has talked to him about it, and this is Draymond talking to the media after last night's game on it becoming a real thing for him, talking to the coach.
That's when it got real for me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, maybe I should be a little more worried about this than I am. I didn't get worried about it, but I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's interesting. He was like, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good, coach. You know, I know all these trade rumors and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then he's like, how's Hazel handling it? And that's when it got real to me. I was like, I haven't spoke to her about it. It's not something we've spoke about. That's when it got real to me. So today on the way to the game, I spoke to my son about it. And I was like, yo, what if I get traded? It's like, well, why would they trade you? It's like, it's just the business. I've never been traded, but it can happen to anybody. And he was like, oh, I just don't understand why they would do that.
Well, it's becoming real for fans, too, in the notion as our Odyssey football comes crashing down, and now it's broken, and it's okay. We'll power through it. The fact that Draymond Green, you know, a month ago I wouldn't have believed you, Joe, if you said, hey, they're having trade talks surrounding Draymond Green. Like, I was, no chance. No, Jimmy Butler, I get. He hasn't been a Warrior for basically a year. Not Draymond. He's an all-timer. He's a statue guy. He's a four-time champion. He's a DPOY. He's Steph's favorite teammate. He's the head coach's favorite player.
His resume's not in question.
I just thought it would be a foregone conclusion.
Why?
He'd finish his career as a Golden State Warrior.
Clay didn't.
Why?
Clay didn't.
Because he's with, I know Clay didn't.
Chris Mullin didn't.
But he survived the Kevin Durant stuff, the Jordan Poole stuff. Klay Thompson's gone, and he's still here.
Have you ever watched a horror movie? Not everybody
makes it to the end.
I don't like scary
movies, so I'm going to tell you that.
Not
right
everybody
now.
makes it to the end.
I watched The Exorcist too young, and my Catholic mom refused to tell me it wasn't real. So
I mean, have you been watching on the floor this year?
It hasn't been good. It hasn't been good.
Mean, you can make the argument they're as good, if not better, with him off the floor than they are with him on the floor. Okay, so like this woe is me Draymond situation. On one level, I understand why you would feel empathy. On another, it's very difficult for me to build up all this empathy. Where was the empathy for Jordan Poole? Where was the empathy for Kevin Durant? Where was the empathy way back when David Lee got his job taken by Draymond, which is sports, or Moody or Kuminga, or like... This is the NBA. You can't tell me it's a business and everyone else got to go and you get to stay. And then at the very end, after you've kind of double middle fingered everyone for a decade plus, all of a sudden now your number might get called. And now we want to have reflection and deep empathy. I'm a little...
I don't think it's...
I'm a little numb to it, quite frankly.
It's not empathy, quite frankly. It's just... he could be gone. Like, I just didn't think that was a possibility. I don't care what emotion
you
you
feel
have.
bad for him?
No, I don't feel bad. It's a business. Guys are getting paid millions of dollars.
But he showed vulnerability for the first time, maybe ever. More vulnerability there than he ever did in any of the things that he did on the floor or with teammates that I'm sure the team and the organization regret.
Well, because he's finally coming to the understanding, realization that even if it doesn't happen at this trade deadline tomorrow, Joe, I don't think he's a Golden State Warrior next year.
Okay.
I don't.
So you think it's time?
Not that it's time. I just think the team's telling him it might be time.
I think we're past time.
Well, okay.
I do.
Well, you don't. Okay, why?
Well, because not everyone gets to play at the end on their favorite team till the very, very end. Joe Montana played with the Chiefs. Ronnie Lott played with the Jets and the Raiders. Roger Craig played for the Vikings.
Jerry Rice
played with the Seahawks, Raiders, and the Broncos.
Yeah.
You know, like, name your favorite player, and you tell me if that individual got to stay with their team all the way through.
It's very rare.
Wilt went to the Lakers. Like, we can go right down. Just go Warriors, right? Some of my favorite Warriors. Jason Richardson, Baron Davis. I mean, just go right down. Chris Mullin was a Pacer.
Yeah.
You know? So, he's not the first NBA player to stay a very long time somewhere. Paul Pierce went through this. And, you know, Tony Parker went through this and had to end up leaving. So, I don't know. Like, I get it, and when you keep telling me it means nothing, I'm not losing sleep, well, clearly you are. Clearly it has affected you. You're bringing it up to your kids. You're bringing it up. The coach is addressing it. So, you know, I think that he's got this bravado going, which I understand is this exterior. I'm not insecure about it. No, you are.
Is that how you're saying? Because when I listen to it, I just think he's just coming to the realization he might be gone, and he's just talking it out.
I think that he is going through everything that you go through in your head when you think it's over. Could I have done something better? What did I do wrong? How did I get here? I think there's a lot of things going through his head right now. Doesn't that happen to you?
Well, it happens with everyone, absolutely.
Like, you start to self-reflect and look in the mirror, and I don't think he's done enough of that, actually, in the last 3 or 4 years.
Not on his podcast? He does a lot of self-reflecting there. On the
he likes to tell people what to do. I mean, I do too.
I mean, see, this is the interesting dynamic. When we talk about Draymond Green, and this is why we love him as a sports talk radio host, because you just say the name, and people go 1,000 different directions. Do you think of all the off-the-court antics stuff or on-the-court antics, you know, the kicking? Or do you think of, you know, him and LeBron's relationship? Do you think of the defensive player of the year candidate perennially? Do you think of when Steve Kerr says he's the greatest defensive player he's ever seen, the 4-time champion? Like, you can go in thousands of different ways. I always think of Draymond as like when he was messed up after some of the championship parades, when he's like, yup. When we have all the great drops that we've had throughout when he's going at Bonte and stuff like that. Like, I think of everything when I think of Draymond Green. So, yeah, I'm not asking you to be, like, emotional and sentimental right now.
I'm more numb than most.
Oh, okay.
I freely admit it. I've been exhausted with him for years. And so this thing that, like, Clay had to go, but Draymond gets to stay, that never made sense to me. If we're trying to build the best team, well, they both probably should have went at the same time a couple years back. Like, again, there's so many different things that this organization has done poorly. You know, Kuminga and Moody are such lightning rods.
Yeah.
He's the one who told Bob Myers to draft them.
I know.
And then gave him the thumbs up emoji in a text message. Like, yeah, those were the picks. So, like, his hands have been on a lot of the moves that the organization has. Now they look at their roster and go, how did we get here? Well, a lot of that is because of Draymond. You paid him what you paid him, which forced your hand on some of the other contracts. You had to trade Jordan Poole away. You had to attach a first-round pick. You got back nothing in return. That expired. That was more difficult to even replace the player. You lost the pick and the player and the salary slot in just the Jordan Poole move, okay? Then you get to Kuminga and Moody. You can make the argument Kuminga's been stymied by Draymond's presence on the floor. I would argue Kuminga's not good enough, but you can make that argument. You know, why is Kevin Durant not here? Well, Draymond's got a lot of that in him, too.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sitting here saying that, you know, Kevin Durant would have been a lifelong warrior or any of those things. But, like, again, like, Father Time is undefeated, you know? And if I'm Klay Thompson watching, you know, scrolling through my phone and I see that last night, probably going, huh. Like, I'm now kind of seeing things through Klay's lens that maybe I wasn't ready to acknowledge 3 years ago.
Draymond Green, after the game last night, a loss to the Philadelphia 76ers, on not going through this before and having no guidebook. One more time, Carter, my bad. I know the remotes, it's all right. It's all good. Never done this before. No guidebook. Draymond Green after the game last night.
You know, this is something I've never dealt with before, so I don't really have like some guidebook or manual to how it should be. So yeah, if there's a point where I need to say goodbye, I'll say goodbye. But I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I think. it is business as usual. You know, come out, play, go home, come back tomorrow, fly, maybe.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. After a year removed from maybe the craziest trade deadline we've ever seen in the NBA, Joe, Luka Doncic being a Laker, Jimmy Butler going from Miami to Golden State. You had the De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio last year. Now it's starting to kick off yesterday. You see Jaren Jackson Jr. getting traded to the Utah Jazz. They're obviously going in a different direction. In Memphis, could Ja Morant be on the move in the next 24 hours? We shall see. Obviously, Minnesota was a part of a trade. Vucevic being moved. There's a lot of salary movement in Minnesota. They're trying to clear space. They're trying to get Giannis over in Minnie. Then he got South Beach, always lurking. Pat Riley, always lurking. The Warriors, it feels like now I'm kind of coming to your boat, though, with all this other movement around. If they end up doing nothing, and Draymond Green's still here, and Jimmy Butler is still here, and you keep DeAnthony Melton, I mean, how do you sell that to the fan base?
I don't know.
How do you sell that?
I don't know. I think if he's still here and everything, I don't know if you can put this genie back in the bottle. Have you ever heard of like the parable, the emperor wears no clothes?
Explain it.
Okay. And I might be messing some of the details up, but essentially the emperor is super powerful, but everybody who's in his kingdom thinks he's a fool. And the emperor tries to get someone to make the finest of fine outfits for him, these garments, and the person ended up not making anything. It's an invisible cloak and an outfit, and he was naked, and he was walking around the streets, and everybody in the streets, because he was the emperor and he was the king of the land, everyone just went with it, like, wow, and they pretended that the emperor was wearing this unbelievable garment, and then eventually someone finally pointed it out, and he's standing there naked in the shame. I feel like that's where we're at with Draymond Green. Meaning he has been the emperor of this palace for so long, and we've put up with so much foolishness, and we've looked past this cloak that he's been wearing, and now that he's unclothed and we're seeing some vulnerability, it's very difficult for me to have all of this empathy for him. And it's not like professionally and personally, you know, are two separate things. Professionally, you've made $300 million. Right. You know how many people would die to make that money? You're wildly successful. You're one of the 1% of 1% of people in your craft to have ever played. On a personal level, yeah, it does suck that your kids don't know where they're going to go to school or what's going to happen, that you might move. Like that I as a father, I get that now. Yeah. I do. And the uncertainty of that and having to deal with that. But did you care about all those other people's lives that you were basically, you know, middle fingering out the door? I don't know. I'm like, I like, of all the people to be empathetic about at the end, Draymond's very low on my totem pole.
I wonder where fans are feeling emotionally right now. At 888-957-9570, you can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. NBA trade deadline tomorrow. Draymond Green now a part of the conversations. And if you're just joining us and you didn't see the latest from Mark Stein, who obviously covers the league, Yahoo Sports, the Stein line was the first to report on January 23rd that Jimmy Butler would not be included in Golden State's Giannis offers. And it has since been confirmed that the Warriors have indeed made Draymond Green part of their pitch to Milwaukee in presumed combination with Jonathan Kuminga, Milwaukee native Brandon Podziemski, and draft capital.
You know, watching him play last night, I felt like he was trying really hard, and I was throwing my hands up like, dude, it's too little too late. It's too little too late. You've had the last 5-6 years to work on your game and to play harder when other guys have been out and when other guys have been on the floor. And you've taken some shortcuts. And I really think that he only has himself to blame. And what it felt like to me at the podium, and I'm not trying to be therapist,
sure.
I felt like I was watching a guy try to compartmentalize all of the crazy things that have happened the last 4 years, and him kind of ask for, I don't know if it's penance, acceptance, understanding, empathy at the very end. And to me, it was like, nah, you've been the boy who cried wolf forever. Like, you can't be defiant till the very end and then go, oh, please, have me back. It's like, dude, you kind of caused a lot of this.
Here's more from Draymond after the game last night, reacting to the sound, 888-957-9570. Boys in the back, Draymond, grateful for our run. If it ends, it ends.
Guys that have been on the move every year, moving their family 2-3 times in a year. So I have so much gratitude for where I am in my career. The run that I've been on here, like I said, I don't know that it ends or whatnot. I don't. We'll all see. But if it does, it does, All good things must come to an end at some point. And so, yeah, that's kind of my sentiment, and how I feel.
Now, I think about Klay Thompson's final year. He went through it the whole year. And we saw it play out the whole year. And I don't know. I forget what my tone was every single night, morning, when waking up and doing the show. But I think, having seen what he went through that whole year, having time to reflect, now seeing Draymond go through it at the very, very, very end, I don't know. I look at the Klay situation a little differently now.
Well, I remember that because I was doing a lot of those 5 a.m. shows and running the board for that show, obviously, with you and
Sorry,
Monte.
I'm distracted. Big Brian Young, into 97.
You're good.
97, Hall of Famer walking by.
You mean the Hall of Famer. There you go.
Looking like he could still play.
I mean, some of these guys are just absolutely ginormous,
I got that ADD. I apologize.
It's okay. Hashtag
like
squirrel.
Brian Young, it was, at the end, for him, it was like he knew it was time to go.
Yeah.
His body was telling him. And, look, Draymond's got, $27 million owed to him next year. Then shows a shell of himself.
Well, the fact that he even was able to play this long, considering the level he's sustained, is a testament to him and his hard work. Because I was telling it to Baldy, I was like, this was a tweener coming out of Michigan State. Yeah. No one knows who he was going to be. He was this guy's he's not really big enough to be a center, but I guess he can throw. I guess he can guard. He's a hard worker. He's a dog. You can't teach that. His upbringing, all of that, and what he's been able to be. Not only one of the greatest defensive players of all time, one of the greatest champions of all time, one of the greatest teams of all time, and he was a part of that. Him, KD, Steph. Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, this goes on and on. But you bring him up, you also think about, all the great success, but also the great failures, too, and he was a big part of those.
I think...
I'm not saying it's all on him, but he was a major piece of those.
Like he's way better than this guy in his sport. But hanging on to Brandon Belt as long as the Giants did, kind of did them in.
Yeah.
It shortchanged going for other options in other areas, and it compromised a lot of their lineups and a lot of their decision-making big term, and it compromised their payroll.
Yeah.
Draymond, way more impactful on the championships, but hanging on to him as long as they did had consequences. Again, how many times did you hear Draymond on a podcast chastise Jordan Poole after being sent away?
Yeah, and he kept bringing up his name over and over, and all the fans, quite frankly, said, "Dude, you got to let it go. You got to let it go." I mean, him and was it Barron last year on his podcast? It's like, guys,
knowing what
come
we
on.
know now, they should have got rid of both Jordan Poole and Draymond Green at the same day.
Well, I don't know both, but definitely. You have to suspend him or discipline him somehow. But it's ring night. He has to be out there for ring night. Seriously? No. Grow a sack, make a statement, say he's not bigger than the franchise, he's not bigger than the team.
Well,
he needs to be reprimanded for punching his young teammate in the face, caught on video for everyone to see. Poor Jordan Poole, and everyone says, but he's making millions of dollars too. I was like, no, dude. He got absolutely ran out of town, and what did he do wrong? What did he do wrong?
I mean, we don't know what was said. No.
I know.
I'm just saying, like you're asking, what did he run? I don't know. Like that I know. I don't know. All I know is we saw a video. I don't know what led up to it. I can't pretend to know. But I know how he has handled it publicly since.
Yes.
And that tells me a lot about who he is.
And again, we keep coming back to that season, and obviously it ended in a second-round loss to the Lakers after winning a championship. But it was a dark cloud. The dark cloud. And then they trade. And then this is the best part. They trade Jordan Poole. You brought it up. You bring in Chris Paul. Don't worry, guys. The dark cloud's lifted. It's back. I was like, no. The dark cloud's still there. His name is Draymond Green.
Joe. Directly or indirectly, Kevin Durant's not here because of Draymond.
Yes.
Now, you can say it's a small, big, or large part. I don't know. I'll listen to whatever.
It's a piece of the pie.
100%. Okay. David Lee's career was done when Draymond arrived. Correct. Now, that's because of play, not because of any, relationships or whatever. But, nobody has, oh, my God, poor David Lee.
Right.
They stuck with guys. They stuck with guys like Draymond and said goodbye to guys like Bogut and said goodbye to guys like Harrison Barnes because of play like David Lee.
Yep.
This is how the NBA goes. I do believe there's a world where Kuminga plays more at the 4 and with different lineups, and he's farther along than where he is now. Is he a star? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, but I think he's farther along. But again, sticking with Draymond, compromise that. A guy, by the way, in Kuminga, who Draymond wanted Bob Myers to draft.
Yep.
Moody. He just might not be very good. I mean, we saw Edgecombe last night. He's better than all the young players that the Warriors have, and he's only been in the league 2 months. he wanted Moody drafted. Okay, he wanted Wiseman drafted at one point.
That's the one.
You know, and then I get to the Jordan Poole, Chris Paul thing, and so look at all those draft picks that have been, you know, indirectly or directly affected by Draymond's presence on the floor and the payroll, which I think is one of the big misnomers about all the woulda, coulda, shoulda in Warrior Land. Them paying and affording Clay and Dre and Steph for as long as they did was unsustainable to think it was going to end harmoniously. The salary cap became too penal for them to build the team out around him, and I think that's my biggest frustration with the rhetoric around Lacob, Myers, Dunleavy is we do these they should have traded the number 2 pick. Okay, you still needed to attach money to be able to absorb something back. You couldn't just trade the 2 pick and get $35 million in salary cap back. That's not how it works.
Quite frankly, and this is a bigger conversation, just how we talk about trades in the NFL and salary.
It's ridiculous.
It's a cluster, you know what, and I hate it.
Yeah.
It should not be this difficult to talk about as a sports medium, Joe, to talk about whether this player should be traded for that player. Can we just make it simplified, please, for the love of God? It feels like, quite frankly, baseball has it the easiest when you're bringing up all that stuff. And again, they might be in some situation where they have a lockout on their hands because of salary and the finances, floor, cap, what have you. So that's where we're at with Draymond. Here's more from what he had to say again after last night's game, and we're reacting to what Draymond in his tone finally coming to the realization he may be traded.
Do people? I just wonder. Like, are Warrior fans feeling bad for him? A lot of people have called for multiple years, and they wanted him traded. Some people wanted to keep him at all costs. Does anyone today just maybe feel a little bad for him?
I don't think feeling bad is how I'm viewing it. And 888-957-9570, it's more like just damn, they could trade him. Like, I don't know what emotion that is. It's just like kind of shocked, I guess. Because
did you think it was going to end great?
No, but Joe, you're the one also coming in every morning saying he's going to be the last one on this team.
Well, that's he's going to.
No, you felt that though.
I did.
That came from a real thing.
I also said to Bonte 5 years ago, you really think that Draymond, the Warriors, and Warrior fans are all going to end on a high note?
It never ends well.
No. Especially with someone like Draymond.
Correct.
He's combustible. I mean, he'd be the first to admit it.
We just had Terrell Davis on with Baldy last hour, a Hall of Famer, Super Bowl MVP. Like it's rare when you have John Elway walk away on the high of his game.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like great.
Nobody gets that.
Exactly.
That's what made the Elway exit so unique.
Tom Brady. It did not end well in Tampa Bay.
No, it's very weird.
It's very odd, very strange. Here's more Draymond after the game last night in a loss to the Philadelphia 76ers. At some point, it has to come to an end.
At some point, it's going to come to an end. Whether that's a day or two or a year or two, it's going to come to an end at some point. You got to be okay with that. You know, it's not something that I can hold on to forever because I can't play basketball forever. So it's gotta come to an end at some point.
And one more, boys, in the back, and thank you so much for grabbing this sound, on his conversations with the front office.
Probably not quite the conversation y'all think it was, though, but...
Anything you want to share?
No.
I'm not sure what he meant.
It's probably not quite the conversation you think.
Okay.
I'm not sure what he meant.
I talk to him pretty often, though. So, it's good. We'll see.
Strange. That tone right there is very strange. He's obviously been so tight with Lacob to the point where Joe Lacob was on in studio with you and Bonte saying, yeah, Draymond Green came to my house to get the deal done, Joe. Came to his house. Yeah, you got to think there's conversation. Very odd. And he had like a smirk and smile. You can hear the smile in that cut right there after the game. Yeah, I don't know. As you just mentioned, it rarely ends well with these types of things.
Well, it rarely ends well with anyone.
Yes.
In pro sports.
Yes.
Who goes out on top?
Again, I just said Peyton Manning when he was a shell of himself. Puster going on his own terms.
You know, Barry Sanders.
But we always look back at Barry and said, man, he could have played longer.
Agreed.
But his situation is like the Detroit Lions were a dumpster fire.
Yeah,
Ray Lewis.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I hate him.
Is he walking around too? No?
Tell him he owes me a Super Bowl. Tell him to flack
real
up.
quick, Sam Lubman.
You want to tell him that?
Real quick, Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire.
Did you go over and kiss Michael Irvin?
He's back.
Try to.
Did you talk to him at all?
I
You should have told him you had some in your pocket.
What would be in my pocket?
Sunshine.
Sam's face.
Sunshine.
I wish we had a
That's not your answer.
I wish we had a producer camera just to pivot to Sam's face right there. That was all time. We've had some heavy hitters walking around today. So this is what I'm learning from Radio Row, Joe.
I have ADD.
Well, no, but it's hard not to.
We knew that already.
It's hard not to because
Lubman, I'm glad that you showed up for the last 6 minutes of the show.
Well, he's been doing his job.
I'm pretty happy.
He's been doing his job.
Sorry, I've been doing producer stuff this entire time.
Well, Nahigian almost like fought someone, but like when we were getting like Rich Gannon off and getting Terrell Davis on, I didn't know what was happening. It's all happening. Steiny's here. He's looking great. He's got a sweater on.
Dude,
it's gonna be a great
Steiny's in
time.
his element. Dude.
Oh, he is. Well,
he's in his element.
He is and he isn't because this is a lot happening right now. And I'm a guy. I get social anxiety sometimes. I do. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
I don't like being in big crowds. It's not my favorite.
Okay.
That's why I don't go to a lot of concerts, a lot of venues like that. It's not fun for me. I don't like I feel out of control.
Okay.
But when Baldy was here, Joe,
yeah, he's the man.
Everything was fine. Everything was crystal clear. You felt like I could just talk ball with him. And it was an incredible conversation. And if you guys missed any of it, find it on YouTube. Find it on the free Odyssey app. That's where we're streaming.
What are you going to do after this? You going to wander? What do you
Yeah,
thinking?
I'll wander. I'll go Mumford & Sons and be a hopeless wanderer for a little bit. You like that reference? Pretty good.
You feel good about yourself?
I actually do. I just wanted you to compliment my jersey today because it is
an old school. It's 94.
It is.
Yeah, I like it.
That was the last time the World Cup was here.
I know.
And did you do like Baldy was talking about? So we got the World Cup coming in a couple of months. Obviously, Super Bowl.
It was in New York, or I think Stanford.
Stanford was the one.
Maybe Chicago had.
I know Stanford was the one because my Uncle Phil, rest in peace, Uncle Phil.
Oh,
not that Uncle Phil.
I was going to say. Okay.
But Uncle Phil took my brother. Both of them, Rob and Sam at the time, they must have been like, they're around your age, so like 11 or 12.
Okay.
And they went, and it was, I think, England, I don't know who was playing, but it was once in a lifetime experience.
Cool.
And the fact that they're coming back here, I'm just pumped up, man, and I can't freaking wait. The Bay Area has got the Super Bowl, and we got World Cup this year. It's insane.
The Goo has made his appearance. He's pointing at me.
Oh, yeah.
His hair looks glorious. Goo, come here for a second. Goo, I need you to come here. Goo, I have to ask Goo a question.
Okay,
Goo was at a party last night.
Yesterday.
I'm going to do it again.
We're going to bring him on.
Goo, I'm out of material.
I'm
out of material. Sit down.
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
My back hurts. I've been carrying the show all day. I'm teasing. Hey, you were at a party last night. Where'd you go?
Oh, EA campus. It was at the Electronic Arts campus where they make Madden.
Where's that?
Redwood City.
Oh, you went to that?
It was like a castle.
Well, they have a little booth over there next to us,
So you and Zach Green were there?
Yeah, Zach Green. And,
was that your +1?
No, he showed up. He said he lives right by there.
Oh, yeah, because he's got family money. He lives in the...
If the city had the security that campus had, there would be no crime. It was that legit.
Wow.
Football field for the workers.
Right.
How many cocktails?
Less than 3.
Less than 3.
It's okay.
And this is why I love you. The drinks were good. This is why I love you, truly, Spadoni.
Yeah.
I guess you gave the Dallas station a list of restaurants.
Yeah.
And I'm listening last night.
Happy?
And they go, Butcher tried to break the peace.
I did.
And it was, no, they loved you.
Okay, do they hate me still?
No, they love
Okay.
But you need to give me that list of the Italian restaurants.
What do you want?
No, seriously, like, I go, what?
I even
That's
said to
under
the guys
my
that go-
nose and I hadn't used it.
I said, did you bring your sticks? I'm even willing to go take you golfing.
Oh, dude, that's dope.
You know, 9 holes only.
Spadoni, you're a good dude, too.
Dale the Guru Johnson joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Dude, we've seen Gronk walk around. He tried to recruit Flacco to the Niners. He said, come be
And the
Gronk's
Fred Warner
backup.
video second to none.
Hey, T.O., come sit down with the San Francisco station. 1 minute.
Let's go.
Dude.
Yeah. I broke my own show. See, we don't even need Loveman. I just yell at people as they're walking by. I already yelled at Flacco.
Why does Dave Portnoy?
Is that
it
why he
looks
kept
like
walking?
He's Gandhi. He's got 9
Where?
million people
Where?
behind him.
I don't know.
He's
Is that where?
I'm like, who the hell
Are
is
you
that?
going to make it through the show?
Yeah.
You need to get some lemon.
Oh, no, I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah,
You
this is
get
my
me-
pregame
get me-
voice.
get me-
Who'd you guys have on yesterday?
Rob Parker.
Oh, he's great.
I heard that.
And I brought up the black coaches. He goes, the players have to do it. Had never thought about that. Okay.
Interesting.
Mad Dog Russo. That was great.
I love Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was
Definitely.
listening when he had Rob Parker on. He was like staunch, like good. I'm glad Belichick's not in the Hall of Fame.
He's
He
just-
shouldn't.
yeah.
He
He
shouldn't
got
be
some
in there.
Steiny in him,
He's
a
got a
natural
lot of
hater.
Steiny in him.
There's a lot of Steinies in this building.
Real quick, I know you got to go prep your show.
I'm here.
Those Draymond Green comments last night, man.
Do you feel bad for him?
I don't, but what I'm scared for, Dub Nation and Draymond, is what's going to happen when he doesn't get moved. And I think it's already happening. It could be a nothing burger, but when you know your spouse or somebody was thinking about leaving, that's heavy. So we'll see how it goes, because I don't expect any trade.
Cool. I've watched I think
Look
7.
at you and you look fresh.
7 over 2 or 3 weeks, full Cooper Flag games, and the Dallas Mavericks. He's awesome.
He's incredible.
The Dallas Mavericks roster outside of Cooper Flag is better, hands down, and they're a bunch of scrubs, than whatever the Warriors are trotting out right now.
You could throw Utah in there. It's every team.
Goo. They got 2 free throws in an NBA game last night.
Spadoni, too, man.
Did you see the Buddy Hield? He's wide open. Carter and I talked about this morning, and I didn't even realize it's all over, what is it, Brick House?
Yeah.
One of these. He's dribbling for a layup. I mean, they're so bad. DeAnthony Melton is the only guy athletically who can hang with any team.
It's not a good feeling as a fan, but you're keeping it real, and it's
unwatchable.
It hurts.
And I love basketball. Yeah. And that kid Edgecombe was better than every single player on the Warriors.
What do you guys got coming up today?
We got Jim Gray at 11:30.
Nice.
And Steiny's fascinated all of a sudden with Mike Tyson, so we'll get into all his great interviews.
Is he here?
No, just Tyson right now and how he is and what he's been,
Why Tyson?
I don't know.
Tyson.
I guess
Did you play a video game? Did you play a video game?
Punch-Out? I played it at my brother's place.
Dude, I love Punch-Out. That was
sick.
That wasn't my era.
It wasn't?
Thanks, Goo.
What was your first console?
My first ever console, N64. Yeah. So I was mid
Mario
late
Kart?
90s. Big Mario Kart, big Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, Zelda.
Super
Okay,
Mario
good call.
64 was my move, though. Super Mario 64,
okay.
where you got explore the castle and jump in the pictures.
GoldenEye was ours.
GoldenEye. No screen looking in GoldenEye. You can't be screen looking. That was a big thing in our household.
What is that?
That's sizzling. He's saying we're on fire in the back.
Well, yeah. Carter. I mean, Carter owned every original console when it came out. He got it handmade from him from Japan.
So we did PlayStation 1 as well, obviously. Big Resident Evil fans too. So we love the zombie games. And then Xbox. I'm a big Halo guy. Halo.
Yeah, I never got into Halo.
That's okay. That's all right. Because you were a PlayStation guy.
I'm so hungry right now.
What are you going to get?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. But I watched you guys all.
That muffin is
Right
big.
there.
You know what?
I didn't eat any pastries the last couple days. I'm trying to be good.
I had 2 or 3.
I know.
And this jersey's getting tighter by the minute.
I don't know about that. But no, I know that I'm having a hard time. It's a convention, and I'm trying not to overeat.
Bounty gives out free wings at 11.
Do they?
Wait. Yeah.
Oh,
you gotta wait though.
Is that what Rich Gannon was just telling us too earlier? He's like the wings. He was pumped up.
Yeah, on my way out, there's a big line by the Bounty window. You go by, they give you a free plate of wings, and all right, there you go.
What's
dangerous?
Now you're 3 days in, and it's getting crazier. Today and tomorrow are the 2 crazy days.
Yeah.
Friday's kind of a throttle down. What's your biggest takeaway out here, Radio Row? The police love us.
The police love us. We get here way earlier than everyone else.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3 stations that actually do the move over here. I don't know how the people that actually have to start their show at 3 a.m.
Oh my God.
What the hell?
I don't even know.
You couldn't sell me that.
I know.
Unless the weather is so bad in wherever they're coming from that they have to do that. I mean, my God. As we see... Who's that?
Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry, who's the largest human being I've ever seen in my life. This is the biggest running back.
Should I go get in front of him and try and get him over here?
I swear to God, that is the biggest running back I've ever. We just saw Terrell Davis.
I'm not kidding when I say
Derrick Henry.
He is humongous.
Oh my God.
Holy moly.
Dude.
Wow.
Think about that Alabama, that running back room. Who'd you have? You had Derrick Henry.
Mark Ingram.
Well, not just
Heisman.
the running back room. Yeah, the Mark
Josh
Ingram.
Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs. You've had Damian Harris at one point. Who else we got there? Najee Harris. I mean, are you kidding me? God. By the way, Najee Harris, would you take him, Niners?
I mean, where's his eye at? Where's his Achilles at?
No, he's fine. He's got the battle scar now. He's good.
I just feel very validated about Zach Wilson.
Yeah. He stinks.
He said that, and you went like this.
I thought maybe he could be salvageable because remember how many Niner fans loved him at the time.
Sean Payton had him. Mike McDaniels had him.
That's true.
You know, if
actually good offensive minds that we value say he stinks.
Yeah.
Then maybe, as Baldy said, if you wouldn't value their advice in real life, don't take their advice or criticism.
I loved that. I wrote that down.
It was great. It was
I wrote
a great
that
line.
down. So I'm never going to listen to Matt ever again.
Oh, come on, dude. He almost. I swear to God, you guys were telling me in the back, I guess he almost tackled the guy because he was distracting Baldy. What was going on?
Within the show.
That was probably the most radio moment.
Were you going to back him up? Because it didn't look like you were ready.
I was ready to go.
No, you weren't.
I was ready to go.
You were one of those friends.
You weren't even looking.
You were one of those friends that was not going to back it up. Look how angry he is.
So I'm a Joe Shasky, basically?
So they always say whether or not someone's a foxhole guy.
Hit that harder.
I think Sam is a foxhole guy. I know Sam, producer, is a foxhole guy.
Oh, what a great show.
Sam fixes the foxhole guy.
By the way, Rich Gannon, weeklies on deck.
Let's do it.
No, I'm not joking. I love him.
Sirius XM
New
NFL Radio.
bromance.
Let's go. What's coming up next is brought to you by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good. Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch with Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it's always feel good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get in on the football action before the season is over with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple to play. Pick at least 2 players, pick more or less on their stats, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup get off to a high start, you can cash out those winners before the game even finished. So don't miss any of the action this season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code SB50 and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code SB50 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities. And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. It's just a feeling.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, day 3 from Moscone Center, Media Row at the Moscone Center in downtown San Francisco. I'm with my good buddy and partner, Daryl, the Guru Johnson. What's up, Goo? How you doing?
I'm doing good, baby. How you doing?
I'm doing well. First things first, how was the big media party last night? And how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good. We just saw Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp. So shout out to Nightcap. But speaking of Nightcap, I had a few, one for you and Evan last night, but it was just great camaraderie, and it was an extension of what we're doing here. But what I have learned, partner, and it was at the Electronic Arts Campus, EA Sports, in Redwood City. It's a compound. It's beautiful. Football field for the workers. If I worked here, they'd have to tell me, hey, Daryl, you got to go home. It was that incredible. DJ Baron Davis was there, asked where you were at. Yeah. I just told you he asked where you're at. I told him, I said, BD. But other than that, a good time. But what I'm learning, Steiny, our voice is our moneymaker. And I need to be quiet. Like, we get off the air, you gotta shut it down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like to talk after shows.
I'm getting there, bro.
Yeah, so you'll learn to. So you took a shuttle out of the city.
Yeah, Rick Tittle, I and saw John J. Curley.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Nice. That's
I had
nice.
a good time.
All right. Well,
got to bed about 1.
That's not that bad.
Watched the Warriors. They tried to put me to sleep before that, but what's going on, brother, with our team?
Well, the Warriors, they got beat last night, 113-94, but the bigger story is everything that Draymond Green talked about after the game, and, it's amazing, Goo. I feel like day after day after day, the last week or so, we've just kind of get more and more reminders that the Warriors are at a point where they're clearly trying to figure out whether this thing's over, how much of it is over, how much of it's sustainable, and the players that they absolutely have to have or not have if they want this thing to continue. And Draymond Green last night after the game, I mean, I've been talking about it with some people here, and they're like, man, it almost felt like it was a retirement speech from Draymond Green, him talking about, the idea this year that this could it's within the realm of possibility, Goo, that he may have played his last game for the Warriors last night. I don't know how, likely it is, but he's talking like it's within the realm of possibility.
Listen, and this is where I'm going to side, and you don't even need to pick a side, but Draymond Green is a Warrior, a gladiator. He's going to the Hall of Fame, and I don't need Draymond Green from Saginaw, Michigan to tell me his pride may have taken a hit. Not because there's a trade. I don't think a trade's imminent. I don't think Draymond Green's going anywhere, but he's a gladiator. And when it's public knowledge that the team is willing to move on or include you in a deal, he's human, Stoney. And at the end of the day, everything that he's built along with Kerr, Joe Lacob, and Steph Curry, a lot of times he was Elliot Ness, untouchable. So I can understand and don't need him to confirm nor deny. His pride is a hit just a tad bit, knowing that the reporters and the world have read the articles and hearing the noise in regard to him being moved. That would hurt my pride just a tad bit.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going to get into this sound on the other side, but we talked yesterday, and you were talking yesterday about how Draymond might feel if he found out they were including him in packages. And, I mean, I got to give him credit. Last night he said all the right things. He said he's not upset, says he understands it, says that that's pretty much where this team is right now. He's coming to some realizations, and I think a lot of Warrior fans are too.
That is deep, and the realization, Stoney, put me in a dark place right now, and I know we got a day left or, day and a half before we find out if something's going to happen with the Warriors, but I know you don't want this victory lap, but you kind of been banging this drum for a while, but I don't know what it is just personally for myself. Maybe it's the Curry, and I'm making a bigger deal about the knee injury than it is, but the point is, and the fact of the matter is, he's missed the last 2 games because of it, and then you look at the Warriors through that prism, and Stoney, I don't know where you go or how long it will take and what type of help you would need and what this will look like, the kind of the back 9 for the Golden State Warriors led by the chef. The Jimmy injury is just, it's like my transmission went out in my car. That's a big project to get fixed, but I know where to go.
Yeah,
the shop. I don't know where the Warriors shop is.
Yeah, I thought last night's game was I mean, to me, last night's game was just another game. You're looking at a team that came in here without Embiid and without Paul George. So the Warriors don't have Butler and they don't have Steph Curry. But last night, But last night to me is a sobering reminder that there are teams out there like Philadelphia, and their young players are further ahead than the Warriors' young players. The Warriors got beat last night by Maxey, a 25-year-old. They got beat by Edgecombe, a rookie. They got beat by what's my big fella's name? Not Bono. The guy Fitz was talking about. I can't believe I can't think of his name.
Not my guy,
Watford. Watford, though, is only 25 years old. Barlow is only 22 or 23 years old. So, Bona. I mean, you watch a game last night, and you're seeing Pods, and you're seeing some of the young guys, and they're having trouble competing with the Sixers. Younger players. So I thought it was a real sobering game for sure. And then Draymond Green's comments afterwards, which we'll get into on the other side, obviously are lending some feelings of mortality toward this thing. It just feels like the Warriors have begun a process to change what's going on here, and it might not start in the next day, but the thinking about it has already started.
Yeah, and I do wonder at the end of the day, when the dust settles on this season, and I know we still got half a season, a lot of things could pop off, a trade could be announced, but if it's not, I do wonder at the end of the day, how I'm talking about Wardell Stephen Curry, sees his future, and is there any change? But, Stoney, just about the Warriors and what they rolled out there last night, I'll always give Steve Kerr and those players an A+ in regard to effort. But unfortunately, that's the price of admission. But watching the Golden State Warriors struggle to do just the essence of a basketball thing, create their own shot, was on display. And, you can tell me, Goo, don't waste your time, but I think there's a backstory on why and how we got here and why it seems so hard for Golden State Warrior players to create their own shot when Steph's not on the court.
That
was glaring to me, man.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. They played, 10 or 11 guys like they always do, and their shot leader was DeAnthony Melton, who took 13, and then Buddy Hield, who took 11. So those are one guy's Buddy Hield. He's been in the league 12 years, 13, 14 years. He knows how to get a shot off. Melton's their most athletic, and he's, 25, 26, 27 years old. But I think you're right. What did we find out? Guy Santos can't really create. Moses, Pajemski, they couldn't squeeze off enough shots against that defense. And when Steph's not out there and when Butler's not out there, and hell, Kuminga not out there either, they're missing their top 3 scorers. So scoring is going to be an issue.
I know we're up against it. How much of what's going on, Stoney, is bad luck? Or do you create your luck? Like when we talk about the litany of players that can't create their own shot. Well, they were drafted, and you should have knew that. But maybe they were drafted because the Warriors brass was assuming guys wouldn't go down. But I'm watching, and Shasky and Spadoni had me jump on with him, and he was just in love, enamored with Philly. But there's other rosters where, okay, forget the score, just the type of player these other teams have, we're lacking.
There's no doubt. And this is where it's one of two things. When the Warriors had great picks, they didn't come through. And then they've had a lot of picks in the deep 20s where other teams got better players than them. And not only did they draft better players than the Warriors did, but they've developed them better during that period of time. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Bryant Young, Hall of Famer, made it last year, former San Francisco 49er. He's joining us at 11. We'll talk a little Draymond and Warriors up until then. We got Jim Gray coming up at 12:30, the renowned Jim Gray. And then Ross Tucker's going to join us at some point, ideally in the 1 o'clock hour. But phone lines open. If you heard Draymond Green last night, what did you think on the other side? We're going to play some of that for you. But it does feel like sobering times here in the Bay for the Golden State Warriors. All right, here's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game. And like I said, we'll have Bryant Young at 11. He's our next guest, our first guest today. What's coming up on The Game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also sponsored by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. They are back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf Restaurant. It's just $99.95 per person now through March. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. Info at inatthetides.com. And as you know, I've been covering the Bay Area sports scene for years, and I've seen athletes go through it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or you've lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com. It's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Hey, it's Steiny, and we got a big game Sunday, and it's happening at Bay Street, Emeryville, and it's the perfect spot for the whole family. Pre-game fun starts at 2 o'clock, TVs on the terrace, a huge plaza screen, games, prizes, and activities for the kids. And the food? Ramen, tacos, pizza, even that big game special Sunday at Humphrey Slocum Ice Cream. It's going to be amazing. Bay Street is Bartable, too. Grab a drink and get home safe. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Let's get nuts!
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, we are back. Day 3 from Moscone Center, Super Bowl 60 on Sunday. It is Radio Row. I'm with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Coming up at 11 o'clock, 45 minutes from now, we got Bryant Young, great defensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers, was elected into the Pro Football Hall of Fame last year. And he'll join us at 11 o'clock. We'll have Jim Gray, the renowned sportscaster, at 12:30. And then probably around 1 or somewhere after that, we'll get our good friend Ross Tucker, who's down here on Radio Row. So we're talking about the Golden State Warriors right now. They lose by 19 last night, or 21, whatever it was. The Sixers came in here and put one on them. And then after the game, Draymond Green talked about where this team is right now. And here's where I want to start with the sound. I want to play Draymond Green talking about if it comes to an end, it comes to an end, and it has to come to an end. Take a listen.
Guys that have been on the move every year, moving their family 2-3 times in a year. So I have so much gratitude for where I am in my career, the run that I've been on here. Like I said, I don't know that it ends or whatnot. I don't. We'll all see. But if it does, it does, you know. All good things must come to an end at some point. And so, yeah, that's kind of my sentiment, you know, and how I feel.
All right, that was Draymond Green. The first thing he said last night. And what I'm hearing is a guy who's been told that it might not happen in the next day or two, but Draymond, this team's probably going to have to change direction at some point, and it may be sooner rather than later.
You know what? And I agree with that. And Dre doesn't need any kudos from me. But as we listened to that, and I just heard you talk, I thought to myself, if I were in Draymond Green's shoes, at this juncture with the innuendos and all the stuff floating around, he's so smart and a savant at the game, and it's why he's able to get in so many bigger, stronger, faster players' heads. It's why he's been able to help the, Golden State Warriors, get to 4 championships. He's finessing this situation, and he's being real. But my point is, when I say he's finessing it, I think some people thought we might get the combative Draymond Green. And regardless of what entity, and we're talking about pro sports, Draymond Green handled that like a professional. And the only way he truly could, Stoney, as opposed to being what makes him great, combative, and demonstrative, that wasn't the place for it, and I think he knew it, and we got the somber Dre, and I don't think he's going anywhere, but I can appreciate the honesty of him keeping it real about the life in the NBA for some that are, don't get to unpack their suitcase, Donnie, in their career.
No, I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, somebody has gotten to Draymond and said,
or maybe not.
It's
maybe
a possibility.
It's just him. Okay. I got you.
I mean,
to be leaving, I got you.
Yeah, exactly. So I think obviously there's something to it. Again, a lot of times when we hear, somebody's on the block, it doesn't happen right away. It may not happen till this summer.
Yeah.
But certainly the Warriors can't continue to sit pat. They could sit pat at the deadline, but they can't sit pat at the deadline. And then again, in the off season, at some point, push is going to have to come to shove. All right, let's go to Theo in the East Bay. Wants to join us. What's going on, Theo? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call, man. Sure. I know it's a busy week for you guys. Radio Row, you guys look good, but look.
Thank you.
This trade has to happen, all right? If it doesn't happen, it's basically over for the Warriors. There's no, looking towards the future for next year when Jimmy Butler comes back. There's none of that, all right? We need Giannis to get here now. Steph Curry and him probably get a second-round exit, but it's fine. At least we have Giannis to build on something for next year. And if this trade doesn't happen and Draymond is back, could you imagine that? He knows we were going to trade him, and then it's hard enough to deal with. On top of that, we were trying to trade him. I mean, it just has to happen. I hope we get some news soon. Cheers, boys.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Theo.
No, I'm going to go right after Theo, Stoney, in the sense that I just commended, and I stand on it, Draymond Green for how he's acting right now. But I am being real to Theo's point. Okay, once the dust settles and the deadline is passed and you're still here, do we get a different Draymond? Do I sound like a hypocrite after giving him credit for being honest and open and I believe keeping it real? And then say I'm a little nervous about the the residue that his name was out there, the team was willing to say night-night, but then he comes back. So we don't know the answer, but it is a question I have.
Yeah, I mean, I also heard a little of that, too. I heard Draymond kind of resign to, if he doesn't get traded, he knows that, the other thing that's up to talk about is what his role is going to be moving forward if he is on this team after the trade deadline. Are they going to continue to start him? Are they going to continue to lean on him like they've leaned on him? And I think I think that's another thing where I think the answer's going to be probably not. And maybe that's another thing that he's heard, either from Steve Kerr on the front office that we've got to start getting this thing rolling with our younger players. And if we may need to look to move you, but if we don't move you, there may be a change in your role. So I think there's so much at play.
And Kerr's not a slave. Kerr's just gonna. I came in with you guys. I'm going out with you, Dre, and just ride this out. Now, obviously, Kerr didn't control the possible trade, but I'm assuming there's not one. Just for the sake of this discussion, I mean, I don't see, and I'm not saying you're saying that, Stoney, but I don't see his role changing. Because now I'm thinking about everything in Warrior World, and I'm wondering if Kerr doesn't come back and this is his last, and he knows it, then he'll just, hey, Dre, we're just going to keep it as it's been for 14 years.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that doesn't make sense, because if you're telling Draymond, hey, look, we may need to move on from you. And he's like, well, I get it. I'm not crazy about it, but I get it. At that point, if he does come back, I mean, to me, it's a perfect opportunity to try to play a few of the younger guys. Now, I don't and it felt like the way he talked anyway last night, he might be open to that. But take a listen to this, Goo. This is another thing where Draymond Green's talking about how grateful he is for this run. Take a listen.
Guys that have been on the move every year, moving their family 2-3 times in a year. So I have so much gratitude for where I am in my career, the run that I've been on here. And like I said, I don't know that it ends or whatnot. I don't. We'll all see. But if it does, it does. All good things must come to an end at some point. And so, yeah, that's kind of my sentiment, and how I feel.
All right, and that also is, on the heels of another game where he wasn't very good. He just wasn't. Not that anybody played great last night.
I hear you,
but
on an individual basis.
I mean,
you know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just had a thought. Words are powerful. They're telling. They're revealing. And when Steve Kerr, before Jimmy went down, I'm just thinking about this whole Warrior season and the verbiage we've been hearing. He referred to his team as a fading dynasty. And this one was Jimmy was upright.
Right.
And then now Jimmy's gone down. Curry's knee is barking. Dre's saying all good things must come to an end. And I'm just letting you know, Stoney, as emotional as I am, and it's going to get greater later, but if you start looking around and reading the room, that word, like at the end of a great movie or so, the end, it feels like a lot of guys are resonated to that word. And I got to be honest, I didn't like Dre saying that, but we're asking about, the end of his time possibly here in Golden State, so that's why he's using it. But, man, I'm just getting – it feels like a little bit of Golden State Warrior Halloween vibes in regard to, all good things do come to an end, Stoney. And now, unfortunately, some injuries have happened that I feel like have expedited or sped up this process. of the Warriors not looking like themselves or even having a chance.
Yeah, I mean, and they knew this was a risk, and I mean, look, I don't know if I'm saying this or it's what it's what I believe the team is thinking now, but there's too much, there's too much smoke right now about what the Warriors are trying to do, who they're trying to get, who they may or may not, want to trade. And they're giving us a lot of signs that they're starting to think this is over. And to my way of thinking, they after 2022, they gave it 3 good years of trying to stay at a certain level, and they actually haven't done a bad job of that. They've been a mid-40 win team, but I think they're looking at this team knowing that if they go into the second half of the season with Jimmy Butler, they ain't going to get to 45 wins this year.
I hear all that. I agree. But what the hell does it mean for Curry?
Well, I don't think.
What does that? That's nothing. All I got. I'm being honest, Donnie. Yeah. That's all I care about right now. Because if you want to, and I'm not. Again, tell me if I'm double talking here. But the fast track. Shout out Toll Bridges. The fast track to get back is to dangle Steph. But yesterday at lunch, you, Evan, and I were talking about what Steph would even fetch at this point where he's at. I thought it was 5 number ones. But there's some people whispering, but maybe it's not that. But I bring that nightmare scenario up only because I feel like it's the best card and only card the Warriors have in their hand.
Well, it might be the best card they have in the hand. I think it obviously is, but it's a big step. It's a big step. They right now, and this is all the stuff I'm talking about. They have to decide between tomorrow and the end of the offseason whether they have the stomach to think about trading Steph. And if the answer is no, that's fine, and we'd all understand it. But then it's going to be a different avenue to try to get this team on the ascent again, and it's going to be hard. As great as Steph Curry's playing, it's going to be hard to keep ascending if they continue to place the most importance on a 38-year-old player who can do it some of the time, but he can't do it all of the time. And so they've got to figure that out, Goo.
Yeah, LeBron James at his later age has always had a Robin. It was Anthony Davis, now it's Luka, and you understand that. But I'm with you. Nobody cares, but they got to get Steph Curry some help. And I just wonder as this season progresses, and I'm watching the game last night, just hashtag random, Stoney, they went to the free throw line as a team twice.
Yeah.
Once.
True.
Okay, so I don't know if this, all right, I need a hug from everybody.
Well, there are plenty
still
of
in the
people
play-in.
here. There's plenty of people here.
No, but from the ones that care about me, you don't dare whisper or think Steph slow play your return for the future, do you? Or hell no, we're in the play-in. Hopefully that could get a play. Well,
sounds like you're answering a lot of your own questions, and you're struggling to, but that's all right.
No, what's scary is I'm asking them, which means I see the signs.
I mean, to me, the next tangible thing to look for is Steph Curry getting on the plane to Phoenix? Is he getting on the plane to Phoenix? They play the Suns, and then they play the Clippers. 2 road games. So, I'm expecting he's gonna be on the plane. He's listed as day to day, but these are kind of gonna be the signs of how much they're gonna push this, and how much they're not gonna push it. But every game from this point on, and every way that Kerr uses Draymond or Steph is going to be examined, and rightfully so, because the organization's telling us they're at a place they haven't been in 15 years.
If I asked you can't use Steph as an answer, what's the best thing going for the Golden State Warriors right now on this Wednesday as we're at Radio Row? What would Steiny's answer be?
That they have all their draft picks in the next 10 years. As of right now, they have
That's a long time.
They're on the descent, but they're not in a position where they can't utilize their picks. So That to me is a positive, and we're seeing that already. If you're telling me they're legitimately in on Giannis because they've got all their trade assets, and that's the big reason they're in on it, well, then they do have something going for them, and that is a willingness to trade those picks. So that's not a bad place to start. Let's go to Tim. Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Tim.
What's up, Tim? Coming up in a half hour, we got Bryant Young, Hall of Famer, former San Francisco 49er. What's going on, Tim? How you doing, man?
What's up, Stoney? Yeah, I wanted to get in before you guys get rolling. You know, I called a couple of days ago, and I was talking about how I feel like we underestimate this thing about people maybe wanting to come and play for Steph and then come play with him and with Kerr. And then all of a sudden we get this thing out about Giannis might not be too keen on that. And then we also hear, you know, I just heard on TV where Windhorst said they actually did go to Draymond and let him know he was in the offer. And then if it didn't go through, they definitely would revisit that in the summer. So I guess my question to you guys is, it definitely seems like it's coming to an end. What do you see happens with Kerr? What do you guys see happening with Kerr? If Dre is out in the summer, Kerr doesn't really have another type of system that doesn't include Curry and Draymond. We know Kuminga is done. He ain't a part of the future. If they don't get Giannis and Dre and Kerr are gone, what is the turn? Which way do they go from there? I guess I wanted to ask you guys.
I mean, that's a great question. Goo, there are so many moving parts here.
I think Kerr's done. If they don't get Giannis, he's done.
Yeah, I mean, just watching him all season long, it feels like
I'm with you.
You know, he's ready. I go back to his quote from a couple weeks ago when he said, "No, it's a really interesting time for the organization." And that's Steve Kerr's way of saying, you know, it's not the end of the world. It's not life or death. I've been a part of plenty of dynasties. They eventually fade and everybody survives. And so when he said interesting, it just, like, I thought it was his way of just lessening the importance of everything and making it more like this is a natural progression from a team that's been in a dynasty. And you know what? I may not fit after this year.
And the fact that they were willing, because a big cog to the Warriors' offense is Draymond Green, the fact that the team was willing to move him, do you got a problem if on the Guru computer, you know, my spidey senses are going off saying, okay, if they were willing to move Dre, then there could be a system change with the new coach at the end of this season. Like they could be, they may know already, they may not know, but there was a feel that, okay, now that Dre's gone, you know, that could be symbolic, Stoney, of they're willing to, you know, gut this thing. And when I say gut it, Steve leaves on his own accord, but I don't know, I'm just getting that feeling like there could be a new coach in the Bay, man.
Well, and I'm also feeling like you said, you know, Draymond's an important cog in their offense. I don't think they think he's as important, obviously, as he was. I think on if you're honest with yourself, and I know Butler's hurt, but Jimmy Butler can do a lot of what Draymond does in the half court.
Yes.
So if you have Butler and Draymond Green, there's some redundancy there. There's a lack of athleticism there. There's two guys who hold the ball there. So, I don't think both those guys will be on the team next year, or at least to start the season. But, hey, it's decision time, and maybe it got here sooner than people expected. For me, it may have gotten here a little later than expected, but it certainly looks like the Warriors are giving off all the signals that, they're willing to pivot here. Let's go to Ed in Petaluma. Hey, Ed, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hey, I seriously think Joe Lacob is not going to do anything, and this is why. I like to look at the Warriors as a broken-down car. You just don't keep repairing that car over and over again. I think Butler was the last major repair, and it didn't work, so it's time to get a new car. And so I don't think he's going to waste any money and trading draft picks to fix a broken car. I think he's smart enough to know. And the second thing I noticed, and maybe you guys can watch, when Curry plays, if you look at his left knee, he has two small bandages right above his kneecap. I think they were either injecting him or removing fluid. And when he walked into the gym last night, he was limping on his left leg, not his right leg.
Oh, man.
So there may be another issue that we don't know about. But if you watch the games, you'll see the little teeny Band-Aids around his left knee, and it's every game.
Yeah, no, I've noticed that too, Ed. Didn't know what to make of it. I just know that 99% of the time when I hear a player's got a sore knee, it doesn't really register, but we've got a guy here who's almost 38, and we've got to, take that kind of stuff very seriously.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, Goo. How much?
That's a great observation.
Listen,
right
Steph is a. He plays as many games as he can,
and he runs 100 miles a game.
And we're going to have to get used to him running less than 100 miles a game and playing less as he gets older. And I think that's what's happened. That's the other thing you got to balance. You got to balance how great Steph is right now with how old he is and how realistic it is to think you can still put a team around Steph that gets to that can make a run in the postseason. Gonna be tough.
Yeah, and I mean I love that him walking into the stadium, what it looked like. But man, I got to tell you, I know everybody, it's about the trading deadline, but I'm telling you right now, it's about I need and I want to know how soon the chef can get back in the kitchen.
We should have that probably at some point today, I would think, because the team's probably going to practice and then head to Phoenix later this afternoon. So we'll figure out whether Steph Curry's going to be able to play or not. But that's another thing we gotta look at is how do they start using Steph, and is there a difference between the way they're using him now as opposed to a couple months ago?
Can I get this take off? And this is where I need a bro hug. If there truly is a price to a dynasty and that bill has come due, I'm scared to pay it.
You have to pay it, though. Like, you might be scared to pay it, but you have to.
But what we watched last night could be the norm for a couple of seasons. That's my fear.
Yes. It's possible they could miss the playoffs this year.
Like, I never remember I fight. Like, what are you, like, that's real.
And if they don't make the playoffs this year, how do they get back into the playoffs next year? Without Butler
I would need to,
coming back till January. That's why I think this thing has really jump-started kind of the thought process in Golden State. For no other reason than it has to jump-start the conversation. And
I hear you,
action doesn't always follow immediately, but if you're thinking of messing around in the summer with moves, then maybe what you got to do is start planting the seeds right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump in, we're going to play some more Draymond Green sound on the other side, a sobering post-game interview from him. Also coming up in 15 minutes, we got Bryant Young, Hall of Famer, former defensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers. He'll be live right here from Moscone Center, so don't go anywhere. 888-957-9570 is the number, and our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. That segment also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? Life Source believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a Life Source whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sackmaster, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Catch the Black Crowes on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Congratulations, Robert Saleh on the Liquor Store 7.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today. 95.7 The Game, breaking news.
We've got another NBA trade. It does not involve the Warriors, but it involves some big names. The Dallas Mavericks are trading 10-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis, along with Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum, to the Wizards for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, and Marvin Bagley III. 2 first-round picks and 3 second-rounders, sources tell ESPN. Anthony Davis, now a Wizard, and if he plays, he'll play alongside of Trae Young if Trae Young plays in Washington.
All right.
But Anthony Davis off the board, and it took 2 firsts and 3 seconds. Again, Goo, kind of another indication that they might have been, the Warriors might have been able to get AD for a package and 2 picks.
Yeah, I'll say this, and I'll go skincare. I'm going to be proactive. I like this from a Wizard standpoint to have Trae and AD win healthy, because we're doing that with the Warriors, right? Our top 2 dudes, not as severe for Steph, but I just feel like, I'm going poker. The Warriors were all in for Giannis. That's not over as of yet, because they have not got that done, because he hasn't been moved if it happens. So, I would take AD in the Texas second, but Stoney, I'll hold out hope that the Warriors didn't pursue AD, because Giannis is going to get on a bird and come here to the Bay.
That might have been part of it. And, we were talking a little earlier this week, and I was looking at some of the things that Dunleavy said and Kerr said, and my feeling was it feels like it's Giannis or nothing. Yeah. That they will go all in for Giannis, but outside of that, maybe they're not willing to make an ancillary move. But now it's gotten to the point where 1, 2, 3, there's been 5 big trades in the last couple days, and the Warriors haven't been involved. And see, that's the other thing that may be a dynamic here. Not that it changes, but if the Warriors don't make a move at the deadline and there are a half a dozen other moves, that really is going to be sobering. James Harden's been traded, Darius Garland's been traded, Vucevic, Anthony Simons, Mike Conley, Kevin Huerter, DeAndre Hunter, Jaren Jackson Jr., now Anthony Davis has been traded. So teams are obviously active, and we'll find out if the Warriors have the wherewithal to make a move, Goo.
Yeah, and they need one. That's what's kind of scary about the state of Warriors basketball right now. And if yesterday was any indication, and the game before that, this is a glimpse into the future and what Warrior basketball has become and will be until they can get up and running again. I'm not ready for that, Stoney. So I'm hoping. Sam Lubman handed me the phone, and I saw the picture of AD, and I heard the word trade.
Right.
I quiveled and stopped like the Warrior. We got him. Then I said the Wizards. I wanted to throw it across the room, and it is news. But Stoney, how much uncertainty with these injuries may have had the Warriors hit the pause button on doing anything and just ride it out like you talked about? Just ride it out, whatever that means.
It's a good question. There's a chance the Warriors maybe feel like the writing's on the wall right now. Draymond's playing at a low level. Butler's not there. Steph's really banged up.
Yes.
If those are all if that's the way they feel like their situation is. But even if it is, if you look and you say, well, maybe Steph's banged up a little more than we thought. Butler's not coming back this year. Draymond's not playing at a high level. Then what does that mean? What does that mean? Where do you go from there, even if that's what you believe? And I think it lends to maybe that's why they're looking to see if they can move Draymond. Let's go to Coach Hall. Coach Hall's in San Diego. Hey, Coach Hall, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm all right. How about you guys?
Hanging in.
Man, this I feel like the freak or nothing trade is gonna come back to bite us. Well, one, we waited entirely too long to get rid of Draymond, and if that's all it took to get AD, why not just go get him? I mean, Giannis has the same dang near injury history. Well, that's probably exaggerated, not the same, but that calf that he's been sitting out with is really bothersome, and it worries me. And I think we're to the point where nothing's going to happen. We're going to come back with the same team because all of the players are going to be gone, reshuffled. There's nothing we can do. And playing with Kuminga, I don't think it's fair. Playing yo-yo with his career. So I think it's over.
Let's hope you're wrong. But
Appreciate it, Coach.
Yeah, Scotty, that calf thing is man. You know what? We're so desperate. I'll take that chance. I'll take that risk.
On who?
On Giannis with the calf. Because it has turned into Achilles, Halliburton, Durant. We've lived it.
There's still players out there who maybe the Warriors are going to be interested in. I mean, John Morant you would think he may be moved.
I would go pick him up from the airport now.
But that's what we're talking. Michael Porter Jr. still out there if they want to move him. Morant's still out there. Trey Murphy's a guy they've been linked to.
New Orleans hasn't done a damn thing.
What's that?
New Orleans.
No, they haven't. So 888-957-9570 is the number, and I see the main man right here. There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Bryant Young.
All right, nice to meet you. Yes, sir.
Brian, how you doing, man? Nice to meet you, too. All right, grab a seat, and I will get started here. We've got a Hall of Famer.
The man, he looks like he can still play, Steiny.
Absolutely, absolutely. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Bryant Young, former defensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers. Thank you so much for joining us, Brian. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you for having me on.
You look sharp, man.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely.
I think I might be overdressed for a media role.
But that's always the way to do it. That's always
I'm dressed for later on.
There you look like a class act.
Yeah.
Now, when you come down here for, first of all, congratulations on making the Hall of Fame last year.
Thank you.
Pretty incredible, and just talk about how you felt when you got the news.
Well, actually, it was in 2022. I got it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. When I got the knock, from Charles Haley, it was just a surprising, incredible feeling. I was all shocked that all the work that happened over the years and then the traction, that it got, and it got to that point, and super excited. And it's been a whirlwind. I still pinch myself in terms of just thinking about the number of guys that are enshrined in the Hall of Fame and the number of people that have been a part of the NFL. It's a very, very small percentage of guys that are enshrined compared to all those that have been involved.
Now, I hate to do this early, BY, but it's kind of been on my heart. And, I'm thinking about the Niners. They had a great season with the injuries they endured. Didn't work out at the end the way they wanted. But there's a lot being made in the NFL world about Belichick and Kraft not making the Hall of Fame. But I try to just bring that to the Bay Area. And a guy you played for, Seifert, he has 2 Super Bowls. And, BY, why is he not in the Hall of Fame? And because I think that's a mistake. And why do guys just get omitted, you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's
with no scandal.
Right.
Yeah.
It's about traction. And sometimes it depends on who's behind the scenes advocating for you as well. I think his body of work definitely speaks for itself. And he's a guy that I feel that should be enshrined at some point. And, 2 Super Bowls and an amazing job over the years. And he deserves that.
Bryant Young joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's joining the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Road, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. I mean, you know how tough it is to win a Super Bowl, and the Niners have knocked on the door 3 times in the last, 10, 12 years. And just can you speak to just kind of how difficult it is and the kind of the criticism that great players and great coaches will get, even if they do everything in their career but win a Super Bowl?
You know, it's incredibly tough to get back. To get there and to get back there, multiple times. I think about, the 4 consecutive years the Bills made their run, but they didn't, get over the hump. And but just to get to the dance is an incredible feat. You just have to keep pushing. The guys that have been on those teams that have been played in the Super Bowl. Hopefully the guys that have a chance to return, they get their opportunity to win a Super Bowl. And it's a challenge every year because the roster changed, the chemistry of the team changes a little bit. You take on a different identity as a team year to year, and so it's incredibly tough. And so I'm just hoping for this organization at some point, that 6th championship's going to come.
Wow, beautiful. I'm looking at your jewelry. You're wearing it with pride. You're a gladiator. You played in the trenches. And I'm a fan from afar. And Bosa has been great for the Niners, but I've been on him before he got hurt, BY. I wanted to see more from a personal standpoint, and you are the standard. But with him going through this injury, what advice would you give him, where he's at now, and when he returns, I guess I'm going to use to be more demonstrative?
Well, I think, he's a guy that's been there before. He's had some setbacks in his career and understands what it takes to overcome adversity. And I think he's going to be fine. He's done a great job thus far when he's been healthy, and now he's having this second injury. I think you appreciate when you're away from the game, you appreciate it a lot more, and you come back a different player as well. So him coming back and just having the experience that he's had over the years, he'll be better for it. And certainly I wish him the best and that he gets the greatest comeback ever.
Bryant Young joining us on 95.7, former 49er defensive lineman. I got to ask you, I've followed your career as a Niner, and I've always thought that you were a class act. I've thought that from day one, and you're soft-spoken, and I was just always curious how you go from this guy, all right, with dressed nice, soft-spoken, to a killer on the football field when you were there.
That split personality.
Is it really that simple?
He has one too. He don't know it. Yeah.
But I don't play football.
Yeah, there's a green man inside of me, and I have to every day tame him to keep him suppressed. But playing football gives you that opportunity to have that release. You play a physical game. It's controlled chaos, and you have to be physically tough. You can't be a nice guy on the field playing in this type of game. It's a man's game, and it's tough and it's unforgiving. And so you have to go out there, fight, scratch and claw, and be gritty. And you have to do what it takes. But that don't mean you have to take that mentality. Now, mentality-wise, from a think standpoint, you can, and how you approach life, you can take the lessons you learn from football, but you don't always have to take that physicality and that harsh mentality off the field. You can have, just a way about you that says, this is me on the field and this is me off the field, being a gentleman.
I think about the rich history at the wide receiver position with the Niners, with Dwight Clark, Jerry Rice, T.O. Taylor, and it was supposed to be Brandon Ayuk. And the team, it was obvious they missed him. And I don't understand, and I'm being nosy, BY, I'm that by nature. They gave him the fortune, the money, but something happened. How does a team try to overcome that, and how big of a deal was it to the Niners this year not having, and I love Pearsall, but, the best ability is availability, but you needed more. But just that Ayuk situation, how much can that hurt a locker room or just hurt the team's production?
It could have some effect on the team. I think at some point, when you don't have the guys that you need, you just have to find a way with the guys that you have in the locker room to move forward. And it's so fortunate for him that he got to a space where he felt like an outsider and wasn't able to cross the threshold to get back into the good graces of the team. And, I think about him. I think about, what that might feel like, just feeling like an outcast and where he got to that point and how that happened. There's hope and there's return. You just have to hopefully make amends, understand what you did, the choices that you made, take ownership of it, and hopefully he can move forward from that.
I'm going to ask you about the taste of the NFL in a sec, but man, I can't believe I'm asking you about this, but I think everybody who's associated with the Niners has been asked about it. What do you make of this substation talk? You know, it kind of made me chuckle at first, but you know, if guys aren't ignoring it, then it is a factor. Just your thoughts on it.
You know, I don't know if there's any merit to what's going on with the whole substation electrical forces deal. But I think you may want to, at some point understand if there's something there. And if there is, you make choices and to move forward. If not, you just, you deal with it. And there's been some misfortune. But at the same time, that's kind of the league. Guys get hurt, and there's some unfortunate circumstances that happen, and we just hope it don't happen to us as often as it has. But let's hope that we find something that can give us some concrete answers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's talk about Brock Purdy. Your thoughts from BY on Brock Purdy, just the story and what you've seen from him, and they've given him the money, and that's the respect. Do you think he can take this team and get them that 6th Super Bowl?
I do. I think he is the leader, the right leader quarterback for this team. I think he has a good command of the offense. He has a good command of the huddle. He's a good leader. He certainly, has all the intangibles to make it happen, and the talent. And so it's just a matter of staying healthy. But I always think about this. No one person can do it by themselves. As good as one person can be, you need a supporting cast around you. And at some point, you're only as good as the pieces around you.
Wow. Brian Young joining us on 95.7 The Game. You're involved in A Taste of the NFL. It's the largest philanthropic event by PepsiCo. That's Saturday. Talk a little bit about that and what you guys are up to.
Yeah, just this 1 in 5 children in our nation, they're suffering from food insecurity, and so this event, Taste of the NFL, is really about bringing awareness to that. Gen Youth is the organization that will benefit from this philanthropic effort. You have the celebrity chefs that'll be in, Carla Hall, Andrew Zimmerman, Rashida, and cooking amazing foods that are staple to the Bay Area. And, it's for a great cause to help our young people, the next generation of our people, to make sure they have a meal and they're nourished and they are able to go to school and learn and grow and develop. And then this organization supports, activities and health and things of that nature, so that our kids in this country feel supported, especially the kids that are in our football markets, the NFL markets. And so that's what we mostly serve.
We have this saying on the show, BY, body envy. Like when I see, guys on the TV, and I'm like, man, he's put together, the TOs. You are wearing that blazer. I got to ask you, how often, your regiment, do you still work out 5-7 days a week? You got a personal chef? Share it with us.
No personal chef. Okay. You're looking at the personal chef right here. And maybe my wife as well.
You hit the iron. You look like...
For me, it's really about just... always trying to be a better version of myself, whether that's, developing personally, professionally, and physically, mentally, and for me, it's eating healthy. It's pushing back. That's the number one exercise that I'm trying to develop and continue to develop, is that pushback muscle, then also that what goes in the mouth, being disciplined about what goes in the mouth. And then, also cardiovascular wise, what am I doing to train my heart and keep my mind, balanced? So it's about, mind, body, and soul, just the balance. So I do about 3 or 4 days a week. It's been working for me. And that's just part of, what I do, and it keeps me balanced.
Yeah, you look great, man.
All right, Brian Young, time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must, and you've just talked about putting the right thing in your body. What's your must-have food item for the big game?
Wow. You know what? I'm simple. I could be complex, but I'm simple. Give me a really good steak, a sweet potato baked or fries, some nice veggies, and some shrimp maybe on the grill. I'm a big griller.
Look, I love it.
Yeah, and anything smoked on the grill, I'm about it.
All right, man.
That's our first steak, Stoney.
Brian, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, sir.
I got to believe the big one's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well,
what's that one?
That's the Super Bowl, and that's the Hall of Fame ring.
Oh, okay.
Ring of Excellence.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I take a look at one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, look at that.
Where's our camera?
Yeah, right here, Stoney, in the middle.
It's a little big.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations
all
on
the
both,
blood,
sir.
sweat, and tears that went into that.
Absolutely.
Both of them. Yeah, good for you, man.
Yeah.
Well, it takes a village.
Okay, there it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nobody gets there alone, man.
I got you. You hear
supporting cast.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great time on Saturday, and really appreciate your time, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Best of luck to you. That's Bryant Young.
Oh, man, president.
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line, and honored to have him.
No doubt.
Honored to have him.
Stoney, you looked at the ring. That's usually what I do. Yeah.
Well, I mean, now you
was that the Hall of Fame ring you had?
Yeah, that was the Hall of Fame ring. Closest I'll ever get to it.
Yeah, my man went. Yeah, he got his jewelry from you.
You got it.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
no, we're all shocked. That's all. That was. He's the man.
I mean, look, I've seen your rings. I don't ask to see yours, but I've seen them.
To wear another man's.
Oh, no,
take it off. Yeah.
I guarantee you, he's
you
been
see
asked
how he was looking at you? Like you were a quarterback back in 1996.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. It's not
great,
out of
man.
pocket to ask
It
a
was
guy
all
to
good.
see his Super Bowl ring. Hell, that's why they wear it. That's why they wear it. All right. All right.
He was great, man.
He is
takes
great.
a village, Stoney.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2022.
So he's not buying the substation. I get it, but Stoney, I am in the sense that you can't say it's not nothing. Boy, I hope my English teacher, Miss Gilbert's not listening. No, seriously. Juszczyk said, hey. And then I told you, Delaney Walker said, hey. What do you just have to move it? I think that's
the substation or the stadium?
The practice facility.
Start building a stadium in San Francisco.
I saw Cosell walk by. Greg.
I was going to say, because Howard's not with us anymore.
That's right.
So did you? Hey, did you take a knee?
Oh, the way. We got Lo Neal on the show with us tomorrow and Friday.
Yeah.
It's going to be bonkers.
All right.
Yeah. What's up, baby?
Yeah, okay, I got you, everybody. Wasn't elected to the Hall of Fame last year.
I didn't want to.
It was in 2022.
And then you asked to wear his ring.
No, it's not. Keep your head up.
It's not down.
By the way, guys, before we get to the break, piece of news, trade deadline continues. Jared McCain has been traded from the Philadelphia 76ers. He's going to the Oklahoma City Thunder for a first-round pick and a second.
McCain.
Okay. He played last night, didn't he? Not very much, though.
Played 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's
like me in high school.
I thought, did you play that much?
I played a little more than that.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And another big trade today we can talk about on the other side and also get into more of that Draymond Green sound. Teams are making moves. The Warriors want to make a move. Are they going to be able to make a move? 888-957-9570 is the number. And our big game coverage on 95.7. The game is presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And I've covered Bay Area sports forever, it seems like, and I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com. It's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
The wait is over. Tokyo Central Specialty Market is opening at Bay Street, Emeryville. Join the grand opening celebration January 31st and February 1st. Food, culture, and excitement await. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events. That's baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm talent. I don't book.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you from Radio Row, Moscone Center, downtown San Francisco. Thanks to Bryant Young, Hall of Famer, joined us on the other side. And great guest, class act, and one of the all-time greats for the San Francisco 49ers. And I tell you what, let me throw this one out there to our YouTube chatters. We have a little difference of opinion here. I'm walking around here and I notice John Riggins. And I'm thinking, let's get John Riggins on
here.
Let's
go.
And Nahegan comes over, he goes, hey, Marshall Faulk, 11:45. And I'm thinking, well, that's nice. But I think I'd rather do John Riggins.
I'm going to do Marshall.
So Riggins
Number
or Marshall
44,
Faulk?
Faulk for me.
This may break along age lines.
I don't think you'll get one Riggins. Number 44, and he ran it when the
SJ Jazz fan will want Riggins.
Okay, look at
I'll bet you, because he's in my demographic. Anyway,
we gotta share the good news.
Share the good news
that I woke up to, sent to you and Evan.
Help me.
So college basketball.
No traffic.
What are they? Well, they're predicated on their top 20, right?
Okay.
And it's an honor to be in the top 20, and obviously you want to be number one. But the guy that put me in the game, Jason Barrett, former program director, now has Barrett Sports Media. And every year at this time, Super Bowl week, he has the top 20 midday radio shows, morning and afternoon. And today, the midday rankings were revealed, and Matt Nahegan has put together a monster to where we were voted the number 11th midday show in the country.
You're proud of that?
No, I wanted one, but you got to take the wins
when you get. There's like 30 total midday shows
there's 56
in the country. 56?
Yeah.
So we're barely in the top 20%.
Take the wins when you can.
That's not a win.
Klay Thompson.
When is 11 a win?
It's not what.
Who are the 10 above us?
See, that's BY just said it takes a village.
It takes a village to get to 11?
Nah, dude.
No, it takes a village to get to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. We make the playoffs.
Please.
Did you see the shows behind this? I'm like, dude, no, some heavyweights.
I'm not accepting that.
All right. Well, I am.
honor.
I posted it plastered on my socials.
11.
And I put, obviously, we want one, but I'll take 11. Come on now.
Hey, congratulations to Roger Craig.
He got in?
He got in.
Wow.
Roger Craig, former Niner running back.
Wow.
Thousand man.
I'm talking Seaford, and bam, Roger that's got to feel, he's going to be emotional, Steiny. He's been emotional about it, but, man, good for him.
I think Marshall Faulk was the second man to go 1,000 after Roger Craig.
All right.
Do we know if he's here on the premises, Roger?
I don't know. I'm sure he's around.
Get in the car now after voting in. Use that, I'm a Hall of Famer, y'all.
The story at hand, though, is still what's going on in the NBA. And if you're just joining us, let me reset. We've already got a trade today. Anthony Davis is on the move. He is going to the Washington Wizards from Dallas.
Wow.
And Dallas is getting 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. So Anthony Davis is no longer a Dallas Maverick. And the Warriors was another name that was kind of bandied about, Warrior related, but again, he gets moved for 3 firsts the Warriors have 4 to give. It tells me again, it's Giannis or nothing, and they're not. It doesn't feel like they're really all that interested in an Anthony Davis or a Michael Porter Jr. But maybe I'm reading into it wrong, and maybe they're just starting out with the big fish. They haven't been eliminated from the Giannis sweepstakes, so maybe they're just going to go around that or go down that road as far as they can.
Yeah, I'm with you. I understand it, and if they got their wagon hitched to Giannis, I understand it, partner. And I will say this, Anthony Davis, and again, I know Giannis is hurt, but he doesn't have the injury history as one Anthony Davis. But, man, partner, time's running out on them swinging for the fences and hitting that grand slam, getting Giannis. I'll just say that, right? I mean, that's the reality.
Well, they're down to 24 hours, essentially, 24 and a half before we find out if the Warriors will, in fact, do anything. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get more into the Draymond Green sound. And one of the things I want to play, this is from last night after the Sixers came in here and beat the Golden State Warriors. This is Draymond Green acknowledging that, yes, he's heard he could be on the move, but he's talking about how he doesn't know how to act. He's never done this before. There's no guidebook to it. So take a listen.
This is something I've never dealt with before, so I don't really have like some guidebook or manual to how it should be. So yeah, if there's a point where I need to say goodbye, I'll say goodbye. But I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I think. It is business as usual. Come out, play, go home, come back tomorrow, fly, maybe.
All right, that was Draymond Green talking about today's flight to Phoenix and whether or not he'll be on it or not. Warriors practicing as we speak, and then they'll head to Phoenix. So I don't anticipate Draymond Green going anywhere, but I think the bigger story is he clearly knows that it's a possibility, and I get the sense, Goo, it's the first time it's hit him that, yeah, his future's not guaranteed here, as opposed to the first 13 years when I think he felt like he was never going anywhere.
You know what? And I hear you. And the beautiful thing about Draymond Green, one of them, is you never have to guess what he's thinking because he's so outspoken, right? And he's doing the podcast. You know where you're at. He doesn't owe me a damn thing because he's, blood, sweat, and tears for this organization. But, Stoney, I am curious, and I'm going to watch. And I don't want to deem myself selfish, but I want him to put his money where his words are because I am going to monitor, not on the court, because I know if he's still in the Warrior uniform, he's going to give us all that he has. But I wonder, are we going to get a different Draymond from this tease or the fact that he was dangled in a trade that didn't actually happen? And I think there's ways we'll be able to tell. And I could be barking up looking for something that's not there. But I am curious to see how, when your pride's impacted, if I'm right, how you come back from that once the dust settles.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want you to take a listen to another piece of sound. This is Draymond getting asked, when things got real, that he may be being talked about in trades. And it was after he talked to Kerr. Take a listen.
That's when it got real for me. It's like, maybe I should be a little more worried about this than I am. I didn't get worried about it, but I was like, okay, yeah, it's interesting. He was like, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good, coach. I know all these trade rumors and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then he's like, how's Hazel handling it? And that's when it got real to me. I was like, I haven't spoke to her about it. It's not something we've spoke about. That's when it got real to me. So today on the way to the game, I spoke to my son about it. And I was like, what if I get traded? It's like, well, why would they trade you? It's like, it's just the business. I've never been traded, but it can happen to anybody. And he was like, oh, I just don't understand why they would do that.
I mean,
that was heavy, man, and real. Wow.
Draymond's son doesn't know why they would do it, and it probably has to do with the Warriors aren't in the same position they've been in for the majority of Draymond Green's career.
Yeah, and, you don't want to tell your son, my players fell off a little bit. There's been some slippage, and this team needs to get or become more dynamic. And, hopefully, if they're dangling Dre Stoney, some other teams would bite and feel like he's one of or a part of some missing pieces, and we can get some youth that have a higher ceiling than what we have now. This, again, I know it's Radio Row. We're going to talk football, Stoney, but I just can't get past the reality that is on my TV, and when I'm going in person watching others outside of Steph and Jimmy Butler play in this Warrior uniform, and to be frank, man, it's not good enough. It's just not.
Well, that's an effect of losing Jimmy Butler. That you lost a very important piece to this team, but not only to this team, to Steph Curry. So they've got to. I've said it a million. They got to figure it out now. And I feel like for the first time in Dunleavy's era, there's, there is a little time issue, and it obviously centers on Steph Curry. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's been a brutal couple weeks for the Golden State Warriors. And, the other thing that we got to process, too, is the fact that Harden's been traded, Garland's been traded, Vucevic's been traded, Simon's been traded, Jaden Ivey's been traded, Jaren Jackson Jr.'s been traded, and now Anthony Davis has been traded. So some of the names that we've heard have moved, and the Warriors apparently are still working on Giannis.
There's a rat on the table. Our first one, I think, of Radio Row.
Oh, give it
brought
to
to you
me.
by Echo Pest Control. I'm being so serious. Forget Giannis for a second.
All right.
What would Ja Morant do for this franchise right now? It was about to be his league. His team was going up against Curry's, our Warriors. Ja Morant right now.
What's the question?
What would he do for this? What would that mean if we were somehow able to acquire Ja?
Well, I think it would obviously be a positive because you would get a name in here.
Is he a superstar to you anymore?
Probably not. I'm not crazy about the fact he doesn't shoot the ball well. But, look, if you get Ja Morant in here, you probably have your most talented player on the team.
There's no doubt.
And he's in his prime. But what would you give up for Ja Morant? How would he play with Steph? That's a little less
It doesn't feel
concerning.
like it would be a king's ransom like Giannis.
I wouldn't expect it to be a king's ransom, but I got to believe it's going to cost you two first.
Well, I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah.
I've changed my tune.
Let's go to Steve in San Francisco. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Good, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah. Losing Draymond will be completely disappointing. I've been a Draymond fan since day one, and thinking to put away my 6 jerseys will be disappointing. However, Draymond for Giannis is a game changer. Giannis can be the rebounding machine that we need, and that'll be closer to that final ring for Steph, and then end the argument over him and LeBron. But it would be disappointing, but we got to look at the future, right? What's going to happen for us?
Yeah, and I think that's where the Warriors are. The other thing is if Draymond gets traded, depending on what's the story going to be? That Draymond got traded or the guy they got for him?
Both.
That's what I mean.
Because what about, and I keep going back to Monday, our first day here at the Row, Mark Willard doing the crossover basically said the Warriors have never, and I'm paraphrasing on how I processed it, or will they never will tackle that beast that is Draymond Green in regard to they don't got the guts to trade him.
Yeah,
he's wanted everything he's as far as going against the organization.
So do you not believe that the Warriors would trade him at this point? Or is this?
Oh, no.
Do you think this is
No, I believe
on
they
the up and
totally
up?
would trade him. But now's I don't think it's the time. I don't think you can get what we needed to get when you could have traded him, a while ago. I think the stocks come down a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't see why not. I mean, he's up there too.
But why did they make that public? If it's the Warrior, that's eating at me. Like, that's the part when Draymond says he's talking to his young son and his wife. I'm thinking to myself, the way that man thinks, or perceive him to think, there is something to, and again, they probably had no intention on trading him, but there is a humbling aspect, a component to, we're going to put it out there that we're okay thinking about moving on from you.
Yeah, I mean,
you ain't going anywhere, but in the grand scheme of things, you need to come down just a little notch.
No, I mean, I think if they got the right deal, they would move at this point. Let's go to Sal. Sal's in San Francisco. What's going on, Sal? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I never call, but I just wanted to say a few things about Draymond. I don't think the Dubs would have won any championships without him, without his playing the five.
Yeah.
Playing that point guard for Steph. All his defense, one of the best defenders of all time. And I always wanted to say something about the Jay Poole situation. That dude poked the bear, and he was asked to be quiet. He kept yapping, and then the bear poked him back. And if he didn't see that coming, he'd never been in a scrap before. So I always think Draymond gets a bad rap for that. And I'm disappointed to even hear his name brought up in trades. I think I'm hoping Steph and Kerr aren't co-signing this, and if they are, that's put chips over home, and I'm not down for that. And that's basically all I want to say. I just want to stand up for that guy that he brought 4 championships to the Warriors, and I'm pretty blessed and grateful. I saw that. I saw the Niners 5 wins, and the Giants. So tried and true Bay Area sports fan, and to me, just hearing his name in the conversation is very disheartening. That's all I got.
Well, I hear you.
Appreciate the call.
I haven't taken a lot of calls like that.
Well, I mean, Draymond Green obviously was a big part of 4 titles. He's a great defensive player. I mean,
one of the most unique players ever, right?
Yeah, they needed him to win those titles, but I mean, time waits for nobody, and the level he's playing at right now isn't good enough to help keep the Warriors at a level that they had been playing at. Let's go to Jordan in the Bay. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the trade. I think that Draymond has been doing a lot for the Warriors, and he obviously helped us win many championships, but I think his time is over and he's done. And, I love him, but he needs to be traded for Giannis, which will help us win maybe a few more championships in the future alongside Steph.
I think probably a lot of Warrior fans agree that if you could somehow get Giannis, you got to go get Giannis. And if it costs you Draymond, so be it. And if it costs you 4 first-round picks, so be it. I got to tell you, I kind of hate the position the Warriors are in right now. Because I'm not crazy.
How would you describe it? What position would you call it? Is it first base, second base? You on the bench? What position are they in?
What do you mean?
When you say I hate the position they're in, I'm like, elaborate. What?
There's not a move out there that I really like. They're going to make a move, and it's going to come with risk. And that's what happens when teams aren't at the top anymore. When you're at the top, you can make a move, and if it doesn't work out, you still can maintain. But where the Warriors are right now and the players they have on this team, I think they got to be careful. They got to be careful of either falling off the map or making a move that's really going to constrain their future. And for what it's worth, and this is just a hunch too. I don't think Joe Lacob wants to trade for future firsts. I don't think he does, but I do think that if he could for Giannis, at that point you got to say, the hell with it, let's give it a try. But I'm not sure he's gung-ho about anything right now.
Well, he better. So you're just saying he'd rather stand pat and ride this thing out, even if the wheels fall off?
There's no move out there to me that ensures anything. It'll change things. But I'm not convinced that there's a move out there where now we're back on track and we're going to start ascending again. Like that. That's kind of where I'm at. It's, they've done a nice job of staying at a certain level for the last 3 or 4 years, but at some point they got to go up or they got to go down. You would figure, right? They can't stay at 44, 45 wins forever.
Yeah, but what if it gets? Yeah, I got you. Because I'm thinking, what if it goes lower? Well, then that's a nightmare with Steph playing.
Well, then you're in a lottery situation.
Yeah.
And, and as much as people hate to hear this, to me, that would be something that you've got to put into the equation.
But
that Steph Curry's healthy.
Better, I would feel better about
Steph
that.
Curry's been healthy this year.
Yeah.
You lost Butler. You're probably not going to the playoffs. So Steph, as great as he is, can't elevate this team, by himself. And so if he can't do that, and you don't have a lot around him, you got to figure out a way to move forward. All right, here's what's going on. On the other side, we got Marshall Faulk, Hall of Fame running back, and he will be joining us at 11:45, 5 minutes from now. So our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game. It is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Once again, coming up on the other side, we've got Hall of Fame running back Marshall Faulk. He's going to join us in 5 minutes after the break. Marshall Faulk on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And that segment was also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Extra Meaty Pork Loin Back Ribs, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles. Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. As an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, scroll down to Windows and Doors, and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you're looking for energy, action, and a place that keeps everyone entertained, head to Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. Ghostwood Kitchen isn't just great food and cold microbrews. It's all about the fun. Jump into a friendly game of Pop-A-Shot, race it out on Mario Kart, or grab a cue and challenge friends to a round of pool, all while enjoying a cold brew or a bite. Add in wall-to-wall sports and a lively neighborhood vibe, and it's easy to see why Ghostwood Kitchen is the local place to be. Come for the food, stay for the fun. Only at Ghostwood Kitchen.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In San Jose today, plenty of sunshine and a high of 73 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry. In theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I think you just answer your own question.
All righty, welcome back to the Moscone Center, downtown San Francisco, Radio Row. And our next guest is going to be Marshall Faulk when he gets here. Nice little running back. Back in the day, made the Hall of Fame in 2011.
Think he'll have his ring on like our boy B.Y.?
I don't know. I'll take a look at it, though, if he does. I didn't see...
you bling checking. I like it.
I'll check. I'll check it out.
You have any piece of hardware from your playing days? Any, like, jewelry?
I do, actually, Goo.
What do you got?
I do. I've got a watch.
Okay.
A watch.
What's it represent?
I was the most valuable player of the Spinagle season opening tournament my senior year.
Well, I'm not mad. And you still have it.
I do still have it. It's engraved.
Slap that
in the
on
back.
tomorrow, baby.
It doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't work.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we can tell you, we took down number 3 Millersville.
Okay, there you go.
They were number 3 in the country, Division II, and they came into Mazer,
my man,
and thought they were just going to have a cakewalk, and
there he
they
is,
ran
Donnie.
into a buzzsaw. How you doing? Speaking of a buzzsaw,
That's a bad dude.
We're going to be joined by Marshall Faulk,
yes, sir,
momentarily. All right. Marshall Faulk joins us on the River Islands Guest Line, Hall of Famer, inducted in 2011. Also the new head coach at Southern University.
Man.
Congratulations.
Thank you. How you guys doing?
All right.
We're doing great.
Marshall, head coach.
Yeah, you were on Deion's staff,
Yep.
Deion Sanders in Colorado. Now you got the head job at Southern.
Yep.
I guess this is a big ambition of yours.
It is. And it was an ambition that I did not want, and I ran away from. And every coach that coached me, whether position coach or head coach, offensive coordinator, told me I needed to be a coach, that coaching was for me. And I said, no. and Coach Prime, one of my best friends, asked me to come be his running back coach. I had the time. I had no reason to say no. And from there, I found my way. I just never saw a path in coaching for me.
You mean one that you wanted to pursue, as opposed to somebody saying, I could use a guy like Marshall Faulk? And did you take to it? Were you surprised by the fact that you enjoyed it?
Well, it's not that I enjoyed it. I love football.
Right.
It wasn't the fact that, whether I would enjoy it. When you love football, you love football. I mean, it could be high school. I mean, I watch all high school, little league. I go watch football, so I love the game. I just didn't see myself on the path as a coach. I never saw that for myself. I'm a very high level thinker, and there's parts of the game that if you can't explain, then it becomes difficult. And guys like myself, time and time again, we've not been successful in this position. And I just didn't see the path. And when I went to Colorado, understanding that, yes, there's education, teaching kids how to do it, but there's also a life element of this thing, and teaching them how to be off the field as well. And the first kid I gave a scholarship to, Coach Prime allowed me to offer him a scholarship to come play at Colorado. I saw the impact. I saw the mom cry. I saw the kid have the opportunity. He was the first one in his family to go, and I forgot what that was like. I was so far removed from that experience myself, and I was like, there it is. Okay, I see what this is and the opportunity, and then from there, it's all about their goals and dreams, making sure they attach to hard work, the determination, and the commitment to their goals and dreams so they can get what they want to get.
Wow, Marshall. I missed watching you just talk to us about football on TV because you were excellent then. But I had 10 other questions, but I'm going to keep it real, and I'm not going to apologize for being a black man. But you, with this head coaching journey, the blood, sweat, and tears, the Hall of Famer you are, everything you put into this game. I shared with my partner in the Masters yesterday how hurt I am by the NFL and the 10 head coaching vacancies and not one being filled by a black man, a black head coach. And I think of Eric Bieniemy and what he did the first time in Kansas City, that should have got him a job. It didn't even get him a sniff. So how do you feel about that? Does that hurt Marshall Faulk as you're on this new journey, taking on, is this your ultimate goal to get to the NFL and be a coach?
No, not at all. And it doesn't hurt me at all. It only hurts if you have a different reality than what we have. the reality of it is what it is. Like, let's not pretend like it's not. Just look at the landscape.
How do we change it, though?
Ownership.
Good luck with that, right?
Exactly. I mean, it is what it is. I don't even know why we get into this. Nobody's going to tell any of these team owners who to hire. I don't care what rule you put in place. The Rooney rule, the Ali rule. I don't care what rule. You can put the Martin Luther King rule. None of it's going to matter. They're going to hire who they want to hire. And here's the worst part about it. The black head coaches who go on interviews knowing that they're not going to get hired, that's who you get on because they know they're not going to get hired, but they on the team. They want to keep their job, so they do their interview just because they can meet the quota. We're worried about the wrong thing. Like, it ain't about that. The minute that we start to elevate and we become what we need to become, then it's going to happen. We need the D'Amico Ryans. We need the coaches that are in the league right now, the Mike Tomlins, to continue pounding the pavement, winning, and showing them you can win with us. Because at one point in time, they were trying to play this game in the league without us too.
And then
they realized you can't win without it.
Right.
And that's it. So we let's not invest time asking them to do something that they don't want to do. This generation of who the owners are, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. All right.
Marshall Faulk joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Roger Craig, it's being said, has made the Hall of Fame. He was a 1,000 guy for the 49ers back in the day.
You were the second.
You know, Roger, you happy for him? Or,
I know Roger very well. When I hit the 1,000, he was the first call, welcoming me to the club, a lonely club at the time. And he and I, we both reached out to CMC when he did it. Just a very small class, man. And you know, when the class is so small, people don't realize they don't talk about it. You know, it's like, 1,000, you know, like there's three of us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Ain't many.
It's a big deal, and I'm happy for Roger, man. He was I'm going to say because he was a team guy and he didn't scream for the ball. That's all they did was win. The focus on Montana and Jerry Rice and Clark, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And John Taylor. It was on them. He didn't even ask for the smoke. He just did what he had to do. He even shared the backfield when they would throw the ball to somebody else as well. It didn't matter to him. And now he gets his due, man. I can't wait. I hated him as a kid, but loved him as a player because I'm from New Orleans. Right. I'm a Saints fan. They beat the crap out of us all the time. And so it took me a while to embrace, you know, he and I being what we are. But he when we played the Niners, he talked to me, he'd stand on the field, have conversations with me. And just to have Roger Craig tell you as a young player, I like your game. You know what I'm saying? That's like...
You liked him a little more after that, probably.
I liked him as a player.
Sure.
I just didn't like the fact that he played for the Niners.
Right. Gotcha.
I can't wait to get this answer. So there's another running back in the Bay Area. We dub him the white Marshall Faulk, and that's Christian McCaffrey. You know, a couple years ago he got hurt, didn't finish the season. The Niners didn't make the playoffs. Bounced back this year, Marshall, with the touches, just like, whoa. But this is where I'm at. A lot of people didn't know the yards per carry wasn't there. And we would go back and forth on what we're seeing, but we're not running back Jedis like you from the yards per carry standpoint because he was phenomenal with the touches. What did the Marshall Faulk, what did you see from Christian McCaffrey this year? Explosiveness, burst, or was it the O-line or a combo?
What I saw was a guy who had the best ability a running back could have, and that's availability. You know what I'm saying?
We know about that.
So he was the constant after being banged up and injured for the last 2 years, being available even when Brock Purdy wasn't there, when a lot of other guys wasn't there. He was the consistent, and he literally carried the team on his back this year without not a lot of talent. We were looking at when this team had Ayuk and when they had Debo and they were moving the ball down the field and they were doing all of this stuff and they had that offensive line and he came onto this team. We were like, oh my God, that's because he's playing with these guys. They didn't have those guys this year. And yes, his yards per carry went down because they gave him more carries, not because he got less yards. They gave him more carries. High volume guys gonna have low carries. That's just how it is.
Marshall Faulk joining us on 95.7 The Game. You've been doing outreach all week in the Bay Area, speaking to kids about drug education. Why is that so important to you?
It's the route that we have to go, man. You can't. It's not enough to tell a kid no. If you have kids, the minute you say, "Hey, don't do this," guess what they're doing? That. But what we have to do is we go out and we educate kids. We tell them the truth, and we let them know, "Hey, here, this is what the drug feels like. Here's what it does." You can't believe your friend, because your experience is not going to be their experience. Your experience can be laced with fentanyl, and you could die right there. And we just need the kids to be educated. Here's what I say. As a parent, the minute you tell your kids something, they Google it or ChatGPT it, and then they want to come back and tell you what it is. Their friends say something to them, and they believe them and try it right then and there. We need them to be smart. We need them to go to drugfreeworld.org. look up the drug, get the information, find out all the truth about it, and then make your decision. See if you're willing to risk your life, whether it's by debt or by addiction.
Right.
See if you want to do it. That's all we're trying to do. Educate yourself.
Is it a bigger challenge now that marijuana is becoming legal in a lot of states and it's kind of looked at as a recreational drug? And I know, the NFL has been involved with the Players Association because it has medical benefits. Where does that fit in with young athletes and players your message?
I don't want to blame just marijuana.
Okay.
And I don't want to blame just street drugs because it goes a little deeper than that. And before Big Pharma cancel your show, I don't want to even talk about that. But it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like we only talk about on the news. You only see when it's street drugs. You don't see when it's prescription drugs,
right?
Or one of these medications that they give us for our kidney or our liver that end up tearing down something else. It's just there's just a whole racket in it, and whatever it is, I don't care what drug it is. You need to find out what it does to you.
Right.
That little paper that they give you, it's so you can read what the drug is going to do you, even when it's prescribed. We just want people to be educated, man.
That's beautiful. We got to say it on the show when something needs to be talked about. We got to put the rat on the table. All right, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. And you were around, this family and this quarterback, Shedeur. What do you make of how he was treated or the shot he got in his first year and just the noise around him and how confident you are he can run a team?
Here's what I'm going to say, man. I'm so proud of that young man. Most athletes, if they come from a different pedigree, they crumble or they waffle. You go from first round to fifth round. Your head coach don't want you. He don't start you, don't play you. They put you in with the threes and critique you like you're playing with the ones, and you deal with all of this stuff. And then what do they do? The fans vote you into the Pro Bowl, and now we pissed off? Now we pissed off that the fans voting people in?
Wow.
Dude, I mean, are you kidding me?
Man.
Like it was nobody said anything when they voted the white running back on the Madden cover from the Cleveland Browns, same team. Nobody was pissed off when he got the Madden cover.
Oh man.
But I don't get it. But what I like is he stay in his lane.
Okay.
You don't ever hear him on insulting anybody.
Right.
He answered the questions he could answer, and the ones he feel like is going to be inflammatory, he passed.
Okay. All right.
Well, you can tell he's got that smartness about him. He knows what to say.
If he was really Deion's son, he'd get down with you. If you know how Coach Prime get down, Coach Prime gonna tell you about yourself. And that's how we got here with Tim Carver in the water.
All right, Marshall Faulk, time for the final question. It's brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food for the big game? What are you definitely going to be eating on Sunday?
I'm a popcorn guy, man. Like
you and Steph Curry.
That's our first popcorn.
I shoot him in my mouth like Steph. Three.
Okay.
Three.
All right.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
That's the first popcorn we got. Hey, Marshall, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And best of luck to you and your foundation and everything. That's Marshall Faulk, Hall of Famer.
Man, I wish we were at the bar. I could have continued a couple subjects. But, man.
But he just got... alcohol's a drug, and he was just talking about being drug. Okay, hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live adjacent to the Laughing Monk Studios. We're at Moscone Center.
Doesn't sound like he thinks McCaffrey's slipping, Stoney. He's just
it's just a running back sticking up for a running back, and I would have said something.
Why didn't
if we were, but we were in a friendly environment. Thank you to Marshall Faulk, Hall of Famer, inducted in 2011.
So do you think his Shedeur answer was he wanted Shedeur to be a bit more like Deion and play that game of come at the guy? I didn't know how to take that. Let
me ask you this.
Because his dad
What do you know about Deion's upbringing?
that his mom was in his pops wasn't there too much, and his mom.
So probably didn't come from much.
Right.
And I've always wondered about this, Goose. So you got Deion Sanders, who
Florida,
grew up in a tough environment and made it out and became successful. And now his son is born into wealth,
right?
Which Deion never was. And I always wonder if and how it might affect a kid and his competitiveness. And I've seen both sides. I've seen, you look at some of the, Rick Barry's kids are every bit as competitive as him. Even
what about Del Curry's kids?
Absolutely. Look, like Del Curry grew up in a Steph grew up in a mansion, but he ain't soft, So, it affects, I think it affects some kids differently. And no, the one thing, I don't know who Shedeur Sanders is, but it feels like he's already been asked every question, and he knows what questions are questions that might try to bait him and when you're trying to get a rise out of him or whatever.
You know what's beautiful, real quick stat about you, Evan, and I, is there's no subject we can't touch on, and I'm not going to apologize, but I know when I keep bringing up, because I wear my heart on my sleeve, and every day is a different day, and we have different feelings, and we're in this building, and then you get reminded of the stat that I'm just become fixated on with the head coaching vacancy. So I got people calling me Malcolm X, and, Goo, you keep going, but when I see these guys, now he had an exact opposite answer about the black head coaching vacancy than Rob Parker, who had the best answer, I believe, that the players had the power to do something, and that could be a pipe dream, but Marshall wasn't having it. He was like, until that change, it ain't going to change. It is what it is.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru from the Moscone Center on Radio Row. We're mixing in football guests, really good football guests. We've had 2 Hall of Famers already today, Bryant Young and Marshall Faulk, but we're also sprinkling in Warriors talk. If you haven't heard, Anthony Davis may be on the move. There have already been a bunch of moves made. Draymond Green last night talking about the fact that he's worried for the first time about that he might get moved. And so
do you expect anything? I don't, man.
With the Warriors?
Yes. I don't.
I don't either.
All right.
And here's why I don't now, because I do think it's Giannis or nothing. And I've read too many reports now that say that if they can't get Giannis, maybe Kuminga doesn't go anywhere.
And I knew he wasn't going anywhere. I felt it for weeks.
Well, during the interview, this news broke. Kobe White is going somewhere from the Bulls and alongside Mike Conley Jr. to the Charlotte Hornets for Colin Sexton and 3 second-round picks. So Kobe White is going to Charlotte. And your boy Mike Conley as well.
What's that mean for LaMelo? Because White can play. They got him running point. I don't know if Melo. Remember, I was sticking up for him.
Maybe LaMelo's on the move.
Could play next to him. Could come off the bench.
Or could be moved.
Yeah, I know Sexton's been playing pretty well for Charlotte off the bench. And Conley now.
Wow.
Conley's got to be a buyout.
So this was actually the Andrew Bogut rule, to bring it back to the Golden State Warriors.
Give it to me.
If you are traded, then you can't be waived and signed with the same team you sign with. So if Mike Conley was only traded once, he couldn't re-sign after a buyout with Minnesota. But now that he's been traded twice, because this happened to Andrew Bogut, he can now re-sign with the Minnesota Timberwolves if he's bought out by Charlotte.
Gotcha. And obviously that would impact Draymond Green if there was
but
talk.
He'd have to be traded again.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. All right. Let's go to Dylan in Modesto. What's going on, Dylan? How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm doing good. I like the Marshall Faulk interview. I like how he talked about helping people. And I like all the other interviews.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy.
But, to be honest with you guys, like I said, I don't see the Warriors kind of doing anything, and I'm kind of just tired of talking about Giannis. The Warriors overall need to improve their depth. I would have liked to have traded for somebody in the depth category, to be honest with you guys, almost to get something going here. But then, like a lot of people say about Draymond Green doing a lot for championships, he basically had Kevin get out of here. He hit Jordan Poole. He's done a lot to cause us to not win championships, too. I'm going to put that on the table. And then the Warriors, as of right now, I'd say they're probably the worst team in the league other than the Nets, to be honest with you guys.
Well, all right. Yeah, they're still 3 games over.
Yeah.
Like he what?
No, I'm just saying I don't agree with him, but that's his feeling. And you're right, the record is, we could break that down, but I think he's talking about the immediate. And last night, watching that, Stoney, and hopefully we don't have to watch a lot of it, I got that feeling of helplessness.
I'm wondering why you would think we're not going to see a lot of it.
Oh, man. Well, 30 will be in the game. Once he gets this, there goes your boy BD again.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, check this. If I was Giannis, I wouldn't want to come here. If he can't play with the players that he got in Milwaukee, we'll make sure I think he can play with the players he got over here. That we got over here. That's just a disaster for him. What I'm saying is the Warriors should get rid of their draft picks because you all know they can't draft. They can't develop players no way when they get these good draft picks. They mess them up. It took 4 years for Jonathan Kuminga and Moody to actually get playing time because, you got these old players like Draymond back. Draymond with his injury in his back, Klay Thompson coming off the ACL. Then their game is not even as sharp as they used to be. So they become role players, and that's selfish basketball play because when he had Livingston and Iguodala and all them, they were way better than Curry, Klay, and Dre. But they took the backseat to them for role players. Dre, Klay, and Dre, they ain't trying to take the backseat to Kuminga and Moody. So this is what the Warriors get. Exactly what they get. And they don't got the pull to bring those stars to the Warriors no more just because this is typical of that. Bad basketball play from them. No leadership in that.
I appreciate it, Austin. I appreciate it. What do you think his big gripe is? That they missed their window?
Yeah, and the cachet, the word we've been like, it's less of it.
All right.
Yeah.
He's got that, so I can go now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jim Gray joining us at about 12:30. Ross Tucker after 1, and we'll see who else we can pull. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and as you all know, the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. Now, Prize Picks has the big game max discount this week. Prize Picks has a special max discount for the big game. All you have to do is bet on Drake May to get 1 passing yard for the max discount to win. Then you just add one more player to your lineup, and bang, if your pick hits, you can cash in. And now Prize Picks has the new feature alert. It has early payouts. If your players get off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Let's go, and I'm going to hook you up. Use my code GURU957 to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks is available in California. Download the app today. And remember, Prize Picks can get you $50 on your first $5 payout. Prize Picks. It feels good to be right.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Now through February 16th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's President's Day sale. Monumental savings on every floor. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, and we've partnered with Cupid to bring you the best Valentine's Day gifts, even if you forgot. We won't tell. From heart necklaces with sparkling diamonds to stylish gold hoops, every piece is made with love. Plus, there's still time to propose. We make it easy to create their dream engagement ring. We have meaningful gifts for every budget. It'll look like you've been planning this for months. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I was at the Circa, putting in work.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Out of my time.
How you doing, Goo?
I just met one of my heroes. I'm on cloud 9.
Who?
Everson Walls, number 24.
He's the guy who got beat by Dwight Clark.
No, don't talk about that. Yeah, he's right behind.
Let's get him in here.
Yeah, he looks
good. See if he can cover that route right now.
Hey, Everson, does it get to you? He was beat.
Stein and Guru with you from Radio Row here at Moscone Center. And we're talking football. Obviously, we're talking NBA. Coming up in 15 minutes, we got Jim Gray, Hall of Fame.
Heavyweight.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Broadcaster. He's done it all. Interviewed presidents, interviewed Ali, was in on the decision. I forgot about that. He was in on LeBron James' decision back in the day.
You're right.
But we are.
Oh, man.
We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Trade deadline's now less than a day away. And the San Francisco, or the Golden State Warriors, rather, still, I guess, in the mix for Giannis, along with a few other teams. It looks like Minnesota's making a hard push. They made a move yesterday where they saved about $20 million off their luxury tax. There's speculation that they're going to try to put something together for Giannis. And the question I have for Warrior fans is, where does it leave the Warriors if you don't get Giannis moving forward? And
what would your answer be?
I mean, after this week, you can't help but be disappointed.
Wow.
I mean, you can't talk about Giannis for a week straight, and you can't have pundits saying that they have the best offer right now, only to not get Giannis. It's going to have, I don't know if it's going to have a psychological effect on the players, but yeah, I think Warrior fans are going to be disappointed because so much of this has been built up already by what we've been reported. You
know, what's funny is I thought you were going to have some fun with me the other day when I came in and made that assertion. I said, hey, I'm going to be hurt. And I go, he's going to have. And you kind of embraced me like, no, I understand it. But I will say this, and Warrior fans don't care, but I'm just sharing what's in my heart. I'll feel better about not getting Giannis if he doesn't get traded. Like, if he stays in Milwaukee, that it will hurt less than if he goes somewhere else.
I can understand that.
And that's terrible thinking because at the end of the day, you don't get anything. But he stayed put as opposed to, he went to Miami.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. And then if he doesn't get traded now, what does that mean for the Warriors in the offseason? Do they have a worse shot, let's say, of getting him or not? 888-957-9570 is the number. But I think the one thing we can all agree on is that the Warriors sure feel like they're at a crossroads right now. Draymond Green's name has been mentioned. Every name has been mentioned on the team, but for Steph Curry. Let's head out to D in Redwood City. D is in Redwood City, wants to join us. Hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Hey. Doing well.
I just want to say this. I called him before. Mike Dunleavy's the captain of the ship. The Warriors is not going to do nothing. You know what I mean? Mike Dunleavy never pulls the trigger. He's not who we want. And the thing about it is, we are stoked on waiting on Giannis when there's other trades out there that could be made. Like, as far as, like, the Kuminga, we could swap Kuminga right now for Jaden McDaniels from Minnesota. We can do an even swap right now. But it seemed like, at the end of the day, Mike Dunleavy doesn't want to hurry. He's waiting on one thing, and everybody else is busting moves, and we just sitting here like a cut-off chicken. You know what I mean? So, at the end of the day, Draymond's not going nowhere. We're not going to make no picks. We're putting our business out there about what we're going to give. We're going to give Milwaukee. We're going to give them 4 or 5 first-round picks. Other teams are like, oh, well, okay, they're giving them that. Well, let's give them this. So that's the competition. So if we keep everything quiet like the Anthony Davis trade, nobody knew that Anthony Davis was going to the Wizards. You know what I mean? Because they kept it quiet. You know what I mean? So we don't keep it quiet. We let the media know what's going on, and then that's why we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Well, I'll say this. Don't be hard on the Warriors from the standpoint of you think Kuminga could get you McDaniels. We got to double back and tell him it doesn't work that way. So don't be mad at him. Take some less heat off of him for that, because that is not what it would take. If it did, he would be McDaniels being here on Monday.
Now, in a crazy way, I mean, by the same token, if I'm the Warriors, I might think about Kuminga and a first for McDaniels. That I might think of.
I would do that in a second.
Okay. Well, then you're getting a player, and it only costs you one future first. But I got to believe then Minnesota's going to say, no, we're going to need more than one pick because McDaniels is a proven commodity and Kuminga is still, working on his game for
Can I ask you a question? You can say if you think it's fair or not.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair for Dub Nation to ponder if Bob Myers was here, maybe a trade might have got done, maybe not even for Giannis, but somebody else?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how things would be the same or would be different with Bob. I don't know. I do think that, I mean,
just the Kuminga thing alone, I scratch my head and I wonder.
I mean, if you're Bob Myers and you saw this thing, kind of coming to an end, and you were ready to start to make some decisions, with that thought process in mind, maybe they weren't, and I'm talking about the organization, ready to go down that road at that point. And and maybe that's a reason why Bob Myers thought it was a good time, because he knew that Joe Lacob wasn't going to be okay with, just going downhill after a dynasty and then trying to build it back up.
Wow. There goes our guy, Jeff Garcia.
That's your buddy.
Yeah, our buddy. What a reunion would be, huh?
Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm doing good. I hope you guys having fun there with all the media. You got Jim Rome over there. You got a lot of heavy hitters. So I know you guys are living it up.
Having fun, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just listening and hearing people. We're losing sleep over losing Draymond. I mean, come on, that's what it's come to for this Warriors. Like, you can't lose Draymond. That's how sad this team is right now. It's. I was watching the game last night. Like, holy moly, is this post Steph era? Is that what it's going to look like? Because I know. I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to get Draymond. Nobody wants the stuff we have to offer at these picks. So I just think it's just a sad time, bro. If you're a Warriors fan, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. It is Steph or bust, and what's that going to get you in the play-in? Yeah. We butchered Kuminga, we butchered Wiseman, you butchered the assets you had. Don't get me started on him. Oh my God, this is just depressing. It's depressing.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Giannis is your only shot of any kind of happiness. Like, you talking about McDaniels, that's not going to do nothing. All these role players, that's not going to do anything for this team. They have no idea what direction they're going, what they want to do. They don't know if they want to blow it up or go for it. That's a bad spot to be in.
Well, you know what? Hey, thanks for the call, Dave.
Ah, man.
I think you're right. They don't know exactly where they're going, but they've got, a couple ways to go, but they need help. They're going to need to find a partner to go down a certain road. So,
but listen to how despondent he was.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new reality here in Golden State, right? It just is.
Well,
and that's kind of what we're hearing from the front office. Anyway, that's what I'm hearing. That we are officially at decision time for the Golden State Warriors.
Do you think the Steph injury could be more serious than they think?
Maybe.
That would be the one to where then you just call the dogs off and try to do Dallas from what they did and get in the lottery.
All right, 888-957-9570. Coming up on the other side, we've got Jim Gray. Jim Gray, one of the greatest sportscasters of all time. He's interviewed presidents. He's interviewed all the greatest boxers. He's interviewed LeBron James. He is a sports aficionado. Don't go anywhere. We've got Jim Gray on the other side. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Oh, I got to go to break on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, it's Guru from 95.7 The Game. Steiny and I are celebrating the big game Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville. Pre-game starts at 2 p.m. Great food, Bay Area vibes, the concert everyone's talking about, and us. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. You now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Dan Daly, administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehab, is proud to announce our award as the top Bay Area nursing facility in the Bay Area and third best in the state of California as reported by Newsweek magazine. Under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated medical director Dr. Darby Clayson, if you or a loved one is in need of inpatient physical therapy, please don't hesitate to contact our admission team of Dab Sterling or Charlotte Lawrence at 415-566-1200.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 3/2/26.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of better value plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Catch the Black Crows on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Steiny, you've always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, let's get right to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And I've been I've been banging my head against the wall for the last 20 minutes. How do I introduce this gentleman? He's got so many accolades. I'll call him one of the greatest broadcasters, interviewers, journalists of our lifetime. Jim Gray, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for that nice introduction. Good to be with you.
Well, you are.
Thank you so much.
How many Super Bowls is this for you?
I'd like to say I lost count, but it's at 46.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. What?
It's a few of them, huh?
And like, how many different capacities were you at the Super Bowl for? Because
well, I've just been a reporter, or I've been, on air for the radio, the live radio, or the live television broadcast with CBS and NBC a number of times, and then the live radio for whatever it was, 20-something plus years with that, and then back before then. When I was with ESPN, we used to come cover it, one of the original reporters for Game Day.
Yep.
Doing all of that back, when it was in its infancy. So it's been a great run, and it's been a good time. And, here we are, getting ready for Super Bowl 60. The time flies. Time passes. Wow.
No doubt.
Sure does.
Unlike a lot of shows, Jim, this is really my friend. I like this guy, right? And he's truly fascinated with Mike Tyson doing the podcast and opening up. And I just remember all the interactions that have gone viral with you and Mike Tyson when he was, Mike Tyson, and he wasn't that guy yet. Can you just talk to us about what it was like covering and being in the ring before and after? Eat his children, and your relationship with Mike today, if you have one.
I love Mike, and Mike's a dear friend, and I believe in my career, Mike's been the most honest athlete that I've dealt with.
Wow.
Because he always takes accountability and responsibility. He's not hiding behind the promoter, the trainer, somebody else's fault when he does something, and he's had some despicable acts, and he's made a lot of mistakes. He's taken responsibility for it, and he's tried to be better tomorrow than he was yesterday. And by the way, Mike, we're doing a documentary on Mike. Mike Tyson's life story is going to be on Netflix. It's going to be a 5-part series. And this is Mike in his own words. Everybody else has told Mike's story, and now Mike's going to tell his own story.
Wow.
And it'll come out this year. Don't know the exact release date. It hasn't been set yet by Netflix, but you're going to love it, and you're going to see all of Mike, everything that happened in the ring, everything that happened out of the ring. There's a lot of things.
There you go,
a lot of things that are going to surprise you about Mike Tyson. He's a very, very well-read man. The man has read 1,000+ books.
Wow.
He can recite Shakespeare. He's got Chairman Mao on one arm as a tattoo, and on the other arm, Arthur Ashe in Days of Grace.
Wow.
So
interesting.
This is a fascinating man who's. And he's also very well represented in our museum in the Fontainebleau, the Hall of Excellence inside in Las Vegas at the hotel there.
Let's get into that because that's one of the things you're promoting.
His last gloves are there from his final fight.
So it's kind of a museum of incredible archives of sports memorabilia and things that were actually used.
Correct. It's all from a moment of excellence, and we have 325 items, artifacts, memorabilia. From that, everything from Tom Brady's 7 Super Bowl rings. Tom's my partner in this, and the Jeffrey Sofer and the Fontainebleau Hotel have done a great job. Maurice Wooden, who runs the Fontainebleau on the second level there, And so the Hall of Excellence took 8 years to build. And it's named after a Bay Area guy. Al Davis said commitment to excellence. And I told Al in the early 80s that he should have his own Raiders Hall of Fame, and he always wanted to do that. And I said, Al, you ought to call it the Hall of Excellence. Well, he unfortunately never got around to it in his life. Perhaps Mark will now. But so that's the Hall of Excellence. That's how I got the name. And Tom just had all of his memorabilia. I had all of my stuff that I had collected from over the years that had been given to me by everybody from Muhammad Ali to Michael Jordan to Kobe Bryant to, just all this stuff, Eric Dickerson and so on and so forth. And so we put it together, and now we have all kinds of stuff. 60% of it is probably owned by Tom and I. Other halls of fame have lent it to us, other great athletes. We have the bat from Jackie Robinson when he broke the color barrier, the first bat he used. Wow. We have Babe Ruth's called shot bat all those years ago, the most famous highlight and moment probably in baseball history. We have the claret jug from Tom Weiskopf. We have something for everybody. We have artifacts from entertainment as well. Oprah Winfrey's Medal of Freedom, Clint Eastwood's first Academy Award from Unforgiven, Elvis Presley. If you walk the Strip in Las Vegas, you will see 30 people right now at this very moment dressed as Elvis. We have his first suit from the first time he ever appeared to become a resident in Las Vegas from the old International Hotel, which is across the street from the Fontainebleau. It's now the Westgate. But the Fontainebleau, so we have that from Graceland on loan. And so we have a LeBron James jersey. Steph Curry would be of great interest. We have his shoes when he beat the Celtics. Jerry West, who was a great executive up here. We have his gold medal and his jersey from the 1960 Olympics from Jerry and his wife Karen and Ryan and Johnny, who works for the Warriors as well. So there's a lot of Bay Area representation. We have the great Bill Russell, a Bay Area guy.
Yes, sir.
He won the MVP trophy 11 times. We have the original Bill Russell MVP trophy from Bill and his wife Janine in their estate. So if you have a sport that you love, we have Simone Biles, and I'm looking at you right here. And Simone Biles, we have her first leotard from when she won her first gold medal in Rio. It would not fit around your thigh.
Wow.
You see
that's wow.
And we have the most famous shoes probably in the history of sports. We have Michael Johnson's shoes from the 200 and 400, the gold shoe.
Awesome.
And we have Tom Brady's shoes from the 28-3 comeback, the greatest comeback in the history of the Super Bowl. We have Kobe Bryant's shoes. It's now the Kobe Bryant MVP trophy for the All-Star game. We have his All-Star shoes from when he played in the Staples Center. And we have we just celebrated his 81-point game, and we have the net from that game.
Wow.
So if you love sports, there's something for everybody. And like I say, we have a trophy room of every trophy that you can think of. The claret jug from Tom Weiskopf, Charles Woodson's Heisman Trophy, Belichick and Brady's 6th Lombardi, the World Series trophy from the only team that's ever won 125 games in a season, from the Steinbrenner family, and from Randy Levine, the New York Yankees, 1999, and so 98. And so come on over and check it out. Second floor, Fontainebleau, the Hall of Excellence.
This is phenomenal.
It's gonna inspire the next generation. It's going to educate those who don't know, and it's going to take back the rest of you and entertain you from those moments you remember so fondly.
Jim Gray joining us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. I mean, if you go down the list of all the people you've talked to and interviewed, I mean, it's an incredible list. Where did you get your moxie? That's kind of what I want to know, because you look like a very nice gentleman, but you got an edge to you when you need it. And how did you look at these great athletes kind of eye to eye without fawning over them?
Well, my dad was my hero. Okay, my dad was my hero.
That's beautiful.
And he was a great man. And he was the most honest guy I ever met. And he always would tell me about principle. Okay, to keep your integrity, keep your principle. If you're honest with people, they may not always like it, but, you'll go a long way, and always keep your word. So I tried to do that, and the relationship was much more important to me than the headline. And now we live in a moment-to-moment thing where it's not even a 24-hour news cycle. It's like a 24-second shot clock.
Right.
Okay? And, you know, things come and go so quickly. So you can say anything right now. And you can get on Twitter, or you can get on Instagram, or you can make a big spill, but it's going to dissipate.
Yeah.
The relationship won't. So if you're honest and try and deal with it from that perspective, you know, so that's, and I was lucky. I was, you know, raised by Muhammad Ali and Julius Erving and Chuck Daly.
Yeah.
I mean, those were the people who took me under their wing and let me go on that ride with them. And then it continued later in life with Tom Brady, having done Let's Go, our radio show on Sirius XM, and before that on Westwood One in the pregame and halftime. And Don Shula was on that show for a long time, and Mike Ditka. So I was around people who lifted me always, okay, because they were great. And so I learned a lot from them. And then you just get lucky in circumstance, and you work hard. And so I don't know about moxie. Look, it's never about us. It's always about the performer.
Right.
Okay? And you're always trying to get to the root of what it is to explain to the audience why this happened, how it happened, or what happened. Okay? And that's all it is.
Yeah.
And so I've been fortunate. I mean, look, I was just a kid from Hudson Street in Denver, you know, going to the games with my dad. I was a ball boy for the Denver Rockets and the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
You know, and Marvin Webster was nice to me, and Paul Silas and so forth. And so I got exposed at an early age, and I saw what it was, and I got lucky. And then I was a videotape editor, and Muhammad Ali came to town to promote the fight with Leon Spinks, and then he was going to fight Lyle Alzado, who was a Denver Bronco in an exhibition at Mile High Stadium. Well, they couldn't find anybody at the station. I was there at 7 a.m., and all of the videotape editors were brand new people because the film guys took the buyout from the union. They didn't want to learn a new craft. So I went and interviewed Ali, and it was just lucky. So I went out there and interviewed him and came back. I was dressed like this, wasn't expecting to do it, never done an interview, and Ali gave me 45 minutes and treated me great. And I came back to edit myself out because they weren't going to put me on the air. And the head of the bureau walked in, and he looked at it, and he kept staring at it, and he watched it twice. Didn't even know my name. He got up, and he said, you know what? You and this videotape are going on the air. It's barely adequate.
That is wow.
So I tell everybody, I was fortunate enough to get into the Boxing Hall of Fame and the Basketball Hall of Fame. I said somehow barely adequate has ended up here.
That is beautiful.
Pretty darn good.
Yeah. Jim, I got to do this because you said Mike Tyson, one of the traits that attracted you to him is honesty. And I'm going to be honest with you, my first time getting to talk to you. I got a couple kids in college, a beautiful family, a wife, but I'm addicted to social media. I got friends that are too, but they're in denial. So I know I am. And I'm just wondering, Jim, through your eyes, how has it changed how athletes act? How the next young man or woman wants to be the next Jim Gray? Does it give this new generation an advantage to get to that plateau faster? Just talk to us about how the great Jim Gray looks at this thing called social media, because it is a beast.
Can I ask you a question? Don't mean to switch. What are you addicted to? What's the addiction? What's the obsession
next,
with it?
and what are they saying?
About
coming
who?
at me, everything.
About yourself?
No. About the Steph Curry, the LeBron James. Like it's my new television, Jim. The news.
Now I'm going to be respectful when I say this.
No, you go ahead. You can.
No, I'm going to be respectful. Joey from Piscataway has an opinion. So you want to know what he thinks next about what Steph's going to do?
I'm Joey. Not so much Joey. It's these organizations and
I hate to pick on Joey. I just pulled it.
But news has come like you got Tom Thumb able to break a story now, and you're like, oh, you don't know what you're. But then we're learning, Jim. Sometimes like this phone or Twitter or Instagram. These athletes are communicating via. They'll just put up a photo, and now what does that? What's Steph Curry telling us without telling us?
Okay, so proximity has changed quite a bit in professional sports. Guys used to meet you in the locker room. They used to have production meetings. Now they're behind a podium. Now they're available on Wednesdays. They're not available after shoot. All of the parameters have changed. COVID did a lot of that, but even before that, the advent of social media and the computer, the internet. So when that occurs, we don't know much about any of these guys because we don't have a relationship with these guys anymore. So we know that relationship, which leads you to become an addict because you're able to hear what Steph Curry wants you to hear, see what Steph Curry wants you to see. LeBron, pick your athlete, Tiger. They feed you what they want you to see. So you don't dig anymore because you don't have the ability to dig anymore because you get them for 4 minutes after a game.
Wow.
And when you get him for 4 minutes after a game, either he made the shot or he missed the shot, or the circumstances, whatever it is, that dominates the first 3 minutes. Then you get 1 more minute, and you can never get to the feature, so you don't get to know him. Okay? So they may recognize you if you're a constant after the 210th game that you've covered. Or if you're just persistent enough, you will somehow. But you can't get on the bus anymore. There is no team plane anymore. You don't see them getting into the hotel. They don't go in the lobby. They go straight underneath and up an elevator. And so when all of that has changed, that now leads you to this, because this is the only thing that you have that is a connection.
Wow.
Before we had the personal connection.
Wow.
Now we have the impersonal connection.
Yeah.
And because we have that, somebody like myself probably wouldn't have succeeded in this era. How would I wouldn't have gotten to know Ali, so Ali wouldn't have invited me to go interview him before and after all of his fights.
Right.
I wouldn't have gotten able to be in front of John Elway and Tom Brady and
that
Kobe.
would have been to the world.
You know, I was around Joe Bryant, so I got to know Kobe when he was 3 months old.
Right.
So, because he was playing in the hallway with Lionel Collins' kid or whatever he was playing with, you know, with Michael Bibby's kid.
Mike Bibby.
Yeah. Henry Bibby's child, Michael. So, things have changed, and with that, now all of us have to change. But I would just say to your kids and to other kids out there that if you have an honest, reciprocal relationship with people, that will take you a heck of a lot further than just trying to get through the moment to get attention.
I love it. To get attention.
Right.
Because it's a drug now, Jim. Attention.
Well, they probably don't get it at home as much as they need. They don't get it in the schools as much as they need. They're just passed through in certain instances. And so they suffer from that. So this is how they can get that. And you know what? It brings it to them. So it fills a need. And this is a weapon.
No, it is.
It's a good weapon because it protects you.
Yeah.
And it's a bad weapon because if you use it wrong, it can kill you.
Wow.
Kill your reputation.
Yeah.
He's
you know,
right.
you can put things out here that you can't erase.
Man.
So they make decisions on video that, you know, is going to live out there forever and you can't retrieve it. It's not like you can call Google and say, take that down, or call Alibaba or wherever it is that it's there. It's gone. It's so, you know, leads to decisions. So again, it's Stedman Graham's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
A brilliant man. He's written 15 books. Most people, you know him through the Oprah Winfrey Show and Oprah.
Right.
And Stedman says, you know, identity. You have to know who you are, and the only way to know who you are is to become at one internally, and then when you know your identity, then you can make better decisions. But nobody teaches identity.
That's deep.
Interesting.
That is profound, man.
All right, I hate to do this, but Jim Gray, it's time for your final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food for the big game?
My must-have food?
Yes.
Here we go.
I love popcorn at a game, so I'm just a popcorn guy.
Marshall was here. He said popcorn.
Popcorn and watermelon have been my favorite food since I was born.
Well, no wonder you're still slim and in good shape.
I'm
Man.
thinking that,
Well, I know the popcorn's good for me, but I love it.
Wow, Jim.
Jim, thank you so much, and good luck with the Hall of Excellence. It's a world-class museum at the Fontainebleau in Vegas. It was created by you and Tom Brady, where they can see firsthand sports equipment and jerseys and souvenirs that have been used in real games and
Moments
the authentic.
of excellence. Yes, thank you. Thank
Sweet.
you both.
Yeah, you're
Appreciate
the man.
You
Can't wait for the Tyson doc either. Netflix.
All right, thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it, man.
Good luck to you,
Jim Gray.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
That was great, man.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear via the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time you discovered the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, and that was a lot of fun.
I feel like I need to write him a check, like we just. Okay. All right. 30. Whoa. Dang. He's seen it all.
I got like 9 questions here from the boss. who has like 9 questions that we couldn't get to. He's interviewed every president since Nixon, and he said, which was the best one.
That's a great one.
I kind of wanted to get into the decision. I'm wondering, when you see Jim Gray, or if somebody sees Jim Gray, what they know him from. Because it could be about 10 different things.
Right.
It could be from the decision. It could be from post-match interviews in boxing.
Are you shocked that Mike Tyson and him have that relationship? That's what makes me love life.
What I'm surprised with is
friends, Evan. Him and Tyson.
I think Jim Gray's friends with a lot of big boys, and they seem to have. He seems to have broken through the media athlete thing with certain athletes. You know how Jordan was best friends with Ahmad Rashad?
No doubt.
Even though Ahmad Rashad was
hated him
a reporter.
Yeah.
It feels like Jim Gray is definitely somebody who's kind of broken through, and now he's the famous person himself.
So if I understood correctly, Stoney, did you take his answer on Twitter and social media? It being difficult for the Evans of the world or all these new wannabe reporters, men and women. Social media has made it more difficult to do it the way that he was talking about, the old school way, face-to-face.
Well, I think,
and the access.
I don't think he was very concerned with Evan and how Evan handles social media. I think he was really worried about you. I mean, he took an interest. I mean, he was saying, so what are you scared of?
I wanted to dial it back, Jim. I ain't that addicted, but I said it. But he was... No, he broke it down, though, Stoney. Wow, man.
Nah, he still looks good, too.
Dude, he looks great.
59,
the Mike Tyson doc
66.
on Netflix, 5-parter.
It's funny, though.
That's incredible.
How much more can we learn about Mike Tyson? I feel like he is an open book, but I'm sure
Now, what about the dark side of him growing up in Catskill, New York? I think we're going to no doubt. I think we're going to see some of that.
Yeah, I mean, probably. Yeah, probably. All right. What are you thinking?
I want to just grab Cosell, but that's Willard and Dibbs' dude.
So?
He told him he's taller in person. He got a little length.
If we get Cosell over here, I'm going to talk to him about his Division III basketball
career. That would ruin our relationship.
Where was
with
his
the afternoon show.
Where did he go?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
He went to.
Leave him alone. That's Willard and Dibbs guy.
All right, let me catch everybody up with what's going on right here on 95.7 The Game. Great day of guests so far. We've had Brian Young, Hall of Famer, Marshall Faulk, Hall of Famer. Just had the great Jim Gray on. And we're going to have Ross Tucker at about 1:15. And we're also keeping you abreast of everything that's going on in the NBA. And there is a lot going on in the NBA.
There has been one move during your interview.
Okay.
Chris Paul has been traded from the Clippers to the Raptors in exchange for Ochai Agbaji. And there's some also draft capital involved.
Okay.
So he'll be playing playoff basketball, Chris.
Well, they also might just waive him.
Wow, that part.
So
I'm rooting for him.
And the Anthony Davis trade is official. Anthony Davis got traded.
A Washington Wizard.
Okay,
yes.
Anthony Davis is going to the Washington Wizards for 3
Trae Young.
future first-round picks, and now all of a sudden the Wizards got Trae Young and Anthony Davis and a bunch of young guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Can you name their coach?
Yeah, O'Keefe.
All right, y'all got it. My boys are bad.
Bill. I don't know what his first name is. Brian. Brian O'Keefe.
My dude.
And he just officially is now on the hot seat because that team's gone from rebuilding to trying to win a little more now.
But they got some talent.
It's also just Keefe, not O'Keefe.
Oh, it's not O'Keefe? Huh.
No,
I said Keefe. I was just said before that. I was like, not Keefe. All right. So,
I got to do a news hit.
What's that?
I'm doing a news hit.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
When we break, I'm doing a news hit. Remember, they're coming back for me.
Who?
TV station somewhere. I forget where they're at.
What are you talking about?
NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm doing something when we go to commercial.
So you're going to be late for the next segment?
No, it'll
be
a couple minutes. We're going to do it right here.
Yeah, well...
He can't be late because Ross Tucker is going to be joining you guys live at Radio Row.
Yeah, you don't even have to come back. I'll handle Ross like you handled Jim Gray.
Yeah.
But no, a lot of. Let me catch everybody up with what's happened in the NBA. James Harden's gone to Cleveland for Darius Garland, a couple second-round picks each way. Nikola Vucevic, he's been rumored for a few years now. He's gone to Boston for Anthony Simons. The Bulls are going to get Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley, but Mike Conley's already been moved to Charlotte. Jaren Jackson Jr. to Utah for 3 first-rounders. And Anthony Davis is going to the Washington Wizards for Chris Middleton and a bunch of other players. But the big package was 3 first-round picks for Anthony Davis. And, I mean, to me, what I take out of it, Goo, is if we thought that it was going to take 4 picks to get Giannis, that may be the case. 3 picks got Anthony Davis, and 2 picks got, Jaren Jackson went for 3 picks, and Anthony Davis went for 2 first-round picks and 3 seconds. So, I mean, the Warriors have access to first-round picks. So I got to believe they at least had internal discussions about whether they thought those players were worth it or not.
And there's not one that I wouldn't prefer not on the team right now. You know, I would have taken Anthony Davis. I'd have taken Triple J. So I'm desperate. And, again, nobody wants to hear this, but I'm just keeping it real because this is how down I am, Stoney. I do think Steph Curry, at this juncture, if it came to it, could get you 5 first, 4 at least. That's what I feel about Steph right now. So I don't want that to happen. We don't. But hell, if you're telling me that's what they got in return, Desmond Bain you got your 5, and I know that was a little while ago, but come on, man, Steph is still a weapon in the right situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, they need him to be more than a weapon. Wow. They need him to be the franchise player he was, 6, 8, 10 years ago. And he doesn't have enough help right now, and they got to figure out whether they can get help in here in a timely way or not.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk some Warriors for the next 10 minutes, but I'm interested to know what Warrior fans are making of all this movement. And some teams have made moves. Other teams have just been talking about it, and right now the Warriors haven't made any moves, but Giannis is still out there. 888-957-9570 is the number. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city.
Would you say, you've been around a while, Stoney, you've been covering the league, the trades Evans talked about today, yesterday, would you call this a flurry? Medium?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we've got
happening.
I think so. There's 6 trades in the last 2, 3, 4 days. Yeah, I think that's. I think it's been a flurry.
Yeah.
And there's another 24 hours to go, and there's still some, players out there that have been talked about. So we'll see. But I mean, I think what we're staring at in the face, unfortunately, is after, a week of talking about the NBA and the Warriors and Giannis, if they don't make a move, what does Mike Dunleavy say to the media on Friday when he meets them? I mean, I know what he's going to say. There wasn't anything out there that we felt good about, but I don't think people are going to be happy about it.
Well, we're not happy about the team in its current state. I'll go Rob Lowe about last night. And I know that was without Steph, but, I mean, man, if you had $1 for every time I keep bringing up the Jimmy injury, but, man, Stoney, I'm telling you, that was a big. If there was any team, the way that they were set up and structured, age being a big part of it, we were the last team that could afford one of their alpha dogs, the 2 that they had, I believe, to go down. And the way that he did, and not even a week later, the other, who you can count on all day, every day, now is dealing with a gimpy knee or bulky knee. Wow. That's a bad blow. Sonny, or blows with an S.
Yeah, and they knew this was the risk, and now we'll see if they can, come off guys and pivot. I do think it's a good time, Guru, for us to revisit a couple of our bets that we made this year. And the first bet we made was that you said the Golden State Warriors were going to win 50 games this year, and I took the under. Let me do some math right now. The Warriors are 27-24, so they still have action. Look at this. All they have to do is go exactly what they went last year with Jimmy Butler, 23-8.
Yeah.
If they have a 23-8 stretch, that's a 50-win team, and I'll owe you something.
Well, I could take out my debit card or give you Zelle.
Oh, by the way, thanks for yesterday. Appreciate that.
Again.
Seriously.
But listen, I come from the streets of the U, and people have a way of being nice, but it's really a backhanded,
that's what they do in the U?
So you're saying your cheap ass finally got a bill is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
your cheap ass finally didn't get alligator arms and you got the bill.
Why can't you just take a thank you? This is like when Spadoni comes in and he goes, Steiny, I like that shirt. And I'm like, sometimes people are just being nice. I walked out of the bar yesterday. I mean, not a lot, but it's nice to walk out of the bar feeling pretty good, and you look in your wallet, and there's the exact same amount of money that's when you got in. So
you're welcome. How about that,
you.
partner?
I'm dead serious.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Give me an update on the Laker bet.
Okay.
I feel way better about this one. And Reeves has been out, and they're still right. I like where I'm at.
So the Laker bet, I knew that I had a victory with the 50 wins and under. I mean, that was just easy money. So I figured, knowing I have a win, I'll take a little gamble with the second one. And Guru, of course, very high on the Lakers. And he said, Steiny, they are definitely going to finish in the top 6.
Yeah.
And I said, and he said, okay, let's make a bet. And I said, fine, I'll make another bet because I'm already going to be 1-0.
Yeah.
And here's where they're at right now. There is a 3-way tie between among the Lakers, Suns, and Timberwolves, Goo. And right now, the Lakers are essentially 7th.
No, they're 5th now.
Well, yeah, but they and Phoenix and Minnesota are all 9 games back.
Those teams are whole. Booker's playing. Reeves has been out. He'll be back any day. So that baby is going to, I think they're going to catch, the Lakers are going to catch Houston, may even catch Denver.
I think Minnesota's going to catch the Lakers. Watch out for Phoenix.
Minnesota they feel like they need something, and that dude's name is Giannis, so that's telling you what they think about themselves. But anything can happen, but I like where I'm at because they're ascending. They're going, I feel like they're going up.
The Lakers.
Yeah. They've been without Reeves, and this is when, if you were going to win the bet, had they slipped to the box. They didn't even do that.
Who's that? Big fella.
Man, he played for the Patriots, man.
Played for the Patriots?
Yeah, I can't remember. He's a big dude.
And this is where, it's funny. You can make fun of me when I don't know somebody who's played football, but you guys aren't.
No, I could be wrong. He could be a UFC fighter, but he's a big dude.
Where's Chuck Liddell, by the way? Can we get Chuck Liddell?
He'll probably be with us with Lowe tomorrow. He probably didn't leave out of Vegas.
That's right. So tomorrow and Friday we'll have Lorenzo Neal.
Yeah.
And it's going to be
wild. And we'll get to Super Football tomorrow, Stein.
Oh, I mean, here's what's going to happen tomorrow.
The deadline's what time our time? 12?
Noon.
Wow.
Yeah. The funny thing is it's going to be great tomorrow. Lowe's going to be probably sitting right in that chair, and people are going to walk by him, and they are going to be former players that we don't recognize, and he will call them over, and they will sit down, and
I can't wait.
We will commence the frivolity. Let's go to our main man, Jada, in East Palo Alto. Hey, Jada, how you doing, man?
All right, what's going on with y'all?
Hey,
Jay.
Yeah. So I'm just a little bit disappointed. You know what I'm saying, in the fan base. You know what I'm saying? I'm disappointed in the fan base because it's a little bit disheartening to continuously hear, how they talk and how some media talks about Draymond Green. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, as a lifelong Warriors fan, man, I don't think we deserve another championship. You know what I'm saying? For how the fan base has talked about Draymond. Like, and Steve Kerr as well. You know what I'm saying? Look how they talk about players and coaches that have actually, you know, brought championships to the franchise. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just disheartening to hear, you know what I mean? And in the streets, we love Draymond Green. You know what I'm saying? We will always love Draymond Green. And the only other thing I want to say is, you know what I'm saying, hopefully y'all let me get this off because this is about y'all boy. But Joe Shasky in the morning, like, I hate to hear the way he's talking about. Like, this guy talks like he's actually a part of the franchise. You know what I'm saying? And you're just a fan, just like the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? But the way he talks, he denigrates Draymond Green. I hate it, and I don't believe that he would say any of the stuff that he says about Draymond Green to his face. So I think he's weak. I think he's a punk. And I think that morning show is the worst sports talk show in the history.
Now I got it. All right. I got you. Look, we all say things that we may not say to a guy's face. And Draymond over the years has been talked harshly about at times. Maybe rightfully so, maybe not. Look, he's a great champion. He's got 4 rings. He's gone to the Hall of Fame. And I'm someone that, you know, like virtually everybody in the Bay, been critical of him at times, but I don't think they win 4 titles without him, and now he's getting older, and his play's declining, and so some of the antics might not be worth it, and the Warriors are trying to figure out whether he's going to be here for the rest of his career or not, but
yeah,
I don't think it's
me to defend him, Scotty, nor you. But the beautiful thing about what we do is we share our opinion. And what I know of Butch, and my guy said the streets are with Draymond Green, I'm in those streets too. And everybody's not with Draymond Green. And I will never disrespect Dre. But, man, I am a team-first guy, man. And the stuff this guy has done to his team and Jordan Poole, I won't even start it because I'm going to sound like a hater, is not cool. So if that's how he perceives what he's getting from Joe, you know, don't listen. But the bottom line is, don't call here and tell me, a lifelong Warrior fan, that Dre has done nothing to the franchise to turn him off, because I'm turned off. You know, it's not personal. I'm turned off. And now I'm turned off by the play or the lack of play on the basketball court. But I'll never forget all the stuff in the closet with the Jordan Poole running KD off, quitting. So that's just me.
Let's go to JD in Oakland. What's going on, JD? How you doing, man?
Man, my guys. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
All right, baby. Seattle, big time.
Well, I got 2 things. What I'm going to do is give you 2 things. First, we got to realize with Draymond Green is a 6'6" center that the Warriors have had bumping his head against 7-foot guys for his whole career. The things that happened with KD and with Jordan Poole, that's the organization's fault. Once the organization did not put him in his place, then you got to let him go. If you're going to let him go, let him go. If not, put him in his place. Tell him, when KD pass the ball, ask for you to pass the ball to him, then you pass it to him. And they should have done and took a demonstrative step when he punched Poole. See, the thing is, I know Draymond personally. I've slapped him around on the domino table a few times, and until you put him in his place, he's going to kind of be a little bit goofy. And that's what you need from a 6'6" center. You don't see that everywhere. And now my question to you guys is, how comfortable are you with Dunleavy making decisions post-step or now or one step leaves? How comfortable can you be with Dunleavy leading this ship?
I mean, Goo?
Not very. And like I said, right now on the ledger, as far as I see it, I like the Will Richard draft pick. I like Quentin Post. I love the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. For whatever reason he came here, he put on a uniform. But I think it's real early, and I'm just being real and fair, my version of it. I think it's real early to throw rocks at what he's done because he's kind of had one arm tied behind his back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's had a shot at it yet. To be honest with you, you know, the Butler move was a good move at the time.
Yeah,
and now
no doubt. It changed everything.
Now he got hurt, and that's something that obviously should have been in the back of your mind. And we'll see how they recover from it. But no, I mean, how comfortable am I with Mike Dunleavy? I don't know. I don't know what kind of GM he is. And I don't really think he's gotten started yet, even though they did get Jimmy Butler. But there are bigger, more bold moves that he's probably going to be faced with, and we're going to find out whether he's willing to pull that trigger or not. All right, here's what we got going. We got Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up on the other side, so that's in about 5 or 6 minutes. Steiny and Guru live from Radio Row here at the Moscone Center. Look at Guru. He's itching to go because he's got a little obligation. He's going to do a big interview between segments here, and we'll get a scouting report.
Area.
Yeah, we'll get a scouting report on the other side. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And that segment was also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for heart, hustle, and a whole new kind of hero in Sony's GOAT, the animated sports adventure exclusively produced by Steph Curry, in theaters February 13th. For a chance to see it before it releases, courtesy of Sony Pictures, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Let's get nuts!
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty. One more segment, then the crossover, and then we'll turn it over to Willard and Dibbs. Day 3 of Super Bowl week down at Moscone Center here in San Francisco. Super Bowl 60, of course, is Sunday at Levi Stadium. I've already had a great day of guests.
Yes.
And we'll top it off with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. We have him on every week, but now we're going to get him on in person. And so when Ross joins us, we'll jump to him. And talk a little bit about the game and where the 49ers are. And they're not here, Goo. And the question is, how do they get back to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, and it got me thinking when we asked, we had the pleasure to talk to the Hall of Famer, Marshall Faulk, just about Christian McCaffrey. And again, I didn't feel like on the Guru computer that he was saying he was slipping or slowing down. But like Steph Curry and like any other older athletes, Donnie, it could pop off any time. And I'm living that with Steph. But the bottom line is, this is, I believe, the biggest offseason for Kyle and John. And what I'm concerned with, and I hear from a lot of Niner fans, is do they have the necessary resources in one draft plus free agency? I mean, they got some money to spend to go get everything you would need to come back and compete with the likes of the Rams or Seattle. And I want to get this off my chest. Evan doesn't even know this. Steiny, I was the first dude in the cab, the football cab, to drive Deebo Samuel out of town because I thought he was done. But what I overlooked is the eye candy, the stress that he put on opposing defenses before this play was snapped. And I'm wondering, is that why the Niner offense took a step or two back in regard to being scary and more explosive? And obviously the Ayuk thing didn't happen, him not coming. But what do you say to that in regard to our guy Ross, to that Debo being gone, maybe having something to do with it?
Well, I think it's something that we can ask Ross Tucker.
In person, baby.
All right, here he is. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. All right, let's introduce Ross Tucker. He's the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and you can check it out on his social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Quick question first on MyFrontPageStory.com. What do you got there, Ross?
So I love that you just broke out the phone. Why did you have to do? Oh, you had to look at the phone.
Because you texted the way you wanted to be introduced.
No, you already had glasses on, though.
Yeah.
And I'm just at the stage now where if I'm at a restaurant, I got to turn the flashlight on like this.
Hey, I'm not even ashamed to do it. I'm like, it's better than wearing those.
No, but I thought
the Harry Carries.
I thought Steiny just went like this. I was like, don't you already have glasses on?
No.
By the way, before we do that, should we play this audio?
Oh, boy. You're going to hold the phone up.
Yeah. You can't hear it. It's Steiny's mom and mom.
It was beautiful. He played it for us.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did. That was awesome.
It's so good.
And that is, man, come on, man.
It's so cool.
You guys are like brothers.
You know what you do in life? You get moms and wives and significant others and amazing women like that. You get them the best Valentine's Day gift they've ever gotten. You blow their minds away at myfrontpagestory.com. Imagine having a professional writer write a story about how amazing your significant other is. They will be blown away. What do you guys usually do? Get them a gift card to the Olive Garden or something?
Yeah, some flowers.
You're not going to believe this.
$20. What?
About 20 years ago, I actually did something like this where I put it in a newspaper and I said something like, Jones with another MVP season.
I've never heard this story.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I just did it on my own. But then I've seen yours, and I was like, it's a great idea.
So I stole your idea?
Well, I only did it for one person, so I didn't. But no, it's a great idea.
For more people. MyFrontPageStory.com.
RT.
Listen. She will cry, tears of joy. You will win. Be the best gift she ever got. Just right. You guys have the power right now. You're driving around the Bay Area. You have the power right now to go to myfrontpagestory.com and blow your significant other's mind away and get them the best gift they've ever gotten. It's the Christian McCaffrey of Valentine's Day gifts.
Nice.
Myfrontpagestory.com.
Wow.
All right, well, let me just set you up here. We've had Hall of Famer Bryant Young today. We've had Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk today. The great Jim Gray has joined us.
Jim Gray.
At least we're getting Why Missing's finest, Ross Tucker.
I like that you guys finally have like a star on the show. Like a real media star,
regional,
not just someone.
And we have Bryant Young. You mentioned him, right?
Yeah. Bryant Young.
Can I just tell you, my first preseason start, my first start ever, was in Osaka, Japan, for the Redskins against the Niners.
Come on, man.
Where we had 5 preseason games. It was the same weekend as the Hall of Fame game. And I'm starting at right guard for the Redskins, and over me is Bryant Young. And I'm like,
he looks menacing.
Oh, my gosh.
Man.
He beat me 1 or 2 of the first 3 plays. In the second quarter, I look over the sideline. He was in street clothes already. He had already gone in and showered. And out there, I'm like still playing.
Like,
but I was so happy.
Yeah, no doubt.
I want to go to the sideline and be like, hey,
I don't got those problems.
You should have showered 3 plays earlier. That would have really been nice.
Go ahead, ask him.
Unbelievable player.
Ask him when you started asking me.
Oh, I had mentioned about Debo Samuel, Ross. I was kind of, and I wasn't by myself, down on where he was at, and he could be expendable. And I just, like Perry Mason, feel like there might be a correlation with why the Niners weren't able to run the ball as productively as they wanted to because of the eye candy on a good day where defenses had to just respect Debo coming in motion or whatnot. And you're the football guy. Is there anything to that, or they didn't miss Debo at all? And nothing to see here with McCaffrey's. We had Marshall Faulk on. He said, when you're a high volume, you won't have the high yards per carry. That's how he saw it. So he didn't see any slippage or slowing down. But how do you – I'm trying to solve this mystery that is the Niners running game.
That could be part of it. I think that is a big part of their offense is like the jet motion, the orbit motion, the stuff behind the line of scrimmage. But that doesn't mean they couldn't have done that with somebody else.
Fair.
You know, and I'd have to go back and look at, I don't remember off the top of my head how much they did that with Ricky or any other guys they have. But I don't think those guys are as much of a threat. And it's funny you say this, because I'm going to tie this into the Super Bowl.
All right.
Because this is why I'm elite, okay? I'm going to tie this into the Super Bowl, okay? One of the reasons why the Seahawks have had so much success the last 2 months, they do that with Shaheed multiple times a game.
Man.
They do Shaheed on the orbit motion, on the jet motion. I took the over on Shaheed 5.5 rushing yards on the Even Money Betting podcast. They're going to give him the ball once. And unless Vrabel and those guys are on it and they tackle him right away, he's going to get over 5.5 yards. I just think that it is very helpful to have a guy in that role. Remember, until the Rams game, the Seahawks had rushed for over 160 yards in 4 straight games. And so I think a big part of that, the offensive lines played better and all those things, but I do think a decent part of it was the Shaheed threat and making guys honor it. It creates gaps. It creates angles.
Wow. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game, and he joins us via the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Does he never usually dresses like this, right?
This is corporate for him. Yeah, it's a special thing going on.
I can't decide. I can't decide if you are an investment banker or you already sold your company and now you're just teaching business as a professor.
I've heard substitute teacher. I've heard I got the substitute teacher.
You look too nice for substitute teacher.
Oh, that's nice.
And those glasses make you look rich. I know you're not, but those glasses make you look rich.
They're nice frames. They're progressives. Progressives. I can be reading glasses or not.
I love
How far are the 49ers from getting here?
Not that far.
Really?
No.
Come on.
How do you not score a touchdown?
Well,
I'm interrupting 2 games against Seattle.
Well, Seattle's good, and Seattle kind of has their number, but they were not.
Nah.
I mean, listen, they got their, what's handled in both those games. But they were also like the fluky McCaffrey interception play away from it being 13-10 in the fourth quarter and maybe being the number 1 seed. And they did it without 2 of the 20 best defensive players in the NFL. I don't think they're that far away. I really don't. I think that they need some tweaks and that they'll do that. My concern, if I had to say a big concern for the Niners next year, it's running back. It's Christian McCaffrey. How many touches did he have? Including
400 plus.
Yeah. Well over 400.
Yeah.
Man.
And I already thought he had started to lose a little bit.
Okay.
So now you're talking, how much more does he lose? How much more worn down is he? You guys know I'm a huge fan of McCaffrey. I'm incredibly impressed by what he did this year. But you have to acknowledge with that workload, that age, and already signs of, taking a little bit of a step back maybe, that there's a real possibility there.
Yeah, I'm here are the guys I'm worried about. Age and injury. Kittle, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Bosa, and Warner. I think the guy I believe in the most is Warner. If it's true that he was close to coming back, he should be fine next year. But what about the other 4?
Well, and to your point, I would say this. This is the last go.
I believe it, man.
This is like the Bulls saga, Last Dance. This is the last dance for this core group of guys, primarily Trent, but even McCaffrey and Kittle and Juice and those guys. Do you guys call him Juice or Juszczyk?
Stoney don't like him.
Not a huge fan.
Tell me why.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. You can't have it. You can't have it. And I know. He's an Ivy League guy, so you got to stick up for him. But the reality is, I like my skill position players to be a threat. That's all.
Whoa. First of all.
And all fullbacks must answer to a guy I work with, Lorenzo Neal, and he ain't in that league.
First of all, that guy is awesome at what he's asked to do. And you talk to defensive coaches, he is a key difference maker in the success that the Niners have. Secondly, which game was it? Oh, it was the playoff game.
But he have a catch? He had a catch, didn't he?
Eagles.
Kittle got hurt. He had 4 catches. Do you watch the games?
I watch the games.
Maybe you should wear those rec specs while you watch the playoff games. He had 4 catches, and several of them were, like, really important. They probably don't win that game without Kyle Juszczyk, who you don't like.
And that was a nice game against the Eagles.
He's got a list, Ross.
He doesn't like anybody that blocks.
How did he do against Seattle in those 2 games? They took him out of the game. He didn't belong on the field. He couldn't play at that level.
This is what we deal with, Ross. 20 hours a week and sometimes more.
Skip Steiny over here?
Wow.
Matt,
he's got you down.
Matt Bayless? What are you saying? You're just saying things you don't even believe anymore?
What's that?
I mean, you're just saying things you don't even believe anymore?
I do. Oh, go ahead. You got to do that. Because I got one for you.
Sonny, you don't have a talkback button?
No, I do, but I don't.
That's my quarterback.
You should talk to our
quarterback. That's my quarterback.
Has he been doing this? He has a great Evan Giddens,
but that's what makes him
one of the best producers in the industry, says Ross has to leave at 1:33. And Sonny turns around and goes, "What's that?" Oh, okay. All you have to do is hit your talk.
That's what makes him. That's my quarterback, Ross. I'm going to
Where's the boss? The boss said he was putting the show together 6 years ago, and he goes, I don't know what I want to use you as. You're not a real host.
Traditional.
So you're not really a one, but I think that's where I'm going to put you. All right, Ross Tucker, it's time for Final Question. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What's your must-have food for the big game?
We got some great answers.
Ooh. Oh, man. I'm gonna
6 IPAs.
I'm going to go off the board a little bit.
All right.
I'm going to surprise you guys. There's a lot of things that people have said. They've said wings.
Sure.
They've said
ribs.
Whatever.
Steak.
You got to have Doritos.
I'm
you
not
have
mad
to
at that.
have Doritos while you're watching the game. You're going to eat the other things like at halftime or before the game, but while you're sitting in your Lazy Boy or whoever your couch sponsor is on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, Redwoods Casino couches or whatever, you need to be able to, because in my lifetime, 46 years, nobody has gotten even close to replicating a chip as good as the Dorito. It is so good.
I use
Doritos
the Flamin' Hot.
So
the Flamin' Hot.
No,
ones.
Tell them about goods in the blue. The potato chips. Goods in the blue.
Pretty good, but they're not Doritos.
Yingling.
Right. Hey, I'm going to hit Guru's talk back to tell him I need to go.
Hey, Ross, thanks, man.
See you guys.
Appreciate you. Have a good rest of the week. Man. Oh, yeah, let me get that one again. I don't have the phone. I was going to plug it. Ross Tucker, NFL.
Your moms are friends, so you know it was all love.
You know what? I think my mom might
Evan likes him getting at you.
Juszczyk. Please.
Oh, man, you guys are great.
All right, what do we got here? 6, 7, 8 minutes. All right.
Oh, can I say something about my attire yesterday?
No, go ahead. I'm take it over. I'm wearing down a little.
I want Evan I told Evan this walking in. So I'm at the party, the media party. I got a cream colored jacket I just got. Stoney, they must have been to buy one, get one free. 9 other guys, John Lukum had the same coat on, and everybody was stopping. You guys got, but other guys, that guy over there, what's up? Is that the hot color now, the cream?
You look nice, Gil.
No, but everybody had the same.
Yeah.
I got to step. I need a stylist. Well, I'm not there yet. I'm not there.
I think Grandy has one of those jackets, too.
I didn't know.
Yeah, so how was the party?
No, seriously, Stoney, it was an extension of this, and
because I heard it wasn't that good.
And a lot of people went to Twitter players. Oh boy, can I say it?
Of course
this
you
is
can.
gonna be the Jesse. This is gonna be the last Super Bowl in the city. So I'm like, they didn't have a good time, whatever that means. But it was great. Free food, finger foods, DJ, open bar, and you just mingled. Hey, how are you? What do you do? That type of like a mixer.
Did you meet anybody?
Yeah.
Who?
A lot of too many to name. Yep. But who did I run into first?
Thank you. Who?
Zachary Green, Indiana guy.
Nobody really knows who that is.
I went on Instagram.
He's one of our interns.
He lived across the street.
He's not an intern.
Well, he's not listening.
Zach is the man.
What is he?
Dude, he's our guy.
Well, he ain't full time. He comes here. He comes into work twice a month. How the hell can he not be an intern?
You see all the stuff on Instagram about
He's that
press
guy,
conferences
Sonny. Get in
and
the
different
game.
names and stuff.
Wait, he's our social guy?
He helps Whitley. Yes.
This dude, get
okay.
in. Know your teammates.
All right.
But anyway, it was a great time, and they bust us over. I had a good time. Yeah. We took pictures, and Rick Tittle was there.
Oh, okay.
Yep, he's behind us.
I'm usually against, usually when, if you find yourself on a shuttle of any kind, it's never your first choice.
I actually
should have driven down.
I was a kid again.
Like Baron Davis didn't take the shuttle, did he?
He was there, but no, I didn't ask him. Nope.
The answer's no.
Well,
he didn't take.
You never know, Stoney.
The shuttle's for responsible individuals.
And what? And what do you got going the rest of the week?
Now, there a lot of people are whispering that was the Friday. Yes, that party was like, it's not going to get any better than that one.
Well, that wasn't a good party.
I had a great time. So who told that you're making it up?
No, I'm not. Lucas said it was not very good.
Consider the source. He ain't in the game like me. Luke, what up, baby?
You know, we blew it with Marshall Falk. We should have gotten tickets to his event. That's what we should have been doing, Brian
I didn't like his answer on the black coaches. I wanted to keep going. I was like, dude, this is where you get fired.
I mean, his answer was basically learn to live with it. Who?
Rappaport. Want me to try to get him on?
No, because we got a break soon.
What's up, baby?
Guru.
Dude, closed mouth don't get fed, bro.
No, I know. How many now this is, I want to relay a serious conversation we had from yesterday. And that is,
we had some good combos.
And that is, I do give you a little grief about, a lot of stuff. You enjoy being here and meeting people, important people. But what did I say? I said, you need to be making contacts this week.
No, you did. That sent me over the top to go to the party.
Like, you need, here's the goal. You need to come out of here with a couple job offers.
Well,
seriously. What the hell else are we doing here? I mean, I'm shutting it down anyway.
He's deranged, man. Like, you need to get ready to leave your wife, man.
You know what you'd be good at? Who would be good at being You know what you should be? A handler.
Now, what's that consist of?
Well, you're usually...
It's all the guys that you're trying to rank throughout the week.
Have you noticed a lot of attractive women around? Those are the handlers. They take around the athletes.
Okay, gotcha.
But I think you would be good at it, too, because sometimes you got to... Because you know why you'd be a great handler? Because at times you need to be Martin Luther King, and other times you need to be Malcolm X.
I want to be the
And that's who you are.
Is that Justin Jefferson? We got to get him on.
Yeah, that's
stand up and say, JJ. That
ain't him.
That's not him.
He looked just like him, though. You got to give me that.
If we said that.
Wow. He looked just like him.
Yeah, except he didn't have 17,100 yards receiving.
There you go.
What do we got here? We got the crossover coming up on the other side. We got Lowe coming in tomorrow and Friday.
Did you guys have Cosell on already? Today. I'm going to stay around for that.
Oh, Cosell's going to be here at 3?
In person. Well, we already seen him.
Right, but it's not. It's going to be more fun when he makes a goof out of Dibs.
Yeah.
I still can't believe, by the way, you told a retired offensive lineman that blocking is not important.
Yeah, he's man.
Ross.
He played in the NFL. Ross played in the NFL.
Come on, man.
Ross was an offensive lineman?
Stop.
Oh, my God. I didn't know that. I probably wouldn't have said. I don't look at Ross Tucker like a former NFL player.
He does plug a lot for a former player.
No doubt about it.
MyPhoto.com.
Warriors make a trade.
MyFrontPageStory.com. Remember when Ross came in selling those footballs that that you threw in a machine?
He's a modern day Shaq. He's hawking
I'm
stuff
learning
all
more
day.
about your hometown every single time we talk to Ross.
I mean, what do you want to know? Legends are born there, the East Coast. All right, Goo, what are you doing right now? How can you be sending an email right now?
I'm not. I'm responding.
I don't understand that.
Relax and be quiet.
Who are you sending an email to?
Is it an invitation?
To the chat.
Okay, what are you saying?
I can't say it on air what they said, and I'm responding. Like, I respond to the negative stuff. Yeah.
Didn't Jim Gray teach you anything?
Evan, what?
Jim Gray was worried about you.
Yeah, Jim Gray wanted to just do a
No, I
one-on-one
wanted
with you
to
for the
tell
next
him,
30
like,
minutes.
I put it on too thick. I'm good, Jim.
Jim reached out, he grabbed his arm, and he said, "What are you addicted to?"
At one point, I thought he was going to say, "You know this isn't real."
Oh, man, I felt like he was looking at my address as I visited. I'm like, dude, I'm good, man. I'm good. But we're all addicted to it.
Speak for yourself.
No, Jim said it too.
Jim hasn't been on Twitter.
No, but
that's Jim
the
Gray.
cycle's
JG.
He had the best line. It's 24-second clock. That's what this. Your day, it was 24 hours.
We did find out off the air who his favorite president was.
Oh, we did? Who?
It's got to be.
Well, to cover. I don't know about his political.
Nixon.
Barack Obama.
George W.
Oh.
Which one?
The first one.
He was boring.
Not according to Jim.
Oh.
I would love to ask him, why was he your number one?
Well, we didn't get to it because you were doing therapy with him.
Dude,
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by
Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Congratulations, Robert Saleh on the Liquor Store 7.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All righty, it is crossover time, and that means it is brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley.
The
it's
fellas.
the crossover.
Yeah, Miss Ross Tucker called Steiny Skip Steiny. He was going in.
I gave him my use check stinks. And,
He
you know,
didn't like it.
these meathead blockers all stick together.
Yeah.
So, fullback and an offensive lineman, they came... Ross came down my road.
Yeah.
Not totally unsuspected.
You deserve that.
Yeah.
There's no question.
I can live with it.
Yeah.
I can live with it. How are you guys doing?
Dude, people watching today is pretty bananas.
Man, it is.
Walking through here is pretty bananas.
I was telling somebody earlier, I actually got to meet the people I did New Zealand radio with
Look at
for
my
15
guy.
years.
Oh, come on,
He
Dibs.
sent me a message, and so I just did their podcast, whatever, and they were like, man, you know, what do you think about all these people? I said, the one way you can tell that somebody is somebody, there's 7 people behind them,
there we go.
and one of them has a clipboard.
Yeah, exactly. Dave Portnoy, I thought it was Gandhi, had like 1 million people. I go, who is it? And it was Dave. I go, wow.
First time he's been compared to Gandhi, by the way.
Very first time.
Yeah.
And last.
Yeah.
There's something I like about the football players, and that is when you see one, you see 6 people behind him, and you're like, who is that?
I know.
Because there's guys that they're not as recognizable as hoopers or baseball players.
That's why I love football locker rooms. Truth of the matter is, in any given, and this could be your own team. Your own team's got what? How many people on the roster? 55,
53, yeah.
Okay. How many of them, if they just walked up on you at the grocery store, would you be like, I know who that is? You know who Purdy is. You know who McCaffrey is. You know who Kittle is.
The starters, I'm good.
But the starters, are you sure?
Well, not the Niners this year because they were so new.
If Upton Stout walked by, would you be like, that's Upton Stout?
I would not. I'll be real.
Secondary's tough because they are like 5'11", 6 foot. And,
normal size.
Yeah, and they're obviously more fit and stronger than we are, but it's not like when you see Dominic Pooney or you see Trent Williams. You're 6'6", 3, whatever. Okay.
And Trent, at like age 37, we've had a minute and we've had Boombox.
Yeah.
I largely think if they're not on anyone's fantasy team, you probably don't know who they are in street clothes.
But if this were the Niners of the, and I'm being real, Merton Hanks era, Eric Davis, the former friend of the show station, I would remember those guys, you know?
Yeah, maybe. But that's also because you've had years of now watching them in the media.
Doubt.
Like, this is a thing that walks through this room, like Dibbs just said, 5 people following some cut-up dude who you're like, well, that guy's in the NFL.
Yep.
I have no idea who it is.
We had Bryant Young on right next to me. He looked like he could go get the quarterback. Still. Like, damn,
he's so awesome.
And I like what you were asking him about, like, you're so well-spoken and, like, soft-spoken and intelligent, and then you get on the field, and he's like, there's this little green man inside me, and he comes out. And because I was thinking about that, because we've all talked to BY, and he really is like
awesome.
smart and thought-provoking and so many things, and you watch him play football, and it's just pure violence, as they all are. And so I thought that was a good question and answer, the way he broke that down.
Thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, a guy was walking up with 7 people behind him, and Goo goes, Steiny, check it out, Justin Jefferson. And I was like, he's like, see if you can get him over. I was like, I would. And Evan goes, that's not Justin Jefferson.
It looked just like him.
Who was
he? He didn't have a gold front.
George Jefferson?
Somebody's name.
Nobody even knows who it was.
Thank you, Tim.
Well, if you need a wide receiver one, Amon-Ra St. Brown is about.
Is he over
he's
there?
about 100 feet away. Yeah.
So have you guys had an improv guest to where I did Dr. Oz a couple years ago, and I got hell for that. He pulled up. We had to say, Doc, it's time to go. He wanted to stay. Have you pulled anybody in yet? That wasn't on the marquee. That you saw pull up.
That wasn't, well.
Yeah.
That wasn't planned.
Yeah, spontaneous.
Baldy just came up and sat down yesterday.
Oh, well, that wasn't. I missed that.
Yeah, that wasn't planned.
How long did he stay?
I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
The tough one is, and this doesn't happen as much anymore, and I know you've gone through this, Mark, where somebody sits down and you don't know who it is, and your producer's either getting a coffee or on their phone, and so you're waving, you're like, hey, thanks for joining us. How's that life of yours going?
I would say, how do you spell your name? Spell it.
I mean, there's so many things you get to before. I'm sorry. I mean, you don't want to get to, I'm sorry, sir. Who are you again?
I still remember the
Michael
man's
Haynes,
name.
you know?
Damian Square, lineman for the then San Diego Chargers. And we were down at training camp, and the worst part about it is the stupid look on the producer's face. They're all happy that they got you someone. They come over, and they sit them down, and they pat them on the back, and then they pat you on the back. And like, all right, do great radio. And I'm telling you,
you had
7 questions in before, bless him, my partner at the time, Rich Ornberger, finally just goes, who are you?
Did he laugh at least before?
I mean, what can you do? He's like, I'm sorry, you don't have your help. I don't know. I don't know who you are.
It's like when you meet somebody and then you forget their name and then you see him like 5 or 6 more times, and then the 7th time you see him, you're like, I don't know this person's name, and so your spouse comes up and you're like, hey, honey, I want to introduce you to somebody. Yeah. And you hope they're like, hey, I'm Jim.
Exactly.
Jim.
There we
That's
go.
right.
There
but
we
on
go.
live radio, it's not as easy.
No, it's not. But no, so we haven't had that yet. And actually, an interesting day, right? Because we're probably trying to, our producers are looking at this a little differently than what you normally would. We're actually doing the opposite. They're putting the Heisman up a little bit to, like, Babalu whatever wants to come over here and tell us about Wingstop. Yeah. And they played in the NFL 14 years ago. And we're like, let's talk Draymond.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's talk Draymond.
What did you make of the game and his comments after?
the game was pathetic.
That's worse than what I said.
Yeah, I'm
disheartening.
Glad Steve Kerr just called that for what it was. That was an awful watch. I turned it off before it was over. I was falling asleep. That was a pointless effort and pointless game. The Draymond thing afterward was equal parts emotional, interesting, and I'd love to hear you got why? Why is he being so open about this and talking at such length?
Well, I'll go first.
About it. Yeah.
Because it went public, and I shared with you and Dibbs and Steiny yesterday, and I brought it up on our show today. It's interesting, and I'm not blaming anybody or saying who did it or leaked it for a reason, but he's a gladiator. This we know, Draymond, and this has to be humbling. Even if there's no move that the team would put out there or somebody would get that intel, then Mark, we're finally going to do what you said Monday that hit me, Mark. It was profound. They've never stood up to him. I think this is just a little nuggy-nug of you're expendable, and we see a way where we can move on without you, Dibbs. You have no choice basically but to just take it and do what he's doing, because I like what he's saying, being honest. But there is something eating at me that if there is no trade, how does he change? And I'm pointing at Dibbs like he's Dre after, because I'll be able to tell if there's any change. But you got to be humbled. Kendrick Lamar, just by them saying, we would include you if we got the right deal.
I think it's humbling just being where he is in his career. Honestly, 13 and a half years in one spot. So for me yesterday, it wasn't so much an absolute final goodbye as much as it was a man who is circumspect. He's looking at the whole thing and saying, this has been great. What a great blank and run, 13 and a half years. And if this is it, if I end with that performance and that's my last Warrior game, well, he was kind of looking back, I think, with pride and joy and no remorse, no sadness. And if he stays, I wouldn't expect him to suddenly be a changed man. Dre's going to Dre. He would continue to play the way he's always played, and I don't think that he's apologetic about the way he's played.
But okay, how does that conversation go? Is it, look, you're in the deal for Giannis, and it's Giannis, or is the conversation, we're including your name in conversation in a more general sense?
That's a difference to me.
Like that I wonder about. I have no concerns over whether or not Draymond will still do whatever he does if he's not dealt. But that conversation clearly happened. I think it must be on some level therapeutic for him to put it out there because it didn't need to be. He's made it more public than it was. Very clearly. As did Steve Kerr. And if you look at their past behavior with Draymond, it's almost like they really felt we better smooth this out before it happens, just in case it happens, because of his standing within the organization.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And he deserves that. I mean, if he doesn't deserve to be blindsided by a trade. And I do think it's a million different things coming to the fore. One is, he's coming to the end of his career, and he's seen so much and been on the other side of it that I think he is thinking, I've been immune from this for my whole career, and now I realize that when your name gets mentioned, it affects you. Like, I didn't even really have to deal with my name ever getting mentioned because I was never going anywhere. And he's probably like, I'm still probably not going anywhere. But now if it happens, I get why.
And I gave him love, Draymond, for not going, quote-unquote, Draymond by this news getting out. And that's why I think he shocked a lot of people. But I was surprised, but then I took some of that credit away. I went Equifax. I took some of that away because I'm like, what other way could he act? Go up there like, I can't believe my name was in the trade. No. So he handled it presidential. But I think that's the only way one could handle it. You couldn't go up there punching hey, what's good? He had to be, he's doing what he reflective, like Dibbs said.
You could have said nothing.
Wow.
Could have said nothing.
Now, with you saying nothing, are you saying that you're mad and don't ask me about it? Because that's how I would take if you went mute on it.
Okay, how easy is it if a reporter goes, hey, there are reports out there about your name being involved in trade chatter.
Right.
And your response is, I mean, those reports, there's nothing we can do about those reports. They're out there all the time.
Definitely a way you could have did it.
Social media. Look, if something like that were to happen, then, okay, but I can't control that. End of story. Instead, he's like, yeah, we've all been talking about this behind the scenes every day for the last week. The front office, and Steve, and Steph, we're around the fire every night with a cocktail and a discussion and a dream. He didn't have to do that. And he did that. Right. And I'm like, why?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and the Valkyries. Hey, Goo. So you feel like Dre handled that last night with grace, with honesty, and, came off looking good.
Well, I kind of feel like that's the only play he had.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
I think we can lose presidential. Because that's not presidential anymore, being measured.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, you know what? I like. I see where you're going.
Use another word.
Yeah.
The whole idea of presidential
what
is
he's saying,
a very
right? He's taking a shot at somebody.
Yes,
yes, I got that. That one did not go over my head. I got that.
I mean, you could go to any number of former presidents and talk about what was presidential at the time.
Sure.
Whether or not it was commingling with staff members or other things. So the idea of the term presidential, can we leave it as the way he intended it?
See, this is when I wish Frank Caliendo was back on the set.
I've seen him somewhere, too.
No, he was on with us yesterday.
Fantastic yesterday.
He does Biden and Trump. And probably other past presidents.
The Trump is funny. Whoever, if you can do it good. No, the
impersonations of Trump, not the man itself. Hey, let's move on.
We had Jim Gray on, and we didn't get to it. We didn't ask him who his favorite president of all time was.
I'm good. I'm glad
but
you
we
didn't
got
do
the
that.
answer after. Who's the guess?
Jim Gray's favorite president?
I've interviewed every president since Nixon.
Abraham Lincoln.
I would say.
I'm glad he didn't hear that. Yeah.
I would say it would be George H.W. Bush would be his favorite.
This is why you're
That's correct.
Man.
It's because he's a former athlete at Yale, and it's
First
funny
baseman,
because my brother-in-law's father-in-law went to Yale with George H.W. Bush.
Good
and so
Lord,
every time we get together with family functions, it's stories about George W. and the Yale baseball
I could
team.
have sworn you were about to say that you coached Jim Gray at volleyball at Marin Catholic. I for sure thought that's what you were about to say.
It was a George H.W. Yale thing where, shout out the in-laws.
Hey, I want to pick your guys' brain on this
come
too.
on, please.
I wonder how a press conference like that, like last night, how does that make fans feel? Real easy, I think, the last couple months to kind of do the whole Draymond's washed, I'm sick of his act, he's not effective anymore, we need to include him in trade talks, and it's the classic you don't know what you got till it's gone kind of a thing. What if that happens in 3 hours? What if Draymond Green is no longer a Warrior? And how does that suddenly, I think it hits different. It's easy to say, but Draymond Green.
Oh, no, it would be
Draymond Green.
From his standing and what he's meant, humongous. But from the science of basketball and how they're currently constructed,
I get it.
Minute on the court. And I think they know it by the plus minus, but they're riding with them. Now I feel like if he doesn't get traded and Kerr really knows he's out of here, Dibs, you're going to do the same job you've been doing for 14. Let's ride this one out, So I'm trying to connect those dots. But as far as how he's saying it, it's a verbal, and this is not his intent. But it gives me the verbal white flag of he knows this current team right now, we ain't got it. And he probably hadn't been there like this in ever, but that's how I'm taking him being so open and transparent with us, that he knows, this team needs something, and if I'm in a trade, I wouldn't like it, but I understand.
I think he also knows that it's over. So let's say he doesn't get traded, and he stays. They make no trade, and last night is more indicative of who this team is. And so, whatever, you're going to wind up to 10. There's no way you can be 11. You lose in the play-in, fine. Next year will be a last dance feel. Draymond Green next year, no matter where he is, I believe will be his final year. It'll be year 15. It's going to be like Saran. It's a wrap. And so,
but no last dance, because last dance we thought they had a chance to win it. This will be last dance.
Well, it depends what they do in the summer.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll give you that.
And again, I'm not saying it's going to be the same type of last dance, but I think for Draymond, no matter what happens today or tomorrow, it's a year and a half left, and then he's off to broadcast.
Yeah, it's funny you guys were thinking, talking about Draymond. I mean, to me, if they announce that Draymond's been traded, it's really the organization saying this is over. And I don't necessarily talking championships, but this iteration of the Warriors is officially over. Clay was pulling away from this organization.
Right, he wanted to go.
But Draymond does not want to be traded.
No.
He does not want to be traded. And so if they trade Draymond, to me, it's like that's the first time that they kind of went against the star. I mean, or
specifically this one.
Yes, exactly.
Specifically,
he was undefeated
exactly.
as you had laid out the other day.
That's, to me, I watched that last night, and the first thought, because we don't know yet, it's 2:06 in the afternoon. What do we got? We got 22 hours to go.
Roughly.
Bobby Marks said a couple hours ago, we're going to know by midnight, and he means Eastern time. So that's 9 o'clock. That's only in 7 hours. He goes, if there's a Bucks trade, we're going to know, in his opinion, by 9 o'clock, because these things are complicated and need to come together. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, this might be the end of an era. We don't know yet. But that's kind of where my head is today. It's like the Warriors don't play until tomorrow night. The deadline is tomorrow. We may have just ended an era. We don't know yet. And I wonder how that feels to everybody.
It's a mixed bag for sure. And I put a poll on Twitter and I said, do you think Draymond Green's played his last game as a Warrior? 63% no, 37% yes.
Yeah, I'm with the no.
That's a high number to say yes.
Well, it's it's actually been swinging in the yes way, and so I think the yes people a lot of them are the hopeful people. People saying, I hope he's played his last game. Yeah. And the no people, I think, are, we can still do it. Let's bring the band back. And so be interesting to see what they do. That whole thing last night hit me in a different way. I was just impressed with his honesty and his vulnerability, more so than I was, emotional about it. It was very much like, here's a man, 13 and a half years, who appreciates what he's had, one city for his family, a great plank and run, and all the rest of it. And so I think he's at peace with what the future holds.
I mean, I was watching Mark Spears talk about this a couple hours ago on ESPN, and I guess he spoke to Draymond one-on-one last night, and he's like, Draymond is fully aware. He's like, dude, I was a second-round pick, and I've turned this into $250 million. And we've gotten to live in one city the whole time. So it's like, this isn't like sad, to me at least. It's not like sad for Draymond. Sad for Warrior fans if this is kind of the end of an era, if you will. But, I mean, I'm largely with you, Dibs. Like I thought, and Steiny, I think you started the show by saying this. I thought he said all the right things. I think it's impressive that he can stand up there and say that. But I did continue to ask myself, why? Why did the Warriors decide? Because Steve did it with us the other day, too. Why did they decide to be so open with the idea that Draymond might go?
I do think there's something to be said for, if you think there's a 10% chance, and it's somebody like Draymond who's different than just your run-of-the-mill player, a guy who's, been here for almost 14 years, then you do owe it to him to say, look, you know how it goes. Trades are hard, but, there's an outside chance that something could happen. I'd like to think he appreciated that, and they did him a solid, and then at the end of the day, he probably won't be moved.
Right, but then they decided to share that with us.
Right.
Ahead of time.
Yeah.
Ahead of time.
Well, if he is traded, then he won't have the opportunity after Thursday's game to do that.
I was actually thinking that too, Dibs. Good call.
It's true.
If he gets traded today, he's probably gone because they're in Phoenix.
Right.
And so this was a nice way for him to kind of sum it all up. And if he were to get traded, he kind of said goodbye and he's okay with it.
Another thing I saw that I didn't like real quick here is beyond Draymond, our young players, I'm not mad at any of them. They are who they are. But we don't have a lot of what the other, forget the records. I watch a lot of teams, and I'm like, that. We don't have a lot of that, and that was on display, and why I think you said the game got boring, and I was looking around just to myself, like, after the party. You guys didn't ask me how that went, I'll tell you later. But I'm just saying to myself, there's nothing to look forward to right now. Like, that's not a good feeling.
They look athletically behind for sure.
But athletically challenged.
I'm mindful of what those players that you're watching, though, are asked to do in the framework of the Warriors. None of them are ones or twos or threes. That's not what they are. Like, I don't know. Let's go around to the other teams. Everybody's got dudes that just like Moses Moody.
Yeah.
Just post up over there. Just wait over there. And if the ball moves to you, fire that three. Everybody's got that. Right now, the Warriors are asking those guys to go get buckets.
Create a shot.
They can't do it.
So hard.
Can't do it. They can't do it. So I would if you went to any NBA team, like, okay, let's do Philly. I know Embiid was out.
Yeah.
What if Maxey was also out?
Man.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And Grimes, and we could go through the whole list and be like, okay, number 8, go get a bucket. And they probably wouldn't look very good either.
And that's why, here I go, before I go, the Kuminga, had he been further down the road, this would be, we can look forward to that. Not he's going to be Jordan, but okay, that's the number 7. Let's go.
Or maybe if you would have drafted a better player or somebody who was already further down the road. And, we've been playing a lot of Candyland with a 3-year-old, and, if you get the gumdrop, if you pull the gumdrop, you're down the road.
Yeah, wow.
But, Kuminga was starting at square one, and injuries and inactivity.
He's had some bad, he's hurt.
Can you tell where Dibs is?
He's literally at the gingerbread man.
The problem with your analogy is that the people sitting at this table all did that, and I can't remember that anymore.
I grew up with
that was 20 years ago, and I don't remember the Candyland rules.
The game still hits nice, and I'll say this.
Where are you going?
3-year-olds who don't win, they still get upset.
Yeah.
Well, look at you.
That's time-honored.
Just don't confuse it with chutes and ladders. There's some similarities in those games.
Actually, some, yes, in that you go from space to space, but that's more of a 4-year-old game.
Greg Cosell's going to be at this table.
I'm waiting for him.
He's going to be at this table in 45 minutes. We got a Super Bowl MVP coming by, Von Miller.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I want everyone to know, today, actually, we're at Radio Row, but we want to talk to you. We want to talk to you all about Draymond.
Fair enough. And you're going to talk about Draymond on 95.7 The Game.
Good job, Steiny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Day 3, Radio Row, Super Bowl in town, but let's get real. Let's get real. Yes, Greg Cosell is going to be here in 45 minutes. Von Miller's going to be here in an hour and a half. There were others lined up, and we're like, let's not do that, because let's be real, dude. This is our last show before the NBA trade deadline, and I do not know if you and I are ever going to do another radio show again with the Golden State Warriors constructed as they currently are.
Yeah, especially with Draymond Green as a part of it. And, Kuminga, sure, and there could be a Gee and a Pods and a Will and whoever else may go. And we're down inside now 22 hours till the deadline. And Bobby Marks already indicating that a lot of it, if it'll happen, will be tonight at 9. So, yeah, this could be the final show where we get to talk about it. And I think that, for Draymond, last night was a preemptive goodbye. If, in fact, it happens, he won't get another chance to sit sit there at the podium in front of the media and say what he said. So from that standpoint, I was touched by his presence and just the way he was reflective in that moment. I really like that.
Yeah, Draymond, like one thing that he does not have a problem with after the fact, after games, after incidents, whatever, he will sit down at a microphone and he'll talk to you. Like he will put his truth out there. It's his honesty. You may or may not agree with it, but he's going to have no problem doing that. And last night was one unlike any other. We're going to play some of that sound for you in just a moment. I think it's really, really important for you to hear that. I don't want to act like y'all just stayed up late listening to Draymond Green last night. So we're going to play some of it for you. But what really struck me, Bud, I tell you what, I thought last night, you can see after talking to fans and just amongst ourselves after the fact, last night was a great example of the difference between social media and real life. And here's what I mean by that. In a social media world, it is very easy to be like, this freaking dude Draymond. He's out here getting texts. He's out here punching teammates. He's out here with no accountability. He's out here declining and not helping the team anymore. I'm sick and tired of this dude, Draymond Green. We should have traded him 3 years ago. We've got to get Draymond Green off this team. That's all over our phones and our laptops. What happened last night is Draymond Green, not Twitter, not podcast. Draymond Green sat in front of the Warrior fan base and told them, I might have just played my last game in a Warrior uniform. And you immediately see real life is it comes in, because literally we've had, hell, Grandy said he felt emotional watching the thing. He's not the only one who has said this to me. So that's what I really want to tap into today, especially to those of you who have been pro-trade Draymond. How did it feel? We'll take your call starting right now. 888-957-9570. How did it feel to be hit in the face with the idea that actually that might be here? That might be the end of Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, it felt good. It felt good.
Really?
I don't mean like it felt good, like, what a relief, but we've been waiting for some sort of closure, and if the closure comes, I'm glad he got a chance to speak his truth and to reflect on what we all will reflect on, because I've never been the biggest Draymond Green fan. I love what he's done for the team. I love the way he's played, and even at his worst, he still, for the majority of his career, has been a positive player for the Golden State Warriors. They've won 4 titles. They went to 2 other finals. That's great, but the whole arc of Draymond, 13 and a half years, has reached a spot where he's not playing as well as he used to, and the texts are still coming with a certain amount of rapidity that hasn't gone away, and so we've reached a point where, you know what, it might be time to move on. So it's not like I see that and I go, good, get him out of here, but we're at this point. If they trade him, I'm not going to feel sad about it. I'm not going to rejoice. I will be in the same mode he was, which is reflecting on 13 and a half years of Draymond Green and exactly what that has been.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm going to shed a tear or something, but let's be honest. Take a moment and think about where you were in your life the last time Draymond Green was not a Warrior. Well, the last time Draymond Green was not doing all of the things he does.
Yeah, I was working for 95.7 The Game, in fact.
All right, so nothing's changed for Dan Dibley. But, I mean, dude, I wasn't even 40 yet. I didn't live back home yet. I didn't even know my wife, Christy, yet. I didn't
You only had 2 kids,
I only
right?
had 2 kids.
Yeah.
And they were tiny. Some of them are adults, now they're driving.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I think that's where our head goes. Draymond Green and the Warriors are synonymous. They are synonymous. So, look, I know a lot of you are going to do the Draymond go bye-bye. Bye.
It's a great sound drop.
Yeah, I know a lot of you. I know that's where a lot of you are. But I don't necessarily think you're going to stay there. I'm reminded of Klay Thompson. When Klay was putting up 0 for 10, and Brick.
Clank Thompson, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. See, he got a nickname, and he had a sourpuss. running around out there. People were not, get this guy off the team. And then the second he's off the team, what happened? We put a poster board of him up at Thrive City, and there was a line around the block to come sign something for a guy who was never even going to see those signatures.
But the same thing would happen for Draymond. I mean, in a different way. But yes, fans would still.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right. But in the moment when Clay moved on, my thought anyway, my feelings was good. Good for him. Okay. Good for the Warriors. He wasn't producing the way he used to, and he needed a new place to be. With Draymond, it's different. I don't think that he is clamoring for a new destination. I think he just might be a part of a trade, and that's NBA business, and he might be like Chris Paul. I don't know if you saw Chris Paul got traded today, and Toronto basically said
the uniform of Chris Paul.
According to Shams, Toronto has said, you know what, Chris, you don't even have to bother booking a flight.
Not.
We're good. So if Draymond gets acquired today or tomorrow, it may be somewhat similar where the acquiring team just says, you know what, just take the rest of the year and we'll figure it out, and maybe you don't have to come here at all. And the idea of Draymond Green being synonymous with the Warriors, yes, I get that to an extent, but everything changes in life. Nothing is permanent. So Chris Mullin got traded, and Rick Barry's career eventually ended. Weber left, and he came back, and he left again. I mean, everything eventually ends. When Steph Curry ends his career, he's more synonymous than Draymond Green is.
Of course he is. But also a lot of these things, Klay Thompson gave us a very long ramp up to this information. It was discussed. It was seen coming. It was all of those things. This feels a little abrupt. And so for me, this feels very different. Take a listen. Grandy, let's go through some of this and get online right now. We would love to know how last night felt to you emotionally to really start to sit with the idea that Draymond Green is no longer a Warrior. Like he may have played his last game. Grandy, go ahead and hit 51 where Draymond talks about this potentially coming to an end.
At some point it's going to come to an end. Whether that's a day or two or a year or two, it's going to come to an end at some point. You got to be okay with that. You know, it's not something that I can hold on to forever because I can't play basketball forever. So it's got to come to an end at some point.
Okay, that's the start of it. He was asked, and I loved this answer. I love this Q&A about when did this actually feel like a real possibility. He mentioned Steve Kerr here. Grandy, go ahead and hit 54. Take a listen.
That's when it got real for me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, maybe I should be a little more worried about this than I am. I didn't get worried about it, but I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's interesting. He was like, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good, Coach. You know, I know all these trade rumors and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then he's like, how's Hazel handling it? And that's when it got real to me. I was like, I haven't spoke to her about it. It's not something we've spoke about. That's when it got real to me. So today on the way to the game, I spoke to my son about it. And I was like, yo, what if I get traded? It's like, well, why would they trade you? It's like, it's just the business. I've never been traded, but it can happen to anybody. And he was like, oh, I just don't understand why they would do that.
All right, so Draymond brings his family into it. I love kind of when he's like, wait a minute, you asked me if I've talked to my wife? Should I? What are you saying, Coach? And then that's just Steve Kerr, who is
I guess she's not on Twitter.
Apparently not. So, and Steve has very clearly said, look, I'm not the one who makes the trades here.
Right.
So Draymond was also asked, did you talk this out with the front office? And he confirmed. Go ahead with 55.
Probably not quite the conversation y'all think it was, though, but...
Anything you want to share?
No. But I will tell you, it's probably not quite the conversation you think. Okay. But yeah, I talk to them pretty often, though. So, it's good. We'll see.
So he kept saying it's probably not the conversation that you think it was, and I kept thinking to myself, what is the conversation that I think it was? What would you think it was if he talked to the front office?
Hey, Mike, are you trading me? Do I need to, start looking for listings in fill-in-the-blank city? I'm sure the conversation was, Mike, what's up with the trade deadline? Am I maybe going to be on the move? And the conversation was probably, Draymond, we're looking at all options and we're looking at all things, and I can't really tell you yay or nay, to be honest. And Draymond probably has had a definitive idea through 13 and a half years where he stood, even where fans don't think that he should have been as rock solid maybe as he was. I don't think he ever doubted at any step of the way that he's going to get a new deal or he's going to get this or he's going to get that. And now, for the first time, he's in a state of unease. He's unsure.
All right, so that brings us to an opportunity to now speak directly to you all and how this landed with you, both from an emotional standpoint of imagining that Draymond Green maybe has played his last game with the Warriors, but also I want to remind everybody we've learned through the years that Draymond and Steph and these Warriors, what do they do when they're not on the basketball court and they're just driving around in life or heading to the airport with AirPods? You usually kind of tuned in right here to 95.7 The Game. So this is both not only how did it make you feel, but what would you want to say to Draymond right now in this moment? This is a unique opportunity, potentially, for you to speak kind of directly to him. So I wonder what you all would say, and we would love for you to fill up the lines right now so we can take those calls. 888-957-9570. Your direct link to Draymond and how last night made you feel. Your calls are next. Greg Cosell on set, top of the hour. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And we're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. Live from Radio Row at Moscone Center, this is Willard and Dibbs.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game or a lucky season, but at Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table, and a hard truth. Clients are often victimized twice, first by the accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas. Generations fighting to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Oh, yeah, it's your boy Guru. And you know, the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. This week, Prize Picks has a special max discount for the big game. Live in the app now. Drake May just needs one passing yard for the max discount to win. Just add another play to your lineup, and your picks hit, you can cash in. Prize Picks is available here in California. I downloaded the app, and I've been playing ever since. Let's go. Prize Picks has a new feature alert. Prize Picks now has the early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states? Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Join Odyssey and Chewy Gomez at BAHC Live at the Henry J. Kaiser Center in Oakland for the big game watch party this Sunday. Odyssey and Chewy Gomez appearances are brought to you by our partners at AC Transit. Let AC Transit get you there. With convenient service across the East Bay, AC Transit gets you close to the action. Avoid downtown parking, arrive stress-free, and catch every play this Sunday at Oakland's official watch party. Plan your trip today at actransit.org.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice dream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice dream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
We're in the freaking Bay.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All right, so here's the deal. It's Willie and Dibby at Radio Row. And we get it. We've talked about it already this week. The somewhat irony of the Super Bowl arrives in the Bay. You have two teams in it that a lot of Bay sports fans are like, yeah, okay. But there's incredible people walking around us. Like, if you want to turn on YouTube, you might see Amon-Ra, Delaney Walker just walk by. Like, Ryan Leaf's over there. Frank Caliendo's over there. Like, there's all the people watching's incredible. Roger Craig's a Hall of Famer.
Allegedly.
Right? We want to sprinkle in some of the vibe, but also let's all meet each other where we're at.
We're in the freaking Bay.
We're in the freaking Bay. And right now, the freaking Bay is about this NBA trade deadline and an all-time future Hall of Fame great, opening up about the fact that he might have played his last game with the Warriors, and whether or not when we go to bed tonight is Giannis Antetokounmpo going to be on his way. Those on the inside are saying it is down to a 3-horse race: Miami, Minnesota, Golden State.
We're talking about freaking Dre. That's what we're doing.
Hell no.
Let me give that a 4.
I'll take it.
Early in the show, I'm feeling good. I gave you a 4.
We've been talking Kalshi Markets, and Kalshi, thank you for being a sponsor. And the Giannis Antetokounmpo's next team, the odds currently sit, and again, Kalshi, if you don't know, is kind of a market where money comes in and odds go up. Stays is now at 60%. The highest we've seen it. Chicago in second, then it's Miami, Minnesota, Golden State down to 7%. And this, I think, plays into the Draymond Green idea. I don't think they trade Draymond Green unless he's a part of a Giannis package. That's just my gut instinct on the whole thing.
I don't know who the hell else they would trade anyone for at this point.
Right.
Like Anthony Davis went off the board today. Like, you don't want Ja Morant. Who else could it be if not Giannis?
A real needle mover, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There
I
aren't
know
that many
people
out
will be
there.
like, Trey Murphy, I don't think he's available.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
And a lot of the trades that have happened today have been smaller deals, like the Chris Paul trade where, the carcass of Chris Paul don't even show up. We want your contract.
That's just moving money around.
That's right. But that's been the majority of the stuff that's happened today. And so, we're keeping an eye on the trade tracker for you as we approach now 21 hours and 25 minutes.
21 hours.
And it's getting down to the nitty-gritty. And so, our thoughts are with your feelings. Like, how did that hit you? Draymond Green's semi-goodbye.
888-957-9570. A lot of you all want to weigh in. Let's do it. Let's start with Bleacher Dave in Oakland. Hi, Bleacher Dave. Thank you for calling.
What's up, y'all?
What's happening, man?
Man, what's happening on? Man, I'm not loving it. I was at that game last night. Good grief.
You didn't pay for those tickets, did you? They owe you a refund.
I'm a season ticket holder. I paid for all the tickets. Good God. But Gwee and Pat in the lineup at the same time reminded me of mid-90s. Nothing to see here in basketball. Our future's bleak. But look, when I saw it was less what Draymond said, it was a look in his eyes. When he had to acknowledge the fact that he might not be here Friday, you could see that flicker, that fear, that kind of, I don't know if it's fear, the pain might be the word. And for me, I connected with that because it says more than anything else, we're about at the end of an era. Clay's gone. Dre's likely next. Now, this is not, you said there was a long ramp up to Clay leaving.
To Clay,
it's a long ramp up to Drake. It's a long ramp up to Drake leaving. He's not been great.
I mean, no, that's fine, Bleacher. I don't disagree with you about, has there been a long ramp-up of frustration, but at no point prior to, 24, 48 hours ago, did I believe it realistic that he could actually be dealt. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if I know what you mean, though. Because there's been a lot of voices that have been called.
He dropped. Okay.
A lot of voices have been calling and clamoring for just that. But those are voices. That's not the team actually, putting his name out there for the first time.
Doesn't mean you believe it, right? There's always a lot of voices. I can go to social media anytime I want and hear a lot of opinions. I'm talking about how realistic is it that something would actually happen. I think there was a long ramp up to the possibility that Klay Thompson was going to be gone. And you remember, I was like, I firmly believed that he was going to leave, and then he did. This one, you could dream about it, you could hope for it, you could do whatever you want. We were at that at the summit, one of our first ones out there at Buonvino. This was 3 years ago, and the crowd wanted Draymond off of the team.
Yeah.
But at no point prior to, yesterday, or talking to Steve on Monday, did it feel like this could actually happen.
Yeah, when the report came out that anybody named Steph could possibly be available, that definitely raised the stakes a little bit. And when Giannis said, through his people or whatever, that he wanted to be traded, that's when you could start to think about how it might match up. And when Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors say, yeah, we're not really looking to throw Jimmy in there, well, then it has to be Draymond and Kuminga most likely to make the money work. So when the Giannis thing dropped, for the first time, I believe it became somewhat of a reality that this could actually happen. And then as we've gone through, and Giannis has been, still out there, and I'm reading the report from Shams saying there are 4 serious suitors, and it's the Warriors, the Heat, the T-Wolves, and the Knicks. And so if they are one of the 4, it's either Jimmy in the deal or Draymond in the deal. And so when Draymond speaks last night, I think he sees it exactly the same way, which is for the first time in 13 and a half years, this is actually a real thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Ryan in San Jose, you're next. Thanks for calling in to Willard and Dibs. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. So how many championships have we won since Clay left?
Since Clay left?
None.
That would be none.
Yeah. But I've had to watch Brandon Pajemski play basketball for the last few years, and it hasn't been pleasant. So I'm all for this trade for Draymond leaving, but we better win a championship. We're going to fucking disband the Tea Party.
Oh. All right. Yeah, there goes Ryan.
Ryan probably about 28 years old. So the whole idea of we better blank and win a championship, ... And I understand not everybody's as old as I am, but it's one of those things, Mark, that hits me, and it kind of bugs me that you don't just get to be good every year. And I'm not saying that last night is the new normal, but
I'm with you, dude.
Last night, no Steph, no Kuminga, no Jimmy, no Giannis, obviously, and you might be looking at more of those type of games than you're used to seeing.
You all get to be whatever kind of fan you want to be. When I hear stuff like that, quite frankly, I'm not going to say like I feel sorry for them. All I can do is tell you I wouldn't want to be a sports fan if that's how I looked at it. I wouldn't want to do that. That doesn't sound fun to me. We better win or else. What are you doing?
Right.
What the hell are you doing? Why would you go into a year like that? Why would you do that to yourself? Even if you're a good team, your chances of winning a title year in and year out are below 10%. Even Oklahoma City this year, probably below 50%. And they're the defending champs.
Right.
I just can't look at sports that way, where I'm doing ultimatums and threats and angry if it doesn't go. Like, truth be told, Ryan, they're very, 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 very probably not going to win another championship with Steph Curry. Like, sit with that, dude.
Right.
He's about to turn 38.
Well, and if you want to even go further than that, you can look at a team like the Chicago Bulls. So they had the last dance, and they won their 6th in 8 years. And what have they done since? And I believe that was 1998. So now this will be 28 years since the Bulls' last title.
Yeah,
so if you are, Mark Grandy's age, super talented kid who's about 28, 29, Lucas in his early 30s, like, if you were a Bulls fan, you never would have been experiencing that. So just realize the reality of any great run. The Spurs got 5 titles, and they are still chasing it. And, yeah, they might be closer because they got Wembanyama, but you don't just get to win every year because you have a dynasty. So the Bulls didn't win 17 out of 21. They got 6 out of 8, and now it's been 3 decades of nothing.
Matt in Walnut Creek, you're next up. Keep it clean. Hi, Matt. Thanks.
Hey, fellas. I'll keep it clean. Great show today. So I feel crazy for even saying this, but I actually feel strangely very emotional about Draymond leaving. And if I could say one thing to him, I just recently lost both my parents, and when I was caretaking for them, the one thing that brought them and myself joy was just watching. And, seeing him leave represents just a better time, in my life. And, basketball aside, I just want to say thank you to him. I mean, my mom loved him and felt like she watched him kind of grow up as a man, and he matured. And, it's kind of sad. I feel a little bit of a loss, and it kind of feels like I'm losing a part of my parents still. So, I just want to say thanks to Dre if this is it. Man, I got nothing but love, and I'm a diehard lifelong Warriors fan who never thought I'd see one championship, and I couldn't ever imagine a run like we had. So I just want to say thank you to him and to everybody who made it happen, and it reminds me of a better time in my life. So I really, it's like a time capsule ending. So appreciate
Matt,
the call.
Yeah, no, thank you for the call and condolences, thoughts with you, man. I mean, that's kind of more where I come from. I'm not going to tell you that I sat there and cried last night at the press conference, but here's what I am trying to say to extend what Matt just said. And this is where I have trouble with the whole, like, Draymond, go bye-bye, get him out of here. People, this is our guy. This has been our guy with all of his faults. The same way, and he is sports family. It's just sports. We don't actually go have dinner with Draymond. We don't sleep next to Draymond. We don't know Draymond. But from a sports standpoint, we do. He is our sports family, and this fan base has accepted him with all of his faults and all of his greatness. And like all good sports things, he's a story. He's an unbelievable storyteller. He's an unbelievable story creator, and we have followed that. We have gotten to know that. We have gotten to know him. We've gotten to know, like a lot of people know the names of his kids and his wife and all of these things. And that's where my head goes. Again, I'm not going to cry. It's sports. So if he's traded, he's traded. But for me, there's none of this, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Warriors need to be better. It would be the end of an era, and it would be the final chapter of a story that we've been reading for a really long time.
It's been a story, and it's been heartbreaking. It's been uplifting. It's been frustrating. It's been a lot of things. And if he is a sports family member, then this is nothing more, nothing less than just a sports divorce. It doesn't mean that you can't still be happy for the 13 and a half years that you had with Draymond. It's not like, you're losing, a sibling, or for me anyway. It's like you have somebody and they were great for you. You had a lot of good times. You had a lot of bad times. You probably had more good than bad, and you get to the end of it and you say, you know what? Might be time to go our separate ways. And if you go your separate ways, it doesn't mean that you look back at the good times and say, oh, they were meaningless. And, don't let the door hit you is a little too harsh, but you've been through it, and you get to a spot in a relationship where it has to end.
I get that, but I'm not there on Draymond. I mean, I receive what you're saying, but it's fascinating to me that you had to use the word probably there. There's probably been more good times than bad. My God, he's a 4-time champ. They win nothing without him.
Sure.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
We don't know,
there's going to be a statue.
I mean, we could re-adjudicate everything.
There is
he drove at least 2 guys from this franchise.
Of course.
I mean, so I don't want to make this about that.
The good outweighs the bad in a landslide. The
good outweighs the bad. Yeah, most likely.
I mean, that's just that hit me when you use the word probably.
Well, and you look at it, you have to look at the totality of everything.
For sure.
You can look at this entire season, which, the bad has outweighed the good in this season because he's not played very well. And
what the hell has this season got to do with any
season
Warrior?
Is any season.
I know, but this is not
a season.
Right,
but it's a part of his record.
But it's not a season where anybody felt like they had their teeth to sink into something.
If Jimmy Butler doesn't get hurt, absolutely.
Yeah, but even then, you can't tell me you were expecting this to go somewhere special.
Well, of course I wasn't.
Nobody was. When I look at this, I call it sports family. You can think of any family member. Do you have moments where you want to wring their neck? Do you have moments where you go, gosh, I wish you didn't have that characteristic? Of course, but what do you got at the end of the day when you go to bed? That's my family. Of course.
Yeah, sure.
The good, it's not even a battle on the good versus the bad, in my opinion, on Draymond Green.
You get to this point, and then you keep them because the goods outweigh the bad. No, you don't, because where you are now, the bad is outweighing the good. What I'm saying is,
it's a mischaracterization.
No, it's really not, because when you get into a situation with family,
my own characterization.
When you get in a spot with family, even at that, just because you are brother and sister doesn't mean you're going to be close forever. My mom didn't talk to her brother for 30 years before they died.
I'm not talking about that.
You're talking about sports family.
I'm not talking about the right now and the reasons for it. We all understand that. I'm talking about looking back on this experience as a whole.
Right.
This is going to hit a lot of people if this guy who has never not been a Warrior, there are teenagers who don't know a world without Draymond Green on the Warriors.
Right.
That's emotional. Period. Period. End of sentence. Nothing to do with whether it's the right decision.
It's emotional for some people, certainly. For other people,
I think tons of Warrior fans.
And I'm not going to try to quantify like which camp is bigger. I can only speak for myself, and for me, it's not emotional. It's business. And have I enjoyed those times? Absolutely. Did I enjoy 4 parades, being in 3 of them? Absolutely. The championship run that he was a major part of is something that I will forever cherish as a sports fan. And yet we get to this spot, and the trade deadline is coming up, and if he gets dealt, I will not respond with emotion. He's a basketball player.
I get that. I've said that repeatedly as well. That's not what I mean.
I'm just telling you what I mean.
Just more reflective on who this guy has been as a Warrior, and I would hate if anybody allows the frustrations of this moment to denigrate who he's been as a Warrior for 13 and a half years. That's all I'm saying. Carlito in Alameda. Hey, Carlito, thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey guys. It's funny you mentioned family. I look at it like, maybe a family member that drives you crazy, but at the end of the day, it's still your family.
Yep.
I don't really remember the early championships that much. Maybe I'm a little younger, but an amazing run, and I appreciate him more now. I think, thinking about him, he's very articulate, and he's kind of like the voice of the team. So definitely gonna miss him. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Carlito, thanks. I mean, that's kind of where, I guess maybe that's a different way to say what I'm talking about. I can't remember the last time where this guy wasn't sort of the front-facing voice of the locker room. He's not been the best player, but he has been the voice and sort of the, the machismo, both on the court and off. He has been that for this basketball team for a decade and a half.
Yeah.
And so
that's going to be a big change.
That's going to be a big change.
Yeah.
Huge change.
It's a huge change, and I guess for me, part of it is my nature is I've always been one to embrace change. Change has never scared me or upset me. Hell, I'm 57 with a 3-year-old. That tells you all you need to know. Yep. I had a perfectly good job a long time ago, and I left for a fly-by-night operation, and here we are 15 years later.
Here we are.
And, so change for me is usually not emotional. Like, the finality of death is different. This is not that. And so, yes, when it happens, I will be very reflective, and I'll be super happy and positive about what he meant for that run. But in the moment, I'm just not feeling the heartstrings being tugged on. Now, when Steph leaves,
that's fine, yeah.
Maybe that'll be different.
That's fine,
because that will be the official end of what we've had.
Let's go next to Alan in San Jose. Hi, Alan. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, I understand both your points, but we have to look at it as a business, and I'll just end it with this. We all have our feelings. We can all say what's right or wrong. As Bay Area fans, Joe Montana and Willie Mays both got traded. So, hey, that's all I got to say. I may have my feelings about it, but in the bottom line, I understand it is a business.
Alan, appreciate it. I agree completely. Again, nothing that I'm saying today has anything to do with an opinion about whether the Warriors should or should not trade Draymond Green. If you're asking if the difference between holding and sending Draymond Green is Giannis, hello? The answer is yes. Of course you include Draymond Green if that's the difference between getting or not getting Giannis. So this is not kumbaya. This is not violins. This is take a moment to reflect and understand how different Golden State Warrior basketball will be if this guy is not on the team. And it's beyond fascinating that as these rumors have swirled on social media, that Draymond and Steve Kerr, and therefore the organization as a whole, has decided to let the fan base in to this conversation before it even becomes reality. They didn't need to do that.
No, and the whole idea about you rip the Band-Aid off, and you've taken Band-Aids off of especially children, where if you just roll up and just and you rip that thing off, it's going to hurt more than if you kind of like coax the side.
I usually yell kukush, not waka, but that's just me.
Yeah. You pull it up gently, and then you take the Band-Aid off. That's what they're doing. They're not ripping the Band-Aid off. They're signaling that the Band-Aid may come off, so we're going to go ahead and roll up the sides a little bit. That way it doesn't hurt as much when the Band-Aid does come off tomorrow at noon.
I get it. It's the same thing they were doing with him when they originally brought the conversation up, and then he kind of shared it with the fans.
And kind of the same thing with Clay, too, right? Where they were signaling that, all the things about what he wanted and what they countered with, and that one felt a little bit rougher, but
it was more contentious behind the scenes.
The signs, though, were kind of pointing in one direction.
Brian in San Jose, real quick. Hi, Brian. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you guys. Hey, I'm listening to this, Gibbs. You cannot be serious. Like, let's think back historic. I grew up here. I was a ball boy in the 80s, run TMC. They never won. This group, Draymond's brought way more than he is given back, right? I mean, his guy, without him, they don't win 4. They don't win any. He is incredible, probably the greatest second rounder that ever came out of the draft. So there is absolutely no question what he's given us, far and away more than what he's taken. There is no question.
Brian, appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll buy it. And,
I'm with Brian.
I threw out a probably, and so Mark fixated on that, and I'd like to withdraw the probably. Yes, he gave more than he withdrew through his actions. The whole idea about they don't win 4 without him, that's always a tough one because you never know. And
I don't
the
think they
cynic
do.
would say, if you don't have him, you might win 5 because he cost you the one against Cleveland.
Well,
that's what the cynic would say.
But I would say to the cynic, if you're saying that he cost you the 5th one, by definition, you're saying they can't win without him because it was his absence that you think caused them to not win the 5th one.
Well, the reality is if they do win that one, Kevin Durant doesn't come here. So if they win the second one, I don't think KD comes for what turned out to be the second and the third. So it's all hindsight is 50-50.
I know, but again, I think what a lot of fans, what I'm seeing from a lot of people, and I feel this too, the bottom line is that all of the frustration of the moment and even the constant eye rolls and things that are even more serious, like punching Jordan Poole. No question, those things are all there. But if we've watched Draymond play for the last time in a Warrior uniform, dude, that is one of the largest standing O's in the history of this city in terms of an athlete and his attachment to championships and memories and joy and all of that. And that's my message today. I don't want people to forget that in the midst of all of their current anger and frustration.
Those things all subside over time, and Clay came back with Dallas, and all of the contract consternation had washed away, and now he's a Mavericks, and by the time he came back, everyone was ready to embrace him. And it'd be the same thing if Draymond Green actually went somewhere and actually played. He might get traded and might not play this year, and he might just get bought out, and it might be a wrap for Draymond
Might
Green.
end up on the Lakers.
You never know. I mean, if he comes back as a Laker, it will not be the biggest standing ovation in the history of the city.
Oh, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree with that. I mean, it's not like he'd be forcing his way to the Lakers. There's a rumor that he could end up with Milwaukee and then get traded again to the Lakers. Why would you not still applaud for what he did here?
There are a lot of fans who feel like he has been kind of like LeBron chasing for so many years. I'm just telling you how people would feel.
Yeah, those
you
fans,
can feel how you feel.
Fans need to get the hell over it.
They can fan however they want to fan.
They sure can, and I can feel how I feel about it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, and my gosh, we are here for Greg Cosell. And by the way, Greg Cosell's not only going to be breaking down football with us, talking about improving the Niners, he is a hooper. He has been showing us pictures today of him shooting hoops in 1975. So I'm getting Draymond breakdown from Greg Cosell as well. Joins us live on the set next, right here on Willard and Dibbs.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro, ends 3/2/26.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I get it. I'm just an insufferable homer. I know.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
This is quite a moment.
It's a pinnacle.
This is quite a moment. I mean, like the backdrop of Greg Cosell, who joins us on the River Islands guest line. We're sitting here live at Radio Row. Is no longer that little punch board, and you look at like you're actually here.
I'm here.
You're a real person.
Yeah,
I had no idea. I thought you were AI.
Yeah, well, I will be soon.
That's right.
Well, his information is so spot on, you figured it would be AI, right?
No question, or just not even without the A, just the intelligence of the great Greg Cosell, NFL Films. It's wonderful to have you here.
It's so great to meet you guys, to be sitting with you guys. You know, this is awesome.
We were joking with you earlier when we were talking that at least from the Bay Area's perspective, the biggest game in the world is here. All the people are here. It's all about the NFL. And we're spending most of the week talking about the NBA. So please break down Draymond Green. Your thoughts?
Has Giannis been traded yet?
No, he's not.
Okay.
But maybe tonight.
Maybe.
You
know, the thing about the NBA is it's all these 3-team trades. You can't keep up with who goes where.
It's a lot of names.
It's a lot of names.
When a trade comes down, it's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of names.
Yeah, but the Warriors and Bucks might be able to just do something one-to-one.
Maybe. You mean Giannis for Draymond?
No. Meaning like not a third team.
Oh, okay.
They could just Warriors and Bucks.
Right.
Yeah. So there you have it.
We'll see. I mean, Draymond's been here since when?
13 and a half years ago.
Wow, it's a long time.
Yeah. Man.
It's a long time.
And you think about, like, even in the NFL, it's hard to find a player who's with a single team for that long in their career. Even Tom Brady shuffled on to Tampa Bay, and it's very rare in any sport, but it seems to me like in the NFL it's even more rare. I'm thinking about, Marino, obviously, and John Elway.
Sure.
Were one-team guys who were legendary. So.
I mean, the quarterbacks are usually the ones that you mentioned Brady, obviously, but usually it's the quarterbacks, but very often because of salary cap implications, it's just tough to keep guys just because, hey, look, you probably saw that the salary cap's going up by a significant amount.
Yes.
I think that was announced about a week or so ago.
Correct.
And, so it gets hard to pay. You have to put a team together. You can't just pay one or two guys, although it kind of plays out like that sometimes, but it's a tough deal.
I just went to the restroom and I walked by a guy who's been on 2 teams in the NFL. His name is Christian McCaffrey. What'd you think of his year and what that amount of touches means for him going forward?
That's an impossible question to answer.
That's why I asked it, Craig. Yeah.
McCaffrey's a really interesting guy because I spoke to a coach that played against the 49ers. And I always, when I speak to coaches, I go in with the premise that they know more than I do. That's the way I deal with things.
That's very humble of you.
I'm not one of those guys that thinks, hey, I know everything. I work my tail off. I probably know a good amount, but when I'm talking to a coach, I always feel like, hey, he's going to tell me things that I don't see quite the same way, and it always resonates. And this coach said that he thought McCaffrey was still a great player and the player you had to deal with when you play the Niners, but he thought he just was half a step slower.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, for someone like myself, did I see that exactly? I would have to answer that no. Now, you could certainly look at the fact that he didn't have many long runs this year, not many 20-plus yard runs, which he's had in the past. I would also argue based on tape studies solely that there were too many times where he couldn't get past the first level of the defense, which is not necessarily on him. But to know what the future holds, boy, that's hard to know. I mean, he certainly has a lot of touches. He's supposed to be a workout fiend in the offseason. He's obviously not going anywhere. He'll be back this year as the back. Maybe it is time, just as a general principle, for him not to have that many touches and to get someone who you can line up and who's maybe not McCaffrey, but at least you feel good enough about putting him out there for 2 or 3 possessions every week, so then McCaffrey doesn't. Because look, what did he have this year in terms of touches? Did he have over 400?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you count the playoffs, it was right around there.
The playoffs,
yeah, I mean that's an exorbitant number of touches for a back.
Yeah, 4-13 in the regular season, second in carries to Jonathan Taylor. But
right.
You talked about not getting to the second level. When you look at the Niners' run game in particular on tape, where are the real weaknesses that didn't allow him to get to that second level?
To me, and again, I'm always, and we've talked about this during the season, I'm not charting every offensive lineman on every play. Obviously, I can't do that because I've got to get through as many games as I can, and each side of a ball takes me a good 2.5, 3 hours just to get through one side of a ball. 65 plays, let's say 70 plays, depending on the week. To me, they struggled inside. I kind of felt like the interior 3 of their O-line, wasn't as good as you would want it to be. That's the way I saw the film. Again, I'm not charting, I wasn't charting the left guard. I wasn't charting Brendel. I wasn't charting Pooney every snap. But I just felt like that it wasn't as good as you wanted it to be on a consistent basis.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, joins us live in the Odyssey Sports Zone at Radio Row, presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We were talking earlier about how all teams, when they want to improve in the offseason, they've got a list, right?
Yeah.
They've got a lot of spots. And in one offseason, you can't necessarily go after all of them. How would you prioritize what you saw with the Niners as far as maybe their top thing or two, spot or two they really need to address?
I would say that you've got to be able to rush the quarterback. I don't know if they think that Nick Bosa changes all that just as one individual. Maybe they think that's fine. I think you definitely need receivers. I don't know. Look, you know how I feel about Pearsall, and when he played, he was good. But, availability is a key factor in this league, as we know, and he's now played 2 years and has not been able to play as many games as you need him to play. So I think they need a vertical dimension, which I think Pearsall can do, but is not purely a vertical dimension. The concern for them, too, is some of their really good players are just getting up there in years. I mean, Trent Williams, at some point, Mother Nature's taken over here. Right. It's just, the guy's, 37? Mm-hmm. I mean, and who knows about Kittle now, coming off an Achilles at age 32, I believe.
32, yep.
So, I mean, I think they have a number of positions. I'll be fascinated, and we don't know the answer to this because of his background, but with Raheem Morris, because he's done so many different things defensively, it's hard to say exactly what his foundation will be, because he'll have to look at the talent and certainly see what they do in terms of free agency and the draft to see how what his foundational philosophy will be in terms of defensive structure, because there's been so many things he's done over the last number of years. But you got... Look, the reality is you got to be able to rush the quarterback in this league. If you can't rush the quarterback in the NFL, it's going to be hard. I mean, look, I don't know how the faithful feel. I don't know how you guys feel. But their record this year and the fact that they were able to go to Philadelphia in January and win a playoff game with all the injuries they had and the people they were putting out there, I think really says a lot about their season. I mean, I know fans want more. They always want more unless you win the Super Bowl, obviously.
Yep.
But I thought it was a pretty remarkable job by the coaching staff, given all the injuries and what they were putting out there over the last part of the season.
Remarkable is a great word, because you started half the season with a backup quarterback who was a cast-off. You didn't rush the quarterback.
No.
You didn't intercept the ball.
No.
Your defense was kind of mid-pack despite that, and offensively you were able to make do without Kittle for a handful of games, without your quarterback. So remarkable is a good word for it.
No, that's the reality of it. I mean, look, we know how fans are, and they should be like that. I mean, fans want a team to get to the Super Bowl and win. And it would have been wonderful this year being here in their home area. But, you know, they just had so many injuries. And, you know, look, the receiver position is interesting to me because, you know, I like Juwan Jennings, but and I'm just being realistic based on tape. And I remember watching him coming out of Tennessee, and I thought he was super physical, competitive. I thought he'd play in the league, but he's not a number one receiver.
Right.
And you know, you're not saying anything out of school by saying that. You know, he's not a number one. He's a really solid, probably a 2-2-way kind of guy. You know, and he's very good on third down because he's physical and he catches the ball. But, you know, he's not really a guy that's going to stretch a defense. He's not that guy. So, you know, I think it'll be interesting to see how they evaluate the receiver position.
Let me ask you this. The Raheem Morris hire by Kyle Shanahan. Everyone I talk to, including you, seems to be very high on the idea. However, you also mentioned he could probably take this defense in a lot of different directions. So without that definition of what he's going to do, why do you think everybody loves the hire so much?
Well, I think because he's done a lot of things and he's done them well. I mean, the defense that, and again, we weren't in the rooms in the game plan, so we don't know what the division of labor was between Raheem Morris and Jeff Ulbrich in Atlanta. Yep. But in that defense, they were man-to-man heavy and blitz heavy. We know when he was with the Rams, he was not man-to-man and blitz heavy. So he's done a lot of things, and I think that's a positive because what that says is that he's willing to play to the personnel. Now, every coach has a general philosophy that they'd like to, I think, put in. My guess is deep down he's not necessarily a man-to-man blitz guy at his core, but he's obviously willing to do that if he feels that he has the personnel. You know, you could argue, you know, people have asked me this year about, you know, who's more important, Fred Warner or Nick Bosa? You know, that's a question you get a lot. And the way that Robert Saleh plays defense, they're almost of equal importance because the way, as a zone-based guy, there's a lot of static to the defense, and I don't mean that in a bad way. But so what becomes critical is the drops of the linebackers. And there may not be a better dropping linebacker, understanding route concepts, understanding landmarks, understanding how to play zone coverage and matching up when you had to, than Fred Warner. I think he's the best in the league at that. I think he's the best in the league overall, but at that, he's phenomenal. And then you have Nick Bosa. And we know that Robert Saleh is not a guy that really wanted to blitz heavy. He had to do it at times during the season because at some point you got to rush the quarterback.
Right.
You know, if you can't get there with 4, you got to add because otherwise the quarterback's back there having a party. And, I mean, you got to rush the quarterback.
And one thing you taught me anyway, is that you have to have the personnel to blitz.
Yes.
And I don't know if they had the blitzers to do so. And I'm thinking about this defense as it pertains to matching up with Seattle and the Rams in particular. When you look at their offenses, what's the kind of defense that you need to dial up in order to try to contain those two offenses?
Well, with the Seahawks, they really had issues on the edges in the run game, which is a separate issue from what we're talking about. But that's an issue they had against Seattle, both in the Week 18 game or Week 7, whatever the last
Week 18,
Week 18, and then in the playoff game, they really struggled to defend the edges in the run game. Walker got outside too many times, and he's an explosive runner when he gets outside. So, you know, that's something that can be corrected. You know, that's not a personnel issue. That's a technique issue. You know, what they're going to look like defensively is hard to know. It's really, you're going to assume that Collins and West are going to get better. You're going to assume that. You know, I really like Collins coming out. He had moments this year. West had moments later in the season where it looked like he was coming on. Yep. You know, in an ideal world, they would love those guys to be the two starting tackles, you know, as we go forward. But, you know, you got to be able to rush the quarterback. I mean, I know we're repeating that, but if you can. I learned that a long time ago from a coach who coached years ago who used to come and watch tape with me when he retired because he lived in the South New Jersey area. And his mantra was, if you can't rush with 4, you got to bring 5. If you can't rush with 5, you got to find a way to bring 6. I mean, you have to impact the quarterback. If you can't impact the quarterback, it's hard to play in this league.
When you talk about that matchup between the 49ers and Seattle, who obviously is the favorite coming up this weekend here in this game, and and they're young. They're going to be a problem for the 49ers for a little while. I keep going back and forth between the defense that was letting Kenneth Walker run all over them twice, and 3rd and 17 and getting 19 yards and things like that.
That was a killer play.
That was a killer play. On the other hand, the offense got 8 quarters out of him late in the season and never scored a touchdown. So is it the offense or the defense, when you specifically look at the Seattle matchup, that is further behind?
Well, it's a great point about the offense, because we know that Kyle, and every coach in the league would tell you this, that he's phenomenal with his game planning, his play calling, just his whole approach to offense. But you would also could make the argument, which I've heard Troy Aikman talk about many times, and I think he's great, and that, at some point you need players. At some point there are matchups in football. It's scheming is great, and you work really hard to do that, but at some point it's matchup football.
Yep.
I remember a number of years ago getting the opportunity to talk to Chris Spielman before he became an executive with the Lions, and he was still doing games, and he was really good, as you recall. And I said, when you start preparing to do a game, for the network, what's the first thing you look at? And he said matchups. It's a game of matchups. And they don't have the people to match up, particularly at wide receiver, if Pearsall can't play. And even if he can play, they still need more than what they have at wide receiver. So at some point, you gotta be able to win some matchups. And I think they really struggled with that, and certainly against Seattle. I mean, they really had a hard time. And also Seattle's, I think their defensive front at times overwhelmed the 49ers offensive line.
By percentage, the Niners completed the 3rd fewest passes to wide receivers this year. Only Cleveland and checks notes. Arizona, 2 not very good teams, completed a lower percentage, and so
that surprises me, because they had a Pro Bowl quarterback in Shadir Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, tongue-in-cheek, Greg Cosell, you don't have to work on your material, brother. That was spot on. Does Shanahan does he need to change the scheme with George Kittle coming off the Achilles, because they've loved the 21 personnel with Juszczyk and Kittle? Well, Kittle's not going to be there. McCaffrey coming off a major workload year. Does he need to go to more of a open style offense?
That's a great question. And you know Kyle well enough to know that he is nuts about football, that he's 24/7, 365. He's going to be working really hard on that. I can't answer that question. I mean, we don't know about Kittle. It's an Achilles. He's going to be 33. Could he be theoretically close to done? We don't know the answer to that. Obviously, Kyle's been able to do what he's done with Juszczyk really effectively. I mean, they've been in Super Bowls. I know they haven't won, but they've been in Super Bowls. So it's not like this team doesn't move the ball well offensively. The question is, how does he feel about, maybe lining up more in 11 personnel, meaning 3 wide receivers on the field, but then you got to get the wide receivers. So I think the off season will tell us a lot about how Kyle is seeing the future. What they do in free agency. How do they feel about Jacob Cowing, a player that I found very interesting coming out of college, and he's been hurt too. He was a fascinating guy because he transferred from UTEP to Arizona, and when he was at UTEP, he was a vertical dimension. He can run. So I don't know, maybe they see him as a guy who can do that, because he was that at UTEP. Then at Arizona, they played a different offense, and he became more of a short intermediate guy. So we're going to find out what they do in the offseason at the wide receiver position, and that might tell us a lot about where they're going. Because don't forget, they did cut Juszczyk, and they brought him back. Now, I don't know if they anticipated that or if they got lucky, that nobody claimed him, but who knows? They may cut him again. You don't know.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films. All right, now it's time to get loose a little bit. First of all, anything that you see as the key to this Seahawks-Patriots game coming up?
You mean beyond who's going to score more points?
Well, you can just do you like Seahawks minus 4.5? I was going to ask you that.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you know what? There's a big part of me that thinks this is a defensive type game.
Yeah.
And again, turnovers, things like that. I can't speak to a short field. A short field changes everything. And can a team make a big play? Sure. Can Shaheed get over the top? Sure. But all things being equal, I think it's going to be really hard for either team to go 11, 12, 13 plays and score.
Yep.
I mean, we seem to be in the era of the defensive tackle group here. Even in the championship games, I mean, the defensive tackle, duos, trios, some with 4. I mean, they're dominant players. You know, Murphy and Williams for Seattle, Williams and Barmore for New England, plus Jaron Reed for Seattle, Tonga for, Corey Durden, who's a name no one knows. You know, these defenses are really, really good. So I almost feel like this game has a defensive feel to it more than an offensive feel.
Bang the under.
Greg Cosell says take the under in the Super Bowl. All right, Greg, it's also time for the final question, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. What is your must-have food item for the big game?
Oh, you know, I'm a big popcorn guy.
Popcorn?
I like popcorn.
You get your popcorn ready?
Yeah, I'm a popcorn guy.
Okay, that's it?
Marshall Falk said that on our station earlier today.
I like popcorn.
just you and pop. What do you, butter? Like, what is, just salt? What are we doing?
No, it's that like movie butter popcorn. You know, you get it in the bags. Yeah. It's just the right amount of butter. That's like my Friday night thing at home. You know, I have dinner and then Friday night is my popcorn night.
I mean, get your popcorn ready.
Do you ever watch anything other than tape? Like, will you just watch a show or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
You said 2.5 hours for every side of the ball.
Here's my deal. I don't work at home because I work 9 minutes. I live 9 minutes from the office. So even though I work 75 hours a week for probably 8 months out of the year, when I'm home, I'm not
You're
working.
home. Good. Okay.
So you do have a Netflix subscription.
Oh, I got Netflix, Hulu, Prime.
That's exciting.
You got it all.
Paramount, whatever. I got every
Paramount
single
Plus,
one.
yeah.
All right.
What I'm waiting patiently for is Reacher, season 4.
Oh. Okay.
Nice, okay.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
And that's some information about you, and now we need to get more. This is our Snooper Bowl. And so what you do here at the end is you reach into the Snooper Bowl, and you're going to pick out a question, and then you got to read it and answer it so that we can snoop into your life a little bit.
Well,
there you go.
You might have to read it because I don't have my glasses
Well, that's
on.
okay. I'm happy to help.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
you
right.
just pick one there.
Is that one?
And
Okay.
yeah, all right. What is your? Oh, this is kind of just extension of what we were just talking about. What is your most divisive food opinion?
Divisive?
Yeah.
Like a hot take.
Controversial.
Like, for example, I think that ketchup is disgusting.
I got one.
Yeah.
I really like anchovies.
Oh! Wow! So do you get them on a pizza?
I do like them on a pizza.
Do you like them straight out of the tin?
No, but I do like them like in a salad,
Caesar
like in a
salad.
Caesar salad
Yeah,
with anchovies. Really, that really works for me.
What is it that you like about the anchovy, Greg?
Obviously, the taste.
I mean, but like what?
Let's
like,
get the
is it
Greg Cosell scouting
the
report on the
saltiness?
anchovy.
Yeah.
Isn't that the way it works with the food?
I
if you
don't know.
like the
Maybe
taste?
you like the smell, the texture. They could it the saltiness. I don't know.
The sliminess?
I like it.
Okay. Anchovies.
I never really analyzed it.
How does Greg Cosell not analyze it?
I mean,
it's what you do.
You know, I like, pasta with meatballs and sauce. I don't really analyze it.
Well, that's
I like
because
it.
that one's easy. Though.
Yeah,
Anchovies, though, that deserves a little analysis.
I thought that was a pretty good answer.
It's a great
answer.
But we want you to put it on the big board and then figure out, where that came from in your childhood. Like, why do you like it so much?
I think I remember my dad liked anchovies.
Okay.
My dad did too on pizza.
Yeah.
And I used to try to pick him off, and he would not like that. Dwayne Dibley, R.I.P. Big fan of the anchovy.
Right. No, I like anchovies.
He's old school.
So much fun to have you here. So
was
much fun
awesome.
to have you here.
That was awesome.
Greg Cosell.
Thanks for the whole year, too.
NFL Films. Thanks for all year long. Yeah.
It was great.
We're already looking forward to doing
hopefully we
it
do
again.
this again. Yeah, real
absolutely.
soon.
Well,
Real
we got to
soon.
do something at the draft, if not sooner.
Sooner for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead and book that. All right. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Von Miller is still right around the corner. Plus, we'll get back to your Draymond Green phone calls, which are welcome absolutely throughout the day as we're live here from Radio Row. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We're also sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, powered by Jersey Mike's and the Bay Area Host Committee. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice for first by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tariq, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Now through February 16th. Get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing. And we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's President's Day sale. Monumental savings on every floor. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Vanessa from Albany. Luis from RNS helped me with a garage door malfunction, the ultimate in professionalism and speed to repair the issue. Thanks again, RNS. You're the best.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Football's biggest game right around the corner. Time to get in on this action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, now's the time. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. More on that later. Playing on Underdog, very easy. Get your players, pick if they're going higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and yards. Pair them together, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, plus new promos are dropping daily in the app. You need to check them out. Great opportunities. The games lately, these are good defenses, so I would think in this one as well. I lean lower on a lot of these numbers. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score that $75 in bonus entries. Again, my promo code is Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All right, live at Radio Row, and the people watching just to our TikTok, it won't stop. Here on day number 3, Radio Row, as we get ready for the Super Bowl. That was a ton of fun with Greg Cosell. Von Miller is expected by here shortly, but interspersed through it all, we're on watch right now. This is it. This is our final show before the trade deadline tomorrow around lunchtime. Draymond Green last night at length discussing the idea of potentially being traded. Brian Windhorst says it's a 3-horse race: Heat, Wolves, and Warriors. I don't know. The betting markets aren't liking the Warriors' chances, but you also never know. Nobody thought Anthony Davis was going to the Wizards, and we remember that Jimmy Butler once upon a time was like, not interested in signing an extension with the Warriors, so that trade's off. I'm not going there. And then hours later, he was a member of the Warriors with an extension. So we'll figure out what to believe and what not to believe, but it really feels like within the next 24 hours, a lot is going to be learned and said about the future of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, it'll either be something that happens. Oh, sorry about that.
There
That's
you
my
go.
fault. It'll either be, that's twice this week. It'll either be something that happens or something that doesn't happen, and I think that would be more of a death knell kind of feeling if nothing happens. And maybe it's just the recency bias of last night where you didn't have Steph and Jimmy's out and Draymond didn't play great, and that's kind of been his season. And what you put out on the floor last night wasn't good enough to beat a Philadelphia team that didn't have anything either. So if this is what we're looking at in the short term, that is going to be a tough pill to swallow. So maybe last night is affecting my mood about urgency at the deadline, because what they put out last night, you got 2 free throws, and I saw a stat where they were the first team ever to take, I think, 30 two-point shots and fewer than 10 free throws.
Fewer than 10 free throws, and it was way fewer than 10 free throws.
It was 2.
So you could argue, and some have, that last night and the performance by the Warriors was historic. It was the least attacking of the basket that has ever happened in the history of the NBA.
Right.
And it was awful. There's no two ways about it. It was absolutely gross. But then again, that's a Warrior basketball team that it doesn't even have some of the main pieces that it would have going forward, even if the Warriors do nothing. Even if they do nothing, Steph Curry will return. We can have the whole Jonathan Kuminga conversation. We're kind of reserving that for tomorrow to figure out whether or not he is or is not on this basketball team. Your calls, absolutely welcome. Again, Von Miller expected by shortly, but we've been talking a lot about if that was the last performance for Draymond Green as a Warrior, what message would you have for him? What would you want to say to him? And as a Warrior fan, what did it feel like to have this surreal moment play out in front of you, listening to Draymond Green go at length about the idea of putting on a different jersey for the first time in his career? Let's go back to the phones. Grant in San Francisco is next. Hi, Grant. Thanks for calling.
Hey, listen, I am so happy to see Draymond Green go. He has got to be one of the lowest-rated power forwards in the NBA. I mean, I don't even know what we could possibly get for him. What I'd really like to see, and this is going way out the box here, I would like to see Anthony Davis on the Warriors. We could trade for him and not have to give up all of our draft capital and a couple of players, and then just stick it out until next year. We'll have Steph Curry, Seth Curry, Anthony Davis, and some other guys. I think we could really make some noise at that.
Well, I tell you what, Grant, are you aware that Anthony Davis already got traded earlier today? He's now a member of the Washington Wizards.
What? Oh, my goodness. All right. Maybe we can trade Draymond Green and get a few scratch-offs or something. I don't know.
So, hey, Grant, can I ask you a question real quick? Like, you've been a Warrior fan for a long time, yes or no?
I only became aware of the Warriors once Curry emerged on the scene.
Okay, but like you've been a Warrior fan for what, a decade?
Yeah.
Okay, and nothing? Like nothing for Draymond Green? Just see you later, kick to the curb, wish we never knew you. Let's see if we can get some lottery tickets for you. Like there's nothing in your heart as a Warrior fan for what he's achieved here.
No, and I don't think, and I heard another person say this before, if the Warriors hadn't drafted Draymond, if he went to somewhere like the Wizards, you would not know his name. He would have played for a couple of years and then bounced around Europe or something. Go ahead.
No, Grant, I mean, be that as it may, but that's not what happened. Like, I guess I'm stunned that a Warrior fan would be that dismissive of what actually happened here in this uniform.
Because my problem is I cannot award a bully. I'm still holding a grudge over what happened with both Kevin Durant and Jordan Poole.
Okay.
And I just think that relationship should have ended a couple of seasons ago. I would have loved to see him in Detroit, but Detroit doesn't need him now.
Yeah, I mean, all of those things, obviously, they happened. They predate additional championships if you're still holding a Kevin Durant grudge. But, Grant, I get it. I don't think you're necessarily alone in that thought. Appreciate the call. I have a hard time kind of processing that, but that's me. If you really hold something against Draymond, I get it. I guess I would ask you, though, like, does the other side of the coin have no effect on you and your fandom at all? Grant is only focused on that side of Draymond Green.
And I think that he is triggered by the bullying part of it, and he used that word. He said Draymond Green is a bully, and some people, whether or not you've been bullied or you just have a sensitivity toward that situation, I'm not saying that Draymond is a, quote, bully, but people perceive some of the things he's done as such, and if that is something that you just really get turned off by, I can see it, but I'm with you in terms of you have to look at the full balance of it, and I don't agree that if he went somewhere else that we never would have heard from him, because Draymond Green is a smart player. He's a phenomenal defensive player. There are things that he does that I think would have transcended or gone to other teams and been able to be successful at, you know?
I mean, the bottom line is, and I know nobody ever wants to hear this, but sometimes Hall of Fame candidacy does have to do with circumstances that are around you. In other words, let's take Klay Thompson, for example. Klay Thompson's game would travel anywhere, absolutely anywhere. And he would have scored and shot the ball and defended the way he did, and he would have been a phenomenal player. But had he been on a team that didn't have much around him and they didn't win rings, would Klay Thompson go to the Hall? I don't know. I really don't.
Might be Kyle Korver or J.J. Redick, right?
Exactly. Like, they can shoot. I mean, they're not the all-around players that Klay was, but this isn't to denigrate Klay. Like, This is what happened. And Draymond was a very, very key piece to it. So I don't really worry about what would have if he had been. I mean, what would have happened if the Knicks had drafted Steph? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if he would have won any rings. But that's not the way it went. And here's one other thing. I get it if you think Draymond's a bully. But I'd like to add that a lot of people that you probably respect don't agree with you. I think it's important in sports to remember stuff like this, which is all you know is the on-court persona. And yes, you know some of the acts that have happened. And so I'm not calling this unfair, but I am telling you that Steph Curry and Bob Myers and Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob and, hell, we could even go around the league. And you know, whether you want to do LeBron or I saw players last night immediately go over to try to dap him up Like, those people do not think that Draymond Green is a bully. They think he's an aggressive and sometimes overly emotional basketball player.
I could give you a list of guys who probably do think he's a bully.
Yeah, you probably
Jordan Poole and Yusuf Nurkic and Rudy Gobert and I mean other players that he has, and to say preyed upon is too strong, but there's a certain type of player that he has inflicted his actions upon.
No doubt, but I also don't think that acts of violence, though I don't support them, I don't think that automatically equates to bully. Like, punching someone doesn't mean bully. Punching someone means that you assaulted someone, and that's wrong.
Well, when you cold cock a younger teammate, somebody who is in a spot where he's just, standing there, whether he's jawing or not.
Right.
Or, running up to a guy and, choking him out from behind, that to me is,
I just I don't want to get into semantics, but to me, bullying is about taking advantage of your standing and harassing someone repeatedly. Do you know what I mean? The senior who pantses the freshman and sticks him in his locker is a little bit different than two people who may or may not have had a disagreement, and then you're overly emotional and you handle it in an awful way, and it's like literally even against the law.
Sure.
I get all those things.
Bullying does not have to be a repeated, I think, cycle of events, but again, it's about semantics, and I think the greater point here is, for me anyway, you look at any player and you take the good with the bad and you look at it on balance, and then you can decide how you feel about their tenure and their departure.
Yeah. I mean, Michael Jordan a bully?
I don't know.
I don't know. He punched Steve Kerr. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Allegedly.
I don't know.
We never saw that on tape.
No.
That's for sure.
Steve can confirm. Anyway, that guy in San Jose is next up. Hey, that guy, what you doing?
Gentlemen, hey, great show. You guys have been killing it. The whole radio station this week on the row there.
Thanks,
so
man. We're having fun.
That,
thank you.
Hey, I wasn't going to call, but yeah, I just hear all these fans coming down Draymond's road here. And just to preface this, I go back to before Sleepy Floyd was Superman.
Yeah.
I go back to where we used to wait to halfway through the first quarter, and the ushers that we knew, we'd take Bart, and that ushers would let us in for $5 at the Oracle. So I go back quite a bit. And as far as Draymond, I want to give Draymond his props. And the reason for that is because Draymond's a real one. There's no book handed out to a young man in Saginaw, Michigan, to saying this is how you're supposed to go out there and perform, young man. He gave us everything he could every night, and maybe he was a little over the top at times, but just like you said, Willard, it's family. So you take the good, you take the bad, and I'll take those 4 rings from way back when we didn't get anything, when it was the Warriors were a great time out. So all these fans coming down Draymond's road, I bet you enjoyed cheering for those 4 rings. So please be grateful for that, and don't downplay a man for giving him what he had. Because Draymond and I, we probably come from same areas where sometimes our dinner was a jam sandwich, and I mean 2 pieces of red jam together. So, Draymond, in his heart, he's a warrior. He'll always be a warrior, and he gave us everything he got, and we appreciate that. I appreciate that, and I just want to say thank you. Chris Mullin, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, my favorite Warriors. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the phone call.
Thanks for the call.
It was a beautiful segue from that guy to this guy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. We'll get back to the calls in a sec. But how about this? Stopping by here at Willard and Dibs on Radio Row, the great Vaughn Miller with us here on 95.7 The Game, joining us on the River Islands guest line. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great, man. It's an honor and privilege to be here. Early on in your career, you're like, man, I got radio row, I got to do all this all day. Then, going on 37 years old, like, I look forward to it, man.
37?
Yeah, they're coming here and they asking me about, like, my career, and I can answer whatever question they ask me any type of way I want. Hey, Vaughn, how was your season? Well, I like chocolate cake, and it was great. Who wouldn't want to be in that position? Like, I love it, man.
You're comfortable in your own skin now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and by the way, age 37 is a pretty fun age in the Bay. I don't know if you know that, but Trent Williams and Steph Curry are also 37. Yeah. So you're still in your prime as far as we're concerned.
Yep. I'm still in the prime, man. I got 3 kids.
How old?
2 Super Bowls, 4.5, 3, and I had a newborn December 26th.
Wow,
Congratulations.
You know, it's not,
oh my gosh.
not too much in my life that I could, be complaining about other than not playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You can't win them all.
No.
But I don't like to believe that.
It's your 3-year-old giving you the business because I have a 3.5-year-old and she's got me running ragged.
Yeah, I got 2 boys and 1 girl. My 2 oldest, they're boys. Batman and Robin. Whatever duo. That was just a duo that came in the head. Like, those guys are rough. They wake up early, go to sleep late. And they eat whatever you got. 2 big dudes, too. Like, they run. When kids get to that age where they start to weigh a little bit, but they don't realize how much they weigh, and they just, like, fall on you, like, step on you, and, like, knee you. Man, I got bruises all over my body from my 2 boys, but I wouldn't change it for the world.
Von Miller with us here on Willard and Tibbs. And by the way, welcome to the family, because Odyssey, I know, is where you've got your new podcast, Free Range with Von Miller. Yep. Let us know what's going to be on there.
So, Free Range, it's actually a spinoff of who I am. I couldn't call it Green and Pastures Chicken. I couldn't call it Pasture Raised. Free range. I'm going to have my chicken farm with Green and Pastures Chicken. When it comes to my personality and the type of topics that I love to talk about, it's very free range, whether it be talking about the Super Bowl champion or the Tiafimo and Shakira fight that just happened. There are so many different things that I can dibble and dabble in, and that's why we call it free range. It's free range on both sides of the spectrum, and I can talk about anything. So here we are.
Here we are, and I mean, you've got that on lock, and eventually Canton's going to be there. There's no doubt. You've already got a Super Bowl.
Are you sure, though? Are you sure, Ken?
You know what?
We don't know.
Vaughn, I'm going to go out on a limb.
With this Bill Belichick stuff, I don't know what you got to do to be in the Super Bowl.
I don't know if you've ever filmed another team's practice. I don't want to get into that, but I feel pretty good about your case. But
if they're doing that with Bill Belichick, then they got to do it with Tom Brady. And I promise you, if they do that with Tom Brady, if Tom Brady not a first ballot Hall of Famer, it won't be a good look for that. Like, it won't be a good look. Like, what are we talking about? Tom Brady not a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Tom Brady and Bill Belichick are tied at the hip. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how they do it. The only way you can save that is to do the same thing to Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Once you do that, if you do it to Bill Belichick, you do it to Tom Brady. No matter what uproar it creates, it'll save the Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
And Bob Kraft didn't get in, and so if you say no to Belichick and no to Kraft, but Adam Vinatieri, the kicker, gets in, that to me, Vaughn, he's a finalist now.
Yeah. It's the Hall of Fame, like, I thought about it, like, so growing up, never in a million years did I think I would have an opportunity to go to the Hall of Fame. It just wasn't in my thought process.
Right.
Towards the end of your career, you start thinking, like, man, like, I might have the opportunity to go. You look at other guys that's in, you compare your stats, whatever. But then you see, like, Bill Belichick, like, he won 8 Super Bowls. He won 8 Super Bowls. He won 6 of them as a head coach. You can't. One of the things that I like to think about when it comes to kind of deciding who's a Hall of Famer and who's not. 1,000 years from now, if you're telling the story of the NFL, say if it's some type of alien species and they want to learn about the human race, or they play this sport called football. What is football? You can't explain the history of football, the NFL, without talking about Bill Belichick, without talking about Tom Brady. So what they did to Bill Belichick, it didn't matter. He could have went up to one of those voters and slapped him in the face. Like, it still wouldn't take away from what he did on the football field. And they talk about the Spygate and they talk about the Deflategate. All he did after those incidents was go on to win 3 more Super Bowls and go on to excuse my friends, but he beat ass all the way after that. Tom Brady, they talk about the Deflategate and having flat balls, and like, it was quarterbacks that were doing it before. Like, he throwing the same ball that everybody else is throwing. Like, after that, he came and he only showed that he could play football. He still threw the ball better, whether it was flat or whether it was inflated. Like, so. It's crazy. It's crazy how 50 people can have such an influence on a coach's legacy or a player's legacy. But hey, that's where we are.
Von Miller is with us here on Willard and Tibbs, live on set, Super Bowl Radio Row, 95.7 The Game. 15 years already done now in the league. But you're still sacking the quarterback for Washington last year. Are you done?
No, I'm not done. I got next year. So, I'm a taken man right now. I'm still with the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
I would love to stay with the Washington Commanders next year. Dan Quinn, like, hell of a coach. Whether we won 5 games or not, like, that doesn't change, the type of coach that he was. Like, incredible coach. I would love to be back there. I'll be 37 years old. Like, he knows how to take care of the veteran players. He did a great job with me. I would love to be in that environment next year, but I'm at a point now, I don't have any leverage. I can't go around here demanding I need this and I want to play for this and I want to play here, I want to play there. Whoever wants me, wherever I end up, I would love to be there, whether it's the Denver Broncos, the Buffalo Bills, the Washington Commanders. I'll just be happy to have another opportunity to play this game that I love.
Can you speak on Sean McDermott and not necessarily what happened to him, did they do him dirty or whatnot, but what kind of a coach was he out there?
He was an incredible coach. It was definitely a shock for me. I didn't see that one coming. He took the Buffalo Bills from laughing stock of the NFL. Nobody wanted to go to Buffalo and play. Guys would cry on draft day whenever they got drafted by the Buffalo Bills to being one of the best teams in the NFL, not even just AFC or NFC. Like, to go to the Super Bowl, that Lombardi Trophy has to travel. The Buffalo Bills are going to have a say-so on who gets that Lombardi Trophy. You either got to beat them or they're going to win the game. Like, he took that Buffalo Bills team to one of the best teams in the NFL. He's a great coach, even better person off the football field. I love Coach McDermott, love Josh Allen, love all those guys, man. My 3 years there were some special years, and those moments I definitely held close to my heart.
I got a couple questions for you that might matter a lot to Niner fans around these parts, and one of them is you guys experienced a lot of injuries this year in Washington. So did the Niners, and they still won 12 games in a playoff game. What from afar, what does that mean to you when a team can achieve that even through all that adversity?
The strongest part of the team is the team. Coaches like to say that a lot. The coaches, the strength of our team is our team. Next man up. The 49ers, they embody that. Whether it was a starting quarterback, whether it was a running back, whether it was a wide receiver, George Kittle, they experienced so many different injuries. And that just shows you the type of infrastructure that they have over there. That shows you the type of coaches that they have. The schemes that they're running over there might be better than the players that they have in those schemes. That shows you the type of guys that they have, the type of leadership. Starts with John Lynch and the ownership over there. But then you get guys like Kyle Shanahan to run the ship. You get guys to buy in. They don't have big time star wide receivers. They let go. They traded Debo to us. They got some young guys over there, whether it's Brandon Jennings. They played without Brandon Ayuk the whole season. That was a guy that they were depending on to kind of take them to the next level, and they were still able to have, extreme success. They were playing for the number 1 seed in the NFC. That game they got killed. I wouldn't say a couple of plays later. They got killed by the Seattle Seahawks, but they had an opportunity to do that. And next year they're going to get all those guys back, and it's going to motivate those guys to be even better.
One of them is Nick Bosa. I wonder what your view is on him, his style versus your style.
Well, 2 totally different players.
Yep.
But I'm a huge fan of Nick Bosa. Followed his career. I don't even have to follow it. You see it. Each and every weekend, he's doing something spectacular on the football field. Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, been a huge fan of the brothers. Those guys they play the game differently than everybody else. Huge fan of Nick Bosa. I've dealt with injuries as well. I know how hard it is to come back. Going through adversity like that, it only makes you better. And Nick Bosa is probably sitting on the couch saying, I could have been better without the ACL injury. But I'm telling you, whenever you go through stuff like that, you have a different perspective on the game. Not that he needed it, but everything that he's going through, that he's went through, is going to make him a better player for sure.
Do you think about the all-time sacks list? Because I'm looking here, and you got T. Sizzle's coming up, Jason Taylor, Michael Strahan. Those are some big-time names. Do you eyeball that at all, or is that something that we fans fixate on?
No, man, I ain't worried about that stuff, man.
So if I asked you how many career sacks you had, would you know that you've got exactly 138.5?
No, man, I don't know how many I got, man. But yeah, I'm 2 sacks away, 3 sacks away from Michael Strahan. I don't know nothing about that, man.
Yeah, exactly 3. Exactly 3.
I don't know about that,
exactly 3.
Oh man, that's so good.
Okay, Vaughn, before you go, you got to play our Snooper Bowl, which is you reach in and get a fun question, and then you read it and answer it.
We like to snoop, Vaughn.
That's right. We need to know a little bit more about Vaughn. All right, what is it?
It says, if you were forced to only listen to one musical artist for the rest of your life, who would you choose?
Okay.
I'm a big energy guy. Some of the rap stuff, some of the hip-hop stuff, it kind of like, the stuff that they say, it kind of like a mess up the energy. It's good for like the weight room, like getting ready for like a football game. But for me, if it was only gonna be one guy that can probably embody all the things that I like, whether it be the aggressive, like getting ready for a football game, whether it be date night with wifey, whether it be riding the car with the kids, whether it be a banquet event with the Boy Scouts. I would probably have to go with Morgan Wallen.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I like, he's able to hit all of those different genres. It's time to party. Hey, everybody knows, Morgan can party, man. He makes music that can party. When it comes to, singing and getting the ladies ready to go, hey, Morgan can do that too. Feel-good songs, good energy songs. Morgan has all of that too. So, yeah, I'm a Morgan Wallen fan. If I had to just pick one, he would be him.
Okay.
Versatility.
Love
I like that from Von Miller.
All right, and then, Vaughn, it's time for the final question brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City, and that is, what is your must-have food item for the big game?
Greener Pastures chicken wings.
There you go.
Right now, got a surplus on wings. You can go to greenerpastureschicken.com to go get pasture-raised, organic, non-GMO wings. It's my chicken company, and I like to run my company the same way I've tried to run my career, and that's being the best. Whether we win or not, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl, coming after the biggest names that I possibly can go after. I want to have the best product that I can present, and that's what Greener Pastures is. So Greener Pastures chicken wings, we got the whole wings. You lock them behind themselves, bake them, fry them, grill them. They all taste good. It tastes good, whatever you want to do.
Well, if you need a greener pasture for football, you see the weather out here, we're open to you. We'll even change the scheme to a 3-4, Vaughn. We'll go to a 3-4 for you.
Man. Need some defenders.
And I'm going wherever they want me. Yep. I'm going. I got one more year in the books, man, so wherever they want me, I'm going.
Free Range with Von Miller is Odyssey's newest pod, and this obviously is the host, Von Miller. Good luck with it all, man. Really nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vaughn. Okay. Appreciate you.
There it is. Von Miller right here on Radio Row on 95.7 The Game.
Morgan Wallen and Greener Pastures. That's, man.
I did not see that one coming. I'm going to be honest
either.
with you. I did not see. I mean, he was working us all the way through and then just hucked a big Morgan Wallen out there on the table.
Great. I'm going to have to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the Wallen catalog. But
you don't know Morgan Wallen, do you?
Not that well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a few of the hits. I didn't know that he had that sort of level of versatility, but I do know this. Looking at a guy like Von Miller, I am very happy to not be a quarterback in the NFL for the first time in my life.
I mean, I'm sitting here going, that guy's saying that he's getting bruised up by his sons.
Well,
that guy,
he said they're pretty weighty.
He goes against people like Trent Williams, and he's calling his sons weighty?
Yeah.
My word.
They're catching the ribs, though, like a 50-pound 4-year-old or whatever. But, you look at just how fit these guys are. Like, that's 240 pounds of strictly business right there.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we're right back to your Draymond phone calls coming up next right here on Willard and Dibbs on Radio Row. I think, in fact, a few of you still want to get back in on that right now. Fun to talk with Von Miller, but we are, as we sit here right now, quick math, help me, 20 hours. 20 hours mark from the trade deadline. Bobby Marks said on ESPN earlier today that he thought we were about no more than 9 hours away from knowing whether this was going to go down or not. But he was referring to midnight, and he was referring to midnight Eastern, which means we're now down to what Bobby Marks would say is about 5 hours from knowing whether or not something is going to happen with Giannis. Brian Windhorst says the three finalists are the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and your Golden State Warriors. Before you respond to that, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm just looking at something from Shams Charania from 9 minutes ago. Trade buzz surrounding Giannis is heating up, and there's a graphic courtesy of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. They spoke to Giannis, and his quote is, I always listen and trust, but what am I trying to say? How many chances do I have left to win a championship? So you just got to be more careful and more urgent in every decision that you make moving forward. So that's Giannis, and that's Shams weighing in on the buzz and the urgency. And so Giannis is basically saying, how many more chances do I have to win a championship? So I'm sure he's looking at all his options right now and thinking, who gives me the best chance to get one in the next, 4 or 5 years?
I know this flies in the face of something I said late last week, but I also, I think I took it back yesterday on the show.
You're going to reinsert it after taking it back?
I want to, the statement last week was, if it happens before the deadline, it'll be the Warriors. And then yesterday I was like, actually, I do think there's another party or two now that could get this done. But I want to ask you, forget who the team is. Forget where. You think this happens tonight or not?
I don't think it happens tonight.
You don't? You think they're going to stick and stay?
I do. I just think that Milwaukee, and I'm just stuck.
A lot of buzz for nothing.
Well, it's buzz because he's out there. And, I'm looking at this from ESPN, and the Bucks are seeking young blue-chip talent and or draft picks. We've known that. I'm just stuck on what friend of the program, FOP, Ramona Shelburne said to us, must have been early last week.
Yep.
Or she said, you get one chance to do this. When you're Milwaukee and you get this, you get one chance at it. And so I can't help but think, as much as they want to do right by Giannis, and Giannis is feeling urgency, I think that Milwaukee is going to really make double, triple sure that what they get is exactly what they want and the most they can possibly get. So all that being said, I'm not sure in the next 20 hours or so they're going to get wowed to the point where they're going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's interesting. I see. And the other hand, for me, I find it hard to believe that Giannis is just going to lovingly stay there and then sit on the bench and not play because the Bucks need to bubble wrap him because they can't get him hurt. Like, that to me is hard for me to wrap my head around, but we'll see. The other side that we've been talking about, which is much more about all of us Warrior fans here in the Bay, is how does it feel to see Draymond Green open up about trade rumors? And so to me, this is two parts equal of, like, what did it feel like to see that last night? And we'll play a little bit more of it for you in a handful of minutes. But what did it feel like to see that? And then, by extension, if Draymond never puts on a Warrior uniform again, what would your message to him be? So we're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. We go next to Jimmy in Bayview. Jimmy, thank you for calling and holding. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Do you ever go to a party and stay too long and you get hammered and you're like, man, I should have left a little earlier? I think we're at that point with Draymond. It's getting difficult to watch. He's kind of working his way out. And I just think it's time. My kids, I bought a Clay jersey and a Draymond jersey. I don't have a Curry jersey. And he's been a great player. And I just think it's time. Hall of Fame, I don't know. He's in that Grant Hill kind of category.
Jimmy, let me help you on that one. There's literally zero doubt. Absolutely 1,000% zero doubt.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that's your opinion. I mean, I got mine. But
no, I'm not talking about whether he should. I'm talking about whether he will.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you're entitled to it. I mean, it's also, like you said, it's circumstance. Draymond makes great players better. And, we have no talent, so we have no use for him, pretty much.
No, I don't. I don't disagree with that. I mean, Jimmy, I think that at least that had a little warmth behind it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the phone call. I'm not even, and again, I'm not arguing whether or not this is the right thing to do right now. It probably is, although I am struck by how many people are like, yes, trade him for nothing.
No matter what,
like
right?
that I'm not there. Like, if it's the right move to trade Draymond, I feel the same way about Jonathan Kuminga. If it's the right thing to do because there's a good deal, then I'm open. Like, totally, I get it. It probably, it could be, should be, might be time. He's not playing great. The act sort of wears on people. All of that is true, and I think that's fair. I still am just not in the business of, I'm tired of this person, so make him leave. And I hear that a lot from fans.
That does you no good. And you want to talk about the asset that is Draymond Green. It's not going to get any higher. The Draymond Green value is not going to ever go up, I don't think. He's getting older.
Sure.
His skills are deteriorating, and the act is still the act. Now, the one most attractive part of the asset is the contract if he was to opt in, and that's probably going to be the case if he wants to play one more year. So honestly, if you're the Warriors and you're thinking about a deal that involves Draymond, he actually becomes a more attractive asset in the offseason when he opts in, and then that contract is an expiring contract.
It's true about every Warrior. Almost every Warrior, it's true, that, which is why, yes, like this might wait till summer.
Right.
Like I am prepared for that. We come in here tomorrow and sit down with Steiny and Goo at 1:45, and we're dealing with like furious callers because the Warriors did not get involved.
Yeah.
They might not.
And Sham's part of his report, and this is classic negotiating by the Bucks.
Yep.
Bucks have indicated to teams they are not in a rush and are willing to wait until the offseason.
Well, it's twofold. Not only are they not in a rush, but the way Windhorst put it is that the Heat and the Wolves need to catch up to the Warriors' offer. And the Heat can only do so much because they don't have access to all of their picks yet. Minnesota may well be where Giannis wants to go, but that's the most complicated one because you're dealing with big money veterans who are still producing at a very, very high level. And so I think Minnesota's trying to get there. Miami and Golden State have both sort of made their best offer. Milwaukee needs to pick. Miami's is a little bit better with young players. Golden State's is a little bit better with picks. And then add in, where does Giannis want to be?
Right. Maybe he wants to be in Chicago because I'm looking at the Kalshi market, and we've talked a lot about this, and now him staying is at 62%, and Chicago is at 11%, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's where some of the money's going. Minnesota's still the second choice, and the Warriors are now down to 6%.
Every time you show me that board, I'm like, just my math brain, my gambling brain.
Yep.
Dude, Miami's your number.
At 6%.
6%.
It's down 6 points.
What am I getting? To the dollar, what am I getting for Miami?
Well, I mean, you're getting 8 cents on the dollar, I believe. So I'd have to sign in to trade it. But at 6%, if it actually went that way, it would be a buy low, cash it in high sort of a situation.
Next is Lucky in San Francisco. Hi, Lucky. What are you doing?
Afternoon, fellas. I'm on the 680 heading to work. How you guys doing today?
Good, Lucky. How you doing?
I'm not doing too good, man. Hearing all this talk about Draymond, man, like he needs to go. Like, what is wrong with the fans? Don't you guys know that Steph, Clay, and Draymond built it? Without them two, we would have nothing. Or should I say those three? So you're telling me that you want to get rid of Draymond, what, because he's having little fights, I guess, with other teams and whatnot, and his players dropped off? He's 37 years old. Steph Curry is 37 years old. I mean, there's something they could do to change that, man. Like, come on, man. I personally don't want Draymond to go, but if it happens, I got love for Draymond. Love you, Draymond. Thank you for the play, man.
Thank you.
Lucky, appreciate it.
Hate to run you out. We do have to dip. If you have more, feel free to call back because this is a very emotional topic.
We're going to be taking calls the rest of the way, and who knows what's going to break the rest of the way. Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We're also sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. What do you want to say to Dre? How did it make you feel to watch that last night? 888-957-9570. That is the number. Live at Moscone Radio Row. This is Willard and Dips. And this is Willard for Daisy Dips. Hey, French onion dip, Daisy Ranch dip. Can you think of anything that you might be doing this weekend where you might need, some dips? It's great tasting. It is delicious. The French onion dip and the ranch dip are both versatile. It is made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen because that's where good ingredients go. There are no preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I love Daisy dips with chips, wings, baby carrots, all kinds of different veggies. Maybe get a little celery in there. So when you're putting the big game menu together this weekend, make sure you include Daisy dips.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type. Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, well, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Strom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. And as an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, scroll down to Windows and Doors, and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to save on Toyota's incredible lineup of 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles. Save with President's Day deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. And right now, get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Get the most out of Northern California this year. Hurry in to save during Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and 3/2/26.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Looking for something fun and free during the school break? Step into Welcome In President's Week at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. History Park will be open daily, February 16th through the 20th, in addition to regular weekend hours. Explore historic buildings, experience South Bay flashback, riffs, rhythms, and revolution. Visit the refreshed Valley Memories exhibit, browse the gift shop, and enjoy a sweet treat at O'Brien's Ice Cream Parlor. Park admission is free. For hours and information, visit historysanjose.org.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hansis and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm going to eat it.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I mean, it's a little Coolio. It's Dangerous Minds, but maybe it should be Eminem. You referenced it. Ramona Shelburne said it last week. If you're the Milwaukee Bucks, you get one shot.
Yep.
Do not miss your chance to blow. Shams Charania, we can't play it for you yet. We'll play it for you soon, but let me just kind of give you a quick summary of what he just said on ESPN. It is that Giannis has been signaling to the Bucks for months that now is the time for a trade. The Bucks are feverishly sifting through everything that has been sent to them by the Warriors, the Heat, and the Timberwolves. They may or may not pull the trigger by tonight, but if they don't, there is a deep conflict that arises, which is Giannis Antetokounmpo does not want to sit out the rest of the season. He wants to play, and the goals of the team and the player would be in stark contrast if the Bucks don't do this by tomorrow at noon.
And that's an unfortunate reality. It's as
not
Al
for the
Gore
Warriors,
would say.
it's not.
Well, as Al Gore would say, it's an inconvenient truth. It's unfortunate for Milwaukee and Giannis if that's the way it goes. And if you're Milwaukee, you know, that reality, that knowledge that he really wants to play, and boy, he'd be upset if he couldn't.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, it's like when your kid really wants dessert, but they didn't finish their veggies, and the kid's going to throw a tantrum and make your evening ruined. And, you know, that's an unfortunate thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean if you're Milwaukee that now all of a sudden you have to do something that you don't want to do.
I'm gonna only partially buy your analogy because that's a little kid and you're the parent and you can tell that little kid what to do, and Giannis isn't a little kid.
Right.
This can cause
But he's the boss and they're the boss and he's the employee. At the essence of what this is, that's this.
Boy, he got a lot of power, dude.
Of course.
He's got a lot of power in this, and he can make this real unpleasant, and he can make this real hard, and this can go a real wrong way for the Bucks if they hold on to him. I continue to believe that this deal is happening. I think that this is happening in the next, whatever we decided it was, 20 hours, 19 hours. I think this is happening because people say, you know, what's the rush? And as you put it, even the negotiating that's out on Twitter, the Bucks are telling people, we're in no rush. Well, if you're telling people that you're in no rush, that's because you're trying to make people think that you're not in a rush. And while you might not be in a rush, I think you got to do it now. To me, it's too risky. There's so many different things that can happen as you, quote unquote, wait for a better deal to materialize. I don't think they can do it.
Well, I mean, we've seen teams do it, and we've seen it work out. We've seen it not work out. So I don't know if they're just saying this as posturing or if they firmly believe that, you know, they're in no great rush and they still have 19 hours and 40 minutes to consummate and get something done. So they're not yet even close to the deadline where something's got to happen, but if Giannis is expressing this to the media through his reps or whatever, that, hey, I really, really want to play, and that doesn't surprise me. He's a guy who loves to play, and, when he's not hurt, he's given 100%, and he's out there trying to compete. And the same thing in the Shams piece was he really wants to go somewhere where he can win another championship. So if you look at all of the options that are reportedly out there as destinations, Minnesota is in a better spot than the Warriors. New York is in a better spot than the Warriors. Miami, probably not. And Chicago, definitely not. So if he's looking at his I want to win a championship destinations, I would put the Warriors third of the reported 4 that are out there.
I don't think the Knicks are really out there, to be honest
that's
with
what
you.
Shams reported.
Nah, not any time recently. The New York Knicks, they want to send huge veteran contracts back to Milwaukee. That doesn't make sense to me. I'll buy what you're saying in terms of winning immediately, but I don't think the Knicks have the framework to get a deal done. I could be wrong. We'll find out here in the next handful of hours. Before we go back to the phones, take a listen to our friend Mark Spears, ESPN. He spoke directly to Draymond, by the way, and Jonathan Kuminga last night. Take a listen to what Spears had to say.
I talked to him before the game. This is a guy I met in 2012 when he was a second-round pick coming off the bench in Summer League, who turned that into $225 million.
Yeah.
So I asked him before the game, like, how do you feel? And he's like, and I'm reading, he said, if someone walked up to me 13 years ago and said, would you sign up for this? I would sign up for it. And they walked up to me and asked me, would I sign up for it now? I would sign up for it. And he said that he knows this is a business. The business gets everybody at some point. It just depends on how it gets you, which I know Shump likes that line. It's good for me to have 13 and a half years here, so why would I worry about it? And I said, well, what about your wife? His son had walked into the locker room. He said, my family's not worried about it, but I do find it interesting that Hazel Renee was in the press conference watching it afterwards, which she has never done.
All right, that's the latest from Mark Spears after talking with Draymond Green. So how did it make you feel to see that press conference last night? And what would you want to say to or about Draymond Green if he never suits up for the Warriors again? Seems like a real possibility for the first time. Let's go back out to Dill in a van. Hey, Dill, what's going on? Appreciate you calling.
Hey, it's Dale. But anyway, it's a beautiful day. I just drove past Levi on this busy highway. Wow. But I have to go back to a 40-year-old accidental double metaphor that all this talk makes me feel like I'm beating my head against a dead horse. And that's an intentional double metaphor. It's like, I can't wait till tomorrow when this is over. But what I really can't wait for is when we get past retirances of these players and hear really what went on, because we've heard the story with KD, we've heard the story with the punch. I gotta wonder how much Kuminga has not been happy being around him, but also when he's been on the bench, he's been just bitching at the young players overcoaching during the game. Now, I'm not taking anything away. I think Draymond is a Hall of Famer. I think he's been a part of the 4 rings, but I just can't wait till we can hear the real inside story of this 5 or 10 years down the road.
Dale, thanks. Just my perspective, I don't think you're ever really going to get that. You know what I mean? Like, Draymond Green is the one who tends to do most of the talking, so you're going to hear his story a lot more than anyone else's. For example, when Jordan Poole and Draymond Green both go out in public, whose story do you feel like you've heard more of?
Draymond's.
Absolutely.
And Jordan Poole's never going to want to revisit this and say, well, I said this to him, A, B, C, and D, and he clocked me.
Yeah, now, I do think you're overstating it when you say the observation of Draymond Green has been on the bench over-coaching and yelling at the current young players. Look, his history is there. And Jordan Poole had the experience he did with him. Durant's completely different because he wasn't a young player when he was there. As far as Draymond, the mentor, Draymond, the big brother, it didn't work out with Jordan Poole. I'm not going to make the leap now that means all the young players don't like Draymond. That's certainly not what they report.
No, and it's not what you've seen. And, Draymond has done the exact same thing to veteran players, to younger players, to all players. It's the way Draymond interacts with, the people on his team. He's going to go ahead and, bark at them and coach them. I don't know if it's overcoaching or, whatever you would call it, but he's a guy who is certainly passionate about what he's doing and just how professional he is and the things that he goes about.
888-957-9570. That is the number, and we're taking your calls on the situation surrounding Draymond Green, and we are approaching the trade deadline. Anthony Davis has already been dealt today, and that is after what we already saw yesterday. James Harden being dealt from the Clippers to the Cavaliers. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I'd also like to dive into this coming up next. We'll let you hear exactly what Draymond had to say. I don't want to keep assuming that everybody heard what he said last night, so we'll play that for you. But what if the Warriors do nothing? What if it's nothing?
Yeah.
And how does that grab you?
That's what I am expecting.
Well,
I'm expecting them to do nothing.
All right, well, let's dive into that a little bit, because I do think there's a serious case of FOMO that would develop for Warrior fans if that's the way this one ends up playing out. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Those of you who are patiently waiting, Eric and Daniel and Tom and the rest, stay right there. We're coming to you next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally in California on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Football's biggest game, you might have heard, is right around the corner. And you can get in on this action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, what a perfect time to jump in, because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. And playing is very easy. You get on the app, you grab the players, you pick if they're going to go higher or lower on their stats, touchdowns, yards, whatever. If you get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, new promos are dropping daily, and they're really good for a game like this. They're going to bump your winnings up even more. I really love Jackson Smith in Jigba, higher than half a touchdown in this game. He's too good. He's getting in. What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first 5. The promo code again, my last name, Willard. Type it in. Bang, free money. Underdog, make picks, win money. You got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Listen all week as 95.7 The Game broadcasts live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Join the Morning Roast with Shasky and Spadoni from 6 to 10 a.m., Steiny and Guru from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day this week, live to hear all of the big guests, big news, and everything that is happening here in San Francisco for the big game. Brought to you by Waymo. Kick off the big game with autonomous rides. Get around the city with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Save 30% on chicken wings with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for weeknight dinners or meal prepping. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Sunday night showdown between New England and Seattle is shaping up as one of the most compelling championship matchups in years, as both franchises look to cap their seasons with a statement on football's biggest night. New England is looking to earn their 7th title, while Seattle hopes for their 2nd.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This isn't just how you get there, it's how you arrive. Whatever the day brings, make it epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. A sleek exterior, premium interior, and class-leading space for up to 8 with available third-row power seats that recline to give you room to live big. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Temperatures cool today and a little bit warmer for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
Oh.
Brought to you by Waymo. The future's here with autonomous rides. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
I have other Warriors news.
Yeah?
They didn't trade for anybody yet.
No, I know that. And I know that Pat Spencer's down to his last game.
This is also true. Although the trade deadline, in theory, will bring clarity on that. I could see the Warriors, by the way, when we go, oh, they might do nothing. It could be like Gary Payton II goes to who knows where. I mean, they could just clear
a couple
spot.
Of seconds, and then Pat Spencer gets,
absolutely
elevated.
Could see that happening. Yeah. But additionally, tomorrow night in Phoenix against the Suns.
Oh boy, here we go.
Steph Curry and Jonathan Kuminga, who may or may not be on the team, are listed as out.
Of course.
Out. What do you mean, of course?
Well, of course, because Kuminga will either be traded or he is still hurt. I mean, I don't think that he's had the evaluation necessary in the run-up to get back out there. And
we don't know.
Honestly, the Steph piece, and it's runner's knee, and based on where the season is right now, no Jimmy, Draymond is up giving emotional press conferences about reflecting on his 13-and-a-half-year run. You send out a team that goes out there and gets absolutely motorboated.
Yep.
If I'm the Warriors, I'm going to hold Steph out as long as humanly possible and just wait for the play-in. Just wait for the play-in.
I mean,
not obviously wait until
you're not going to even be in the play-in if he doesn't play again.
It's almost impossible for you to fall to 11. If you look at the standings, you're 7 games ahead of Memphis, and Memphis is getting rid of everybody.
I don't know if you watched the Warriors last night. I'm not putting anything past that team to lose all of the games.
The Warriors could go 8-22 and still be ahead of Memphis.
And they might go 6-24.
And they'd still be out of Memphis. Memphis would have to go. Memphis would have to win 14 of their remaining. They'd have to play 500 ball to pass you.
Here's what Shams just said a short time ago on ESPN about the latest with Milwaukee and Giannis.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, I'm told, has told the Bucks, communicated to the Bucks for a period of months now that he believes the time has come to part ways, and that has essentially forced the Bucks to listen to teams, to engage with teams, and remain in touch with teams here this week on the eve of the NBA trade deadline. That includes Miami, Minnesota, Golden State. But at the end of the day, General Manager John Horst and Bucks ownership have to sift through the offers and land on the same page about the big question, whether to execute a trade now or push this to the offseason. Even tonight, just moments ago, I talked to several different sources around teams involved, and there are certainly questions about whether Milwaukee is serious and genuine about pulling a move of this magnitude for this franchise at the deadline. There are obvious risk rewards right now that Milwaukee has to sift through, whether they do it now or wait in the summer. If they wait in the summer, Giannis gets basically an expiring year on his deal. He's got 1 year left. That gives him a little bit more say-so, a little bit more equity in terms of where he wants to end up.
Okay, there is the latest from Shams. Sure, a little more equity, a little more choice, but you don't get to play this year if they hold. At least you wouldn't think, because that's just an unthinkable risk by the Bucks if they were to stick him out there and let him play the rest of the way coming off of a calf injury. So, again,
and plus that would lead to winning, which is not what Milwaukee wants.
Another good point. So I continue to believe that Giannis is going to have a new address by noon tomorrow. I get that the screen that they're all putting up says otherwise, which is kind of why I believe that it's going to happen by noon tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll see based on what Shams said there. He said a lot of things, which is it's been months since Giannis first told him that it's time for a new destination. So Milwaukee's had a lot of time. Now, it hasn't really been out there, but if you look at it, the expectation has been throughout the course of this whole year that Milwaukee is ready to part with Giannis because it's just time. They're not in the same spot they were when they won the title, and their core players, they've already gotten rid of a bunch of them, and so it's been Giannis now and not much else. When they got Dame, and that didn't work because Dame got hurt, that really is what signaled the end of days.
It might have, but I still believe even into recent days, I think Giannis is ready to move on. I don't think the Bucks are. I think the Bucks have been trying to save this, trying to figure it out. Let's get Dame. Okay, no Dame. How about Miles Turner? Like, they do not want to give him up. I really don't think they do, but I think they've arrived at a spot where they just don't have any choice. Let's let you hear a couple more things from the sort of lead thought leaders and reporters out there. Here's what Bobby Marks said about a potential Giannis deal and maybe coming soon.
I keep on looking at that clock behind me.
Yep.
Tick, tick, tick.
It's going slower.
Next 8 hours.
It's going slower.
We're going to know if there's a Giannis deal.
In the next 8 hours.
I've been part of these. These are complex. Unless it's going to be Golden State, which is basically the easiest way to do a deal. There's a lot of moving parts here, and I think there's going to have to be a framework of a Giannis-type trade by midnight tonight for something to happen by tomorrow.
Okay, and that's midnight Eastern, so that means 4.5 hours from right now, according to Bobby Marks. And then Brian Windhorst had this in terms of the competing offers and where they sit right now.
Minnesota's offer, they have to kind of put it together. Okay. Miami has an offer that they could take. You know, I think Golden State's offer is better because the unprotected picks post Steph I value more. But the Miami offer, which has young players and a couple of draft picks in it, they could take that offer. Like, and especially if Giannis wants to do it. But it really comes down to why would they trade him if they don't have to trade him?
All right, so that's from Brian Windhorst, Bobby Marks, and Shams. That's the latest from up top.
Why would they trade him if they don't have to trade him? That's kind of where I've been, but you make a good point about Giannis and unhappiness and whether or not he can make things uncomfortable. But then again, if Giannis has certain destinations in mind, he has a better idea or he has a better ability to get there in the summer when his deal becomes much more of an expiring deal. So it's a very complicated thing and it really boils down to one thing. And you said this Monday, and I think the closer we get to the deadline, the more it becomes the reality. And that question is, does Giannis want to be a Warrior? if he really wants to be a Warrior, this gets done tonight. Because like Brian said, if the Warriors have the best package out there and Giannis is like, I really want to play with Steph, it gets done. If Giannis has a list of teams, the Warriors included, if the Warriors are further down the list and Milwaukee's trying to work it out with those teams but can't, then I think it behooves both of them to wait till the summer.
I think that the Warriors are on the list. I don't think they're at the top. That's my guess. That's based on some conversation I've had. I think that's where the Warriors sit. They're on the list. They're just not at the top. Is that good enough? Does it spin their way? We'll see. We'll find out here in a handful of hours. Let's get back to the phones. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs at Radio Row here, center of it all, Moscone Center, on what has been an absolutely chaotic day here in the middle of the city as we get closer to the weekend. But really glad you're with us, and we've moved some things Radio Row-wise kind of out of the way because we want to talk to you about Giannis and Draymond Green. Eric in Vallejo next up. Hi, Eric. Thanks for the call.
Good afternoon. I've been listening to a lot of Draymond finally the last couple of weeks. So everyone that's talking bad about Draymond, they watch basketball. They don't really watch basketball. You know what I'm saying? You know, the screen setting, he's a quarterback for the offense, quarterback for the defense. The help defense, those are all winning. You know, that's the winning mentality and winning tactics on the court. So if Draymond were to leave, right? Hello?
Yep. Okay. Your phone was a little bit weak there, but I think I would have loved to hear the rest. But the gist of the beginning is that if you don't, and we hear this a lot, right? If you don't appreciate Draymond, you don't get ball.
Right.
And
if he's going to leave, I think what he was going to say is if Draymond's going to leave, you're going to miss his screen setting, his basketball IQ, and he's not wrong. Like all the little things that he does basketball-y, and you know who's going to miss it the most is Steph. Yep.
Yeah, like I keep wanting to, listen, I'm not saying it's the wrong time. It might be the right time. I get that. And every fan can either be somewhat emotional or complete hard ass about this and just, bye, Draymond. I don't care what you achieved with us. Others make it all about the past. There's got to be a blend of the past and the present. But I do wonder, if there are Warrior fans out there who are like, Draymond's no good anymore. It's time to move on. Sometimes I do want to ask them, do you think that Steph is stupid?
Are you asking me that?
I'm just putting it out there, and I wanted to let it marinate for a second.
Right.
If you think Draymond has no point on this team, then I want to ask that. Do you think Steph Curry's stupid?
No, I'm not going to answer that directly, but I'll come back at you answering your question with a question. Do you think that this would happen if Steph wasn't at least okay with it?
No. I also don't know that this is going to happen, though.
Right, but the very fact that we're talking about it and it's out there and Draymond is addressing it in a way.
But this, see, to me, that spills to what we were talking about on the crossover. There's two different things going on here. Is Draymond in the Giannis offer, or is he in multiple offers? And that, to me, is very different. I think if you get traded for Giannis, even Draymond would have the self-awareness to be like, I get that.
Yeah, and he said that.
That's Giannis.
He said, whatever's good for the organization, I'm good for.
If you're doing a salary dump and the Warriors are getting, picks. I don't know, DeMar DeRozan out of this, I'd be like, guns up. What the hell are you doing? And no, I don't think Steph would be okay with that.
And I don't believe that is even in play in any way. I think that what you said last week, Giannis or bust, I think that really is where we are. Because if you want to look at who else is out there of a real needle mover move, like you said, if you want to go Draymond for DeMar DeRozan, I think the salaries might actually be close enough to match up. Like, what are we doing, Warriors?
Doing?
Like DeMar DeRozan, that's not going to be a trade that they're going to make. They're not going to trade Draymond for an expiring vet who doesn't play and picks. If they're going to make a deal with Draymond or without Draymond, it's going to be for Giannis, end of story.
Yeah, I mean, that to me is one thing I wonder when they talk to him about potentially being involved in a deal. Is it multiple deals, or are we simply talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo? Let's go to Daniel in San Rafael. Hi, Daniel. We appreciate your call. What are you doing, man?
I'm just walking around Costco right now with my son, but just hearing you guys talk about Draymond and Giannis. With Draymond, I mean, there are no four rings without Draymond. He given a spot.
Daniel's not sounding too good. That darn Costco warehouse, yeah.
No doubt.
It's hard to get a call out of Costco.
If you're in the front, like, you
got a chance.
You got a chance.
Yeah.
If you get back there with, like, the paper towels and the toilet paper and back where you walk in, the coldest freezer in the world, when you go for the produce, like, you go in that produce freezer, you could die.
Do you know, so what my daughter sent me to Costco one time, and she's like, will you get the, and I'm like, whatever, like, okay, sure. And then I get in there, and I'm like, do you mean these? And you send them a picture. The picture's not going through.
Nope.
Not going through. And then you buy the wrong thing, and luckily Costco takes things back.
Once you get past the clothing in the middle, once you get past the clothes, you're done.
Yeah, so I know which way that guy was walking. That guy was going to get wine, and he went too far.
Maybe he was trying to get some of those steaks you can get.
Dan, I love their steaks. Meat department at Costco, don't sleep.
Yeah.
Bakery. All of it.
And just one more on the Costco. I believe they get their meat deliveries on Sunday. That's what my inside source tells me. So if you're looking to get some steak, Monday early would be the best time to get you some prime filet.
Okay. By the way, the coldest, you're talking about that room all the way in the back?
Right. It's like the produce. Like the dairy one's cold. You go in the produce where you might be able to get like 74 heads of lettuce. You could die in there now.
Yeah, you have about 38 seconds.
That's it.
It's literally Mission Impossible. That music should play in that room.
You got to know what you're going to get. You do the quick loop, and if you do a second loop, guarantee you're losing a toe.
That's right. You're definitely passing out.
No doubt.
All right, Tom is in the city, hopefully not in the San Francisco Costco. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
We got you.
Awesome. You guys kind of hit on my point that I was going to say, where if it's not for Giannis, then Draymond should definitely be staying in the Bay. And I think that hearing him say, kind of accepting the fact that he could potentially be traded, I think he knows that. I think everybody in the Warriors organization knows that. But if he does leave, I will be honest and say that I will be very sad. I hope there's a situation that Giannis comes and Draymond could play together. That would be awesome, but that's probably not going to happen at all. But Draymond's going to be a forever Warrior. His number is going to be retired. He's going to get a statue. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame, contrary to what the other callers were saying. But I love Draymond, and every fan who is a real fan of the Warriors knows Draymond is not here. We don't probably have 4 championships.
Tom, thanks, man. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you completely, and sometimes I think it's funny. And there's 2 things going on here, dude. If you achieve a lot for a team, it doesn't mean you get a lifetime contract. I'm not saying that. I just also I find it to be a very high bar to cross that when you have achieved the highest honors for a team, you then get to the point where I am like looking to dance on your grave. I can't wait to get you out. Like, I just think there's a little bit more of a respectful way to have these conversations. If Draymond doesn't float your boat, if he drives you nuts, guess what? I can see it. I can see it. Steve Kerr, once upon a time, I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond.
Yep.
Steph Curry, once upon a time, in tears on the court because Draymond, 32 seconds in, is getting tossed out of the big game.
That's why I'm out of here.
Kevin Durant, that's why I'm out. Jordan Poole knocked out on the floor. Like, I get it if dude rubs you the wrong way. For me, you cannot erase the other side. And Golden State Warrior basketball for the better part of a decade has been one of the most joyous things that a sports fan can experience. And Draymond Green has been at the center of that, and in many ways is Steph Curry's right-hand man more so than any other human. Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson, etc., the only other candidates. But Draymond Green has been that guy. And I'm sorry, that means something. That means something to me.
It does. It means a legacy, and it means everything that the caller mentioned. And the whole thing about Hall of Fame It's the Basketball Hall of Fame, so even if you didn't throw in his college career, which, by the way, was a really good one at Michigan State, he still is a Hall of Famer. So let's put that on the back burner because there's no question about it. And you look at Draymond, 23 will never be worn again. There will be a statue, and, you're going to get a Steph statue. You probably get a Clay statue.
Oh, yeah.
You get a Draymond statue, and that's just going to be the way this goes.
Lou Williams was actually talking about this earlier today or yesterday, and I think I kind of agree with him. He was talking about 2 statues, and one is Steph Clay Dre, and then the other one, just Steph. I can see that.
I suppose.
I can see it being that way.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the property and what you want to do, and we're still waiting on the Barry Bonds statue out there at Oracle Park, and they talk about how that, I guess, eventually will happen, but when it comes to statues, you got to make sure you do it right. I know there have been some statues that were done poorly, and so I think if you're going to do the 3 of them, you give each of the 3 their own just dessert, and Steph would obviously get maybe the biggest and in the most prominent location.
K-Way for Real on YouTube, $5 super chat. Guys, RELAX. Relax. Draymond's not going anywhere. Nobody wants him but us. We're the spouse that keeps forgiving our cheating partner.
That's a little strong, but whether or not anybody wants him is yet to be determined. I put this out on my Twitter this morning, and I timed the poll to end in 21 minutes, so I'll have actual final results.
Oh, good.
I like to do that. When you do a Twitter poll, Lucas, you can actually change the timing on it so it can conclude when you want it to conclude, as opposed to just making everyone a full day, which really serves little purpose when it comes to actual results. So just a little pro tip for you.
Wow.
But
that was a stray.
No,
thanks so much, Tim.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've been doing it with this, with the engagement poll, and we run it, and you run it for a full day, but we give the results after 3 hours,
right?
And the poll's not actually done. So we're giving partial results. A more pro way to do it would be to have it end about the time that we're going to give the results.
You had to save it for Friday.
It's not really bugging me, but
seems like it.
He's been coming down my road all week. I had a chance to shoot my shot.
Who was coming down your road?
He corrected me yesterday with Latana and LaFonda.
Well, it's
That's a pretty big
yeah.
Yes, and you know what else needs to be corrected? The timing of his polls. So there. That's done. Long story short, has Draymond Green played his final game as a Golden State Warrior? No is at 65%. Yes is at 35%.
Yeah, it's not over yet, though. It's not right
I'm
over.
giving you an update.
Okay.
An update with, as I mentioned, 20 minutes to go.
Reporting on an incomplete poll? Who would do such a thing?
I think that they do it every presidential election.
That's a fair point.
So with about 94% of the precincts reporting, it's going to be tough for the yeses to overcome it.
We need to get you one of those boards where you can, touch screen, different counties.
I don't know that guy's name, and I won't
from.
guess because I'll be corrected.
You worry about your poll, and I'll worry about mine, all right?
Ooh, snap.
Grandy?
Grandy's in the bathroom.
He doesn't like that material.
What is going on?
Thank you, Grandy. We're going to Justin in Menlo Park. That's what's going on. Hi, Justin.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
Hey, so on the Giannis trade deadline, you asked earlier, would it be, how would you feel if he didn't come here? And I feel like if he didn't come here and didn't get traded, totally fine. If he didn't come here and did get traded to someone and it could have been a competing offer, obviously that would be the most painful, a la Giants territory. So that was going to be one comment. And the second comment question is, if no one is traded, I just don't see a way we have a path to a championship. And thinking about Steph, is there a world where you guys would be comfortable trading Steph, sort of, Celtics-ish, KG Paul Pierce?
Want me to answer your question now, or do you want us to wait for the end of the question?
Wait for the end, because I feel like the end is sort of important.
All right.
If he were to win a fifth championship by getting traded, does that cement him as a top 5 player of all time? And is that ultimately beneficial to the Warriors to have someone like that? Because obviously he's going to forever be linked with the Warriors.
Yeah.
And so is that a sort of win?
Here's what I would say on that, Justin. First of all, thank you for the call. The answer for both of us, I can even speak for Dibs here, is a hard no. There's absolutely no trading Steph Curry whatsoever. Nobody is ever cemented as a top 5 player, maybe outside of Michael and LeBron, because it's a barbershop debate no matter how you slice it, and there's always going to be disagreement there. Some people already think he's one of the top 5 players of all time. But no, I think it's way more valuable to the Warriors to have him never wear another jersey than get another ring somewhere else.
Agreed. And I don't know if he would even have that chance to go out there and get a ring somewhere else.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? It is almost 5 o'clock. We are moving through the trade deadline scenarios. But for those of you who are just finishing your workday and about to get in your car, we will play all of the key sound for you, from Draymond last night to the ESPN and beyond reporters. The latest on the deadline, Anthony Davis is now a Wizard. We'll reset the table for you and continue to take all your calls. How did it feel as a Warrior fan to hear Draymond talk about being traded? And if he never plays for the Warriors again, what would be your message to Draymond Green after 13 and a half years? This is Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. You got to ask yourself, how do professional builders and contractors finish projects faster and at a lower cost? Well, by partnering with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They have a well-trained staff who know the ins and outs of the construction business, and their large fleet of trucks that can receive and deliver materials the next day, if not the same day, keeping your project and your crews working and moving forward. From framing and decking to windows, doors, and hardware, Golden State makes it easy for contractors and builders and homeowners to find exactly what they need. And this time of year, Golden State is fully stocked with materials for outdoor projects, for homes and businesses, so you can complete your summer builds right on schedule. Start today at goldenstatelumber.com. Click brands to see their trusted partners. Over 70 years of success is the result of always wondering, how can we do better for our customers? Golden State Lumber and Showroom truly believes when you succeed, we succeed.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer-focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick-serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber-securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient-scanning, data-managing, welcome-to-the-worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, Goo, big game on Sunday. Where's the Bay watching?
Bay Street, Emeryville, baby. We're getting in on the action early, Stoney. Pre-game fun starts at 2 p.m.
Say less. Screens?
You know it. TVs on the Bay Break dining terrace, around the fireplace, and a big screen in the plaza.
Food, family fun, games, prizes. This event's where it's at, Goo. We will be there.
You should be too. Event details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events. That's BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. Don't miss your chance to drive home a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, save big with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the legendary Tacoma, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful Tundra. Hurry in for unbeatable deals at Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction and only available on Tacoma SR and SR5. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro, ends 3/2/26.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All right, Radio Row. Last hour of Willard and Dibbs before the trade deadline.
That's it.
This is it.
Last hour.
What do you mean, Lucas? Why are you looking at me like maybe? That's a fact. It's a fact.
It's a little misleading. You got to really follow each word that you said there.
So
last hour of Willard and Dibbs, which means, right, we're back on tomorrow.
Right.
I got you.
Yeah, so not misleading at all. Actual facts, but just asking for you to listen.
Listening is not the easiest thing.
We're going to turn on our listening ears here for the remainder of the 95.7 The Game Day. That's what we're asking you to do. And I'm sorry if that brings up bad memories of some mean teacher 40 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever.
I think you're asking too much, but it's just me.
Well, I believe in our audience. You don't. whatever.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Lucas still.
Oh, okay. That's totally fair.
I mean, the audience is gone.
Right.
Oh, I stopped listening. Anyways, 19 hours till the NBA's trade deadline.
11 hours, yeah. The trade deadline is a little bit less than 19 hours away. And so let's bring you through everything, at least the pertinent parts that have already happened today, what's been said, and then we're going to get back out to your calls. I think this is a great opportunity here in the 5 o'clock hour for all of you Warrior fans to really sound off. We are wide open. We are not going to have any offensive linemen from the New York Giants stop by or any of that stuff. We are here. It is you. It is us. It is trade deadline. It is Draymond. It is Giannis. That is it. And after you hear what Draymond said after the game on the podium last night, the questions become, A, how does it make you feel? The surreal feeling of the idea that Draymond Green may never suit up for the Warriors again. I would say that's not a real possibility, except for he said it's a real possibility. And Steve Kerr said it's a real possibility. So there's that aspect of it. And then the other side to it is, as the Warriors get ready to board a plane for Phoenix, what would you say about Draymond or to Draymond if he never plays again? And it dawns on me that you and I haven't sort of answered that question yet. And I don't want to do the sort of same thing that so many do, which is, thanks for all of the memories. Like, that's true, and that's there, and I get it. But what I would say to Draymond is, dude, you're more of an original than any Bay Area athlete I can ever remember watching in my entire life. You are a complete, unique journey as far as the entertainment, the winning, the whole picture that you bring is unlike anything else I've ever watched in Bay Sports.
It's been incredible. And I would say, probably just echoing what he said last night, which would be, it's been an amazing effing journey. And it has.
Yeah.
And I remember when he was just coming up and he was off the bench and David Lee was struggling with his back and Draymond Green made an impact, and then Draymond Green became a starter, and then Mark Jackson left and Steve came in and they won a title. And in that first title run, what a lot of people forget is when they clinched the title, I think he had 26 in that game. He was an offensive force early on. Not a force like Steph or Clay, but he was able to score. His game has evolved and it's devolved. His act has gone from he's just a great, intense player to he's become, a problem at times. Like you said, the whole experience, 13 and a half years, it has been a wild roller coaster with ups and downs, more ups than downs. There's been loop-de-loops. There's been corkscrews. There's been death-defying drops. There's been unbelievably high heights, DPOYs, and triple-doubles. There's been so many things that you couldn't even really, like if you were to make this into a movie, the Draymond Green story, and you do the Saginaw thing and his journey and what he went through, Michigan State with Izzo, you come to Golden State as a second rounder with a chip on your shoulder, you become this unbelievably unique Swiss Army knife. You play the center on defense and you play point guard on offense. You guard 1 through 5. You're a distributor. He was a scorer at a certain level for a time, and then you get into all the drama. Sure. Teabagged. He got teabagged by LeBron, and he punched him in the biscuits. He flail kicked Steven Adams. He choked. He punched. He kicked. He won. He lost. He got suspended. He watched an A's game with Bob Myers. I mean, the movie, the story would be incredible.
It's everything. And I will remind you, there's so much respect amongst the fans here in the Bay for Jerry West because of his roster construction. Jerry was once quoted as saying, when Draymond and the Warriors were kind of at the height of their powers, when asked about Draymond Green, he said, if that's not a top 15 player in the NBA, then I don't know what one looks like. And I think that's hard for people to sort of reckon with because he is so non-traditional in the way he goes about doing all of the things that he did, and scoring not really being ever his forte. That's not the way most of us think about it, but that's the way Jerry West thought about it. And so I found that to be a quote that I never forgot. Let's let you hear some of it. Here's Draymond at the podium last night. Let's go 51, Grandy, on Draymond talking about the possibility of it being over.
At some point, it's going to come to an end. Whether that's a day or two or a year or two, it's going to come to an end at some point. You got to be okay with that. It's not something that I can hold on to forever because I can't play basketball forever. So it's got to come to an end at some point.
All right, that's Draymond saying it will come to an end at some point. But what about if it does? Let's do 52, Grandy. If it's over now, then what? Here's Draymond.
Guys that have been on the move every year, moving their family 2-3 times in a year. So I have so much gratitude for where I am in my career, the run that I've been on here. And like I said, I don't know that it ends or whatnot. I don't. We'll all see. But if it does, it does. All good things must come to an end at some point. And so, yeah, that's kind of my sentiment, and how I feel.
He talked about the fact that he has had lengthy conversations with both Steve Kerr and the front office, and it was a conversation with Steve that made it really kind of sink in that this was a possibility this time around.
That's when it got real for me.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe I should be a little more worried about this than I am. I didn't get worried about it, but I was like, okay, yeah, it's interesting. He was like, how you doing? I'm good, Coach. I know all these trade rumors and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then he's like, how's Hazel handling it? And that's when it got real to me. I was like, I haven't spoke to her about it. It's not something we've spoke about. That's when it got real to me. So today on the way to the game, I spoke to my son about it. And I was like, what if I get traded? He's like, well, why would they trade you? It's like, it's just a business. I've never been traded, but it can happen to anybody. And he was like, I just don't understand why they would do that.
Yeah, I mean...
It would have been fun if he had looked at his son instead of saying, that's just the business. He could have been like, well, your dad's turning the ball over like crazy.
Exactly.
And he's kind of pissing people off along the way here around these parts, and so, that's why.
And I don't know if you know about Giannis, but, Giannis is a guy that they're really looking for. And, my salary in JK, JK, and you love Kuminga, but our salaries kind of match up with his. So, son, open up the trade machine on your little iPad there.
I know you're my son, but your dad is not as good as Giannis.
Right.
That's why they
or
might
as
trade
young
him.
and or as good of a scorer and all the rest of it. So, yeah, the part about Hazel that really that touched me.
Yep.
Maybe the most personally where.
For sure.
Yeah, he hasn't talked to her about it because what's to say? Like, what are you going to talk about? Although I famously, when you and I were getting moved from middays to the afternoon, and I got the call, we both got a call from the boss and the boss's boss, and hey, do you have a minute? And I happened to be with my wife at the time, and so hold on, and I hit mute, and I'm like, I'm getting fired. So, but if she wasn't there, I wouldn't have told her about it because you don't want to tell somebody about bad news until the news is really the bad news. And that one turned out to be good news. We're doing afternoons.
Yep.
So like, why would he tell her about something like, hey, Hazel, I don't know if you know, but we might be on the move.
I think that everything you're listening to right now, for me, is kind of the point of why this is different. This is different. They didn't have this conversation with Andrew Wiggins. Even though he's a champ, but this is different. This is Draymond. There are so many Warrior fans who literally cannot even remember the idea of Draymond not being on this team. Draymond will go down, I think you could argue, as the second most important Warrior of all time. And I'm just like throwing that out there off the top of my head. I'd have to think of what the list would be. But this is someone who has achieved everything. He is royalty. He drives you nuts. He has done some incorrect things. There's no two ways about it. But you afford a person like that a little something extra because of what they have done in your uniform. So you warn them. You warn them if it could actually happen, because that's what you do.
And I think that Wiggins was aware and he was warned. I mean, we talked about Wiggins being traded forever.
He probably didn't need to be warned.
Right.
My point is, I don't know if he would have been talked to the same way.
Right, and it's because this is new. For the first time, Draymond Green's name is out there, and it's really out there. It's not just like, oh, you trade Draymond. It's like, they could trade Draymond. And if you really want to go after Giannis, it's either Jimmy Butler and a bunch of picks and a couple of youngsters, or it's Draymond and Kuminga and a bunch of picks and a bunch of youngsters. Those are really the two most likely routes, I think. And so, for the first time, it becomes a real proposition.
Before we go back to the phones, Bobby Marks earlier today kind of put a clock on this and said we might be getting close.
I keep on looking at that clock behind me.
Yep.
Tick, tick, tick.
It's going slower.
Next 8 hours.
It's going slower.
We're going to know if there's a Giannis deal.
In the next 8 hours.
I've been part of these. These are complex. Unless it's going to be Golden State, which is basically the easiest way to do a deal. There's a lot of moving parts here, and I think there's going to have to be a framework of a Giannis-type trade by midnight tonight for something to happen by tomorrow.
I've listened to this a few times, and this is the first time that really actually stood out to me. He sort of insinuates it needs to be in place by midnight Eastern time tonight, unless it's the Warriors. They actually are the one that Milwaukee could take almost right up to the deadline because it's a one-to-one.
Right.
Don't need a third team type of a trade. Here's the deal. Here's the money. Let's make the deal.
Yeah, and it's a framework of a deal, which would be, all right, we're sending you this, you send them that, they send us this. Maybe it's 3 teams or 4 teams, who knows? But you'd have to have all of that in place because it's tough to, in the last hour before the deadline, scramble around, right, and get everybody on board on a conference call and get everything in place at that level. But if it's Milwaukee and Golden State, I'm sure that framework has already been discussed.
We'll go back to the phones in a second, but the latest high-level reporting came from Shams Charania on ESPN, and this is what he said just within the last hour.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, I'm told, has told the Bucks, communicated to the Bucks for a period of months now that he believes the time has come to part ways, and that has essentially forced the Bucks to listen to teams, to engage with teams, and remain in touch with teams here this week on the eve of the NBA trade deadline. That includes Miami, Minnesota, Golden State. But at the end of the day, General Manager John Horst and Bucks ownership have to sift through the offers and land on the same page about the big question, whether to execute a trade now or push this to the offseason. Even tonight, just moments ago, I talked to several different sources around teams involved, and there are certainly questions about whether Milwaukee is serious and genuine about pulling a move of this magnitude for this franchise at the deadline. There are obvious risk rewards right now that Milwaukee has to sift through, whether they do it now or wait in the summer. If they wait in the summer, Giannis gets basically an expiring year on his deal. He's got 1 year left. That gives him a little bit more say-so, a little bit more equity in terms of where he wants to end up.
All right, that's the latest from Shams. I do love the part he talks about with regard to risk reward. And so could a deal get better? Could Giannis have a little bit more say? Those are all maybes. And maybe Milwaukee is activated to go about it that way. Boy, if I were them, I'd be nervous as hell for the same reasons that people say you want to wait. That's why I would do it. When people talk about, oh, like, you only get one chance to do this, I'm like, right. And everybody's offering the world right now. And if you wait, who knows what the hell can happen? You can go ahead and put him back out there on that floor, that Achilles pops, and all those offers go away.
You don't have to put him back on the floor. So,
well, or then you risk taking him off.
Right. I think that if you don't trade him, and he'll already be ticked off, like, if you don't trade him, if I'm Giannis, even though I want to play, I'm not going to play for Milwaukee. If the reports are true that he's wanted out for a number of months, or he let him know a number of months ago that he wanted out, like that had run its course, then you're probably already somewhat ticked off that you went out this year and you played, and Milwaukee's not very good. And then, you get your calf, and so your calf injury coincided with your trade request. And so, if you don't get traded, you're not playing for Milwaukee, and Milwaukee's not playing you.
Let's go to Watermelon in Hayward. Hey, Watermelon, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's happening, boys? I can't believe the stuff that just came out of him. I mean, that was unbelievable. And you put me on hold for a dude from ESPN. Nobody even watches ESPN. Second of all, the trade is not happening. The Warriors have 0 assets. The only way you're going to move anyone is Kuminga and Butler, and that's not happening. So let's just move on from that. The Warriors are staying. Draymond's are staying. Second of all, Draymond Green, come on, bro. Draymond Green, we all grew up in the Jordan era, right? Is he Dennis Rodman? No. Is he Scottie Pippen? God, no. Like, no, he's never defended anyone decent in his entire life, bro. He was guarding center.
Hey, Watermelon, I'm going to stop you right now. What in God's name are you talking about? A 4-time champ who's literally this year alone, he's going up against Wemby, he's going up against Jokic, and those players have told you that he, at times in his career, has been the hardest guy for them to go against in the league, and he's 6'6". Like, I have no problem if you want to trade Draymond Green. I have no problem if you're not a fan of his. Do not call this station and disrespect what the guy has achieved. You cannot take that away from him. You can't do it, Watermelon. And why is your name Watermelon? What is that about?
Yeah, I think I know.
You think you know what?
Literally in his prime, he was guarding centers that were hack-a-shack guys. They were like non-athletes. Like literally just moving blocks.
Talk to Jokic, Watermelon. We have the quotes. Jokic will tell you it's the hardest guard in the game for him. You just calling him a liar?
I mean, I'm sure that was a nice thing to say. Dude, come on, that's not true. You watch those games. Jokic scored 30 on him, right?
I mean, why would I need to prove anything? They've got 4 rings, Watermelon. What is it like? Where do you think that came from? How did that happen?
Thompson is literally the best 2-guard in the history of the NBA.
That's also not true.
He defended everybody.
So the Warriors won because of Steph and Clay, and that was it.
Come on, bro. You watched those games.
Yes, you
Draymond
didn't.
Did he switch on to Kyrie? No. Did he switch on to LeBron? No.
I mean,
he stayed on.
Watermelon, you're bringing up one play. You're bringing up one game. Like, what are you missing here, man? Like, you honestly, like, do you believe Draymond Green had no hand in the Warriors dynasty?
No. I mean, no, he's like easily replaceable. Draymond Green's greatest asset that no one talks about is he has insane, hand speed. If that ball's near him, he's like sucking that ball up. That is his greatest asset.
All right, Watermelon. Yeah. You want to add anything to that?
I mean, not really. I mean, if you want to look at the totality of 13 and a half years, and you look at, the player he used to be, offensively, 3 years in a row, he averaged more than 10 a game. He averaged 11 and 12. He was a guy who could score. Now he can't really score. He used to be able to shoot better. Now he can't shoot as well. He's a 9-time all-defensive selection. There are 6 players who've earned more all-defense teams. Duncan, Kobe, Kevin Garnett, Kareem, Bobby Jones, and Scottie Pippen. Okay. There's your list. So he's tied with Michael Jordan and Hakeem, Dennis Johnson. So he's gotten defensive accolades. Is he the same defensive player now? No. He's not the same player now. No. But to look back at 13 and a half years and disparage him at that level, I think it's unfair and it's just wrong.
When the Warriors won, like all NBA teams, you have a top 10, sometimes a top 5 defensive unit. And he was the quarterback of that unit at all times. A brilliant defender, both in terms of body and mind. Moving on. KC in San Jose. Hi, KC. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, guys. So just a couple of points, right?
Yeah.
Like, I completely agree with you. First 10 years as a player, his Game 7 performance, the game we lost with the LeBron block, Those stats were amazing. If they win that game, he'll be remembered even more fondly, right?
True.
All that being said, all his off-the-court stuff, and now the way he's playing, he is like he used to be going to the Gold Club on Saturday night. Top talent. Watching him play now, it's Tuesday afternoon, Draymond. That being said, as a team, we got to move on. We got to flip the page. And if he can do it this trade deadline, Giannis or no Giannis, slowly we got to pivot. We got to pivot off the 2010s. Everything you're saying on the court, great dude. Off the court, can't stand the guy. That being said, I'm not going to be watermelon on this. You got to put. That being said, one last thing. When he gets his statue, do they have to get Steven Adams to also sign off? Because it's going to be him getting kicked in God knows where.
I thought it would be him behind Gobert in the chokehold.
We got options.
Yeah, you do.
We got options.
I mean, you could involve LeBron, and you could have Draymond below him, and with the upward punch. I'm glad he pointed out that Game 7. Because I undersold it.
Yeah.
He had 32.
He was amazing.
In that game. 32. Can you imagine Draymond Green scoring 32 points in a game?
He was every bit of Buddy Hield against Houston last year on the offensive side, also doing what he did on the defensive side, and they still lost. I mean, they
32, 15, and 9.
Without him, they get blown out of the game.
Because Steph was hampered. Steph went 6 of 19. Clay went 6 of 17, and they ended up losing anyway. But Draymond played 46 minutes and 54 seconds. He sat for 1:06 in that game.
To Casey's point, I have zero problem if your point is it's time. If that's your point, I
loved his call.
Yeah,
Draymond's amazing. Time to go.
If you think it's time, then that's fine. I would also, though, I would bring up. It's interesting the way people look at trades. It's like trade Draymond, and I'm always like, to who and for what? Do you know what I mean? And then people will like almost use that as like, see, he sucks. Trading in the NBA. If you looked at what happened today, well, they're not just hard. They're complicated to the point of there's so much about salaries. You see, it's like, okay, Anthony Davis goes to Washington, and then you dive into the deal. It's like 18 other people were involved in this. So, yes, you can trade people, and sometimes it doesn't even have anything to do with who they are and what they can achieve on the court in that moment. Chris Paul got traded today. He's not even in the league anymore. He's been at home hanging out eating hummus. So, is Draymond tradable? Sure, if it's the right deal. And that will continue to be my point. I get it if you think it's time, but am I open to Draymond being traded if it's a good deal? Yes. Do I want to trade him just because I'm so ticked off I want him out of the building because I can't stand him anymore? No, I'm not one of those fans.
And I don't think that the team is of that mind. And somebody on Twitter, because they responded to my poll, and the results are in, I'll share them, but this guy says, couldn't even get a bag of Fritos and a 7-Eleven hot dog for the guy. What the hell are you guys talking about? So, I mean, honestly, if I could get a bag of Fritos and a 7-Eleven hot dog,
sounds delicious.
I'm a little hungry right now.
Yeah, these shows.
Sorry, Draymond, you got dealt for a bag of chips and a hot dog.
Radio Row takes it out of you, man.
It does. A lot of energy and a lot of talking.
Have you been more tired at night? Well, you have a 3-year-old, for God's sake.
I get home and it's an hour and a half of just like pure. Because the whole thing is, I get home, my wife's like, tag team, back again. So I get tagged. I immediately get tagged in.
That's not okay.
I shovel a cold dinner for about 8 minutes. Delicious.
Yeah.
We're currently without a microwave. We actually have decided that we don't want a microwave. That's neither here nor there.
Okay.
But,
I've been through that before.
Tired.
I went back.
You get home tired, and then you have to run around for an hour and a half, and then you get really tired. But I think that they can get more than a bag of chips and a hot dog. But I'm with you of the mind of, okay, Draymond for Malik Monk just because I'm out on that.
Yeah, Gene in Oakland is next. Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, fellas. I want to say something about Draymond, but before I do, I want to address this whole Giannis thing, which a couple of days ago I thought was just complete folly, but now I'm starting to rethink it. I mean, at that time I was thinking, why in the world would Giannis even want to come here? And sure enough, I guess apparently he's indicated he really doesn't want to come here. But looking at it from the Milwaukee front office standpoint, we do have the best offer out there. So I'm just wondering if just maybe there's some internal conflict over there with the Milwaukee organization saying, this is probably the best deal we're going to get, from the Warriors. But Giannis saying, I don't really want to go there. So, maybe.
Yeah, Gene, thanks. There's a lot of guesswork involved in this. You mentioned internal conflict. I have no doubt that there's internal conflict, both with the Warriors and the Bucks and the Heat and the T-Wolves. That's how these things work. These are high-level, multi-million, if not in the end, billion-dollar deals. And there's going to be a difference of opinion in the room and a lot of thought about whether or not, you don't think the Warriors are going to take pause over the idea of giving up the next 8 years of their drafts? That is not done lightly. And so there's going to be multiple opinions. I don't think the Bucks even want to get rid of Giannis. They love Giannis. They don't want to get rid of Giannis, but they're feeling like maybe they're a little bit forced. So I look at it that way. There's definitely internal conflict. And I think that my read on it is that Giannis has a short list of teams he would join. That does not mean all of them are equal at the top of his list. I'm sure he'd rather be in Minnesota than here.
Yeah.
But here has a better offer right now for the Bucks. And you blend that all together and you figure it out and you see if you can all sort of come to some sort of common agreement and move forward. And that's what I have no doubt we're working on over the next handful of hours.
Yeah, this whole thing continues to fluctuate, and I look at the Kalshi markets, and money comes in.
You got some breaking news over there.
The Warriors are now up to 12%. They've been as low as 6%, and it actually just had surged for a moment to 18%, and then it's back down.
But what does 12% represent?
12% represents the second most likely outcome.
And the first most likely outcome is?
He stays, and that's at 61%.
So the Warriors are in the lead.
They among the departure options.
Check with you again in 5 minutes.
Yeah, 3 of the 5, 3/5 of the money, and by the way, it's coming up on $19 million in the market. That's not small pennies.
Jeez, no.
There's a lot of people interested in this,
we can almost trade that for JK.
Seriously,
get a
right?
few more $1 million bucks.
I mean, we're coming up on DeRozan and Malik Monk money, triple M's, but I think that the whole idea about Draymond Green, if there's a deal involving Draymond, it can only be for Giannis, and I don't know if Mike Dunleavy is working behind the scenes on a pivot move that none of us is even thinking about.
I mean,
that's possible, but
where would the pivot be at this hour?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, just looking at salaries, you've got Kuzma's making 22, and you go out and get the Kuz now. I mean, what are we doing?
Yep. The Coos.
The Coos?
Cuckoos.
That's right.
Yeah, let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. We got Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what's up?
Okay. Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. First of all, that guy, what was his call name? Watermelon? That dude is not only drinking, but he's smoking, too. Okay, look, come on. Dude, everybody knows without Draymond, this dynasty would have not come to shape, okay? And, yes, I agree, Draymond Green is polarizing. I understand that. But he is definitely must-see TV. I mean, there's not one person in the Bay or even beyond the Bay that will tell you that when he was on the floor, nobody watched, okay? So, take it for what it is. He's either, polarizing, either you like him or you don't. But at the end of the day, he was our Draymond Green. I love the guy. If he does go, I wish him well. And I have no regrets, man. He's been a great player for us. If he goes, I'm going to miss him. So I would just tell him, thanks for the memories. Thanks a lot, guys.
Rich, appreciate you, man. See, I think Rich is on it. I really do. I think every group of friends, you got a big group of friends, everybody's got that guy where you're like, it's just like you're a little odd, you're a little weird, you're a little awkward, whatever. Sometimes it's family, right? You sit around over the holidays, get all the family together, and you get that one uncle who's kind of in the corner who smells or whatever. Like that's... And I'm not saying Draymond smells. You get what I'm saying. Like, he's not a perfect package. Steph Curry is. Like, that's the other thing. Like, we're sitting here watching the Draymond Green experience, and he happens to be the running mate of, like, literally the most untouchable, perfect experience that the sports world has ever known. And I think that helps to highlight all of the, if you want to call them this, downsides of Draymond Green. But for me, they are totally overwhelmed by the positive. And in the end, like that, Rich just said it, like that was our guy. That's our guy. And so we accept him with all of his flaws. That's the relationship that it has always been.
It is, but at the same time, everything has an expiration date, as Steve Kerr has told us in reference to his own coaching tenure. So you might be at the spot where this is the expiration date. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock Pacific time, that might be it for Draymond Green. It doesn't mean that it hasn't been a great run. I had a 22-year marriage that had an expiration date, and the marriage was phenomenal, and we produced a lot of great memories and more than 2 decades and a couple of kids and the rest of it. And so you get to that trade deadline and you realize that you've been dealt, and that's the way that goes.
888-957-9570 is the number. Chris in Fairfield is next up. Hi, Chris. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you very much for taking this call. So I'm literally in the line buying beer. I'm walking out the
Oh, nice.
So,
you're not buying it at Costco, are you?
No, not right now. I just left Costco a little bit ago.
Good.
I don't need 75 beers in my refrigerator right now.
Well, speak for yourself.
I don't have much room. I got 4 kids. So before I get into my car, I just want to make this point kind of clear. This has nothing to do with you, Willard. I find that I've been listening to you for years. I'm 47 years old. I think you're very much in the even keel as far as how you explain things and your homerisms and the way that you approach each one of your decisions and comments on air. Dibs, you're the one I got a problem with, and I hope you can listen to me for a second. No, don't say that. So you on your off time, you're an official, right?
Sure.
You officiate games?
I do, yes. I'm a referee. Right? Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't really shock me that you're not a big, giant fan of Draymond Green and his antics. But in that same scenario, I have the same problem of, like, that is one way of understanding it through that lens. And it feels like that you are constantly talking from that lens and that lens only. And the people that are out here that are fans, that have actually witnessed really nice championships, that would not be here if it wasn't for Draymond Green. And it feels like to me that you are constantly dwelling upon the negative because you're looking at it through officiating eyes than anybody else on radio. And you have a partner next to you, Willard, who does not. He actually sees, obviously there isn't, great things that happen on the court, and you don't want to show your son. My son plays AAU basketball, and I'm not showing him how to act by having him watch Draymond Green's antics. But as you've seen throughout the years of NBA, when you look at a dynasty, you have a stud player, and then you have an enforcer. And that enforcer does things that not many people really like, but they win championships. And you are our guy. You live in our town, our Bay Area. So to constantly look at it through the lenses of a referee is really doing a disservice to the people you're talking to.
Okay. Am I entitled to my opinion as somebody who is paid to offer his opinion?
Absolutely. And so is Willard. That's my point.
My point is that I don't look at everything entirely through the lens of a referee. I also look through it more primarily through the lens of being a lifetime Warrior fan. And when I see one of my players doing things that are harmful to the team on the court and off the court, I can react accordingly and not have it just be through an official's lens.
So how many championships did we win as a Warrior fan before Draymond got there?
1. And maybe you're not old enough to remember. I certainly am.
I'm 47.
So
you must have missed that one.
You're not old enough. It happened the year I was born. I was 5 months old.
If you've got time, we can talk about the 75 team and how they should have won it again in 76. But you weren't around, so it doesn't matter.
They got hosed by the refs, Chris.
Correct. So my only point to you is this. Very simple. It's a very simple point. It seems very much as you're very passive-aggressive. You say things in jest, and you try to become funny, but it's really annoying to the staff, the people listening to you.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that, and I think it's about enough from you, Chris. And
Chris, thanks.
I don't say things in just; I say them in jest, and it's not passive aggressive. It's either passive or aggressive. And I'm very clear when I think that Draymond Green crosses the line with the officials, as he did the other night when he got a technical foul, and then he proceeded to, complain about that official. I thought that was out of line.
I mean, Draymond, Draymond pushes the line. He crosses it all the time. I think we get that. I can only speak for me, which is that when you see a press conference like you did last night, to me, it gets a little bit nostalgic, and it made me want to focus on all of the good things that he's achieved, but maybe even more so, just the experience of watching Draymond Green as a Warrior fan. I find it to be entertaining. Yes, frustrating sometimes.
Very entertaining.
But entertaining, which is kind of the point in the end.
It is, and entertainment comes in many forms, and at times it's exhilarating, and at times it's maddening.
Yeah.
And it's not only when it comes to his interactions with the officials and the fact that he has 172 techs in his career.
It's a big number.
Sorry, Chris. Sorry for knowing that, Chris. That must be the ref in me coming out.
Our big game coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We're sponsored by Bay Street, Emeryville as well. Great spot to watch the big game this weekend. Steiny, Goo, and Evan will be there. More time for your phone calls as well. We're not done yet. 888-957-9570. We're going to take you right up to 18 hours before the trade deadline. Who knows? That sounder could just go off at any moment. Right here on Willard and Dibbs.
The wait is over. Tokyo Central Specialty Market is opening at Bay Street, Emeryville. Join the grand opening celebration January 31st and February 1st. Food, culture, and excitement await. Details at baystreetemeryville.com/events. That's baystreetemeryville.com/events.
Hey, it's Willard for Daisy Dips, and you know how a big game party goes, right? You get that big table in front of you, and you want to reach out, you want to grab the chips, you want to grab the veggies, and you want to dip, and then you want to eat. That's how we do it. And Daisy Dips is a great way to do it. They got the French onion dip, they got the ranch dip. It is made with ingredients that you can find right there in your kitchen. There's no preservatives, no artificial ingredients, so not only does it taste good, you can feel pretty good about it as well. It just flat out tastes delicious and will be a hit at your party. I enjoy it with chips, maybe even wings, veggies, baby carrots for sure. Your big game party this weekend needs Daisy Dips.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about. until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck. Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
So I got to get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs, live from Radio Row at the Moscone Center.
It is the boys, the best sports boys in the Bay Area. There they are.
Brought to you by Waymo. The big game's back, and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Waymo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Waymo app and ride today.
All right, day 3, Radio Row, almost in the books.
Almost.
Trade deadline, almost.
In the books.
In the books. Noon tomorrow. So, when you and I get back here tomorrow, we're going to know all the answers. Is Giannis a Buck, or is he on the move? Is Jonathan Kuminga still a Warrior? And we will be moving toward a Warrior game tomorrow night. No Steph.
Do we have to?
We do. No Steph, no Jonathan in that game either, and that's whether Jonathan's a Warrior or not.
And no Jimmy, of course, for a long time, and, you know, who knows who else might miss, and if it's anything like last night, then, oh, boy, it'll be ostrich viewing for me. Head in the sand and just wake me when Steph comes back, because that was a little bit rough last night.
Time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. You forget, when you don't shoot free throws and you don't shoot twos, what do you shoot?
Ridiculous.
There you go. So don't tell me there wasn't a bright side. The Warriors made 19 three-pointers last night, so that's another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Moses Moody, the leader, with 4. Guy Santos made 3. And guess who had 2? Among those who had 2? Draymond Green.
All right.
Chipping in, okay? That's the 50th donation of the year for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to donate, get involved yourself. We would certainly appreciate that. You go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. You and I will speak to one another for another 10 minutes or so. The next time we talk to one another on the air, Giannis will be a
Bucks. I think he'll still be a Bucks. I just don't. Everything we've heard from the reporters and the experts, and what Giannis said to the Milwaukee Sentinel Journal yep. Sentinel, whichever way that goes, and Shams and Windhorst and Bobby Marks, and trades are hard, and all the rest of it. I think when it all boils down, Milwaukee does a sit and stay. They wait until the summer before they make a move. I absolutely could be wrong. I could be right, and that's the beauty of this whole speculative radio.
All of us could be very, very wrong.
If he gets traded, I think it's to the Warriors, but I don't think that he's going to get traded. If he gets traded to someone other than the Warriors, and the offer is not as good as what the Warriors offered, well then, Houston, we have a problem.
Just because I asked you for a prediction, I feel like I should make one too. I'll say Giannis is a Heat.
As a Heat?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a Heat.
Wow.
I mean, whatever.
That would be a bummer.
That would be, yes, that would be a bummer. Hey, Joe in San Jose still wants to weigh in. Joe, thanks for calling in. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
The game last night was a really good game. They were in the game, and the leadership from Draymond. I just remember Draymond as a crybaby. It's not good for the young players to have Draymond Green on a team, because it doesn't solve any problems. It probably hurt the team more than it helped the team. He's just a crybaby. He's $1 million crybaby. His talent does not match his level of crybaby right now, whereas before it did. But yeah, they have to get rid of Draymond Green, because he doesn't solve any problems. He yells to the referee, he gets emotion, and these young guys need to stay focused, and they need to be, it's a high-intensity game. It was a good game last night, and they just had a mental breakdown. Maybe that's because of Draymond Green, his leadership, but that guy has to go. It was fun while it lasted, but the end of the road is the end for Draymond Green, and I just remember him as just a crybaby. There was some really good, intense games where Draymond Green just broke the team back, just crying, and it hurted them. What do you guys think about that?
Well,
Thanks
Joe,
Thanks,
so
Joe.
much for calling. I tell you what I disagree with the most in your call is the fact that you kept saying last night was a really good game, that they could have won. I thought that was one of the worst efforts I have seen the Golden State Warriors in any way, shape, or form put out there in a long time, and I drew none of that to Draymond. Like, I don't even know where to put the kind of effort that they put last night. I don't tie that to Draymond. As far as whether or not he's still helping the team, you do have to squint a little harder to see it right now. I get that. His plus-minus has been awful. He has not been a good, productive basketball player for the Warriors this year. But to then take that to the large statement of he's very bad for young players, I don't know. Like, I get that we can point to the things that we know, right? And as far as young players, it's really only Jordan Poole. And that was very, very awful. I understand that. At the same time, if Draymond Green is so bad for young players, why has that never shown up before? they've been such a successful organization for such a long time, and he's been an elder statesman and a part of that for such a long time. He was often called the big brother to even Jordan Poole. Andrew Wiggins, like he was often credited by the young players as the guy who was taking them under his wing. He must have been doing something right at some point.
Still at this point, because you're not seeing the fracture. And, a lot of times when he gets into it, like this year, he got into it with Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, not a younger player. He's actually north of 60. And so you've never heard any of the players outside of the Jordan Poole incident, which we always have to point out because that's a thing and that happened. But even at that, like Draymond Green was a big brother to him before that. And I don't know if that video never gets out. I don't know if it would have been more repairable, but the fact that that got out and Jordan Poole got knocked out for all to see, that changed the way that thing could have been fixed. I'm not excusing Draymond in any way, but that being released, I think, was kind of a second blow to Jordan Poole. So I disagree with the caller about his relationship with the younger people. Him complaining to the refs all the time, whether or not it's because I'm a ref or not, is for me to decide. But it is a little bit unsightly to have, a lot of times throughout the majority of the games where he's just complaining.
Yeah, listen, Draymond Green can rub a lot of people the wrong way. We've known this for a really long time. Sometimes I wonder if he's attempting to rub some people the wrong way. But to say I'll remember him as a whiner, and he now is someone that you actively need to get off the team because he's hurting them. If you don't like his play this year, that's fine. To insinuate that he is in some way contaminating a locker room, to me, is a reach.
It's total reach. Yeah. And I think it's mostly inaccurate. He's not contaminating the locker room. And if he is, then how do you win 4 championships? Because you and I know that teams that are toxic on the inside, they don't usually win. You might be able to pull 1 off. You're not going to win 4 if that's truly the way things are.
Tomorrow ought to be interesting.
Very interesting. It's either going to be a celebratory, we got the Greek Freak with some sadness, we lost some players, or it's going to be, oh my God, trades are hard.
What is going to happen? Well, all I would tell everybody, go enjoy your night. Maybe
trades are hard.
Once every hour or two.
Not bad.
Yeah, give a little check to your phone and see what's going on. But outside of that, I would be here right at 6 a.m. for the Joes, Steiny and Guru at 10. Dibs and I will be back here on